Chapter 1. Hestia. In the boundless, pitch-black prison, the profound silence transcends mere quietude. It embodies a void imbued with tangible weight, akin to an immense block of dark iron, frigid as the icy frost of eons past. This desolation devours all vitality and warmth with an absolute fervor. Deep within this eternal darkness lies a temporal rift, where even light loses its way. A faint yet sanctified radiance emerges, reminiscent of the most solitary and resolute morning star before dawn, struggling to rise in silence. This luminescence transcends mere flame. It is an everlasting divine fire, dancing and weaving a melody of gold and crimson upon the canvas of night. Each interplay of light and shadow sketches the outline of a blurred 6-year-old girl. Her figure, slender and delicate, is gently enveloped by the divine fire, yet betrays a quivering helplessness that seems to emanate from the depths of her soul. The girl's long lashes tremble like the wings of a butterfly desperately attempting to escape its shackles, while beneath her tightly shut eyelids, two crystalline, scalding tears silently and slowly cascade down. Each droplet encapsulates her grievances and sorrow, tracing a path along her porcelain cheeks, illuminated by the sacred light. With trembling lips, the girl weakly utters a heart-wrenching query. Her voice, imbued with the innate sweetness and innocence of childhood, carries boundless grief and confusion potent enough to shake the very fabric of time and space. My father, Kronos. Why? Must you devour me? What have I done wrong? Her voice quivers further, like a candle flame swaying in the wind. Was I not born with my mother's most cherished wishes? As her crystalline tears fall within this temporal prison, miracles erupt through the crevices of the laws governing existence. Each tear transforms into a blossoming eternal warmth of periwinkles, their petals a pure gold, seemingly ablaze with tiny divine flames. And elegant violets exuding a purifying fragrance, their edges shimmering with sacred silver. These flowers bloom in the pitch-black void, radiating a dreamlike brilliance that defies the darkness. The dewdrops upon their petals refract the faint glimmer of Hestia's sacred fire, resembling resplendent, wishful stars. They dance gently with the winds of this temporal realm, drifting toward distant shores and the infinite void, bearing the girl's profound sorrow and devout prayers for her mother. In this moment, where sanctity intertwines with sorrow, a magnificent, divine, and bone-chilling voice reverberates, akin to an ancient glacier shaking, or a colossal bell tolling from all directions. This voice is devoid of any human emotion, lacking warmth, resonating only with absolute, unyielding order and authority. Child, your birth is a blasphemy against order, a provocation of chaos to eternity. This is my answer, ignorant and foolish daughter, Hestia. In an instant, Hestia's form trembles violently. Her tightly closed eyes quiver like the wings of a dying butterfly ravaged by a tempest, intense and helpless. This cruel and indifferent answer pierces her heart like an icy blade forged from the very laws of existence, laying bare the bloody, frost-bitten truth of her remnants of hope and affection for her father. She succumbs to a deathly silence, time seemingly halting within her soul, until a colossal wave of grief, potent enough to drown a deity, overwhelms her. Then her delicate, ice-like hands shoot out, trembling violently from immense pain, desperately covering her ears, attempting to block out that grand, frigid voice, to sever the bond with that cruel decree. She shakes her head vehemently, her childlike sharpness intermingled with pure despair, and cries out, I won't listen. I won't listen. You're deceiving me. You must be deceiving me. Simultaneously, her internal screams intertwine with the external echoes, weaving a dissonant, piercing lament that rends the hearts of the divine. As Hestia's emotions surge, her flame-colored hair, reminiscent of the rising sun, whirls chaotically within the sacred fire. Her once resplendent, gilded gown, symbolizing family and divine fire, rapidly loses its luster, vast despair spreading like ink, laden with a corrosive chill. This darkness, tinged with blood, horrifically engulfs her, ultimately transforming into a tattered, sorrowful black dress, akin to a torn shroud of night. The magnificent voice reverberates once more, bearing an undeniable, ultimate authority. This is the truth and your fate. Hestia, you cannot struggle or escape. Having spoken, it withdraws all warmth, ignoring the shattered form of his once beloved daughter. Woo! Why? Mother, where are you? Save me. Why have you not come to rescue me? Why are you still indifferent? Her cries of despair, infused with a child's primal attachment and helplessness, echo hauntingly within the vast temporal prison. These cries culminate in mournful wails, dissipating into the cold dust of the void. Suddenly, Hestia violently opens her tightly shut eyes. Those eyes, which should have radiated warmth and brightness, now appear dull and lifeless, shrouded in a thick fog, stripped of all light, leaving only an abyss of emptiness and numbness. She surveys her surroundings, her exquisite face revealing a despair and hesitation unbefitting a deity. Then, unable to restrain herself, she lowers her head and murmurs, "Perhaps Mother is still devising a plan, and once she is ready, she will undoubtedly find a way to rescue me." This statement, like a flickering ember on the verge of extinction, rekindles a faint glimmer of hope, nearly imperceptible, deep within her nearly frozen heart. In her once dim golden eyes, a flicker of yearning for life emerges anew. To stave off complete engulfment by solitude, she compels herself to begin silently counting in her mind. As time drags on, she mechanically counts day after day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 25, 26, 100, 250. The temporal prison blurs the concept of time. Here, it seems to solidify into eternal amber, or stretch infinitely toward the universe's end. Hestia cannot ascertain how long time has elapsed, nor can she determine if the passage of time from the outside world can penetrate here and deliver her salvation. 0.9999999999. After an indeterminate duration, her gaze becomes vacant and unfocused, staring into the distance, as if instinctively about to utter the next number. 1,000. Yet, at that very moment, as the mechanized number is on the verge of escaping her lips, a peculiar electronic voice abruptly crackles to life, accompanied by the sound of electrical static. ZZZ. ZZZZ. Finally breached this node, located a suitable host for binding. This electronic voice pierces the silence like a bolt of lightning, instantly rejuvenating Hestia's withered, monotonous existence, causing her eyes to shimmer with newfound liveliness and alertness. "What are you? How did you come to be here? Why can I not see you?" Hestia abruptly turned her head, bombarding the entity with a trio of questions. Her previously numb expression was replaced by a surge of intense curiosity befitting a deity. The electronic voice faltered for a moment, momentarily stuttered by her unexpected inquiries, before responding with utmost seriousness. "I am the Apocalypse Management System 001. I was ensnared by an anomalous gravitational field while traversing countless star systems, and subsequently drawn into a black hole of the universe. I am an entity of pure energy. Once you become my host, the truth will be revealed to you." Apocalypse Management System 001. Hestia furrowed her brows slightly, extending her delicate, jade-like fingers to rest gently upon her chin, attentively absorbing the response of 001, her heart swelling with profound confusion and disorientation. The existence that called itself a system, along with the concept of apocalypse management, was exceedingly foreign to her, far beyond the comprehension of the Olympian gods. "Please accept. I can take you away from here. Do you not wish to change your circumstances? You are but a young girl." The voice of System 001 suddenly took on a beguiling tone, akin to a devil coaxing her, cruelly and precisely striking at the most vulnerable and yearning part of Hestia's innocent spirit, the desire to escape and alter her fate. This was indeed her most sought-after yet elusive aspiration. "Can you truly lead me away?" Hestia fought to suppress the overwhelming joy and excitement threatening to explode within her. She wrapped her arms firmly around her chest, maintaining the dignity of a goddess while clinging to her final shred of rationality as she sought confirmation once more. "Of course, all you need to do is agree," System 001 replied, a hint of disbelief lacing its words. It had never encountered such a composed host, especially in the face of such immense temptation. Upon receiving a positive affirmation, Hestia did not respond immediately. Instead, she first extended her hands, smoothing the creases of her long gown with meticulous care, each motion imbued with elegance and poise, as if performing a solemn and uninterruptible ritual. "What are you doing?" System 001 inquired, its voice tinged with clear confusion. At the sound of the query, Hestia paused momentarily, lifting her chin with a grave and solemn demeanor, devoid of any trace of her previous despair. In a soft voice, she elucidated, "This is the decorum and etiquette that a goddess must never forsake. Even in the direst of circumstances, the dignity and faith of a deity must remain intact." Yet before she could finish her thought, System 001, no longer fixated on Hestia's peculiar actions, impatiently pressed on. "Well then, what is your answer?" It was due to System 001's eagerness that it overlooked the significance of Hestia's references to goddess and deity. As her words hung in the air, Hestia slowly closed her eyes, inhaling deeply as though she were making a profoundly consequential decision that could alter the course of existence. When she reopened her golden, divinely radiant eyes, they brimmed with resolve and determination. In that instant, System 001 comprehended Hestia's answer. "Excellent." Before the words had fully escaped its virtual lips, System 001 transformed into a torrent of data, violently and directly infiltrating Hestia's mind. "Binding successful. Huh, what is this? System core alarm. Data stream overload. Host identity privileges exceeded. How can there be divinity in your mind?" System 001 emitted an ear-piercing, garbled scream, its voice filled with terror as its electronic logic crumbled, the final notes trembling into static. It resembled a mortal who had inadvertently stumbled into the celestial sanctuary of the supreme deity, utterly overwhelmed by the ancient, powerful, and unparalleled aura. In that moment, Hestia felt the electronic sound of System 001 echoing in her mind, the unexpected tremor resonating deeply within her. Instinctively, she raised her right hand, the sacred light coalescing anew, resting upon her heart as she felt the vigorous and life-affirming beat within her chest. A subtle smile, imbued with confidence, crept upon Hestia's lips. Then, a glimmer of cunning and defiance against destiny flickered in her golden eyes, her voice laced with a hint of playful mystery and conquest. "Now, it is time for this world to rediscover me." Her tone shifted, swelling with grandeur and gentleness, carrying the undeniable majesty of sacred fire and compassion for all living beings. She proclaimed, "I am the guardian of hearth, sacred fire, city-states, and indeed the entire cosmos, symbolizing warmth, hope, protection, order, and the continuity of civilization. I am the embodiment of the hearth fire." Hestia, in that instant, her sacred fire erupted, not in an explosive manner, but with an absolute, unyielding force of settlement. The tattered black gown shed all traces of darkness and blood, as if purified, transforming into a radiant golden dress that signified home and divinity. Simultaneously, the temporal rift surrounding her, a pitch-black prison where even light could lose its way, began to emit piercing sounds of fracturing. The void around Hestia was dispelled by a constant, supreme temperature, forming a golden core of absolute warmth, impervious to any chill. As her words shifted, the divine essence of sacred fire danced within her golden eyes, and she smiled serenely. "Kronos, what you devour is not chaos, but the hope that will ultimately overturn your order." With that, she slightly turned to the side, her posture elegant and formal, embodying the highest etiquette of a deity. "I look forward to our collaboration, Mr. 001. Chapter 2. Hestia's Redemption and Farewell. The electronic voice of System 001 suddenly became intermittent, as if struck by an unexpected high-dimensional jolt, filled with jarring electrical noise. Its core program descended into unprecedented chaos before Hestia's profound and powerful divine presence, the data streams flickering like a candle in the wind, teetering on the brink of collapse. Hestia keenly sensed System 001's violent reaction, and the smile in her golden eyes glimmered like scattered gold, eliciting a sense of delight. Gently, she raised her delicate hand to cover her face as she chuckled softly, her long fingers brushing her lovely cheeks, her voice as soft as a feather, tinged with self-deprecation. "Mr. 001, there is no need to be anxious. After all, I, am currently a prisoner. At this point, her voice suddenly faltered, her long eyelashes quivering slightly, the smile in her eyes retreating like a receding tide, extinguished by something cold. In its place bloomed a deep sorrow, unfurling like ink within her gaze, revealing an indescribable anguish and despair at being unrecognized. Her gentle voice trembled with an undeniable choke, akin to a sigh scattered by the wind. What kind of goddess am I, and which goddess exists without being acknowledged and validated? System 001 was utterly stunned by Hestia's words, its vast database plunging into a momentary silence akin to a system crash that a moment later, it swiftly mobilized its core computational abilities to analyze and compare Hestia's predicament with numerous similar cases from myth and legend. Ultimately, it consoled her in a tone that was almost blunt yet imbued with a clumsy, sincere concern. Host, based on the data at my disposal, your future is destined for redemption. Therefore, please do not deny your existence, as that will only hasten your demise. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the scorching tears that had been welling in Hestia's eyes were instantly dispersed by a wave of clear laughter, and she couldn't help but break into a smile. Her laughter was bright and melodious, akin to sunlight cascading upon jade petals after a rain, shattering the oppressive gloom of this temporal prison. She extended her hand, as warm and smooth as jade, gently wiping away the tears of joy that overflowed from the corners of her eyes, her voice carrying a hint of playful mischief and innocence. Thank you for your comfort. You truly are remarkable, able to foresee even my fate. Indeed, the electronic voice of System 001 resonated with a childlike pride and delight, reminiscent of a small creature puffing up its tail in response to praise. This innocent reaction further dispelled the lingering shadows that had long haunted Hestia's heart. She couldn't help but ponder, what exactly is its nature? How can it be so forthright, so pure? This question was like a small pebble cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that spread wide. Host, according to our system's regulations, you do not meet the criteria for binding. Therefore, it is necessary to unbind. The voice of System 001 grew increasingly hesitant, resembling a small creature caught red-handed. It observed Hestia's complexion pale visibly, and its electronic tone diminished, almost pleading for forgiveness. Despite witnessing Hestia's tears welling up uncontrollably once more, it persevered to convey its message. Woo-woo-woo. You promised you could take me away. You liar. A big liar. Hestia covered her face with her hands, sobbing uncontrollably in indignation. Her voice was filled with the anguish of betrayal and the terror of plunging into deeper despair. Even her frail body trembled slightly with the intensity of her emotions, akin to a candle flickering in a storm. Suddenly, she lifted her head sharply, her eyes brimming with tumultuous tears, infused with a hint of desperate breakdown. You offered a glimmer of hope to my despair, and now you wish to retract it? I will completely unravel. Please don't cry. I was too hasty. I have already reported this matter to my divine master, and there should be compensation for you. System 001's electronic voice brimmed with a dry, helpless urgency, clumsily attempting to soothe Hestia. It had never encountered such intense emotional turmoil within its vast data streams, rendering its responses stiff and mechanical. I don't care. Take me away from here. Hestia, embodying the form of a 6-year-old girl, now fully unleashed the capriciousness of her divine nature. She deliberately threw a tantrum, stamping her small feet repeatedly, her round cheeks puffed up like a dumpling filled with air, displaying an extreme level of dissatisfaction. Tears still danced in her eyes, but they were replaced by stubbornness and a yearning for freedom, reminiscent of a fiercely defiant kitten. I will check the Divine Master's response. System 001 seemed utterly daunted by Hestia's display of petulance, rapidly consulting the feedback from its Divine Master. Upon reading the information, System 001 fell into a prolonged, unsettling silence, the air thick with Hestia's suppressed sobs, creating an atmosphere of deep stillness. Mr. 001, why are you silent? Are you still there? After an extensive wait, without a reply from System 001, Hestia's initial anger was swiftly supplanted by profound anxiety. Her face was etched with worry, and she involuntarily blurted out, her voice tinged with trepidation and unease, fearing that this soul friend might abandon her as well. System 001 responded to Hestia's inquiry, its electronic tone heavy with evident regret and responsibility. Host, according to the Divine Master's feedback, this is my fault. It paused momentarily, seemingly striving to articulate its thoughts before continuing. Ahem, the Divine Master has decided to provide you with compensation. You will receive a personal information panel and a wealth of knowledge and divine techniques. Before it could finish, Hestia, anxious and restless, interjected, "That is not what I want. I desire freedom, to leave this place." Her voice was imbued with a near desperation, akin to a drowning person grasping the last vestige of buoyancy. The System 001 experienced a brief moment of stutter before emitting an electronic sound imbued with a tinge of resignation and fatalism. Host, regarding this matter, the Supreme Deity has stated that you cannot leave, and you should be well aware of the reasons. As the words fell, Hestia's heart sank abruptly. A flicker of understanding glimmered in her eyes, and she subtly grasped the underlying cause. Her departure, as a part of the world's oldest laws, would trigger an irreversible butterfly effect, potentially leading to immense repercussions that she herself would have to bear. With this thought, her eyes reddened, and despair surged within her once more. Impatiently, System 001 interjected, "Thus, the Supreme Deity has bestowed upon you a new divine power. Space." Space. Hestia's impending tears were swallowed back, her full attention captivated by the notion of space. Curiosity and a thirst for power flickered in her gilded gaze. Indeed, this divine power can assist you in attaining the primordial divine realm and is exceedingly formidable. Sensing Hestia's burgeoning interest, System 001 began to enthusiastically promote this new gift. It spoke with grandiloquence, as if possessing this divine power would render Hestia unparalleled, its voice laced with temptation, striving to quell her dissatisfaction. Recognizing the earnest effort of System 001, Hestia extended her slender fingers to her chin, lost in contemplation and weighing her options. Ultimately, she nodded slowly, accepting the uncertain future that lay ahead. An unspoken understanding seemed to blossom between them, a mutual journey toward an unknown destiny. Then, with a cheerful demeanor, System 001 unhesitatingly infused the bestowed power into Hestia, like a torrent of data flowing within her being. An unprecedented surge of strength coursed through her, inducing a fleeting sensation of dizziness and tingling. Mysterious divine arts and knowledge, along with the concept of space, poured into her consciousness like a chilling yet vast tide. Each divine art sparkled in her mind like a brilliant star, while the concept of space formed a colossal web of interwoven rays of law, instantly merging with her soul. With her eyes closed, she felt as though she could touch every corner of this newfound space, sensing the invisible threads of law pulsating at her fingertips. Having completed this exchange, System 001 and Hestia joyfully and solemnly severed their binding. System 001 detached from Hestia's mind, no longer formless, but transformed into a radiant, gentle sphere of light, hovering before her. It radiated a soft glow, its voice purer than ever, tinged with a hint of reluctance. "The Supreme Deity has opened a passage for me. Hestia, we must part ways now. I wish for your happiness." Upon hearing System 001's farewell, Hestia was instantly engulfed by a heart-wrenching sense of separation. She no longer perused the newfound mysterious knowledge and divine arts, nor could she grasp the new divine power. All her focus was on the luminous sphere before her. This was the first entity in her life to converse with her, the first to offer warmth and hope. "Must you truly leave? Can't you stay with me a little longer?" Tears blurred her vision as Hestia choked on her words, her voice filled with a longing that bordered on pleading. "My continued presence would attract the world's will. I must take this opportunity to depart." The sphere of light flickered slightly, its voice resonating with a deep-seated resignation. Hestia recognized the selfishness of her request. She compelled herself to suppress the pain deep within. With tears in her eyes, her voice still trembling, she asked, "Will I be able to see you again? You are my only friend." At the mention of friend, System 001's energy core, its cold chip, began to radiate an unprecedented warmth. A peculiar, unquantifiable emotion surged through its data stream, responding instinctively. "Yes, you are my only friend. As long as you hold on to this wish, we shall surely reunite." Before the words could fully settle, A narrow and profound rift in space-time suddenly tore open beside them, emanating deep waves of energy. This signified that it was indeed time to leave. The sphere trembled slightly, using the gentlest and clearest electronic tone to reassure her. Fear not, Hestia, I will find my way back. With that, it did not linger, transforming into a decisive streak of light, resolutely drifting toward the rift. Hestia clasped her hands tightly to her chest, tears streaming down her cheeks. As she gazed at the closing rift, she could no longer restrain herself and stepped forward, choking out, "Please, do not forget me. Mr. 001. Her voice echoed in the vast emptiness, filled with a mournful resonance. In the end, she did not hear System 001's reply, for the rift vanished in an instant, as if the darkness had stitched it shut, making it seem as though it had never existed. "Do not forget me," Hestia whispered, her lips moving silently, repeating the words that felt so small and desperate within the confines of time's prison. Just as silence enveloped her in farewell, an unexpected upheaval occurred. Boom! The entire time-space prison erupted with a deafening roar reminiscent of the apocalypse, as the barriers trembled violently under the strain of the loss. The intense vibrations blurred Hestia's vision, inducing a dizzying sensation. Hestia suddenly looked up, her gilded eyes reflecting a horrifying rift that had opened in the sky above, as if the heavens had been rent asunder by an invisible hand. A dazzling pillar of light, saturated with a sense of destruction, descended from the opening like a hammer of divine retribution. Within the light, a small figure, enveloped in divine power, plummeted at an astonishing speed, scarcely pausing. Then came a heart-wrenching scream filled with terror and anguish. "Ah, Mother, save me!" Hestia caught a whiff of a familiar, nurturing scent that carried the essence of creation, reminiscent of her mother. A shiver coursed through her, as memories of her father's brutality and her mother's helplessness intertwined. And she murmured, "So I was not the only one consumed. He will not cease." Hestia's gilded eyes narrowed sharply as she beheld the swiftly vanishing figure within the light, along with the lingering, blood-tied terror. That fear mingled with the heartrending cries of her mother. "Rhea? Oh, Cronus! You have once again devoured my daughter Demeter." In that instant, Hestia comprehended that she had never been the sole prisoner, and this realization froze her heart, only to be scorched by the flames of sanctity. Suddenly, she clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly piercing her palms, voicing a silent rebellion against the eternal fate. "That is my sister." Chapter 3. Hestia awakens, and the time-space hound Hestia gazed intently in the direction of Demeter's fall, her face revealing a complex array of emotions: compassion, concern, and an unrecognized glimmer of anticipation at their potential reunion. "It seems so close yet remains utterly unreachable," she murmured, her voice so soft it seemed destined to be swallowed by the surrounding silence. To reach that place, one must grasp the laws of time and space. Otherwise, one would be utterly lost in the endless void. At this thought, her beautiful gilded eyes widened suddenly, as if a spark of insight had sliced through the fog within her heart. She abruptly recalled the compensatory divine power of space bestowed upon her by System 001. A wealth of unknown knowledge. A surge of determination coursed through Hestia, and she immediately banished all distractions, sitting cross-legged in tranquility. She gently closed her eyes, immersing herself in the vast ocean of knowledge, organizing the intricate and arcane divine arts. Simultaneously, her divine consciousness delicately probed and engaged with the newly acquired divine power of space. For a time, the entire time-space prison fell into a profound silence. It was unclear how long had passed, but when Hestia fully grasped the essence of all knowledge and divine arts, she suddenly opened her eyes. A flicker of epiphany illuminated her gilded gaze, transforming her previously bewildered expression into one of depth and clarity. At that moment, Hestia sat gracefully, her posture elegant and relaxed, akin to a willow branch buoyed by the spring breeze. The hem of her skirt rippled with her movements, eventually folding at her knees into a gentle cloud. Tranquil and beautiful, before her, an ethereal yet tangible information panel gradually materialized, its text emanating a faint glow, reminiscent of star projections. Name: Hestia. Age: unknown. Form: girl, temporarily unable to grow due to being sealed. Divinity: hearth, family, guardian, sacred fire, purification, knowledge, space, hope. Realm: weak divine power, temporarily unable to be enhanced due to being sealed. Artifact, Torch of Domains. Spindle of Coordinates, Divine Beast. None, a creature evolved from her divinity. Faith, unlocked. Please select a place of worship to unlock. Divine Art. Folded for details. Click here. Truly remarkable, Hestia murmured in awe, her fingertips brushing against the information panel. Upon comprehending the essence of her spatial divinity, she was astonished to find that both her artifact and divine art had undergone a profound transformation. Her exhilaration was unmistakable, golden eyes shimmering with radiant light, as though she possessed the entire world. Yet, this elation was swiftly supplanted by a wave of helplessness. She lowered her gaze, fingers instinctively curling, her voice tinged with resignation. Yet, these do not resolve the fundamental issue. My power remains too feeble. Moreover, I cannot cultivate here. No sooner had she spoken than knowledge of time and space surged within her mind, prompting her to compare it with her spatial divinity. Hestia abruptly raised her head, her eyes reigniting with brilliance, a self-mocking smile gracing her lips. How foolish of me to not have realized this simple truth sooner. Without hesitation, she entered a meditative state. In the boundless darkness, she vividly perceived numerous drifting energies of time and space. The energy of time flowed like sand in an hourglass, while spatial energy shattered like mirrors, twinkling like fireflies in the void. Thank you, Mr. 001, for imparting this knowledge. Now let us begin. Hestia emptied her mind, achieving unity of spirit. Soon after, a tremendous suction erupted from within her, akin to an unfathomable vortex, fervently drawing in the surrounding spatial energy. As the absorbed energy intensified, the once firmly sealed confines of her power began to yield a slender crack. Her strength gradually ascended. The exhilaration brought by this newfound power intoxicated her. She could sense the seal being incrementally torn asunder. Is this what it feels like to grow stronger? I must hasten. My father will not allow Demeter to remain there undisturbed. Hestia's resolve solidified, and she amplified her absorption, ravenously drawing in the ambient energy. Her figure became entirely enveloped by the dense energy, transforming into a colossal cocoon of force, exuding a faint yet unwavering glow, akin to a nascent star on the verge of breaking free. Hestia's actions stirred ripples in the previously tranquil temporal prison. These ripples generated abundant spatial waves, from which beastly entities resembling wolves and dogs gradually emerged. Their bodies were cloaked in dark purple and blue fur, each tip glistening with silvery strands. With sunken eye sockets, 2 clusters of ghostly blue flames flickered within. Their pupils narrowed into elongated slits, resembling shards of obsidian cleaved by a chilling blade. The collars around their necks were not made of leather, but rather twisted currents of temporal chaos. Aru, Aru, Aru. The beasts incessantly howled, their voices infused with ferocity and warning, before locking onto the direction of the energy cocoon and racing towards it like arrows released from a bow. They navigated through layers of temporal rifts and storms, their agile forms flickering in the void. Just as the beasts were about to reach the energy cocoon, Hestia suddenly sensed an impending, lethal danger closing in. Her tightly shut eyes quivered as her delicate lashes trembled violently, and she sighed helplessly within. It's the temporal hounds of Kronos' keepers. They have detected my absorption. I must cease, or my father will sense it too. A slender crack appeared at the center of the massive energy cocoon, followed by a crystalline hand emerging from within. Gradually, the fissure widened, and another hand reached out. Gripping the edges of the crack tightly, she forcefully tore it apart. The ruptured cocoon disintegrated into countless specks of starlight, akin to a shattered dream dissolving into the surrounding void. The first to emerge was a delicate foot adorned with a silver bell, its chime breaking the silence with a crisp sound under the dim light. Next, a gown woven from crimson and golden threads, featuring a one-shoulder low-cut design, exuded both opulence and sensuality. The lower part of the skirt split at mid-thigh, revealing long, alluring legs, while the lengthy hem trailed on the ground, subtly revealing golden flame-like patterns. Around her waist, a belt crafted from everlasting golden flowers shimmered, symbolizing eternal order. As she raised her right hand to adjust her long hair, the crimson and golden fire bracelet on her wrist swayed, producing a melodious clink. Her nails were painted with a fiery hue akin to blazing flames, exuding divine essence. Upon her swan-like neck of ice and jade, the Torch of Domains necklace no longer served as mere adornment, but emanated an overwhelming aura of authority. resting close to her chest, akin to the pulsating core of her inner sacred fire. As she moved, the crimson and golden spindle earrings gently swayed with her motions, emitting subtle sounds reminiscent of a temporal loom's soft hum. Ultimately, she stood elegantly in a corner, her fingertips delicately beckoning, the cocoon disintegrating like shattered diamonds, while the distant beasts reflected the breathtaking figure of the goddess in their eyes. Her flowing red hair resembled molten lava, animated as if it possessed a life of its own, curling and unfurling with a will of its own, casting a gentle glow. Her visage was extraordinarily beautiful, yet distinct from the soft allure of mortal women. It was a transcendent beauty, imbued with a sacred and regal aura. Her golden eyes were most extraordinary, not of the ordinary hue, but resembling liquid gold, flowing with vitality. My power has broken the seal, and my form has finally matured. Hestia raised her hands, feeling the surging power within her. That long-lost sense of control ignited her spirit. If it weren't for these beasts, I might continue to grow stronger, but for now, I must first deal with these keepers. Hestia glared at the beasts with frustration and discontent. Her fury ignited like a blazing fire, rendering the surrounding space searing. Aru. The beasts, undeterred, roared in unison towards the goddess. The hounds of Kronos dare to act insolently before my gaze. Hestia paused momentarily, raising her right hand, a flicker of darkness glimmering in her beautiful eyes. She gazed at her painted nails, a chilling smile curling her lips. I am no longer that weeping girl. Now, accept the judgment of the goddess. This proclamation seemed to awaken the hounds to the goddess's resolve, igniting their fury. In a cacophony of furious howls, they charged forward, the distorted space around them fracturing into lethal blades. Hestia inhaled deeply, her crimson and golden hair swirling without wind. She raised her hands, her long, jade-like fingers poised, the fiery hue of her nails becoming even more vibrant. In my name, hearth and space, coalesce here. As she uttered these words, two streams of crimson and golden flames shot forth from her fingertips, intertwining and coiling in the air, rapidly forming a massive barrier of fire. This barrier was not merely flames, but composed of innumerable microfolds of space, each fold ignited with sacred crimson and golden flames. However, the barrier's defenses were not infallible. The hounds' attacks emitted a piercing sizzle upon contact with the barrier, their collars of temporal chaos spinning violently, tearing minute fissures into the shield. Hestia frowned slightly, sensing that these temporal hounds were more formidable than she had anticipated. They possessed not only brute strength, but also the cunning to erode her defenses using the currents of temporal chaos. At that moment, spatial ripples suddenly appeared not far away. A cunning temporal hound leaped forth from the ripples, soaring high as it bared its teeth, dripping with rancid saliva, intent on tearing Hestia to shreds. Hestia snorted coldly, her left index finger flicking lightly. A stream of crimson flame shot forth like a serpent from her fingertip, tracing an arcane trajectory through the air, instantaneously cleaving the assailant in two. What a clever little dog. Too bad it's futile. I have seen through you. As the words fell, its head and body were completely severed, plummeting through the air, landing in disparate locations. The eerie blue, ghostly flames extinguished in an instant, the fierce gaze within those eyes freezing in place, and the colossal form collapsed helplessly, gradually dissipating into fine ash within the void. A mournful howl echoed in the distance, as the remaining 4 time-space hounds emitted an even more furious roar. In their ghostly blue eyes, murderous intent surged like a tangible force. They ceased their individual assaults, beginning to coordinate their attacks, each occupying one of the 4 cardinal directions, as the time-space turbulence collars around their necks began to spin violently. Visible rifts in the fabric of time and space were torn asunder, intertwining to form a vast net, attempting to ensnare Hestia within it. With a cold smirk, Hestia's fiery golden hair danced without wind, each strand infused with the vitality of flames. She did not evade. Instead, she raised her hands, her slender fingers resembling jade, the fiery crimson polish on her nails becoming even more vivid. Crossing her hands, she traced an ancient rune in front of her chest, softly murmuring a divine language that only she could hear. Weaving spindle, using space as the thread and fire as the needle, weaving all things. As her divine words fell, the golden spindles dangling from her ears suddenly radiated a brilliant light, countless crimson threads shooting forth from the spindles, merging with the flames. These fiery threads, like an array of sharp, blazing blades, darted through the void at a dazzling speed. Boom! The fiery threads collided with the net of time and space, producing a deafening roar. The net was shredded into fragments, the twisted remnants of space scattering like shards of glass. Yet, the fiery threads did not dissipate after tearing the net apart. Instead, they reversed direction, shooting towards the remaining 4 time-space hounds at an unimaginable speed. Thud, 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 thud. For dull thuds resonated almost simultaneously as the fiery threads accurately penetrated the hounds' skulls. They did not even have time to let out a wail before their ghostly blue flames extinguished, their massive bodies collapsing helplessly, slowly disintegrating into ash within the void. In the distance, more time-space hounds revealed expressions of sheer terror, some hesitating. Ultimately, their mission triumphed over their fear, resolutely maintaining their positions, continuing to encircle Hestia at the center. Chapter 4. Hestia finds Demeter. The howls echoed in a relentless, distorted time and space, sharp and piercing, akin to a horn from the abyss. Hestia's face finally betrayed a hint of impatience, her brow furrowed in irritation. Her golden eyes flickered with an anxious light, the safety of Demeter burning fiercely within her heart. I must swiftly conclude this senseless battle and locate Demeter before these bothersome hounds dare to pursue me again. Kronos devouring will strip away her divine power, although it cannot entirely obliterate her divine mark. The agonizing pain of being torn apart is enough to render her life a living hell. Hestia's heart raced with urgency, her figure instantly transforming into a swirling blaze, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, vanishing before the time-space hounds. This abrupt turn of events plunged the time-space hounds into temporary chaos. They anxiously paced in place, emitting rapid whimpers, their alert pupils scanning the surroundings. Just then, Hestia's figure reappeared, seemingly materializing out of thin air. Right at the heart of the pack, her sudden presence sending shivers down the spines of the hounds. Before they could react, torrents of fierce flames surged from beneath Hestia's delicate feet. This fire was no ordinary flame. It was the celestial fire imbued with divine power, sweeping outward with the force of a raging flood, devastating the surrounding time-space hounds. One hound closest to Hestia did not even have time to emit a complete wail before being instantly consumed by the flames. Its body twisted and shattered under the intense heat, ultimately reducing to a handful of black ash, leaving no bones behind. Like a domino effect, one hound after another followed suit, writhing in agony amidst the flames, howling, before fading into nothingness. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burning flesh, a testament to the divine essence being incinerated. Hestia did not pause. Her delicate fingertips coalesced into a sphere of crimson golden flames, its edges rippling with visible spatial distortions, as if devouring the surrounding light. With a sudden thrust forward, the flames transformed into a translucent blade of space. Cinder Void Blade. This blade, forged from divine fire and the principles of space, tore through the air, fragmenting it into delicate shards of space, drifting like snowflakes yet imbued with a deadly chill. Upon contact with the time-space hounds, the blade expanded instantly, scorching and compressing the surrounding space. The hounds seemed to be trapped within a burning urn, vanishing in silent distortions, unable to utter a single cry. At that moment, a cunning time-space hound emerged from behind Hestia, its canine pupils narrowing to pinpricks, emitting an excited, low growl. Its claws shimmered with a silver gleam, attempting to distort the space she occupied. However, its movement was abruptly frozen in the void, as if grasped by an invisible hand, unable to advance a single inch. Hestia conjured a swirling molten flame in her palm, which suddenly solidified into 12 translucent chains. These chains were not tangible, but rather manifestations of the laws of space, their surfaces adorned with ancient family totems, exuding a sacred and majestic aura. Molten void chains. The chains rapidly extended from around her in all directions, smoothing and distorting the space as if ironed flat. The hound behind her was firmly ensnared within a compressed spatial cocoon by one of the chains. The more it struggled, the hotter the temperature within the cocoon became, burning away its divine essence and stripping it of its power. The molten void chains are indeed effective. A satisfied smile graced Hestia's lips as her gaze swept across the battlefield. Centered around her, numerous chains surged forth from the void, ensnaring each time-space hound. Subsequently, searing flames erupted upon them, until they were reduced to ash amidst their agonized wails. This series of swift and decisive actions instilled deep fear in the remaining time-space hounds. They tucked their tails and whimpered, retreating step by step, losing their earlier ferocity and malice, leaving only dread in their eyes as they gazed at Hestia. It seems I have truly intimidated these beasts. Now, I must sense Demeter's location and depart swiftly. Hestia reigned in her divine power, closing her eyes to release her divine consciousness, penetrating the layers of distorted time and space, frantically searching for Demeter's presence. Not to the west, not to the east. Wait, how can there be an island there? Not to the north either. Ah, found it. At last, in a distant corner, she captured the faint life force of Demeter. Simultaneously, Demeter's current appearance vividly reflected in her mind. Demeter was now in tatters, her disheveled golden hair obscuring her distorted face, twisted in pain and fear. Her body was marred by the blades of the time-space storm, a copious amount of golden divine blood staining her gown, resembling blooming golden roses. A sight both heartbreaking and shocking. This scene struck Hestia with a wave of suffocating intensity, as if she were once again transported to her moment of helplessness. The piercing sensation of being crushed by time and space, the loss of divine blood, and the despair of having her flesh forcefully torn apart surged within her like a tidal wave. A fierce anger welled up within her. She would not allow Demeter to endure such suffering any longer. With this thought, Hestia's figure transformed into countless fluttering fire butterflies, soaring towards the corner where Demeter was located. Each butterfly carried her concern and protection for Demeter, tracing brilliant trails of light through the darkened time and space. As Hestia rushed towards her, Demeter clutched her ears tightly, shaking her head, weeping uncontrollably, emitting piercing screams. Ah, it's so dark. Why have I done something wrong? This isn't really me. Woo-woo. Mother, please save me. Demeter's gaze was vacant and lost, her murmurs barely audible. The once pure divine essence within her was now tainted with the color of ash due to her despair, and even more tiny cracks had formed within the existing fissures, resembling fragile glass on the verge of shattering. Gag. Due to the backlash of her divine essence, she painfully coughed up a mouthful of golden divine blood. The divine blood fell upon the void before her, reflecting the anguished visage of Demeter. In addition to this, she gazed in horror at her hands as they gradually turned transparent, shattering the last remnants of her reason. A desperate wail escaped her lips, a sound imbued with helplessness and madness. It is impossible. My father is attempting to devour me. Demeter's eyes, which once shimmered with vitality, now overflowed with crimson tears as she laughed maniacally, as if such mockery could shield her from the harshness of reality. Yet, it served only to deepen her torment. No, father. After a moment's pause, she placed her hands on the ground, lowering her head, her long hair concealing her eyes that burned with hatred. Then, with a voice that bore the weight of a curse, she uttered, "Kronos, I loathe you. I shall have my vengeance." No sooner had the words left her mouth than ripples traversed the surrounding time and space, akin to pebbles cast into a placid lake. Subsequently, a multitude of fiery butterflies emerged from the ripples, converging to reveal the graceful figure of Hestia. Like a phoenix reborn from flames, she descended before Demeter, radiant with light and warmth. "Who are you?" Demeter, mesmerized by this fantastical vision, opened her mouth to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. Only able to voice her confusion, Hestia seemed oblivious to Demeter's hesitation, gracefully approaching her. Then, disregarding decorum, she crouched down to meet Demeter's bewildered gaze. With a gentle smile, reminiscent of the sun's warmth on a winter's day, she dispelled the chill enveloping Demeter's heart. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am your sister, Hestia." "Sister?" "I am Demeter," she replied, her voice wavering as she regarded Hestia with uncertainty. Yet instinctively, she sensed the shared blood that bound them, a closeness that compelled her to utter her name. "I know you are filled with questions, but what you need most right now is rest." Hestia enveloped Demeter in her embrace, tenderly stroking her hair, as though soothing the helpless child she once was. The warmth and assurance emanating from Hestia gradually eased Demeter's taut nerves. "Do not deny your existence any longer, Demeter. Such denial only hastens the dissolution of your divinity. Remember, you exist, your essence is here, and it has never departed." As Hestia's comforting words and gentle caresses reached her, Demeter's shattered heart found an elusive tranquility. With unwavering determination, she extended her hands, gripping the fabric of Hestia's gown tightly, as if fearing this moment was but a fleeting dream, terrified that Hestia would vanish at any moment. Sensing Demeter's reliance and thoughts, Hestia softly reassured her, "I will not disappear. Take a good rest. When you are ready, we shall converse in earnest. Time and space shall no longer inflict harm upon you, for you are under the protection of family." Perhaps wearied to the bone, Demeter succumbed to an unprecedented sense of safety within Hestia's embrace. She closed her eyes, defenseless, and drifted into slumber. Hestia adjusted her posture gracefully, seated on the ground. Resting Demeter's head upon her lap, her gaze a blend of complexity and tenderness as she watched over her. With a flick of her right hand, she summoned a small, warm flame, not of the ordinary kind, but one infused with the laws of space, spatial healing light. The flame delicately touched Demeter's wounds, as if alive, penetrating her skin. The spatial essence within the flame stretched the edges of the wounds, hastening their healing, while the fiery part dissolved scar tissue, transforming it into fresh skin. Demeter's newly formed skin radiated a healthy pink hue. Even the deep scars were transformed into soft golden patterns by the flame. This marked the imprint of restoration by the hearth, a unique guardianship bestowed upon her by Hestia. Hestia's gaze lingered on the healed scars, her brow furrowed in concern. She realized that these scars were not merely physical. They represented a deprivation at the level of divine law. The essence of Demeter's divinity appeared to be compromised, as if a portion of her powers had been forcibly stripped away. Was this a targeted assault on her divinity? Did Kronos fear his own offspring? Or had he lost himself in the intoxication of divine authority? Perhaps there were secrets here, yet unknown to her. A flicker of confusion crossed Hestia's eyes. But she swiftly buried these thoughts deep within, understanding that now was not the time for inquiry. "Mother, have you come to save Demeter?" "So warm, mother." Listening to Demeter's innocent dreams, Hestia couldn't help but chuckle softly, followed by a bittersweet smile. "Mother? She used to comfort me in such ways, but alas, she has long forgotten my existence." Then, adjusting her mindset, she smiled brightly. "I have grown, and I no longer require my mother. Thus, dear Demeter, you too must learn to mature and become independent. Only then shall we avoid despair and suffering in the days to come." Unbeknownst to Hestia, a crystalline tear escaped her eye, silently falling to the ground. In an instant, it transformed into a blooming violet, gently swaying in the stillness of the void, exuding a subtle fragrance, as though it were conveying her love and hopes for Demeter. Chapter 5. Sisterly affection and rediscovery of self. The temporal prison remained perpetually silent, an expanse so vast that even time seemed to lose its significance. The cold void reflected faint light, echoing this deathly stillness, akin to an eternally frozen deep sea, devoid of an end and silent to all sounds. However, this oppressive silence did not endure for long, as a vibrant and spirited voice, like the dawn's first light, pierced through the darkness. "Hestia, sister, I thought it would take ages to awaken. Yet it seems I have returned to my former self in such a short span of time." Demeter exclaimed joyfully, dancing exuberantly before Hestia. Her brilliant golden hair flowed with her movements, tracing golden arcs through the air, reminiscent of flowing sunlight that warmed the frigid void. Her smile was radiant and pure, devoid of any shadow. Hestia gazed tenderly at Demeter, observing her face, free from sorrow and fear, her gilded eyes filled with relief. A sigh of relief escaped her lips, and she covered her mouth in laughter, her voice as soft as the breeze. All right. I see you are recovering splendidly." Upon hearing Hestia's words, Demeter abruptly halted her dance. She happened to be turned away from Hestia, and thus failed to reveal the instant her smile vanished, replaced by tears welling in her eyes and tightly pressed lips. She understood that she could no longer afford to be weak, desperately suppressing her emotions, continually encouraging herself. "Sister is so warm. I must recover quickly and not let her worry." When she turned to face Hestia once more, her face radiated a sunny smile once again. "Sister, allow me to formally reintroduce myself." Hestia intended to dismiss the need for such formality, but upon seeing the seriousness etched on Demeter's small face, she smiled and nodded in agreement. Demeter extended her delicate right hand, gently tucking her long hair behind her, striving to relax. Subsequently, she gracefully lifted the hem of her gown, slowly crouching down. At the same time, her hands moved elegantly by her sides, her head tilted slightly. a smile gracing her lips as she spoke in a clear and earnest voice. I am the personification of agriculture, harvest, and the earth, embodying the abundance of the universe, symbolizing grains, seasons, maternal love, nature, and the cycle of life and death. I am Demeter, the embodiment of agriculture. After her declaration, Demeter gazed at Hestia with eager anticipation, her verdant eyes silently pleading for praise, awaiting her reaction. Demeter, my sister, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Hestia, the goddess of the hearth. Hestia's golden eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief as she gracefully performed a solemn gesture of reverence, then beamed back with a radiant smile. Demeter had envisioned many scenarios, yet she never anticipated Hestia would defy convention. Momentarily, she stood frozen, her face a blend of confusion, her lips twitching as she struggled to respond. Observing Demeter rendered speechless by her playful jest, Hestia felt a twinge of mischief within her. Nonetheless, the scene was undeniably amusing, prompting her to burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Demeter. Your expression is simply adorable. Ha ha. You. How can you bully me like this? Humph. Demeter was incensed by Hestia's laughter, hands on her hips, glaring at her with cheeks puffed out like a little bun. Even the tips of her hair seemed to quiver slightly. All right. I was wrong. Is that enough? Don't be angry. It truly is wonderful to have you by my side. Hestia, suppressing her laughter, apologized to Demeter, extending her right hand to wipe away the tears that had streamed from her laughter. Subsequently, she took Demeter's soft hand in hers, shaking it playfully, her voice laced with a touch of sweetness. Dear sister, I acknowledge my mistake. I should not have teased you. I should have responded according to your thoughts. As a mature person, I forgive you, sister. But you mustn't tease me again. I take this seriously. Under Hestia's endearing antics and apologies, Demeter could not help but soften. She feigned indignation, yet the corners of her mouth betrayed her as they curled into a smile. Her earlier tears now vanished without a trace. Hestia, noticing this, then pulled Demeter down to sit on the ground, both trapped in this frigid temporal prison, yet feeling a flicker of warmth from each other's company. Hestia, with a composed expression, inquired, Demeter, how long has it been outside? 1,000 years. I happen to be the child born in that 1,000th year. Demeter replied nonchalantly, her vibrant green almond-shaped eyes then catching a glimpse of her disheveled hair, reminiscent of a bird's nest. Unable to restrain herself, she exclaimed, Oh, my hair is such a mess. Has it really been 1,000 years? I thought it had been much longer. Hestia's expression turned complex, her gaze becoming somewhat distant as she fell into contemplation. Yet, instinctively, her hands reached out, gently braiding Demeter's golden locks into a plait, her movements slow as if she were carefully recalling something. Demeter seemed oblivious to Hestia's unusual demeanor, casually remarking, Indeed. Mother mentioned that to ensure no being would suffer from hunger, to prevent the earth from becoming barren, she chose to give birth to agriculture. Thus, everything shall thrive, and the earth will flourish. I am the embodiment of my mother's beautiful vision. Noticing that Hestia had completed the braid on her left side, Demeter reached out to touch it joyfully. She pointedly suggested, Sister, please braid the other side for me as well. By the way, Hestia, you must also be born from mother's vision. Upon hearing this, Hestia paused momentarily in her braiding, then resumed. However, her mind was flooded with thoughts, and deep within, she continuously questioned herself, Am I also one of them? Hestia? Demeter perceptibly sensed Hestia's unusual behavior and gently called her name, tinged with concern. Do you think I count? When Cronus swallowed me, she merely shed silent tears, exhausted, never attempting to stop or save me. Is that truly so? Hestia's brilliant golden eyes were once again clouded with confusion, becoming hollow and vacant. She gazed at Demeter, questioning her, her voice filled with self-doubt, as if seeking validation from a distant memory. Hearing Hestia's inquiry, Demeter furrowed her brows, pretending not to understand why Hestia would ask such a question. She asserted confidently, Of course you count. Hestia, Mother certainly gave birth to you with beautiful aspirations. Your essence and divinity determine Mother's pure and unblemished intentions. With Demeter's forthright and resolute declarations, a faint light began to flicker in Hestia's once clouded eyes. The fog in her mind dissipated, and memories long buried were finally awakened. Vivid scenes from the past emerged before Hestia's eyes. It was Mother Rhea, her face adorned with a loving smile, caressing her pregnant belly. While gazing at the world, she smiled gently, whispering something to the baby within her. She tenderly stroked her abdomen, her voice brimming with affection. My child, you shall be the hope of all beings. The guardian of the family. You are to become a warm harbor. Upon recalling this, the haze in Hestia's eyes was temporarily lifted. Her golden peach blossom eyes radiated with dazzling brilliance, and her previous resentment towards Mother was momentarily alleviated. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a heartwarming smile. How could I forget? This is my most cherished memory. Thank you, Demeter, for helping me reclaim the beauty I lost. Hestia, you seem even more enlightened now. So radiant. Demeter feigned surprise at Hestia's gratitude, yet she keenly noticed the profound transformation within her sister. A smile of relief blossoming on her face as the weight in her heart finally lifted. Hestia chose not to respond, but gracefully stood up. She gazed into the distance, hands clasped before her chest, internally chastising herself for forgetting, while simultaneously feeling a thrill of joy. It turns out I am also the long-awaited child of Mother. I have always been cherished and embraced by her love. Demeter slowly rose, observing the seemingly rejuvenated Hestia, quietly sighing in relief. The burden she had long carried finally lifted. Yet a pang of sympathy surged within her. She understood that her sister's inner gloom could not be dispelled in a day. Today's clarity was merely a temporary reprieve from the shadows of divinity. Whether this beauty would endure remained uncertain. But for now, in this moment, her sister was joyful, enveloped in maternal warmth, and that was enough. Mother, in her efforts to prevent all beings from suffering as she once did, wandering without a home, chose to give birth to family. As she spoke, Hestia's spirit soared. She animatedly gestured, continuing, Thus, all beings may find peace and prosperity. The family is a gentle sanctuary, and the sacred flame illuminates the path ahead. I too am born from Mother's most sincere and pure vision. Would you not agree with me, Demeter? Yes, Hestia. You are absolutely right. Demeter chuckled, nodding in agreement, and continued, Is there anything else you need me to say? No, I've understood that you see my concerns. I must thank you once more, Demeter. Hestia turned back with a smile, her expression brightening the dim confines of their temporal prison. The cold, pale light in the void softened instantly, seemingly warmed by this radiant joy, dispersing even the endless silence that surrounded them. This smile was deeply etched in Demeter's memory, knowing it would become a beacon guiding her forward. Chapter 6. The sisters escaped. Demeter, you must have found me amusing. I assure you I am quite mature and composed. Hestia regained her composure, reflecting on her earlier animated behavior, a charming blush creeping onto her delicate cheeks. She could not resist covering her face with her hands, awkwardly explaining. Hestia, it's all right. After all, it's just the two of us sisters here. Demeter, unfazed, comforted her with a smile. However, her smile soon took on a tinge of bitterness. There is nothing here, no vibrancy or vitality. I cannot grow. After all, Cronus has sealed us. Her voice echoed in the empty cage, reverberating long after, as if responding to the eternal silence of this space. The air around them felt as dense as solid matter, each breath a laborious task. Suddenly, she realized something, her vibrant green eyes locking onto Hestia. She rushed to Hestia's side, comparing their heights as if trying to measure an unfathomable mystery. This is impossible. Is there something wrong? Or have I shrunk? She muttered, seemingly unable to fathom the reality before her. Hestia was bewildered by Demeter's strange behavior, frowning as she asked, Demeter, what's wrong? Are you unwell, or is there a problem? Ultimately, Demeter, unable to comprehend it all, dejectedly questioned Hestia, How did you grow up? How did your power increase to that of a lesser deity? We share the same parents. Upon hearing Demeter's inquiry, Hestia was momentarily at a loss for words. Should she reveal that it was Mr. 001 who compensated her for his oversight? It sounded utterly absurd, akin to a ridiculous joke. Demeter. I find myself equally perplexed by the situation. It has simply unfolded in this manner, almost organically. Hestia shrugged her shoulders in resignation, feigning innocence as she gazed at Demeter, her eyes brimming with remorse, as if to convey, I am as lost as you. Please refrain from inquiring further. Then, seamlessly, she shifted the topic. Demeter, what do you believe we ought to do to pass the time? Otherwise, we risk succumbing once more to the encroaching shadows of solitude and despair. Demeter, momentarily unable to accept the disparity between them, acquiesced to Hestia's suggestion. She extended her hands to caress the intricately woven braids, lost in contemplation as she endeavored to recall. In her mind echoed the tender words of her mother, Rhea, my little Demeter, the duty of the goddess of agriculture is to rejuvenate the earth. Even the most barren soil can blossom. This reminiscence lingered for an eternity, long enough for the temporal prison to fall into a profound silence once more. So long that Hestia found herself on the verge of speaking, yet hesitated, fearing to disrupt Demeter's thoughts. With a resigned shake of her head, she approached the edge of the barrier. Suddenly, the distant sound of a crack resonated in her ears, akin to some great beast gnawing at its cage, or glass being gradually shattered. Hestia felt a flicker of suspicion. She gazed towards the source of the noise and, as expected, there they were, the temporal hounds. They had realized her intent and pursued her. Upon sensing the gaze of the goddess they loathed, the hounds turned their heads, growling ferociously, "Awoo!" Moreover, a vague sense of unease crept into Hestia's heart, compelling her to close her eyes. She sought to perceive any abnormalities in her surroundings through the divine essence of space within her. Indeed, as anticipated, how could my father commit such a fundamental blunder? She murmured to herself, opening her eyes with a newfound determination. Lifting her gaze, she noticed silver chains writhing atop the prison, resembling serpents endowed with life. Oh, it seems my father's temporal prison is self-repairing, likely a response to the destruction wrought by my battle with the hounds. Given the circumstances, Hestia bore no regrets. Even if Kronos were to discover her actions, she would never rescind her choices. Hestia, I only know how to cultivate the land. Do you think this place can support the growth of flowers and plants? A voice filled with frustration and uncertainty broke through Hestia's musings. Turning to face Demeter, Hestia smiled brightly. Demeter, after such prolonged contemplation, have you only now grasped your true essence? I believe that the land I safeguard will inevitably transform based on my thoughts and desires. Upon hearing Hestia's response, Demeter's emerald-hued eyes sparkled brilliantly. Filled with a newfound hope, really? Then I shall see if I can grow flowers and plants so that we may cultivate them together. With that, Demeter joyfully bounded to a nearby spot, squatting down and placing her palm upon the earth, closing her eyes to sense the soil's condition. The moment her fingertips brushed the soil, she felt a profound stillness devoid of life, an absence of growth. She attempted to channel her divine power. Yet her energy vanished into the earth without a trace, producing no ripples. This is impossible. Hestia, my soil diagnosis, yielded no response. Demeter opened her eyes in dismay, gazing at Hestia with a drooping spirit. Hestia, you wouldn't mislead me, would you? I take this matter quite seriously. Hestia felt an unjust accusation wash over her, compelling her to release her divine power to sense her surroundings, and she indeed uncovered the root of the issue. It seemed that after consuming you, my father had mended some of the flaws. This oversight was mine. I failed to notice it sooner. Her tone bore a hint of regret, and her expression turned grave. What shall we do now? Without farming, I truly do not know what else I can accomplish. Demeter exclaimed, rushing to Hestia's side, tugging at her gown with both hands, lamenting pitifully. Stop it, Demeter. Such behavior is far from graceful. Release me and let me think. Hestia fervently racked her brain for a solution, all the while attempting to extricate her gown from Demeter's grasp. I've got it. While searching for you, I once spotted an island to the east. Perhaps we can venture there. An island? But we are within Kronos' belly. How could there be an island? Demeter questioned, skepticism evident in her voice. Hestia anticipated this inquiry and calmly explained. He is the embodiment of time and space. Anything is possible. Those bizarre hounds, after all, were procured from who knows where. She gestured towards the temporal hounds outside the barrier. Demeter's face lit up with understanding, and she found herself in complete agreement with Hestia, her features brightening with joy, only to be clouded again by another thought. Very well, but how shall we get there? Simple. We shall fight our way out. Wait for me here. Upon hearing Hestia's intent to engage in battle, Demeter's eyes widened, astonished by Hestia's words. In her view, they were both delicate goddesses, and such actions seemed wholly unbecoming. Just as she reached out to grasp Hestia's arm in an attempt to dissuade her from this absurdity, Hestia had already vanished beyond the barrier. Demeter clasped her hands together at her chest, silently praying that Hestia would remain unharmed. Awoo! Awoo! The moment Hestia appeared, the temporal hounds unleashed a cacophonous roar, charging towards her in an attempt to rend her apart before she could notice them. Yet unbeknownst to them, Hestia was already prepared. In a soft voice, she uttered, "Star Kitchen Falling Star." She raised her gaze to the heavens, her fiery sigil resonating with the void. 12 flame-falling stars, compressed by the very fabric of space, plummeted from the ether, each containing a miniature universe of flame, imbued with the power to incinerate all. The meteors struck the temporal hounds with precision, erupting into a cataclysmic golden inferno upon contact. Within the sea of flames, the silhouettes of the hounds were consumed and melted, akin to a hearth devouring stars and birthing new radiance, a scene both brutal and beautiful. Oh whoa. The temporal hounds, momentarily incredulous, were taken aback by Hestia's myriad of strange capabilities. They recoiled in terror, their tails between their legs, retreating step by step, their eyes filled with fear and unease. Such a widespread assault, given my current strength, cannot be maintained indefinitely. However, it suffices for now. I only hope they are genuinely intimidated. Hestia felt her divine power waning, her body growing weary, yet to avoid detection by these hounds emboldened by their numbers, she feigned the continuation of her divine arts, testing the hounds' reactions. Oh, let me release another one. Alas, I am out of strength, she pretended to lament, her voice laced with fatigue. Oh whoa. The hounds, witnessing her apparent weakness, hastily dove into the temporal rift, seeking refuge, their fear prompting them to disregard Hestia's words, fearing further deception. Now is the moment. Observing their actions, Hestia recognized this as her singular opportunity. Without hesitation, she returned to the astonished Demeter, grasped her hand, and swiftly carved a temporal rift before them. She endeavored to maintain her elegant demeanor as they stepped through. On the eastern side of the temporal prison, a mysterious island floated, its origins unknown, appearing as it always had. Just then, a temporal rift opened above the island, and two figures tumbled out. Sister Hestia, how could you suddenly lose consciousness? Wake up. We are going to fall. Can you bear to see your young sister's lovely face collide with the ground? Demeter cried as she watched them plummet closer to the island, her face paling in apprehension. A sense of dread washed over her, driving her to rouse Hestia. Yet Hestia remained unresponsive, her eyes firmly shut. However, a thought struck Demeter. Her concerns may have been excessive. Hestia was a formidable goddess capable of repelling temporal hounds with a single strike. What could a mere fall amount to? With this realization, a glint of mischief flickered in her eyes. She blinked and promptly nestled herself within Hestia's embrace, hoping to use her sister as a cushion for protection. Hestia, as an elder sister, you surely cannot bear to see your frail sister harmed, can you? Since you remain silent, I shall take it as your acquiescence. Demeter continued to chatter. Sister Hestia, if you fall and become foolish, I shan't concern myself. From then on, I shall plant flowers on my own and leave you out of the fun. Overcome by an uncontrollable curiosity, she could not resist peering down at the island below. Its silhouette reflected in her eyes. The island lay in ruins, as if it had endured an unimaginable catastrophe. The air was thick with the scent of decaying metal and dust. A multitude of withered plants, fallen trees, concrete skyscrapers entwined with purple vines, and shattered glass facades revealed rusted steel skeletons, countless overturned metal scraps, glass shards scattered amidst splotches of blood, a distant bridge severed in two, spanning a parched riverbed riddled with cracks, where a few desiccated weeds grew from the crevices. Such a peculiar sight. Demeter had barely begun to voice her astonishment when she and Hestia collided heavily with the island's surface. Thud! A deafening sound of their fall echoed across the island. Subsequently, a cloud of dust and debris surged forth, instantly engulfing their figures. Chapter 7. The Awakening of Hestia's Dark Divinity in the Tranquil Silence of the Darkness. The relentless sound of raindrops striking the sea became the sole melody in this void. Each drop landed precisely on Hestia's tightly shut eyes, the icy sensation rousing her from slumber. A single cold raindrop trickled down the slight curve of her eye, splashing onto the sea and sending ripples across its surface. Hestia slowly opened her golden-hued, almond-shaped eyes, gazing around in a daze. She turned to sit up, the crimson fabric of her dress instantly staining the dim sea with a radiant hue. Where am I? Where is Demeter? I distinctly remember. She furrowed her brows, her fair right hand brushing against her forehead, attempting to untangle her chaotic memories. She recalled that an icy gaze had suddenly pierced her as she was about to step out of her temporal prison, after which she lost consciousness. That gaze must have belonged to Kronos. Has he sensed my transformation? Or has something gone awry? Her thoughts spiraled into a dead end, with centuries of solitude and despair surging within her like a tide, leaving her breathless. At that moment, a familiar yet strange voice, akin to an ethereal orchid, echoed from behind her, causing Hestia's delicate form to freeze in place. "Are you my little Hestia?" She tightly shut her eyes, desperately suppressing the tumult of emotions within. Her right hand involuntarily gripped the fabric of her dress, her knuckles whitening from the strain. A familiar floral scent invaded her senses, reminiscent of her mother Rhea. The sweet fragrance of pomegranate blossoms mingling with the earthiness of soil. This aroma shattered the defenses she had erected around her heart. Tears flowed like pearls on a broken string, each drop splashing onto the sea and creating ripples that mirrored her tumultuous inner state. "Hestia, why are you silent? What's wrong? Turn around and look at me. Do you know how much I've missed you? How much I long to embrace you?" The words from behind her pierced through the depths of her buried emotions like a dagger. As footsteps drew closer, she abruptly lowered her head, her crimson locks concealing the anguish etched on her face. Unable to contain herself any longer, she screamed in hysteria, "Do not come any closer. Just stand there and do not move. Do you have any idea how long I have struggled to forget and cast aside these emotions? But why? How can you so recklessly reappear when I no longer need you, effortlessly dismantling the walls I have built around my heart?" Hestia felt as though she had expended all her strength. The loneliness, fear, despair, and sorrow of the past surfaced vividly before her. She wept once more, her tears falling onto the sea, transforming into blooming perennials or violets, miraculously blossoming without the caress of the wind. Rhea stood frozen, her voice trembling and hoarse like an ethereal orchid. "Hestia, what did you say?" "I too am powerless. Ever since Kronos devoured you, I have lived in torment. Consumed by guilt, my heart aches as well. You are the child I have yearned for, my firstborn, my redemption, the child I failed to protect." Watching her daughter's pained silhouette, Rhea's heart twisted as buried guilt and remorse erupted within her. She yearned to rush forward and embrace her, but hesitated, fearing to reopen her wounds. Clenching her fists, her nails dug into her palms, her body trembling from overwhelming anguish. She had never envisioned that the long-awaited reunion would manifest in such a heart-wrenching manner. Upon hearing the final words, Hestia abruptly opened her eyes, a bitter self-mockery curling her lips. Redemption? Hadn't she already found peace? Yet why did these accumulated negative emotions from her temporal prison persist, forever lingering deep within her soul? She had believed they had vanished, only to discover that these dark divinities were concealed far deeper than she had anticipated, deceiving even herself. She should have realized that from the moment she was devoured by her father, she had been shattered, perhaps even driven to madness. As Hestia murmured to herself, gradually being consumed by darkness, a flicker of terror flashed in Rhea's eyes. Instinctively, she wished to move forward, but Hestia's words, "Do not come any closer," held her back. Helpless, she remained rooted in place, watching as her daughter's gown slowly absorbed dark hues, despair flooding her heart. Just as Hestia's dress darkened, a voice resonated in her mind, echoing System 001's parting words, "You are my only friend. As long as you hold on to this wish, we shall inevitably reunite. Do not fear, Hestia. I will find my way back." So, Mr. 001, you have always been the sacred flame illuminating my heart, the hope within my despair, the inspiration that propels me forward. As Hestia's memories resurfaced, her eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. The darkness of her dark divinity was illuminated by the sacred flame ignited within her. Yet the shadows did not dissipate entirely. They churned within her, attempting to engulf that light once more. Hestia felt a violent tug within her, pain coursing through her, causing her to tremble, yet she did not retreat. She clung tightly to her belief, forcing herself to recall every word and warmth from 001. Ultimately, that dark power, as if seared by intense heat, emitted a reluctant growl, surrendering and being expelled from her body by the sacred flame, taking shape before Hestia, its vengeful voice echoing. "Bright Hestia, do you truly no longer need me? No longer desire me to bear your hatred, loneliness, and despair?" Before Hestia stood another version of herself, embodying her millennia of distortion, self-denial, and the root of all her negative emotions, the shadowed Hestia. Her azure hair lay in disarray, and her lifeless black eyes glimmered through the gaps. The golden embroidery on her attire had fallen away, revealing dark purple fissures, like memories torn asunder. If saying she did not need it was a lie, what she truly desired was. Hestia was no longer afraid. She gradually stood tall, facing this other self. Their gazes locking. She gracefully approached, yet the dark divinity continually retreated until it stumbled over its own shadow, falling clumsily, fingers digging into its palms, oozing black blood. It raised its scarred hands to shield its face, uncertainly shrieking, "Do not come any closer. You should not possess darkness, nor need it. You have finally escaped me. If so, what do you fear? Shouldn't I be the one afraid of you?" At this moment, before her, Hestia perceived the shadow weeping, heard the obsessions and desires of its heart, the longing for warmth, for hope, for an end to loneliness. Hestia continued to approach with calm assurance. With each step, she felt an internal tug-of-war against the long-standing fear of pain and self-denial. Yet her gaze remained resolute, as if guided by 001's sacred flame. Unfazed by the dark divinity's words, she smiled gently and extended her hand, saying warmly, "As long as you harbor hope within, grasp my hand, and all that you desire shall come to fruition. I do not weep." The dark divinity attempted to shake its head in denial, but found itself unable to refute. It trembled, instinctively touching its own face, only to realize it was already streaming with tears, unbeknownst to itself. I even detest myself. Why would you wish to approach me? Can I truly be with you? Do you not despise me?" The words spilled forth uncontrollably, and as soon as they were spoken, anxiety clouded its expression, hands wrinkling the fabric of its gown. "Anything is possible. Just take that small step, and everything will be yours." Hestia understood the importance of moderation and came to a halt, gazing at her with anticipation and tenderness. Upon hearing Hestia's words, the frozen heart of the dark divinity began to crack, revealing a glimmer of courage through the fissures. She bit her lower lip tightly and rose to her feet, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. The conflict and hesitation intertwined upon her face, but ultimately, she resolved to no longer retreat. Mustering her courage to take a step forward and grasp Hestia's hand with her right. Observing this, Hestia immediately drew her into an embrace, gently stroking her head with her right hand. "What I truly desire is you. I cannot deny your existence, for you are me, and I am you. We are one. Without you, I am incomplete. Who can dictate that deities must be flawless? Your existence serves as a testament to the tribulations endured, and it is a truth I must acknowledge and accept. This is the one thing I will neither change nor forget, nor will I retreat from it." After a brief pause, Hestia noted the dark divinity weeping uncontrollably in her arms. "Such words make it exceedingly difficult for you to find happiness." Hestia's beautiful eyes brimmed with compassion and love, and then she smiled slowly, saying, "If I had to choose between happiness and you, the answer is simple. You are the most painful wound in my life, yet also my most cherished metal. Without you, how could I ever learn to love? My very existence is to bring happiness to all, guiding them toward a luminous future. You are one of them. You are one whom I need to guide. So do not resist me, do not reject me. In my embrace, do you feel happiness? Do you feel warmth? Oh, how warm your embrace is, just as you said." The dark divinity was completely illuminated by Hestia, sobbing heartily in her arms. As she released her pent-up emotions, her body gradually shrank, ultimately taking on the form of Hestia at the age of 5 or 6. "You are my younger self. How could I ever abandon you? Now you can finally sleep without a care. Good night, little Hestia." Tears streamed down Hestia's face, yet she spoke with a smile. She held the girl tightly who, with eyes closed and tear-streaked cheeks, wore a blissful smile. How wonderful it is to have finally found the end of happiness. Listening to the girl's murmurs in her dreams, Hestia smiled knowingly and whispered softly, "Indeed, happiness may seem distant, yet it is right beside us, unwavering. With a bit of courage, it can be attained." In the blink of an eye, the girl gradually became translucent in Hestia's embrace, transforming into specks of glowing light that surged into Hestia's being. With tears in her eyes and a smile on her face, Hestia lowered her head and kissed the girl's forehead, beaming, "May you no longer be disturbed, little Hestia." As her words faded, the girl completely vanished. At that moment, Hestia truly completed herself and refined her divine essence. If she were to open her panel, she would discover that her prowess had ascended to intermediate divine power. Wiping away her tears, Hestia adjusted her mindset and slowly turned to gaze at the familiar, yet unfamiliar figure not far away. Her expression was tranquil, and her heart remained undisturbed. Then, Hestia gently lifted one end of her skirt, slowly bending her body to perform an elegant courtly curtsy. Simultaneously, she gracefully moved her hands at her sides, tilting her head slightly with a serene smile. "Mother Rhea, it brings me great joy to see you again." Rising slowly, tears and smiles intertwined in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she spoke with a new, powerful tone. "Mother, please do not grieve for me. I once believed the sacred fire was meant to illuminate others. It is only today that I understand it must first illuminate myself. You are the most precious light in my heart, and to rely on you once more is my greatest luxury." Chapter 8. The reunion of the goddess of time and Hestia. The sky was no longer shrouded in dark clouds. Instead, it transformed into a vast expanse of clear blue. Light cascaded from the heavens, transforming into sacred beams, akin to a golden waterfall, dispelling the heavy darkness engulfing the sea and illuminating the entire spiritual ocean. The beams softly enveloped Hestia and Rhea, warm and pure. This sudden change left Hestia feeling perplexed. Unable to resist, she raised her head, seeking the source of this transformation. "Hestia, your spiritual ocean has brightened. You have finally dispelled the surrounding darkness, and I am truly happy for you." Rhea's voice resonated with a hint of relief and joy. Gentle as the wind, Hestia's eyes reflected an epiphany, the fog within her heart dissipating instantly. "So that is it. Everything makes sense now." However, the joy in her eyes was swiftly replaced by new questions. Hestia gazed at her mother, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Mother, I am within my spiritual ocean. So how did you traverse the endless void to come to my side?" Rhea's silver eyes twinkled with starlight, as if concealing the secrets of the entire universe. She replied softly, her voice flowing like ancient whispers. "Your father, the all-consuming Kronos, is presently bound by the agony of severe wounds, his consciousness trapped in eternal slumber." In that moment, a barely perceptible fissure was torn in the temporal prison. I took the opportunity to manifest my time divinity, not merely to traverse, but to pry open that fissure like a door. I sent forth a thread of my time, a fragment of myself, akin to a stone cast upon the lake's surface, creating ripples in the currents of time, eventually reaching here, guided by the vibrations of your spiritual ocean. Hestia listened intently as questions surged within her like a tide. Yet she was uncertain of where to grasp the first droplet of this wave. Rhea seemed to sense Hestia's myriad confusions and could not help but chuckle softly. She raised her hand, delicately placing her slender finger against her lips, signaling Hestia to remain patient. "Do not rush, my child. Mother will slowly unravel all the mysteries for you." Her words were imbued with a soothing power. Then, with grace, she approached Hestia, each step gliding over the surface of the sea without stirring a single ripple. As Rhea drew closer, her appearance became ever clearer to Hestia, merging with the memory of her mother. Her silver hair flowed like liquid moonlight, each strand enveloped in a misty radiance, the tips weaving delicate star trails upon the sea's surface, as if time itself was in turmoil. She lifted her hand to gather her hair, revealing wrist bones nearly translucent, with pale blue veins coursing with a galactic glow. Her silver eyes held no pupils, only a swirling abyss of flowing stars, faint purples and silvery grays swirling within, as if gazing upon all the tenderly preserved memories of time. As her gaze swept across the sea's surface, the foam atop the waves suddenly crystallized. Each crystal mirrored different scenes: the joy of her first pregnancy with Hestia, the happiness of giving birth to Hestia, the sorrow after being consumed by Kronos. Memories once swept away by the tide re-emerged under her gaze. She walked barefoot upon the sea, where the formless water lapped at her ankles, forming a translucent glass-like surface, creating delicate ripples with each step. Each circle of waves glowed faintly blue, reminiscent of fireflies sealed by time. Her skirt flowed like mist, silver threads embroidered with patterns of vines and hourglasses. As she moved, lifting a corner of her skirt revealed that beneath it lay not flesh and blood, but a shadow woven from light and shadow, occasionally letting starlight seep from the hem, plunging into the sea and transforming into brighter glimmers. She walked slowly, each step seemingly measuring the length of time. When she finally stood before Hestia, tears shimmered in her silver eyes, her voice trembling slightly. "My little Hestia, you have finally grown up. I am sorry for subjecting you to the same tribulations and pains I once endured. This was never my wish or hope." Rhea could not help but extend her hands, caressing Hestia's face, the the warmth both familiar and foreign evoking a pang in her heart. Hestia gently grasped Rhea's hands, feeling the warmth emanating from her palms, suppressing her tears as she silently urged herself not to cry, to spare her mother further sorrow. "Mother, please do not grieve for me." Hestia's voice was slightly hoarse, yet she spoke with unwavering determination. "These are facts we cannot change. Look at me now. I can protect myself and others. Is this not what you taught me?" Hestia extended her delicate hand, personally wiping away the tears from the corners of Rhea's eyes, her movements imbued with a subtle tenderness and empathy. "Mother, I still need your guidance. I need to learn more from you. So, please, do not cry." Rhea, comforted by Hestia, wiped her tears and smiled, yet she couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration, as if she were once again rendered incapable of anything but weeping. "I understand now, Hestia," she said, taking a deep breath to steady her emotions. Grasping Hestia's hand firmly, her gaze filled with determination, she continued, "I once believed I could remain steadfast forever, but now I realize that my purpose lies in shielding you children from life's storms." Once her heart regained its calm, Rhea began to address all of Hestia's inquiries. "The gaze you sensed was indeed Kronos's. Your commotion was rather conspicuous." A sly smile crept across Rhea's face as she added, "The moment I perceived his body stiffen, I knew your actions had borne fruit. I borrowed the Night Mother's essence of night, not to shroud in darkness, but to splatter ink upon the canvas Kronos perceived. That ink silently spread, blurring the thoughts and images he sought to grasp, rendering him unfocused. He was engulfed by a sudden confusion, mistaking it for mere exhaustion." At this juncture, Hestia opened her mouth to speak, but Rhea gently pressed her finger to Hestia's lips. With a composed smile, she said, "Hold your words for now. Allow me to finish." Hestia nodded in silence, encouraging Rhea to continue with her eyes. Rhea chuckled softly, shaking her head, and proceeded, "I have made a pact with the Night Mother. The details must remain a secret from you. Just understand that she will assist us when needed." Upon hearing this, a flicker of unease crossed Hestia's heart, for she knew that divine transactions were never without great cost, and her mother must have paid a hefty price. Regardless of Hestia's thoughts, Rhea continued, "Kronos' unconsciousness was triggered by Demeter's artifact, the Golden Scepter." At this point, a grimace of fury etched itself upon Rhea's elegant features as she coldly remarked, "Clithios is my brother, the embodiment of all growth. His divinity is intricately linked to the Earth's vitality. The essence of Demeter's artifact is not merely to transmute stone into gold, but to manifest all that flourishes and thrives on Earth." When Clithios sensed it, it was a call from his very essence, akin to a vine yearning for sunlight. He craved it, driven by the instinct of his divinity, drawing him irresistibly towards Demeter's essence. No wonder Demeter grew weak. Was it due to her forced separation from her artifact? Hestia suddenly comprehended, recalling the peculiar fluctuations within Demeter's divinity that had once puzzled her. Now she had the answer. Indeed, Kronos sought the Golden Scepter to augment his power, leading to an inevitable divine conflict. Alas, he overestimated himself. Clithios' wife, Eurybia, the embodiment of ocean's might, is no weakling. Rhea continued, "He was ultimately defeated, grievously wounded, and, in his rage and humiliation, exacerbated his injuries. This accounts for Kronos' prolonged unconsciousness." As the words settled, Hestia's confusion unraveled. She remembered the powerful, oppressive gaze of Kronos she had sensed, now realizing it was influenced by the Night Mother's essence at work. Each detail filled the voids in her memory. Each name stirred ripples in her heart. Clithios, this uncle she had never met, was indeed the embodiment of all growth, intrinsically attracted to Demeter. This deepened Hestia's understanding of the relationships among the deities, revealing that the connections between divine power and laws were far more intricate and profound than she had ever imagined. However, she soon noticed Rhea's form becoming increasingly translucent, akin to a dissipating morning mist. Suspicion arose in her heart, prompting her to speak candidly. "Mother, your manifestation is soon to fade, is it not? You must have something important to convey to me, correct?" Rhea hesitated before responding, her gaze fixed intently on Hestia, as if trying to merge the present image of her daughter with the memories of the past, imprinting it deeply in her mind. She questioned herself, wondering if she was a worthy mother. "Is there something on my face, mother? Why do you look at me so?" Hestia, feeling uncomfortable under Rhea's gaze, instinctively touched her face and inquired with curiosity. Rhea, suppressing her bitterness, replied lightly, Your assumptions are correct. My connection to my true self is as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind, compounded by the oppressive laws of Kronos, rendering my manifestation unsustainable. You differ from me. I sense that your achievements will surpass mine, and I take pride in your transformation. As she spoke, Rhea retrieved several items from the shimmering folds of her gown, explaining their significance to Hestia. Hestia, this will aid Demeter's cultivation. It is yours, and these as well. Hestia listened attentively, committing every detail to memory, casually picking up a vial. This contains the essence of aging, so the other must be the essence of death, correct? She asked. Rhea smiled, affirming her insight. Indeed, Demeter requires these to refine her essence, which will also enhance her cultivation. Rhea pointed out various vials, her smile radiant. Some contain the essences of natural law, time, and sun. In short, take what you need to bolster your power. It will ease my heart. Hestia pondered in disbelief and sorrow, considering the price her mother must have paid to engage with so many deities. Sensing Hestia's unease, Rhea's silver eyes welled with tears, and she embraced her daughter tightly. Unable to contain her sobs, a profound sense of comfort mingled with guilt enveloped her. Her daughter was so understanding, yet she could only offer this meager support. You need not be courteous with me, nor should you gaze upon me with such concern. I am powerless to aid you or prevent your fates at Kronos' hands. Thus, I can only assist you through these modest means to alleviate my own guilt and sorrow. After a brief pause, once her emotions settled, Rhea reluctantly added, I must depart. And you too must awaken, Hestia. Do you hear? Demeter has been calling for you. Listening to Rhea's words, Hestia began to focus intently, and indeed, faintly. The sound of Demeter's weeping call resonated around her. Hestia, Sister Hestia, please wake up. Don't sleep for too long. I'm so scared. At this moment, Hestia intended to raise her head to bid Rhea farewell, only to be unexpectedly pushed gently by Rhea, plunging into the sea. Rhea waved her hand in farewell before dispersing her manifestation, leaving behind her final echoes. I have said goodbye to you countless times. May this be the last farewell. Take care of yourselves. That is the greatest comfort you can offer me. Submerged in the sea, Hestia gazed at Rhea's retreating figure, a wave of melancholy washing over her. Yet, she recognized that Demeter awaited her care. Resolving this, Hestia relinquished her reluctance and gradually transformed into bubbles, dispersing in the water. In a time-space prison on the eastern island, Hestia's fingers twitched before she eagerly opened her eyes, only to be enveloped in an ecstatic embrace by Demeter. Hestia, you finally awakened. You scared me. Dazed, Hestia extended her arms, tightly embracing Demeter, silently looking upwards and offering a heartfelt blessing. Mother, may you be well. And I look forward to our future reunion. Suddenly, a thought struck her, prompting her to ponder. But what did you mean by countless farewells? There has only been one. Put in this context, Hestia chose to conceal this thought for now, intending to inquire later. Subsequently, as Demeter's attention waned, she instinctively touched her cheek. Feeling the lingering warmth of Rhea's hand, a tender gift of maternal love and strength that brought her immense comfort. Chapter 9. The Redemption of Souls and the Ascension of Divinity. The silence of the ruins was irrevocably shattered by the arrival of the two goddesses. Their arrival pierced the night like a ray of morning light, infusing this desolate wasteland with newfound hope. Hestia, this must be the final destination. Demeter, flitting about like a sprite amidst blooming flowers, called out to the steadily advancing Hestia, her vibrant figure the only splash of color in this barren expanse. Indeed, the last stop, Hestia mused, elegantly surveying her surroundings with her golden-hued eyes. Once we ascertain that danger is absent, we shall commence our training, Demeter, especially you. The initial shock had long faded, replaced by a deeper comprehension of the apocalyptic knowledge imparted by System 001. The island's landscape appeared vividly before her. Yellow sands engulfed half of a commercial edifice, its once proud silhouette now reduced to indistinct mounds. Fragments of advertisements fluttered on the fractured walls, the words "help" ravaged by grains of sand, leaving only a fragmented golden character, resembling a coagulated scab, exuding an ominous glow. Below, blurred inscriptions silently recounted past despair. The winds of time swept through the ruins, producing a cacophony of delicate sounds, unearthing shards of broken porcelain. Once part of a tea house, the Celadon bowl lay weathered, its glaze dulled to a grayish hue, a remnant of dried tea clinging to its chipped edge. curled like a baby's clenched fist. In the distance, a half-spiraled staircase jutted into a dune, its wrought iron railing bespeckled with honeycomb rust. Each step bore imprints of shoes, varying in depth as if someone had once scrambled up in haste one morning, only to have their presence erased by the merciless sands. Is this what the end of the world looks like? Or perhaps this island is merely a fragment of a greater desolation, one where morality crumbles and madness distorts reality. Hestia extended her slender, pale hand, gently touching her chin as she pondered. A wave of concern washed over her for the silent struggle of System 001. Hestia, Demeter's call, like a soothing spring, interrupted her reverie. Turning, Hestia saw Demeter crouched nearby, beside a contraption referred to as a car by 001. Hestia, as I touched these withered plants, I glimpsed their lingering memories, terrifying memories. Demeter's emerald eyes shimmered with tears, her voice tinged with sorrow. No longer leisurely, Hestia swiftly approached Demeter, kneeling beside her. She gazed tenderly and inquired, "What troubles you, Demeter? Have you discovered something?" Demeter shook her head, sobbing, "Hestia, the fear of these plants has infected me. From their fragmented memories, I felt a resonance of empathy." Upon hearing this, Hestia's previously taut heart relaxed. She gracefully crouched to meet Demeter's gaze, solemnly stating, "Demeter, remember, do not lose yourself, maintain your rationality. Only then can we wield our authority flawlessly, rather than be consumed by it." "I understand," Demeter replied softly, though a hint of confusion lingered in her eyes. "However, everything we've witnessed, especially the corpses of those you call humans, has awakened a sense of compassion within me, even a maternal instinct. From their actions, I discerned the preciousness and beauty of life." She recounted her observations, her verdant eyes reflecting rare uncertainty and bewilderment. "Sister, I cherish life, feel its essence, but it can be so ruthlessly stripped away. This has sparked a thought within me. Can life not escape death? Can it not attain immortality?" "Ah, foolish child, immortality is neither a gift nor a blessing," Hestia interjected, her heart racing with alarm. She sensed that if Demeter continued, it might lead to an unpredictable terror, perhaps even draw the attention of Kronos, triggering a series of catastrophic reactions. With this notion, Hestia felt as though an invisible hand had tightened around her heart. Her voice trembled slightly, yet she strove to remain composed. "The birth of life has already sealed their fate. We cannot alter it, nor should we. Otherwise, we would disrupt the balance of life and death, shattering the world's order." Demeter, undeterred, countered, "Yet life endures suffering and pain. Why then can we not grant it eternity? Perhaps immortality could be a gift. Sister, look at that withered rose. It bloomed so beautifully in life, yet now it is left with only thorns. Would it not be wonderful if it could bloom once more, even eternally?" Listening to Demeter's inquiries, Hestia could not help but press her alabaster hand to her forehead. She rapidly sought knowledge to provide an explanation. "My dear sister, do you recall the agony we endured when Kronos devoured us? Immortality implies being eternally ensnared in suffering, with no end and no rebirth. This is true cruelty. Unless under exceptional circumstances or granted by a deity, or due to a genetic mutation." "Sister, what is a genetic mutation? What exceptional circumstances? Who determines the birth of life?" As Hestia elaborated, Demeter's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance, the fissures in her divine essence gradually mending. Yet, her heart brimmed with more questions, her fervor for exploring the philosophy and essence of life intensifying. She revered Hestia immensely, eagerly pressing for answers. "Ah, Demeter, cease. Spare me." Hestia felt despair and confusion wash over her. In essence, her response was a firm refusal. "Forget your current thoughts. If an opportunity arises to leave this place, you may engage with other deities of life to discuss such matters. As for me, I am a goddess of domesticity, with authority over warmth and order, not the genesis or conclusion of life. That is the realm of the goddess of life." Hestia was reluctant to delve further into her mental library. It was too cumbersome, and she feared Demeter might sense her hesitation, making explanations all the more challenging. "Very well," Demeter huffed, pouting but ultimately relenting, mercifully sparing Hestia. In a blink, she signaled with her eyes, inquiring if the island was now safe. Hestia understood her cue, a smile gracing her lips as she nodded. Subsequently, she produced various vials, each containing different divine essences bestowed by Rhea, and offered them to Demeter. "Demeter, once you absorb these divine essences, they will begin to merge with your essence, and you will be able to grow. Is this moment suitable? Feeling the greedy desire emanating from her divine core, Demeter eagerly inquired, her hands tightly grasping the vials. Yes. With Hestia's affirmation, Demeter shattered the vials one by one. The divine essences, unresponsive to the outside world, were drawn into her being by an insatiable force. Soon, a vibrant green radiance enveloped Demeter, transforming her into a luminous cocoon of life. The withered plants around her, bathed in the essence emanating from the cocoon, began to flourish anew, bursting forth with verdant vitality. Indeed, there is no time to waste, Hestia chuckled softly, shaking her head in amusement. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a battered advertisement board, whereupon noticing small text, her eyes gleamed with excitement, and she swiftly departed from her spot. She reached out with her right hand, disregarding the splotches of blood and grime on the board. In a joyful mood, she caressed the minuscule inscription, reading aloud, "My friend Hestia, upon finding this message, you confirm my suspicions were correct. You have certainly grown stronger since our last encounter, which brings me relief. This is a message from Mr. 001. A smile blossomed in Hestia's golden eyes as she gazed intently. Her long-held worry for Mr. 001 dissipated. For the apocalyptic world he inhabited bore some connection to the realm of chaos. Otherwise, he would not have penned such words. With a gentle smile, she mused, "How wonderful, Mr. 001. You have found your true host. Congratulations. Hoping to discover a pathway into your realm upon reaching the state of the original divine, so that I may meet you once more and express my gratitude." As soon as the words left her lips, Hestia momentarily lost her composure, feeling a flicker of indecision within her heart. Ultimately, she resolutely traced her fingertip over the message, erasing each word to prevent Kronos from discovering it. After calming her emotions, Hestia took a few steps toward Demeter, yet for some inexplicable reason, she suddenly halted. "Alas, I understand your yearning to return home, but I am powerless to assist you." Hestia surveyed her surroundings. There was no one in sight. However, within her golden eyes, numerous ethereal figures of souls and beasts began to materialize, encircling her closely. Their faces bore expressions of desperate hope, for these souls were ensnared by Kronos' temporal laws in this very place. Can I truly accomplish this? A flicker of doubt surged within Hestia. Was her power truly sufficient to challenge Kronos' decree and guide these lost souls back to their rightful path? Her rational mind cautioned her that this endeavor might drain her divine energy significantly, perhaps even yielding unforeseen consequences. Yet, upon witnessing the fervent longing in the eyes of those souls, a profound sense of duty extinguished all her doubts. She recalled her essence as the guardian of home and the divine flame, the warmth of the hearth that comforts the heart. They merely lacked a guiding light. Within the depths of her soul, Hestia attained clarity. The temporal rift on this island was not only a prison for souls crafted by Kronos, but perhaps also their singular avenue homeward. She realized that she need not oppose the laws, but rather wield her authority to construct a bridge leading them home. With this thought, Hestia's conviction grew unwavering. She silently affirmed her role as the harbinger of joy, the essence of home protection, then extended her right arm, fingers poised. As her fingertips lightly grazed the pulsating heart of the hearth, a soft golden flame surged into a translucent pillar, her crimson hair billowing without wind. As the warm light cascaded over her tresses, Hestia lowered her gaze and softly intoned, "By the breath of Hestia, the heartbeat of the hearth, the fervor of molten iron, the softness of kindling, together forging this nest of souls. The returning flame burns not, warming souls without withering. At the rift, ignite my millennia of warmth. Within the cold spirit, beckon the glimmer guiding you home." Upon uttering these words, Hestia sensed her divine power rapidly dissipating, yet she remained unperturbed. Even continuing her chant, "Hear the wheat's fragrance swirling in the earthen jar, the old blanket by the hearth unfurling, all dispersed warmth must return to the place that deserves protection and the direction home." As her voice faded, a comforting holy fire ignited within Hestia, illuminating the entire island and connecting to the temporal rift. Warmth returns to souls. Come forth, lost children, I shall guide you homeward. Hestia smiled, opening her arms to embrace the desperate souls who had succumbed to despair. The phantom warmth in her chest would transmit heat. The flame's warmth would gradually thaw the ice encasing their hearts, until they could once again feel the warmth of life. as though their inner light had been reignited by the hearth. In the end, these souls, under the guidance of the inner light, stepped one by one onto the fiery bridge Hestia had established, returning to the temporal rift belonging to their world. Thank you. I have finally returned to my homeland. This damned apocalypse, at least I no longer wander. I am grateful for your grace. Goddess, thank you. I can finally reunite with my family. How warm. What a feeling of happiness. This is the elusive treasure I sought. Thank you. All the despairing and suffering souls were gradually purified, and before departing, they each expressed heartfelt gratitude and farewell to Hestia. As they vanished, specks of golden light emanated from them, drifting straight into Hestia's being, merging with her divine essence. In the unseen realm, these golden lights stirred her stagnant cultivation, allowing it to gradually ascend. Such warmth. Could this be the so-called merit? Hestia's heart brimmed with joy. She felt these golden lights merging into her divinity, nurturing her long-stagnant power. She watched the last soul transform into a speck of light, and an unprecedented realization surged within her. This is indeed one of the meanings of my existence. How wonderful. Hestia slowly retracted her hand, her joy and understanding reaching their zenith. These golden lights nourished her dormant divinity, not born from consumption or fear, but from the gratitude and redemption of life itself. She glanced around. The once barren wasteland, under the influence of Demeter's divinity, was quietly rejuvenating. Withered vines sprouted new buds, and the air was infused with the fresh scent of earth. Observing Demeter enveloped in emerald light, a sense of solace blossomed within Hestia. Demeter, through this experience, was deepening her understanding of the essence of life, and Hestia herself had discovered the true significance of guardianship. It seems I need not keep watch any longer. Hestia smiled faintly, her expression imbued with the warmth of divine fire. She recalled the erased message, the friend laboring silently in another world. This experience fortified her belief that one day they would find the path home, to embrace new challenges and fulfill that overdue thank you. She lifted her gaze toward the distant shores, obscured by dunes, her eyes igniting with unwavering faith. This temporal prison is merely a stop along their long journey. They shall grow stronger until their divine power is sufficient to transcend time and space, seeking that glimmer of hope ignited in despair to find their true home. It shall be a contest with fate, an exploration of higher realms, and they are prepared to embark on this journey. Chapter 10. The Growth of Agriculture and the Birth of Marriage. Boom, boom, boom. Near the island within the temporal prison, a relentless cacophony resonated like the pulse of the heavens, akin to giants beating war drums. Each sound reverberated through the void, as if to rend this imprisoned land asunder. In this pitch-black expanse, a crimson streak pierced through the darkness, resembling a falling star trailing a long fiery tail. The brilliance contained within was imbued with seething rage and unmasked killing intent. Following closely were snarling time hounds, enshrouded in chaotic temporal currents, their eyes shimmering with a greedy, bloodthirsty glint, relentless in their pursuit like hunting dogs. Their claws slashed through the void, leaving behind twisted scars, their howls sharp and piercing, as though to tear the very fabric of space itself. At that moment, the space ahead began to warp like the surface of water, and several larger time hounds leapt forth from the ripples. Their massive forms blotted out the sky, surrounded by an overwhelming aura of chaos, blocking the path of the advancing crimson streak. Have you forgotten the despair and fear I have wrought upon you? The crimson hue came to a complete halt, revealing her true form. Hestia awakened. Her scarlet locks danced without wind, each strand flickering like flames, radiating an intense glow. Her golden eyes sparkled with a piercing light, and a mocking smile graced her lips, revealing a beauty that was both enchanting and perilous. Her voice, cool and melodious, carried an undeniable authority. You wretched beasts. Do you truly believe Hestia is easily bullied? Hestia slowly raised her right hand, her long, delicate fingers gracefully tracing through the void. In an instant, the space around her seemed ignited, as crimson flames erupted spontaneously, swiftly encircling the pack of time hounds behind her. The time hounds emitted terrified growls, attempting to break free from the fiery confinement. Yet each time they made contact with the flames, they were met with searing agony. Observing this, Hestia held her left hand before her, and the ground beneath her feet revealed swirling fire runes. At the center of the runes, a pitch-black fissure opened like the mouth of an abyss, allowing passage for but one. From within the rift surged tongues of crimson golden flame, akin to awakening serpents, roaring as they pierced the clouds, ascending to the heavens. Where the flames passed, the clouds were scorched into golden spots, encircling the pursuing time hounds within a vast infernal cage. The time hounds let out increasingly desperate howls. They finally realized that in her pursuit, Hestia had intentionally left behind a crimson trail, precisely for this moment of utility. They could only struggle helplessly, watching as the rift in space closed. The flaming serpent rampaged within its cage, reducing them to ashes, leaving behind only a charred imprint of a fire, quietly suspended in the void. Howling in despair, the remaining temporal hounds, witnessing the scene, once again tucked their tails and fled without hesitation, leaving only their threatening echoes reverberating through the emptiness. Truly, a pack of bullies that fear the strong. Hestia retracted her right hand with a disdainful snort, the last flicker of fire in her golden eyes gradually extinguishing. Nonetheless, this was for the best. At least it granted me some peace. It was still not enough destruction, a pity. She lightly parted her lips in a smile, her expression radiant, as if the earlier conflagration had merely been a trivial amusement. Hestia, how have you become so ungoddess-like? Since awakening, you've been fighting with dogs. Does that amuse you? You'd be better off planting flowers and cultivating the fields with me. It would temper your fiery temperament and make you more approachable. A melodious voice echoed in Hestia's ears, and a trace of helplessness flickered across her face. In an instant, she returned to the island. Demeter, you're not much better. You've grown up. No longer displaying the vivaciousness of your youth, you've become quiet and gentle. Just as the words left her lips, Hestia's figure appeared beside the farmland, teasingly observing the graceful silhouette diligently tending to the crops ahead. At that moment, Demeter stood amidst the newly sprouted wheat, her golden hair flowing like a sea of grain, blending seamlessly with the surrounding fields. The gold was not the bright hue of dye, but rather resembled wheat kissed by the midday sun, the tips glimmering with fine shards of light. The wind of time and space stirred ripples through the landscape. Even the wisps of hair framing her face reflected the morning dew's brilliance. Her green, almond-shaped eyes were the most exquisite feature, with the delicate hint of budding willow leaves at their corners. Yet within the depths of her irises lay the honeyed warmth of ripening grain, as if the vitality of an entire spring were captured in her gaze, wrapped in the mellow glow of autumn sunlight. When she glanced over, one couldn't help but be reminded of the first wild pea blossom blooming at the edge of the field, exuding the fragrance of damp earth and an indescribable tenderness. She wore a linen off-shoulder gown, its sleeves trailing with morning dew, the light wheat-colored threads intertwined with a few strands of freshly drawn rice leaf juice, giving off a soft, verdant sheen. The cuffs and hem were tinged with the color of wild chrysanthemums at dusk, reminiscent of the edges of wheat stacks kissed by the setting sun. When the wind lifted the hem of her dress, one could see a bundle of dried foxtail grass tied around her waist. The fluffy grass heads swayed gently as she brushed past the wheat stalks, occasionally shedding seeds that fell into the soil, sprouting tender yellow shoots on the spot. Most charming was the neckline and shoulder seam adorned with living vines, depicting the cyclical dance of the seasons. A half-bloomed cherry blossom perched on spring branches, ripening green plums hanging from summer vines, and golden ears entwined beside autumn chrysanthemums. Each embroidered motif glimmered with vibrant green, and upon closer inspection, one could see the vines gently unfurling with her breath, as if eager to escape the fabric and sprout anew in the wind. As she raised her hand to caress the ripening wheat, just as her fingertips grazed the grain, the once immature spikes trembled, shedding morning dew. The grains within their husks cracked softly, like whispered secrets hastened by time. Hestia, you mustn't mock me with my past. I am no longer who I was. I have grown up. Hearing Hestia's teasing, a flicker of discontent crossed her eyes as she retorted, turning away. The embroidered wild chrysanthemum pattern brushed against the wildflower cluster at the edge of the field, and in that fleeting moment, the previously curled buds burst open, their pale yellow petals shimmering with the light of her gaze. Butterflies fluttered from her hair, their wings dusted with golden specks of wheat chaff, circling around her twice before landing back on the soil at her feet, where tiny green shoots had sprouted, following the folds of her skirt into the wind. She wore grass-woven sandals, adorned with entwined pea flowers, the tips caked with fresh soil, far closer to the earth's warmth than any jewel. When she noticed the scattered wheat grains on the ground, she instinctively bent down to collect them, To her surprise, the embroidered rice leaf patterns on her gown shimmered silver, revealing several fireflies she had conjured, illuminating the twilight with their dazzling glow. And let us not revisit this matter, otherwise I wouldn't hesitate to engage in a brawl with you. Demeter gazed at Hestia with her almond eyes, a smile on her face yet threatening in tone, her demeanor betraying an undeniable playfulness. Very well. Hestia raised an eyebrow, seemingly resigned, yet a spark of challenge flickered in her eyes. The curve of her lips concealed a hint of mischief, as if to say, "Come on, do try." Humph, childish. Demeter gracefully approached Hestia, embodying the demeanor of a goddess. She extended her right hand to stroke her long hair cascading down her chest, rolling her eyes in feigned annoyance. She huffed, "I wish I could maintain a goddess's poise. But this place is far too dull, and you've become less endearing, making it even more tedious." Hestia's nature was not inherently lively, yet at least one person was needed to cultivate a joyful atmosphere, preventing the place from feeling so dreary and silent. As her words faded, Hestia fell into contemplation. Since her awakening, her power had remained at the pinnacle of moderate divinity, while Demeter had only reached a level of weak divinity. Observing Hestia's prolonged silence, Demeter raised an eyebrow and shook her sleeves, feigning nonchalance as she asked, "Hestia, what are you pondering?" "Demeter, why has your power not reached moderate divinity? I had thought it would naturally elevate over time." Upon hearing Demeter's words, Hestia released her doubts and asked directly. Demeter's expression reflected the realization, and she could only manage a bitter smile. "Have you forgotten? My half-divine artifact, the golden rod, is not by my side. Thus, I am incomplete." As she spoke, she lifted her delicate hand to touch the golden wheat earrings adorning her ears, a hint of regret in her gaze. Suddenly, they sensed the entire temporal prison trembling as if the very earth were shaking. The ground of the island began to fracture ominously, as if torn by an invisible hand. The ruins tumbled into the crevices, producing a deafening cacophony. The entire prison's laws fell into disarray. Even the temporal hounds were thrown into disarray, scurrying about in panic, creating chaos. Hestia, could this be a disturbance caused by Cronus? A glimmer of hope sparked in Demeter's almond eyes as she steadied herself with her divine power, her lips curving in uncertainty. "No, this resembles the scene when you were swallowed. It seems our mother has birthed another child." Hestia calmly extended her right hand to her chest, sensing the divine spark of family flickering within her, signaling the arrival of a new kin. Demeter instantly felt a surge of anger. How could mother birth another child? Doesn't she know that Cronus will surely devour it again? Watching the fury etched on Demeter's face, Hestia understood the source of her ire. She sighed, taking Demeter's hand in hers. Her tone laced with a sense of helplessness. Whether mother wishes to give birth is also tied to Cronus. The visions of new beauty and the laws of the world urged forth the birth of new gods to fulfill the world. She paused momentarily, a searing pain spreading from her chest, a resonance from the depths of her bloodline, a reflection of her powerlessness towards their mother, Rhea. Suppressing the bitterness, she continued, "She must accept it, whether she wishes to or not. It is an unalterable fate. Perhaps we too shall find ourselves in similar circumstances in the future." As Hestia offered her reassurance, Demeter's expression turned sorrowful. "I wonder if this time it will be a sister or a brother." In their whispered confessions, a rift above opened, faintly revealing Rhea's heart-wrenching cries. "Cronus, return my child. This is born of my love for you, from our marriage. I hope Hera will bring peace and end your cycle of fear. This child is born to protect all mothers from suffering and despair. Return him to me." Immediately following, Cronus's cold, unfeeling voice echoed, "Ha, my Rhea, if your love for me still endures, do not attempt to thwart me any longer. I love you, but you cannot exploit my affection to continually harm me, seizing my children from me time and again. I implore you, Cronus." Hera's birth was not for herself, but to end the roots of suffering. Rhea could not contain her sobs as she humbly pleaded with Cronus. The voice of Cronus was as cold as ice. "Rhea, do not weep. Witnessing your tears for our child pierces my heart, yet it reveals that the child is an obstacle, the original sin that will distance you from me. I fear that your gaze will no longer be solely mine, that your love will be divided among them. Therefore, I must act, for the sake of our future." At that moment, a lingering voice echoed, "Cronus, enough. You tread the path of your father, leading to your own demise. My revered mother goddess, I shall not repeat the mistakes of my father. Rhea, even if you summon the mother goddess, my decision remains unchanged. No, no, no. My Hera. Rhea's anguished scream reverberated through the heavens and echoed in the temporal prison. Hestia and Demeter exchanged a glance, both understanding that it was their new sister, Hera. Indeed, from the crack fell the figure of a girl, around 5 or 6 years old, clutching a torn piece of Rhea's garment and a strand of her silver hair. Simultaneously, her stubborn cries emerged, "Mother, save me!" As the crack was about to close, Cronus cast a fleeting glance at Hera, a flicker of hesitation crossing his gaze. Yet ultimately, the fear buried deep within him triumphed over all love and indecision, and the crack swiftly sealed shut. Instead, Rhea completely broke down, screaming, "Cronus, I hate you. I despise you." Her heart-wrenching cries became the first note of Hera's arrival in this world, heralding the prologue of her future fate. Chapter 11. The tenderness beneath the pomegranate tree. At this moment, the island had become even more desolate due to the tremors, revealing barren lands, crumbling boulders, and an atmosphere thick with danger. Hestia and Demeter stood in a wilderness, gazing silently at Hera, who they had brought with them. The air was heavy with oppressive silence, only disturbed by the whispers of the temporal winds brushing against their hair and garments. Demeter signaled to Hestia with a glance, raising an eyebrow. "Look at your seasoned demeanor. Go and provide our little sprout with some warmth." Her tone held a hint of mischief, laced with concern for Hera. Hestia sighed inwardly, recognizing that Demeter was offering her an opportunity. She suppressed her complicated emotions and donned a gentle and warm smile, akin to the comforting glow of a hearth. Turning to Hera, she spoke softly. "You are Hera, are you not?" Hera did not rush to respond. Instead, she first reached out to smooth her once golden but now somewhat disheveled hair, displaying an instinctive pride in her actions. Then, she elegantly adjusted the folds of her long dress, as if to brush away all traces of her previous disarray. Satisfied, she slowly straightened her posture, slightly bending her knee to perform an impeccable noble courtesy. Placing her hands together before her, she lowered her head, her violet golden eyes cast to the ground. Her voice as soft as velvet, yet distinctly clear. "I am Hera, the personification of fertility, marriage, and the very essence of life that governs the world and the universe, symbolizing femininity, nobility, authority, and the maintenance of natural order and societal rules." Her words resonated with an undeniable majesty and solemnity, as if proclaiming that her very existence embodied an unparalleled order. Upon hearing this declaration, a complex expression flickered across the beautiful faces of Hestia and Demeter. They exchanged glances, recognizing the same shock and unease in each other's eyes. After Hera spoke, she approached Hestia and Demeter with grace. Each step was light, yet resolute, as if she were not traversing a rugged island, but strolling through a sacred hall. Every movement exuded a serene elegance that rendered her previous disheveled state unrecognizable. "I am Hestia, the goddess of the hearth. It is a pleasure to meet you, my sister Hera. I am Demeter, the goddess of agriculture. It brings me great joy to see you, dear sister." Hestia and Demeter concealed all traces of worry, their faces once again radiant with delight as they welcomed her in unison, their tones brimming with genuine joy. Then, Demeter gently reached out to caress Hera's soft, flowing hair, softly reassuring her, "Hera, do not fear, we shall always be by your side." Feeling the heartfelt concern and care from her two sisters, the vigilance and fear that had enveloped Hera gradually dissipated. Her once tense body relaxed, her expression transformed into one of ease and affection, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Hera, your name imparts a unique significance and sanctity, blessed by the world, does it not?" Hestia led Demeter and Hera to a pomegranate tree, voicing her suspicions. Just as Hera was about to respond, she was captivated by the sight before her, her eyes sparkling with wonder. "How beautiful! The pomegranate tree is my sacred object. I adore it." A radiant smile blossomed on Hera's face, more dazzling than the sun. Standing beneath the pomegranate tree, her violet golden eyes reflected its form, filled with admiration and joy. The trunk of the tree was as thick as two embraced figures, its bark cracked like old calluses, deep brown interspersed with pale yellow, reminiscent of aged pottery worn smooth by time. Yet, amidst the deep and shallow crevices, clusters of pale green moss emerged, adding a touch of vibrant life. The branches were restless, sprawling in all directions from the trunk, some drooping to cast mottled shadows on the ground. The branches were adorned with leaves of a deep emerald hue, small and thick, their serrated edges barely visible. When they overlapped, they resembled a crumpled green silk. A gust of temporal wind rustled through, lifting the leaves to reveal the hidden green fruits beneath. Some were still cloaked in their fuzzy coverings, tender and endearing. Others had already ripened to a yellowish green, round and plump, causing the branches to bend slightly as if the tree were tiptoeing to offer its fruits to the void. The most lively were the fruits nestled among the branches. Some were impatient, their skins splitting open to reveal glistening, ruby-red seeds that seemed ready to spill forth their juices. Enticing the beholder, others still held their glossy, deep green skins, revealing a shy blush of red, like a bashful maiden partially hiding her face behind a handkerchief. And some lay scattered in the grass, accompanied by the scattered petals of pomegranate blossoms on the ground, peaceful and beautiful. Upon hearing this, Demeter's gaze sparkled, her attention fixed on the unadulterated joy on Hera's face, her brows lifting in delight. Is that so? How wonderful! This pomegranate tree was found amidst ruins and revived through my divine power. We too found it beautiful, so I had it transplanted here. As this area is more spacious and in need of vitality. Hestia followed up with a gentle explanation, her tone warm. I understand. I can sense the joy of the pomegranate tree and the mysteries of life. Hera extended her fair right hand, gently caressing the rough trunk of the pomegranate tree. Closing her beautiful eyes, she silently listened to the heartbeat of this ancient life, her face radiating tranquility and reverence. How wonderful! Now we can hold a welcoming gathering for Hera here, to bring some liveliness, Hestia suggested, her voice filled with hope and warmth for the future as she brushed a strand of red hair that had fallen over her chest. Hera was about to gently decline when Demeter interjected, taking her hand with playful eyes sparkling with laughter, her voice soft as a spring breeze. I agree. And do not worry, here you are the most beautiful fruit. We celebrate you. Furthermore, this place is rather dull. We must create some engaging activities to keep our minds from wandering. Hestia and Demeter began to collaborate based on the knowledge in their minds. Hera wished to help, but Demeter and Hestia insisted she simply enjoy the care bestowed upon her by her sisters. Here, I will center around the pomegranate tree, creating a lush green meadow and cultivating a variety of flowers along the edges. As Demeter spoke, she wielded her divine magic. A multitude of emerald light points flowing from her being, resembling countless sprites born from her thoughts. The ground began to sprout slowly, transforming into a soft green carpet. The flowers at the edges started to stretch, blooming in vibrant hues, adorning this small space with an ethereal beauty. Subsequently, she pulled Hera along, intending to sit on the grass. Hera stood with her legs elegantly together, her posture straight, hands resting naturally on her thighs, gazing at the industrious Hestia. Her every movement exuded an innate nobility. Demeter, meanwhile, gently tilted her body, one leg slightly bent and raised, the other leg straight, maintaining an upright posture with her head held high. With a casual wave of her hand, a shower of petals began to descend from above the pomegranate tree, each petal dancing gracefully through the air, creating an unparalleled romantic atmosphere. Hera's phoenix-like eyes sparkled with genuine admiration, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she quietly observed the scene before her. Demeter, attentively noting every expression of Hera, couldn't he help but reveal a heartfelt smile upon recognizing her sister's delight. Here it comes, though we may not require mortal sustenance at this moment. Indulging in a taste of the extraordinary is always welcome, especially when crafted by my own hands, Hestia announced, holding a flower basket in her right hand and another in her left, gliding towards them with a playful, charming demeanor. Come, let me see what delightful treasures you have pilfered from my garden, dear sister Hestia. Demeter's almond-shaped eyes glimmered with mischief as she eagerly accepted a basket, placing it before her and revealing a collection of fruits, feigning disappointment to tease Hestia. This basket contains the true delicacies I prepared, though I only made 4 dishes on a whim: floral brew, flour cakes, fruit pastries, and pumpkin cakes. Hestia set down her other basket, carefully displaying its contents before them, introducing each item in turn. Once she concluded her presentation, she spread her skirt beneath her, legs crossed, her body slightly inclined to one side, hands elegantly folded across her chest in a pose that radiated grace and relaxation. Wow! A rich floral fragrance wafts through the air, igniting an irresistible desire to taste. Hera exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she delicately picked up a piece of flour cake, savoring the dish imbued with sisterly affection, and continued to praise. Hestia's creations are truly exquisite. Observing this, Demeter lifted a bottle of floral brew to her lips, taking a modest sip. Her eyes gently closed as she relished the pleasure it brought. Not bad. I shall partake as well, Hestia remarked, lifting a fruit pastry with a smile that radiated warmth and satisfaction. This warmth of having you both by my side is truly delightful. Indeed, like the seeds of a pomegranate, we are tightly bound together, forever. Demeter earnestly concurred with Hestia's sentiment. Yes, we three sisters hope to remain together like this for all eternity, Hera added with a smile, though inwardly, she silently prayed for this fleeting tranquility to last. Then, with a radiant smile, she turned to Hestia. You inquired about the meaning of my name, did you not? Without waiting for Hestia's response, an indescribable expression flickered in her phoenix-like eyes, and she casually continued. My existence is not merely a testament to my mother's final love for Kronos, but also a blessing from the world itself. My name embodies the essence of noble woman, mistress and sovereign, or exalted female. Upon hearing this, Hestia and Demeter's expressions shifted dramatically, the complexity of their emotions betraying them. Especially Hestia, whose heart was unsettled, feeling the heavy significance that the name Hera bore, like a boulder pressing down on her chest. Gazing at Hera's innocent, smiling face, she perceived a goddess bound tightly by the shackles of fate. A vague sense of foreboding washed over her, as she sensed that the weight the name Hera carried foreshadowed a future fraught with thorns, not merely a symbol of nobility. It felt like an onerous responsibility and an invisible constraint, robbing Hera of her freedom even as she ascended to the status of a noble woman. As the atmosphere grew somber and heavy, Hera sensed her sister's emotions and quickly masked her own, laughing lightly. Do not dwell on it too much. Have you not noticed that I have never grown up? I merely wish to delay my fate, so there is no need to worry about me, all right? So, you mean to say you are now like me, possessing diminished divine power? Demeter suddenly realized Hera's predicament, unable to refrain from asking. Hera replied without hesitation. I was born with diminished divine power. It must be the world's grace, allowing me to resist my fate in this manner. Hestia pondered deeply, finally sighing softly. I see. As for my name, it simply signifies a hearth. I am known as the mother of the earth or the mother of the land. Demeter's voice trailed off, her gaze faltering as she found it challenging to meet Hestia's eyes. Hestia felt a pang at her heart's tender spot. Adopting an expressionless demeanor, she coldly remarked, Since you have wounded my heart, you shall dance for me until I am satisfied. Very well. Demeter and Hera exchanged glances, both bearing faint smiles, sensing that Hestia was not truly upset, and readily agreed. As they contemplated how to dance, Hestia leisurely leaned against the rough trunk of the pomegranate tree, her feigned indifference fading away, replaced by a gentle smile filled with affection. In this sanctuary beneath the pomegranate tree, the laughter of the three sisters became an indelible flame, illuminating the unknown journey that lay ahead. Chapter 12. The music and dance of the three goddesses. Are you ready? You mustn't tee back out now. Of course, I can also accommodate you. Beneath the sprawling pomegranate tree, Hestia's eyes sparkled, her lips curling into a teasing smile as she observed Demeter and Hera not far away. Her voice was sweet as a mountain spring, laced with a hint of mischief. Upon hearing her, Demeter and Hera exchanged exasperated eye rolls, their cheeks tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Yet, for the dignity of the goddess, they defiantly replied in unison, We are ready. With that, Demeter's skirt fluttered as she gracefully moved to her designated spot. Just as she was poised to strike a pose, Hestia's ethereal voice rang out once more, Wait. Her slender fingers pressed against her lips in a contemplative gesture. I feel the stage is missing something. I shall use sacred fire to fill the void. Her words brimmed with the joy of discovering new delights. Without waiting for Demeter and Hera to respond, Hestia extended her right hand, gathering a radiant orb of sacred fire in her palm, as if cradling a miniature sun. She gently tossed it into the air, and the sacred fire erupted beneath the canopy of the pomegranate tree, its light flowing like liquid mercury. As it cascaded down each deep red leaf, it danced upon the glistening pomegranate fruits. In the interplay of light and shadow, The entire area beneath the tree was bathed in a gentle glow. No longer harsh like the blazing sun or cold like the moonlight. Instead, it radiated a warm and tender light, enveloping the two goddesses in a sacred glow. Hera's golden-purple eyes reflected rare astonishment and envy. Watching Hestia's composed figure, an indescribable admiration welled up within her. Hera's lips curled into a subtle smile as she sighed softly with her regal voice. Hestia, you possess such profound understanding. Indeed, it seems that elder sister Hestia knows everything. It feels as though she is unlike us, Demeter added, her melodic voice filled with admiration and fondness for her sister. Oh, it's nothing. I've merely lived a bit longer and learned a few things from the ruins. Hestia waved her hand dismissively, instinctively downplaying her own wisdom. Her smile tinged with humility. She quickly shifted the subject. All right, enough of that. You wouldn't dare to conspire against me, would you? Of course not. Demeter bristled at Hestia's skepticism, proudly puffing out her chest. You promised to cooperate with us. I read in the books from the ruins that music is essential for dancing, so you shall provide it. Hestia raised an eyebrow, instantly regarding Demeter with newfound respect. Hera shared the sentiment, having always believed that Demeter preferred the toils of the fields, only to discover this harvest goddess possessed such an elegant side. The adage, do not judge a book by its cover, was vividly exemplified in this moment. In an instant, Demeter gracefully shifted her weight, rising onto her toes, her fingertips brushing against a drooping pomegranate branch. The deep red, gem-like fruit swayed gently, several ripe seeds plummeting to the earth beneath her feet with a soft thud. It is time to dance, Hera declared, her voice resonating like crystal-clear mountain springs crashing against rocks, imbued with an undeniable solemnity. Standing 3 paces from the pomegranate tree, her pomegranate-hued skirt was adorned with silver-threaded lilies, and the floral crown in her hair shimmered with the fragmented light cast by the sacred fire. She gracefully extended her hand to smooth her hair at the temples, the pomegranate branch bangle on her wrist emitting a crisp sound, almost harmonizing with the distant music of the lute. Hestia sat quietly upon a naturally formed stone bench at the roots of a tree, a rustic lute resting across her knees. Crafted from laurel wood and cedar heartwood, the lute was coated in a honeyed hue reminiscent of beeswax. As her fingertips glided over the strings, even the sacred fire seemed to temper its glow. The first note resembled a spring brook flowing over frozen earth, imbued with the clarity of melting snow. The second note transformed into fireflies dancing through the branches of the pomegranate tree on a summer night. The music flowed, causing Demeter's skirts to sway gracefully. Her dance was a poem of the fields, her bare feet treading upon clover, each step a kiss awakening the earth. As she twirled, harvest seeds hidden within her folds fell like phosphorescent dust, heralding renewal. Hera's movements mirrored the celestial paths of stars, imbued with solemn majesty. When she raised her hand, silver chains jingled, and as she turned, her skirts brushed against the light, unfurling a galaxy upon the ground. In their intertwined moments, they resembled the symphony of earth and sky, one tender, the other dignified, composing a melody of life. Hestia's lute echoed the rhythm of their dance. As Demeter twirled into the shadow of a pomegranate leaf, the melody softened like silk, akin to a mother humming her child to sleep. When Hera executed a sharp turn, the music suddenly brightened, akin to a morning bell shattering the mist, suffused with power. Most poignant was the moment both paused simultaneously, Demeter kneeling, her fingertip resting on a cracked pomegranate, crimson seeds rolling through her fingers like glistening tears. Hera gazing down at her hands intertwined upon her knees, her golden hair reflecting the sacred fire's glow, shimmering like strands of gold. At that instant, Hestia's music faded to an almost inaudible whisper, leaving only the lingering resonance of the strings, akin to dandelion seeds scattered by the wind, drifting towards distant ruins, immortalizing this beautiful moment. Unbeknownst to them, the ground beneath the pomegranate tree was strewn with fragments of gold. The wheat sheaves in Demeter's hair glistened with pomegranate juice, radiating a dark red sheen, embodying the sweetness of harvest. The silver threads at the hem of Hera's skirt caught a few pomegranate leaves, vibrant green, as if reborn. A pomegranate seed had fallen onto Hestia's lute, gently swaying with the final notes, as if celebrating this beautiful instant. The breeze carried a faint laughter, Demeter's laughter, like the cracking of ice as spring melts, crisp yet warm. Hera's soft chuckle echoed like the bells of a church at evening prayer, warming the heart and instilling tranquility. Hestia remained silent, merely plucking the strings, allowing the last note to linger, weaving around the branches of the pomegranate, entwining itself with the ends of the goddess's hair and skirts. And the land kissed by sacred fire. Beneath the pomegranate tree, enveloped in the glow of sacred fire, the ethereal music continued to drift. It mingled with the sweet fragrance of ripe pomegranates, the whispers of wheat in the winds of time, and an indescribable warmth that filled the heart. Sensing their own growth, the goddesses exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes alight with joy. Demeter extended her delicate hand, twirling a strand of golden hair around her ear, savoring her newfound insight. Meanwhile, Hera clasped her hands together at her chest, silently reflecting on her transformation. Hestia, with her porcelain-like hands, silently smoothed the strings of the lute, deeply appreciating her spiritual breakthrough. The goddesses seemed to have reached a consensus, their faces brightening with shared delight as they spoke in unison. Indeed, the most precious harvest is not merely grain in abundance. It is the presence of wind, light, the dance of family, the gentleness in music, and the enduring hope found in the mundane warmth of this world. No sooner had the words left their lips than a divine light erupted from Hestia, effortlessly propelling her past the peak of moderate divine power into realms of formidable strength. Demeter and Hera, not to be outdone, felt divine light swirling around them, elevating their own powers to moderate divinity. Hera maintained her guise of youthful charm, yet her commanding presence resonated more profoundly than before. Hestia, see, even without a companion artifact, I have transcended, she exclaimed with a laugh. Demeter, shedding her graceful demeanor, twirled joyfully before her sisters, expressing her inner elation. As long as you are happy, that is what matters, Hestia replied with a tender smile. Yes, as long as you are content, Hera echoed, her eyes filled with warmth. Then, with an expression of eager anticipation, Hera inquired, Hestia, did you find that instrument among the ruins and restore it? Indeed, I felt it would be a pity for such an instrument to remain broken and abandoned. So I took it and used my divine power to restore it, Hestia responded, her eyes sparkling with affection as she cradled the ancient lute, her delicate fingers caressing the strings, and a serene smile gracing her lips. This instrument is called the guqin. Hera's face lit up with envy, her gaze fixed on Hestia. Her words caught on the edge of her tongue. She longed to ask if she might receive it, but swallowed the words. A wave of shame washing over her for even contemplating such greed. Clenching the hem of her skirt, her fingers nearly digging into her palm, she sought to suppress the intense yearning within. Hestia's eyes twinkled with amusement as she sighed softly. Demeter has no time to play, and I hardly do either. What shall we do about this? After listening for a while, Demeter gracefully approached Hera, teasingly implying, it seems we may have to discard it again. What a pity that would be, don't you agree, Hera? Upon witnessing Hestia concur with Demeter's sentiment, Hera could no longer contain herself and exclaimed eagerly, Me. I want it. Ha. No need to be anxious, Hera. I had already noticed your desire, so I was merely teasing, Hestia replied with a gentle smile, extending the lute towards Hera, sensing her unease. Thus, I hope this gesture will bring us sisters closer together. Hera felt as though she had gained the world. Embracing the lute tightly, her face alight with joy, she tenderly stroked the lute's body, exclaiming, Thank you. I will treasure it dearly. Can you take me to the ruins? Or seek out any peculiar treasures? Just as she spoke, Demeter readily agreed to accompany Hera, her smile radiant as she took Hera's hand, declaring, Then let us embark on our treasure hunt. Yes, Hestia, we won't wait for you, Hera exclaimed as she and Demeter dashed off into the distance, leaving behind their crystalline laughter that echoed in the air. Their silhouettes, illuminated by the sacred fire, grew smaller and smaller, eventually becoming two playful shadows melding into the distant horizon. I had thought Hera's inner self would be quite mature and composed, but it seems she shares the same childlike spirit as her outward appearance, Hestia mused, shaking her head with a smile as she watched them depart. Soon after, she followed gracefully, her heart warmed, yet with a gentle sigh. Alas, Hera, it seems Demeter and I must push you to grow, or else. Chapter 13. Hera's self-awareness and the birth of Hades. Demeter lounged comfortably atop the wreckage of an overturned vehicle, her legs swinging leisurely. Her wheat-colored hair shimmered in the ruins, a playful smile tugging at her lips as she observed Hera emerging from the collapsed debris, dusting herself off. After all this time searching, have you found anything of value? She inquired softly. Hera shook her head, her once elegant gown now appearing somewhat disheveled. Frowning slightly, she expressed her disappointment. Alas, there is nothing of worth. And I've just realized that I do not recognize these so-called relics. Even if I see them, I do not comprehend their significance. Her voice carried a hint of frustration, but suddenly her eyes brightened as if struck by a revelation. Looking up at Demeter, her noble eyes filled with confusion and curiosity. She asked, "How did you find these things? And how did you decipher those obscure ancient texts?" Demeter, casually admiring the emerald-hued lacquer on her slender fingers, replied with a nonchalant smile, "Of course, Hestia taught me. However, we have thoroughly searched this ruin. There's nothing more to find." Upon hearing this, Hera's dignified demeanor crumbled, leaving her in stunned silence. After several seconds, she let out a piercing scream, as if deceived. "Then why did you agree to come with me at that time?" Demeter was amused by her expression and burst into laughter, the sound echoing through the ruins, dispelling some of the despondency. She laughed heartily, her body trembling with mirth. And after a while, she looked at Hera's puffed cheeks and said with satisfaction, "Because I enjoy seeing this childish side of you. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, you have maintained a meticulous, dignified demeanor, and I felt exhausted just watching you." As she spoke, she examined Hera's now animated visage and added, "Moreover, you look even more adorable now. This truly aligns with your essence." Hera, pouting, was about to retort when a gentle and affectionate voice interrupted her. Hestia had appeared at some point not far from them, sitting gracefully on a broken iron rod, her legs elegantly inclined to one side, her hands resting naturally on her lap. Her gaze was serene, a floral smile gracing her lips as she looked at Hera. "Hera, don't you feel a lot lighter now, not needing to maintain that posture all the time? We genuinely hope you can temporarily forget everything and embrace a little more innocence." A flicker of struggle crossed Hera's eyes. She bit her lip hard and replied, "But I can't. Therefore, I can only occasionally resort to some rather unbecoming actions." A voice deep within her incessantly urged her to grow up, yet she kept suppressing it. She understood Hestia and Demeter's good intentions, yet the painful memories of being consumed by her father, coupled with an obscure sense of her existence's significance, made it difficult for her to let go. Thus, she worked extra hard to appear mature and composed, all while not wishing to grow up too quickly. Hestia did not interrupt or argue. She simply gazed quietly at Hera. Her expression remained calm, but her hands resting on her thighs tightened slightly, her fingertips turning pale from the pressure. Once Hera finished speaking, Hestia calmly replied, "In truth, Demeter and I were once children at heart as well. It was only through self-awareness that we gradually changed. Thus, as I said, children should embody the essence of childhood. Hera, you may not have noticed, but you have unconsciously conformed to the meaning the world has bestowed upon you from the very beginning. If this continues, you will inevitably lose yourself entirely, becoming unrecognizable." As soon as she finished speaking, Demeter extended her slender fingers, skillfully weaving them through Hera's golden tresses, braiding her hair into two elegant twists that fell gracefully before her chest. With a gentle smile, she added, "Hera, you once said you didn't want to grow up because you feared embracing your fate. Therefore, you should now allow yourself to be free, to let go, shouldn't you? If you continue to suppress your childlike spirit, what meaning does all your effort hold? Would it not be better to face it directly and with composure? Do you not feel that you are being contradictory and conflicted within yourself?" Following this, Hestia and Demeter spoke in unison, echoing the same sentiment. Listening to their counsel, Hera's heart grew increasingly frantic. Her noble phoenix eyes now brimmed with confusion. She vaguely realized that while she professed not to want to grow up, she was desperately acting in ways that contradicted her own desires. Her eyes reddened with urgency, tears welling up as she felt at a loss for how to respond, bewildered by her own subconscious neglect of this truth. Just then, Hestia's figure quietly appeared behind her. She stretched out her arms, gently enveloping Hera in a warm embrace. Resting her chin softly atop her head, Hera's rigid body gradually relaxed within her sister's comforting hold. Hestia spoke softly, "Dear Hera, perhaps you have lost your way amidst the blessings of the world, or perhaps it is the fear within you that has driven you. In any case, you need to rest for a while, to calmly face your true self and discover what your heart genuinely desires. Only then can you become a better version of yourself." Demeter also appeared before Hera, her delicate finger lightly resting on Hera's heart. Her voice was soft yet resolute. "My sister, Understanding yourself and mastering your essence will enable you to go further. Hera fell silent, her phoenix eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment, yet ultimately, it seemed she had made a decision. She softly replied, "Sisters, thank you. I have decided to follow your advice. When I awaken, I hope to embrace the grown-up version of myself." In the blink of an eye, Hera's figure vanished, only to reappear beneath the pomegranate tree. She gazed at the breathtaking scene of falling cherry blossoms, her once tumultuous heart now tranquil as water. She extended her delicate hand, gently caressing the rough bark of the pomegranate tree, her golden hair flowing in the absence of wind, as the whispers of the worlds will caress her ears. "My Hera." With complex emotions swirling in her eyes, she murmured, "Perhaps I cannot have what I wish for. What shall I do then?" No sooner had she spoken than a brilliant golden radiance erupted from her being. The divine water bottle that Hestia had secretly given her during their embrace shattered one by one. An abundance of unclaimed divinity enveloped Hera, forming a dazzling and colorful cocoon. Suspended beneath the pomegranate tree, the surrounding environment began to undergo mysterious changes under the influence of Hera's divine power, as if responding to the goddess on the brink of rebirth. At this moment, Hestia and Demeter quietly appeared. They gazed intently at the unfolding scene, their hearts heavy with unspoken words. Unable to bear the oppressive silence, Demeter broke the stillness first. "What kind of choice do you think Hera will ultimately make? And why must we force her so? If she does not wish to grow up, let her be." Hestia did not respond immediately. She lifted her gaze toward the desolate void of the temporal prison. Her eyes held a profound expression, as if speaking to herself. "Demeter, do you believe we can truly escape the shackles of fate? Or can we break free from this predetermined destiny?" Demeter's brow arched slightly, as if understanding Hestia's implications. A contemplative expression crossed her face as she fell into silence. Without waiting for Demeter's answer, Hestia continued, "Perhaps. In truth, Hera's answer has always been quite evident. She will inevitably choose to accept her fate." After a brief pause, Hestia added with calm assurance, "It is not I who is coercing her, but rather Hera must grow up. For the worlds shall not turn a blind eye. Should the worlds compel Hera, she will face a far greater cost. A fate I do not wish to witness. Therefore, when she awakens, perhaps there will be a change, or perhaps she will embody what the world expects." Demeter picked up where Hestia left off, then posed a question she had longed to ask. "Hestia, why has everything on this island not been obliterated by time and space? Just as we are sealed and unable to grow, Kronos has paused the passage of time here, preserving everything as it is, stagnant. If not for external forces, we would still be as we were. Do you understand?" Hestia explained, but internally she added, "I have been able to change thanks to everything bestowed by Mr. System 001. Demeter was endowed with immense divinity from their mother, as was Hera. Ah, I see. If it were not for our mother, we three sisters would likely never have grown or gained strength." Demeter realized this, naturally concluding that Hestia also received divinity from their mother, while consciously neglecting the fact that Hestia had not yet acquired divinity at that time. Suddenly, Demeter seemed to recall something and exclaimed, "I wonder how much time has passed. What do you think the outside world has become?" "I also don't know. It seems we forgot to ask Hera when she was born." Hestia recognized this pivotal question, exchanging a glance with Demeter, both displaying expressions of bemusement. "This feels a bit awkward and embarrassing," Demeter couldn't help but remark. At that moment, the temporal prison shook violently once more. Simultaneously, the air on the island grew exceptionally heavy, a cold and ancient aura quietly permeating the atmosphere. Fine dust began to gather silently upon the collapsed debris, as if drawn by an invisible force, forming an indescribable pattern that interrupted their conversation. Could it be that our mother has given birth to another child? And will she once again be swallowed by Kronos? They exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding prompting them to speak simultaneously. Then they lifted their heads to gaze above. Indeed, the sky once more tore open. Faint echoes of dialogue between Cronus and Rhea drifting down. "Rhea, how can this child emanate such a nauseating aura of the underworld?" Cronus' voice was steeped in disbelief and fury. "Huh, this child was born of my resentment towards you. You should know this better than anyone, should you not?" Rhea replied, her face devoid of expression as a mocking smile crept onto her lips. "You resent me? Are you not aware of my reasons? Can you bear to see me with nothing?" Cronus thundered, his rage palpable. "You have long lost your way, ensnared by the power of the God King. I have but one demand. Return Hades to me, lest my hatred for you deepen. The ensuing conversation was lost to Hestia and Demeter as they witnessed the rift vanish once more. Demeter, filled with uncertainty, hesitantly inquired, did Cronus not consume him? Perhaps because Hades is his son, or maybe to redeem his mother. Hestia, equally perplexed, could only speculate. Suddenly, Demeter sensed something, her body stiffening abruptly. She turned her back to Hestia, her eyes widening in disbelief, pointing her right hand towards a distant corner. That is, her words caught in her throat, laden with shock and confusion. Following Demeter's gesture, Hestia too was taken aback by the appearance of a figure. A question surged within her. How could this child possess such moderate divine power at birth? Was he the very price of the bargain between mother and knight? The figure seemed to sense their wary and inquisitive gazes and spoke with an emotionless tone, its voice deep and authoritative, reverberating like ancient bells among the ruins. I am the guardian of plague, minerals, the earth, and the cosmic order. I embody death, fear, secrecy, the natural cycle, and rationality. I am the personification of plague, Hades. Chapter 14. The eternal debate of life and death as Hades' solemn declaration echoed. The anticipation and joy that had adorned Demeter's face froze instantly. It was replaced by a profound pallor, intertwined with deep fear and resentment. Her body trembled slightly, a visceral rebellion and anger surging forth, reminiscent of the vibrant earth in spring suddenly besieged by the icy grip of winter. You exude a divine essence that is entirely antithetical to mine, constraining me. Why is this so? How could a mother give birth to you? Her voice, fraught with disbelief, sharpened as her eyes widened, brimming with rage. Your existence threatens the very lives and nature I hold dear, condemning all to suffer in anguish. How can you exist? By what right do you exist? Demeter covered her face with her hands, as if to shield herself from the unbearable pain of her mother's betrayal. Staggering backward in disarray, her cries resonating in despair. Demeter, calm down, Hestia implored, but before she could think further, she instinctively reached out to grasp her, only to be violently rebuffed by Demeter. In that moment, Demeter appeared somewhat unhinged, pointing at Hades and demanding of Hestia, Hestia, you will help me, will you not? You will choose me, will you not? Rather than this loathsome Hades, reeking of death, will you not? Hestia merely pressed her lips together, her brow furrowed. Clutching her garment in anguish, torn by the inability to choose, she silently cried out within, why must there be a choice? Why must it be this way? Everything was meant to lead to a beautiful future. Could it all merely be a fleeting illusion, a dream's mirage? Seeing Hestia's silence, Demeter appeared abandoned, painfully closing her eyes. Tears, like glistening beads, slipped from the corners of her eyes as she sobbed. Hestia, you are my sister. We have always been together. Is it so difficult to make a choice? Hestia felt the sting of Demeter's question, her anger boiling over. She shouted, have you ever considered my feelings? I am the embodiment of family. You are my sister, and thus Hades is my brother as well. I cannot forsake all who share my blood. Demeter, how could you? Laughter erupted from Demeter, filled with a chilling blend of despair and madness. Her laughter was sharp, like blades scraping against cold stone, echoing across the open meadow. She took several steps back, distancing herself from Hestia, her eyes wide with fury as she shrieked, Hades' existence is the greatest insult to me. Life will perish because of him. Plants will wither. All will suffer. My very essence calls me to distance myself from him, to despise him. Do you understand, my sister? In her eyes, once reflecting golden waves of grain, now only anger and the terror of her divine purity being threatened remained. As her words faded, silence enveloped the surroundings. Hestia's golden eyes flickered with confusion. She remained mute, uncertain of how to respond. Soon after, Demeter collapsed onto the ground, her pale right hand covering her mouth, stifling the cries threatening to spill forth, her body trembling uncontrollably. Tears fell like unstrung pearls upon the earth, instantly transforming into golden ears of wheat, swaying gracefully in the stillness of the grass, as if echoing the goddess's sorrow. Hestia stepped forward hesitantly, but soon halted. She was at a loss for words. Knowing this was not merely Demeter's personal emotion, but rather a manifestation of her essence as the goddess of life, instinctively recoiling from Hades, the god of death. Hestia lifted her gaze to the pomegranate tree, which was undergoing an inexplicable transformation amidst the clash of divine powers, a wave of melancholy washing over her. Could it be that life and death are truly irreconcilable? She clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly piercing her palms, feeling helpless as the symbol of family in the face of such internal division. Just then, Hades moved. He emerged from the shadows, each step light yet resolute. As he approached, an oppressive aura of the underworld enveloped the surroundings, warping the environment instinctively in response to his divinity. The once vibrant pomegranate tree began to tremble in agony, its sacred flames flickering violently, as though struggling against this alien power. When the last ember withdrew from the branches, the essence of the trunk instantaneously transformed, resembling black iron, adorned with silver threads of the river of the dead, emanating a chilling glow. Blood-red pomegranates hung thick upon its branches, their fruits swollen to the brink of bursting, the juice dripping onto the obsidian ground with a hissing sound, rising into ethereal blue smoke. Had vitality truly been consumed by death? Hestia gazed at the tree. Now utterly transformed by the essence of death, her eyes filled with astonishment. She realized this was Hades' divine power and swiftly turned to regard the approaching figure. At that moment, Hades' form was fully revealed to her. His black hair cascaded like a nightfall, tips dusted with the stardust of an ethereal glow. His deep-set eyes, reminiscent of ancient wells, seemed to harbor countless swirling souls. He donned a dark robe that shimmered with the sheen of cold jade, the river of the dead's waves swirling upon his shoulders, half-transparent soul-fish swimming within. His footsteps were soundless, akin to a specter, behind him a vague, massive shadow writhed as if countless souls silently worshipped their king. As he passed by Hestia, his steps imperceptibly faltered for an instant. His eyes, reflecting the pomegranate fruits, caught her furrowed brow and conflicted expression. The cold, indifferent curve of his lips seemed to soften momentarily, not that he was unmoved, but rather due to his nature. He had grown accustomed to sinking all emotions into the unfathomable depths of the underworld. At that moment, the branches of the pomegranate tree suddenly quivered, a few fruits plummeting to the ground, yet halting mere inches from his boot. The skin of the fruits split open, revealing pearlescent seeds within, each enveloped in a soft golden glow, as if presenting a tribute to him. Hades lowered his gaze to the pomegranates, his brows slightly shifting, and as he gently tapped the tree's iron-like trunk, ripples cascaded across its surface. Silver threads exuded minute droplets of water. The long-sealed waters of the river of the dead awakened, flowing through the tree's veins into each pomegranate, infusing the once vivid red flesh with hints of ethereal blue. A sudden vine swept past him, entangling a few strands of his garment. The fabric, woven from the divinity of night and darkness, shimmered with a pearl-like luminescence. Hidden within the tassels of his sleeves lay a half-bloomed daffodil. In that moment, the flower unfurled gently with his breath, its petal edges glistening with a layer of frost, as if to encase all the vitality of this place within. "Do not take it too much to heart, Hades," Hestia explained with difficulty, while waving her hand to rekindle the sacred flame. A sliver of light filtered through the branches of the pomegranate tree, landing perfectly upon his face. It was then that Hestia noticed the two clusters of dark, fiery beauty at the corners of his eyes, crimson as blood, yet radiating a sheen akin to cold jade. His nose was high and chiseled like ice sculpture, with a jawline sharp enough to cleave through the night mist. Even the hue of his lips was faint, reminiscent of coral submerged in the waters of the underworld, yet possessing a breathtaking beauty that stirred a fleeting impulse within Hestia to kiss him, which she quickly rebuked as a sacrilegious thought. The shadow of the pomegranate tree unfurled at his feet, resembling a dark blanket, with the light of the underworld coursing through the veins of every leaf. He casually reached out to caress the nearest pomegranate, his fingertips just grazing the skin. The fruit rolled into his palm as if responding to his touch, its flesh splitting open to reveal seeds that tumbled into his hand. These seeds were alive, each curled into the form of a tiny infant, their skin shimmering with a pearlescent glow, eyes closed, and dew from the river of the underworld clinging to their lashes. Hades chuckled softly after Hestia's explanation. His fingertips delicately pressed against the seeds, which immediately burst forth into a constellation of tiny stars, ascending into the void, merging with the sliver of light that had just fallen. Hades' deep, authoritative voice resonated once more, causing Hestia's ears to flush. "Hestia, I have never been concerned. It is merely amusing and tedious." She has existed for such an eternity, yet remains unable to penetrate the essence of the laws of life and death. A faint fragrance wafted through the air, that of jasmine, mingled with the waters of the underworld, the sweetness of pomegranate blossoms, and the iron tang of blood, an aroma interwoven with the fabric of life and death, a mark of his very essence. Upon hearing these words, Demeter felt as if she had been doused with a bucket of cold water from head to toe. The disdain and contempt she sensed pierced her heart more acutely than any sharp words could. She clenched her jaw tightly, her nails nearly digging into her palm, forcing back all her sorrowful tears. In their stead arose a fierce defiance, a fervor to counter, to prove herself right with all her might. Glaring at him through gritted teeth, Demeter retorted, if I had to choose between life and death, I would choose life. The brilliance and beauty of life are beyond your comprehension as the god of death. That is the chasm that separates us. Hades did not interrupt her tirade. Instead, he extended his pale right hand, elegantly pinching his chin between two fingers, listening intently. Once she finished, he replied slowly, "Then, death, too, possesses its unique allure. If you are not blinded by your essence, you shall see and understand." Demeter's spirit flared. She wiped her tears and stood abruptly, hands on her hips. She proclaimed with conviction, "Life is the meaning of existence, the refuge of the soul, a symbol of the world's vibrant vitality." Hades maintained his calm demeanor, responding with tranquility. Death endows completion rather than termination. Even as life approaches death, it does not signify an end. It heralds a new beginning. Individual lives are embedded within a larger cosmic order, bestowing transition or elevation upon death. If you still cannot comprehend, Hades' voice was deep and powerful. I shall elucidate my principles for you. Life possesses no predetermined meaning. All things create meaning through freedom of choice and action. No sooner had he spoken than Demeter, like an insulted cat, retorted, "Death signifies the annihilation of matter and consciousness. So what of this so-called new life? It is not the same as before." Hades appeared slightly vexed by his incomprehensible sister, pinching the flesh between his brows. Coldly and bluntly, he stated, "The finitude of death is precisely the foundation of meaning. It is because life ultimately concludes that all beings choose their futures with care, rendering each moment exceedingly precious. Only by bravely confronting the inevitability of death can one transcend the numbness of ordinary existence and live authentically." A fleeting moment of confusion flickered in Demeter's almond-shaped eyes. She had never contemplated the issue of life and death from this perspective. Yet, the innate defiance surged once more, suppressing that moment of wavering. She could not help but glance at Hestia, who was intently listening to their argument, and asked, "Hestia, you arbitrate. Who is right between Hades and me? Is life more significant, or is death?" Hestia, startled by this unexpected inquiry, felt her mind racing amidst their heated discourse. She perceived Demeter's fervor and grasped Hades' depth. Life is a brilliant spark, while death is the eternal night sky that harbors that spark. Both are indispensable, yet they stand in stark opposition. She initially intended to deflect, claiming ignorance. But suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated her mind, conjuring thoughts of family, of bonds, of balance. "I believe life and death are not entirely opposed, but rather two members of a family." Hestia paused for a moment, her gaze shifting between Demeter and Hades. Before continuing, "Demeter, your life force symbolizes the warmth and hope of the family. Hades, your law of death serves as the cornerstone and sanctuary of the family. You each guard essential facets of the household, and neither can be omitted. I cannot choose one side over the other, for you are both beloved family to me. A complete family requires your simultaneous existence and protection." Chapter 15, The Essence of Life and Death and the Eye of Nyx. Hestia's words resonated throughout the tranquil island. Her voice was calm, yet powerful, with each word akin to stones cast upon a lake's surface, creating ripples upon ripples. "Of course, should you find this answer unsatisfactory, I have another. Life is the construction of meaning, and death is the manifestation of that meaning." Before she could finish, a spark of enlightenment flashed in Demeter's almond eyes. Her beautiful face blossomed into a flower-like smile, eagerly interrupting, "Life may possess an immaterial soul or form." She spoke with a hint of pride and reluctance, adding, "Though I truly do not wish to acknowledge this insight, I refuse to be looked down upon or discriminated against by that wretched brother." Pausing, her tone shifted to one of solemnity. as if proclaiming a sacred truth. Death is the liberation of the soul from the body. Her words revealed an inexpressible conflict, ultimately leading to a touch of self-mockery for her naivety. I seemed to be gradually persuaded. She had not anticipated the profound connection between life and death. The existence of death transformed life from a passive flow of time into an active creation of meaning. Hades waited for Demeter to finish before calmly adding, "Do not forget this point." His voice was low and powerful, echoing like an ancient resonance from the depths of the underworld, imbued with undeniable authority. Hestia, exasperated, glanced at Demeter, then at Hades, who had suddenly interjected. She gently shook her head, letting out a soft laugh. "Could you wait for me to finish? If you let me complete my thoughts, you would understand even more. In truth, life and death possess no absolute right or wrong. They are equally significant and inseparable." Her words were filled with philosophical insight, each syllable painting order amidst chaos. The meaning of life does not lie in its duration, but in its relationship with the world, the connections to all things, the creation of value, the exploration of the unknown. The existence of death deepens this relationship. It reminds all beings that each breath, every choice, is a declaration of existence to the world. As Hestia's voice faded, a glimmer of understanding illuminated both Demeter and Hades, the radiance flowing between their eyes. They each felt an unprecedented revelation from Hestia's definition of life and death. They found themselves deeply admiring Hestia, who had been kissed by wisdom in that moment. There exists no absolute justice or evil between life and death. All arises from the heart and individual judgment. Hestia gracefully approached the pomegranate tree, extending her delicate hand to gently caress its trunk. The golden hue of her eyes sparkled with divine brilliance as she glanced back with a radiant smile. "What do you say? Am I correct?" Hades abruptly emerged from his contemplative reverie. A cold smile curled at the corners of his lips, accompanied by a low chuckle. "I had presumed you would wallow in self-pity and wail, but it appears my judgment was flawed. Hestia, you are the greatest variable, thus capable of wielding immense power. Are you not?" A flicker of doubt crossed Hestia's golden eyes as she pondered in silence. What does Hades mean? Does he possess the essence of Nyx? Can he truly see through fate? Maintaining her composure, she ventured a cautious inquiry. "Hades, do you possess the power to perceive destiny? Or have you been entrusted with something from the outside world? It seems you are already aware, are you not?" Hades replied, surprise etched across his features. Raising an eyebrow, he regarded Hestia with a knowing glimmer in his dark eyes before appraising her carefully. Then, extending his pale hand, palm upward, he revealed a black eye, devoid of sclera, ensconced within the cosmic veil of night. This eye, profound as the night sky, fixed its gaze upon Hestia. With a serious demeanor, Hades spoke in a low, oppressive tone. "I present this to you to ascertain whether you are truly prepared. Since you have become a variable in destiny, you must endure its heavy scrutiny. I need to know if your will can remain steadfast when confronted with the essence of Nyx." As Hestia's gaze neared the black eye, an alarming warning surged through her divinity, cautioning her against direct contact, lest it be too late. Unable to resist, Hestia's vision shattered, plunging her into utter darkness. Not merely a blindness, but a severance of her connection to divinity, an indescribable rift tearing at her soul. In that dark haze, she glimpsed a figure beyond the world. Amidst the cosmos, a woman with flowing ebony hair, undisturbed by the wind. Veiled in mystery, her expression was grave and indifferent. Her gaze as profound as the night sky, neither benevolent nor wrathful, but an absolute enforcer of natural law, clad in a heavy black gown adorned with celestial motifs. Seemingly sensing Hestia's scrutiny, she turned to offer a glance, laced with both warning and amusement. "Child, having perceived my guise, you must understand that further observation is inadvisable. To behold my essence would exact a price beyond what you can bear, far exceeding the demise of your divinity." With a graceful wave of her sleeve, Nyx returned Hestia's spirit to her corporeal form. "My eyes!" Hestia shrieked, hands clutching her face as she staggered backward, teetering on the brink of collapse. "Hestia!" Demeter's face bore an unprecedented panic. Having never witnessed her omnipotent sister in distress, she instantly materialized behind Hestia, enveloping her in a protective embrace. Lowering her head to avoid the black eye, she furiously rebuked Hades. "What are you doing, Hades? I thought Hestia was aware, which is why I revealed it, but evidently, she was unprepared. I underestimated the power of Nyx's eye, Hades admitted, his voice tinged with disarray. As Demeter prepared to unleash her ire, Hestia gently halted her, assuring her that she was unharmed. With Demeter's assistance, Hestia gradually regained her composure, eyes tightly shut, a faint trace of golden divine blood trickling from the corners. A testament to the formidable terror of that black eye. Enduring the agonizing rift of her vision, enveloped in complete darkness, the tide of fear surged within her. Yet she knew she could not exhibit weakness at this juncture. Taking a deep breath, she sought to calm her racing heart until tranquility returned. It is not your fault, Hades. After a brief pause, she continued, I pay my respects to the esteemed daughter of chaos, the weaver of fate, and the mother of the underworld, the primordial goddess Nyx. With that, Hestia gracefully lifted the hem of her gown, lowering herself in a dignified curtsy, hands elegantly positioned at her sides, head slightly bowed in the utmost reverence. Trembling beside her, Demeter followed suit, forcing herself to maintain composure, smiling as she mirrored Hestia's gesture, respectfully repeating the salutation. They anticipated Nyx's wrath for their unintentional lapse, or at the very least, a stony silence. But to their surprise, nothing transpired. No need for such formality, feel free. You may refer to me as the Eye of Nyx. Despite this, Hestia remained cautious, lowering her gaze, her body erect, eyes closed in deference. Demeter mirrored her actions, like a clever parrot imitating Hestia's demeanor. Observing Hestia's excessive caution, Hades found amusement in her demeanor, yet refrained from interjecting, for the focus belonged to the black eye. The ethereal voice of Nyx resonated from within, echoing as if from the depths of the cosmos. When I sensed the ripples of your fate, a curiosity stirred within me. Therefore, upon Rhea's arrival, I acquiesced to her requests and forged a pact. As for the specifics, the primordial fire of knowledge should elucidate. Do you not agree? After all, you are the third entity to pique my interest in this eternal and mundane existence. Hestia's tightly shut eyes fluttered slightly, her long lashes quivering like the wings of a butterfly, betraying her inner turmoil. She raced through her thoughts. Was it due to System 001, or perhaps the realms of space and knowledge? Or had she discerned the connection between Hades and herself? Impossible. There must be a deeper significance behind it all. As her thoughts spiraled into chaos, Hestia's mind became an entangled mess, akin to a tangled ball of yarn. Impossible to unravel. Ultimately, she relinquished her musings, slowly lifting her head, eyes still closed, hesitating before speaking. Surely, there must be another reason for Nyx's interest. Beyond merely a prisoner? Huh, came the mocking reply of Nyx's eye. Hestia, do you truly believe there is anything here worthy of my personal attention? Hestia, momentarily taken aback, paused before feigning composure and deftly shifting the topic. You mentioned I am the third. Who are the first and second? The embodiment of the seer, Prometheus, and the embodiment of primordial wisdom, Métis. Nyx's voice grew complex, tinged with unspeakable regret. Alas, she was far too clever and self-assured, neglecting the peril of overzealous wisdom. Ultimately failing to secure her future, Hades discerned his own fate, yet succumbed to fear, terrified of the intricacies of his schemes and the potential for unpredictability, remaining paralyzed in the face of his destiny. As the words lingered in the air, Nyx's eye, imbued with mystery, inquired with a playful yet anticipatory tone, Hestia, do you believe they can escape the embrace of fate? Can they alter the drama wrought by destiny? For Demeter, the current state of affairs was utterly intolerable. The presence of both Hades and Nyx's eye left her unsettled. She fought to quell her discomfort, striving for calmness, her gaze fixed intently on Hestia, fearful of missing any nuance. Hestia sighed inwardly, recognizing the futility of assessing the chessboard of fate with mundane judgments of right and wrong. Nyx's words merely cast the burden of choice back upon them. The ability to choose lay not within her grasp. She abandoned her contemplations, slowly lifting her head, eyes still closed, hesitating as she spoke. I leave the decision to you. Your thoughts and intentions are the most generous gifts of fate, as well as my answer. Nyx's eye found Hestia's expected response unremarkable, her voice laced with disappointment and an air of ennui. It seems I overestimated you. If that is the case, I shall not squander more time. Hestia sensed Nyx's discontent, but secretly exhaled in relief, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Your time here must be limited, correct? If you wish to discuss the plans concerning my mother, or perhaps speak of a portion of your dealings, is that correct? Haha. The moment your mother intended to consume her children under Kronos, a game commenced, with millennia as the chessboard and children as the pawns, pitted against Kronos. Perhaps this began even earlier, for your mother has always appeared so flawless on the surface. Yet, what she truly desires within, even her siblings remain oblivious to. Time itself can inadvertently obscure or conceal her innermost thoughts, adept at allowing her past, present, and future selves to interchange. At this point, Demeter showed no sign of change. Hades had attained a measure of clarity, while Hestia pondered deeply. Mother, which incarnation of yourself was present at that moment in time? Did that incarnation's eventual dissolution signify a return to the original self, or a return into the fabric of time? Did you manipulate yourself to orchestrate this sequence, so we might enhance our strength in your service? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Hestia grew suspicious, yet suppressed all notions and continued to listen, observing their reactions. Nyx's gaze revealed a hint of admiration for Rhea's ruthless cunning. Do you understand the true reason behind your sequential births? I do. It stems from a mother's beautiful vision for the world. Eager to assert herself, Demeter could not contain her excitement, symbolically showcasing her own wisdom as a goddess. Hades and Nyx, along with Hestia, exchanged silent glances, struck by Demeter's naivety. Hades, with a trace of disdain, coldly remarked, "You only speak of the surface. Do not forget that beneath a beautiful facade often lies an ugly truth." As Hades's words landed like icy stones upon Demeter's heart, she stiffened, her pure affection freezing in an instant. She could neither comprehend nor accept that her proud lineage, the beautiful vision bestowed by her mother, might merely serve as a veil for a chilling scheme. No, it cannot be so. She bit her lip tightly, attempting to refute, yet found her throat constricted, unable to utter a single word. Deep within, her love and reverence for her mother clashed violently with Hades's ugly revelation. Her pride shattered under this sudden doubt, and fear enveloped her, fear that she was merely a meticulously crafted tool, a soulless pawn. Pain and confusion flickered in her hazel eyes as she glanced at Hestia, her gaze laden with profound helplessness. Hestia bowed her head, her crimson hair veiling her complex emotions, sighing helplessly within. Demeter, mother. Hestia's voice was soft yet heavy, as if she were on the verge of voicing her suspicions regarding Rhea. In the 16th chapter, the dark truth of time and the birth of Poseidon. Within the confines of the temporal prison, every breath of air was thick with ancient despair and weight. Hestia's voice, light as a sigh yet imbued with the weight to crush divinity, spoke. Mother, she has always buried her negative emotions deep within, hoping to forget them with the passage of time. Her words were like a cold blade, piercing the faith Demeter had long upheld. Alas, the reality was otherwise. Those emotions had not dissipated, but rather corroded her heart. Coupled with Kronos' actions, it further stoked the flames, causing the long-repressed negativity to erupt. At this juncture, Hestia seemed to expend all her strength, first restoring her sight with divine power. She sat upright on the grass, legs together, back straight, hands resting naturally on her thighs. Her opened eyes, glimmering with concern, fixated intently on Demeter. Demeter's eyes widened in disbelief, a terrible suspicion flickering in her mind. Instinctively, she stumbled back a few steps, as if struck by an invisible force in the chest, her legs buckling, collapsing to the ground uncontrollably. Her lips trembled slightly, her mind blank, resonating only with Hestia's words echoing in her thoughts. Finally, she weakly raised her head, her voice hoarse with incredulity. Hestia, do you mean to say that Mother has split all her negative emotions, or rather, those dark aspects of divinity, from herself and given them to us, so as not to crumble completely, correct? This is the suspicion I have long dared not voice. Perhaps it is the truth. Hestia's voice brimmed with bitterness. For you so firmly believe and love your mother. Do you understand that the reason my dark divinity is so potent is not solely my own doing? It is also a fusion of Mother's despair and darkness towards family over countless millennia. She frowned deeply, recalling the scenes within her mental sea, having overlooked many details in her emotional turmoil. Unable to suppress the urge, Hestia turned to Nyx's gaze, biting her lip, and inquired, Night Mother, why do you think an incarnation could enter another god's mental sea? Nyx, who had been enjoying this familial drama, turned to Hestia at her question. The corners of their pupils curled into an amused arc, as if observing a naive child. My child, nothing can enter from thin air. unless the mental sea already bears its mark. Is it divinity or bloodline? Hestia's heart sank abruptly, a dreadful answer surfacing, yet she clung to a sliver of hope. Nyx's voice, imbued with profound understanding, was as gentle as plucking the strings of a harp. You have already guessed, have you not? That deeply rooted dark divinity within you is the answer. If Rhea has bestowed all her negative emotions upon you, then what would be strange about leaving behind a few conveniences? Boom. A tidal wave of betrayal and deception surged from the depths of Hestia's heart, shattering the fragile tranquility she had maintained. Her divine power erupted uncontrollably, her crimson hair wildly dispersing. Each strand resembled a flickering flame, symbolizing the fury raging within her. Hestia, what has happened to you? Demeter, petrified by Hestia's sudden outburst, cast aside her sorrow, crying out for her sister. Hades stepped forward, frowning slightly. An ethereal aura enveloped him, silently shrouding Hestia, attempting to soothe her tempestuous power. In a deep, resonant voice, Hades spoke to Demeter. Do not call out to her. It will only exacerbate her loss of control. Demeter's cries and Hades' actions brought a flicker of clarity back to Hestia. She inhaled deeply, gradually calming her raging power. Her wild hair fell back into place, revealing a disheveled, yet bittersweet smile. Night Mother, forgive my display. When Hestia turned her gaze back to Nyx, her eyes remained clear, for Nyx had withdrawn all their might. Meanwhile, Hades stepped forward, positioning himself between Hestia and Demeter. The resolute light in his dark eyes silently declared, no matter the truth, he would protect his sisters with his strength. Hestia and Demeter gazed at Hades' silhouette, warmth surging within them, even if their mother's love brimmed with deceit and manipulation. This protection from their brother felt so genuine and reliable. Yet, Hestia still needed to clarify everything, for the sake of Demeter and the others. Laden with doubt. Can you sense if Mother has left any hidden schemes within me? Well, Nyx's tone was playful yet tinged with an almost imperceptible sigh, still gentle. Worried for her younger siblings. How kind of you. However, your concern is unwarranted. After all, your sisters and brother possess only dark divinity and none of Rhea's schemes. You can be at ease. Upon hearing this affirmation, Hestia sighed in relief, yet deep within, she could not shake off a profound sense of sorrow. She fought to suppress the tumultuous emotions, closing her eyes, her mother's gentle visage and seemingly affectionate, yet strategically laden words flooding her mind. A suffocating pain enveloped her, as if an invisible force constricted her throat. Anger, betrayal, and a somber melancholy interwoven with maternal love formed an impenetrable web within her heart. Hestia, is your rage a result of your mother's deceit? Demeter's voice carried a hint of lethargy, as if the weight of the truth rendered her mind a blank slate, filled only with trepidation. Yes, and yet no. Let it be then. Hestia, reluctant to prolong the discourse, turned away and earnestly cautioned Demeter that the shadowy divinity within her would inevitably erupt one day, urging her to remain vigilant. She then gazed once more into the eye of Nyx, her expression imbued with newfound contemplation. Mother had spoken countless times of parting from me, which I had disregarded at the time. In hindsight, that manifestation must surely be fragments of my mother's past. Indeed, or perhaps not. Though the eye of Nyx posed a question, its tone was undeniably affirmative. The reason you were indifferent is that within that manifestation resided pure maternal love, is it not? The eye of Nyx elaborated further, explaining that it was Rhea who had personified her sister, memory, stripping away all distractions, leaving only the essence of love. Only in this manner could you fully forgive and accept her, without questioning her maternal affection. It is clear to me now. Hestia extended her porcelain-like right hand, her fingers delicately cradling her chin, thoughtfully continuing her analysis. That manifestation was also Mother's relentless return to the past, attempting to thwart Cronus from devouring my timeline. Hence her words. Yet, it was ultimately in vain. Thus, Mother formally initiated a grand scheme spanning 10 millennia, beginning anew with my conception. Engaging in this intricate game with Cronus, she suddenly fixated on Demeter, her piercing gaze startling her sister, who stammered, Hestia, is there something on my face? Mother, or rather, she is no longer our mother. She is not merely Rhea. She may embody both past and future selves. Hestia's tone grew unprecedentedly solemn, meticulously unraveling the truth. Rhea first divided her shadowy divinity among us, then left a contingency within me. Subsequently, she engaged in various dealings with the gods, particularly leveraging your artifact, the Golden Scepter. She intentionally ensnared Clytius to successfully execute her subsequent plans. Demeter could bear the weight of this revelation no longer. She raised her alabaster hands to cover her face, tears cascading between her fingers as she sobbed. Woe is me! I was forced to part from my divine artifact, enduring unbearable anguish. How could she be so heartless? The eye of Nyx smiled softly, her eyes shimmering with delight. Yet this joy seemed to stem not solely from the amusement of witnessing a drama, but also from a profound comprehension and appreciation of cosmic laws. Your familial melodrama is truly captivating. I am thoroughly entertained. Now, is there anything else you wish to know? What emotions do our shadowy divinities correspond to in Rhea? Hestia had long harbored an answer in her heart, yet she could not suppress her desire to hear an alternative response. I anticipated your inquiry. The eye of Nyx chuckled lightly, unveiling. The virtues representing the world's light invariably correspond to the vices embodying its darkness. Hestia, you epitomize Rhea's despair. Demeter, you embody her suffering. And Hades, you symbolize her resentment. Demeter suddenly realized the absence of Hera's mention and could not help but inquire. What of Hera? The eye of Nyx regarded Demeter with a knowing smile. Hera, favored by the world, merely symbolizes Rhea's jealousy. As they comprehended the hidden significance of their existence, Demeter continued to weep, while Hestia's heart became illuminated, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. Thank you for revealing this truth, dispelling our confusion and ignorance. Hestia rose gracefully, her hands clasped demurely before her, slightly bending her knees and lowering her head, her eyes cast upon the ground in a gesture of respect. You are most welcome. It is time for me to depart. The voice of the eye of Nyx became ethereal and distant, for outside, 7 millennia had elapsed, and your new brother was destined to be born. As her words lingered, a thunderous roar erupted within the temporal prison, reverberating like the collapse of the heavens. Boom! A colossal fissure appeared above, casting a flickering beam of light that pierced through, illuminating the desolate island where they resided. An ancient and heavy atmosphere pervaded the air, mingling dust and despair, with each breath akin to swallowing the ashes of history. The light fell upon the ground, devoid of warmth, instead imbued with a chilling and distant pallor, rendering the shadows of the surrounding ruins even more distorted and profound. I have unraveled your queries. Your new brother symbolizes Rhea's fury. The eye of Nyx's lingering words faded as her form gradually dissipated, with hopes of meeting again in the future, particularly you, Hestia. Fury? Hestia murmured to herself, subsequently casting her gaze skyward. Rhea may have grown weary of performing for Cronus. Her presence had almost become silent. Meanwhile, Cronus presumed Rhea had acquiesced to everything, saying little, merely swallowing the child who wailed in anger. A cruel and mocking smile curled upon his lips, his eyes glinting with coldness, as if savoring the most exquisite farce. My new child, Poseidon, your rage and resentment are in vain, for you are too weak. Weakness is the original sin. Ha ha ha. Poseidon's furious and resonant voice echoed around, brimming with defiance and determination. Damn Cronus, I shall not yield to you so easily. No matter the adversity, I shall rise to the challenge until I personally slay you. Until the fissure closed, his roar reverberated through the desolate space, intertwined with endless anger and resolve, mingling with Cronus's repugnant mockery. Demeter had long since dried her tears, though her eyes were slightly swollen. A complex expression graced her face. She cast aside her self-pity, standing abruptly to approach Hestia, her tone laced with incredulity. Who is Poseidon shouting for? Us. Nearby, Hera, cocooned in slumber, shimmered as if in agreement with Demeter's words. Hestia and Hades exchanged knowing smiles, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Poseidon's arrival dissipated the previously heavy and sorrowful atmosphere, infusing this desolate abyss with a flicker of new life. Chapter 17. Sibling Banter. Woof. 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 Within the temporal prison, the relentless barking of dogs surged like a torrent. Each bark bore the sharpness of space being torn asunder, threatening to engulf the still-falling Poseidon entirely. The sound was piercing, grating, reminiscent of countless files scraping against the void, striking deep into the soul. Poseidon's forehead pulsed with veins, his sea-blue eyes roiling with unbridled fury. Clenching his fists, his knuckles whitened from the force. He let out a deafening roar. Silence. You are driving me mad. His voice rang like a great bell, clashing violently with the howling of the temporal hounds, stirring waves of air. This was not merely a roar. It resembled a contest of wills, as he vowed to overpower those wretched hounds in this battle of sound. His once handsome visage twisted with rage, resembling a beast trapped in a cage, desperate to prove itself. How noisy! Demeter, taken aback by the commotion, instinctively covered her ears, her fair face etched with disbelief. She turned to Hestia, her brow furrowed in confusion, wondering if Poseidon was not in his right mind or perhaps lacking common sense. Hestia observed the pointless verbal skirmish, 3 dark lines forming on her forehead, and even her usually tranquil eyes sparkled with a rare hint of exasperation. She fought to suppress her impulse to deride Poseidon, inhaling deeply before calmly explaining. He despises dogs, hence his reaction. Her tone was tinged with barely concealed disdain. Hades, leaning against the pomegranate tree with arms crossed, raised an eyebrow at this revelation, a faint smile gracing his lips. His voice was low and teasing, akin to rich red wine, imbued with an air of cool detachment. Perhaps he is indeed one to take everything that confronts him earnestly, feeling the need to prove himself in every confrontation. A glimmer of insight sparkled in his deep, night sky-like eyes. Demeter, upon hearing this, raised her porcelain-like right hand to cover her mouth, which had formed an O shape in shock. She blinked. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes filled with hesitation. Is it true or not? How exhausting it must be to take everything so seriously. She found it utterly incomprehensible, as if a door to a new world had been opened. You really believe it? Hestia observed Demeter's exaggerated reaction and couldn't help but rub her forehead, a hint of helpless amusement in her tone. Hades merely mentioned it in passing, and you took it to heart? Did you not claim to be mature and composed? Do you still wish to learn from me how to be elegant? Demeter was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the elegant image she had tirelessly maintained had, unbeknownst to her, completely vanished. A sense of despair washed over her, and she inwardly lamented. It's all Hades' fault for appearing, making it impossible for me to keep up the facade. She shot Hades a fierce glare, her tone tinged with irritation. Reign in your aura. I must restore vitality here to welcome Poseidon. Hades, bemused by Demeter's misplaced ire, complied and withdrew his presence, quietly distancing himself from the pomegranate tree. As the god of plague, his aura inherently carried a chilling stillness, which would indeed hinder Demeter's efforts to rejuvenate the area. He stepped aside, observing her with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Hestia shook her head, stifling a laugh, then furrowed her brow as she gazed into the void where Poseidon resided. The ripples of time and space intensified, signaling the imminent arrival of the temporal hounds. She couldn't help but think, is Poseidon truly foolish? Danger is approaching, and he continues to roar as if intending to scare the enemy away with his voice. With that thought, Hestia resolved to teleport to him. However, Hades' deep, authoritative voice interrupted her. Hestia, do you plan to go alone? Though his tone was not loud, it carried an undeniable weight. Of course, Hestia replied, looking at Hades with a serious expression. Do not forget, everything here is sealed by Kronos. Especially you. Once you exhaust your divine power, you cannot restore it by absorbing primal energy, and then you will be unable to withstand the devouring force of time and space. Her tone was resolute, leaving no room for contradiction. Can you? Hades did not dispute her words, as they were indeed using their divine power to repel the encroaching void every moment. Yet, he could not help but seek confirmation, his deep gaze fixed intently on Hestia, searching for answers within. Hestia chose not to respond further, but demonstrated her resolve through action. Before Hades, she transformed into a multitude of resplendent fire butterflies, each shimmering with brilliant crimson light, soaring toward the void. These butterflies seemed alive, tracing elegant arcs in the air before coalescing into a river of flames, heading in Poseidon's direction. Do not worry. Demeter, noticing his unusual demeanor, gracefully approached Hades. Her voice was soft yet firm, like a gentle spring breeze sweeping across the fields, imbued with a soothing power. Hestia is currently the strongest among us, having ascended to a powerful divine level. As for how she achieved this, it is undoubtedly her secret, and we should not speculate. So, you might as well try to believe in her. Her beautiful almond eyes sparkled with sincerity. As her words settled, she noticed Hades' surprised and contemplative expression and turned away, a sly smile dancing on her lips. She felt a surge of pride within. Now I have truly embodied the role of an older sister, haven't I? Upon reaching the pomegranate tree, Demeter composed herself, silently reciting, "Life springs from death." She raised her right hand, a gentle green light emanating from her palm, resembling a tender sprout, as her fingertips brushed against the desolate pomegranate trunk, as her skirt brushed against the roots. The wheat ear ornaments in her ears suddenly exuded a faint golden glow, intertwining with the dark red of the pomegranate fruits, creating a wondrous halo. Demeter lowered her gaze and began to chant, her voice infused with the earthy sweetness of soil and the bitterness of fruit juice. Filled with compassion and love, breath of Demeter, heed my call. Awaken the lifeless pomegranate tree, split your bones. Let the blood crystal shells fall, roots soaked in death. With the warmth of a sower, I melt the frost within your marrow. With the sigh of a harvester, I tear apart the eternal night within your shell. Before her words faded, what rose from her palm was no longer the gentle green mist, but a translucent wine-red fog, wrapping around the pomegranate tree's body like a living entity. The branches trembled suddenly, several blood crystal fruits bursting open, deep brown juice splattering onto the ground. She continued to recite, her voice brimming with reverence for life. Look, the withered vines are sprouting on the pomegranate branches, new shoots with thorns breaking through the scorched earth. Even the remnants of gravestones are softened by the fruit juice, the inscribed dead seeping with tender green tips. Death is merely a slumber for the pomegranate tree, and I am the first ray of spring sunshine that awakens the seeds. As the fog dissipated, new buds sprouted among the branches of the pomegranate tree. She smiled in satisfaction, her expression as radiant as spring blossoms, before turning to leave. In that moment of turning, the once lifeless pomegranate tree burst forth in a profusion of pure white flowers. Petals fluttered down at her feet, transforming into fresh green shoots in an instant. Even the winds of time and space carried the sweet, tangy aroma of underripe pomegranates, intermingled with a vibrant vitality. Demeter, it seems you are not as tearful as I thought. Hades' voice echoed from a distance. He had been silently observing the entire scene, unable to restrain his admiration. His tone was tinged with playful amusement, yet underpinned by genuine awe. You are the one who is tearful, Demeter retorted angrily, brushing off non-existent dust from her attire. She then gracefully seated herself upon the verdant carpet of grass, legs slightly bent, hands resting on her thighs, her body relaxed. Yet her gaze was filled with concern as she looked toward the direction of the temporal hounds. A genuine anxiety flickered in her eyes. Are you worried about Poseidon? Or are you merely pretending to show me that you are the caring older sister? Hades' voice remained calm, though his eyes seemed to penetrate her facade. Demeter struggled to suppress her anger, chanting inwardly, the world is so beautiful, I must not be irritable. Elegance, I am the most graceful goddess of harvest. Yet her body still trembled slightly. She feigned calmness as she braided her hair, her tone laced with barely concealed irritation. Hades, your words are as detestable as your nature. Please be silent. Hades smirked, his lips pressed together, nonchalantly replying, Sister, your gentleness is truly astonishing. His teasing pierced through Demeter's disguise. Her hands faltered, a flicker of amusement crossing her almond eyes as she looked up at him. Because you are my brother, I must forgive your youthful ignorance, mustn't I? Huh. As a younger brother, I too should endure the whims of my elder sister, Hades replied, his words rich and smooth like fine red wine, yet laced with cool detachment. After all, your overwhelming maternal love could very well drown even my wandering soul. Hearing the terms elder and old hag, veins throbbed on Demeter's forehead as she gripped her wrinkled skirt tightly. She squeezed her eyes shut, reopening them to reveal a glint of malicious provocation, casually surveying Hades. Her gaze eventually landed between his legs, and she scoffed, compared to an old hag, you are steeped in death. Thus, that area must merely serve as decoration. Your lifeless visage could wither even the plants beside me. All show and no substance. Wouldn't you agree? Hades was taken aback at first, but quickly grasped the implication of her gaze. His handsome face darkened, like clouds gathering before a storm. Just as he was about to retort, a deafening roar erupted from the void, accompanied by the terrified, desperate howls of the temporal hounds. The void transformed from mere blackness into a swirling tempest, tearing apart the surrounding temporal hounds. A shadow plummeted swiftly from within, entwined in a violent vortex of seawater, each droplet seeming infused with life, roaring and howling. It was Poseidon. his figure no longer a distant silhouette, but now descending upon their island with an overwhelming force capable of annihilation. Demeter's heart seized in terror, disregarding Hades. She jumped to her feet, hands clasped tightly to her chest, anxiety etched across her face as she gazed into the distance. All her facades shattered in that moment, revealing her true inner turmoil. Meanwhile, Hades stood up slowly, calmly offering reassurance. Those hounds must have been harmed by Poseidon, and Hestia will soon arrive. His voice was steady and powerful, imbued with a comforting strength. Listening to his words, Demeter's unease gradually subsided, and she thought to herself, it must be so. Upon contemplating this, Demeter, unexpectedly composed, remarked, "Thank you, but I still harbor a dislike for you." "Mutual sentiments," Hades replied, a fleeting softness flickering across his face before returning to his usual indifference. He gazed at the figure enveloped in tempestuous winds and furious seas, murmuring to himself in a voice barely audible, "I hope that in the future, we may still share such moments." Chapter 18. Poseidon the Temporal Hounds, sensing Poseidon's waning strength, transformed into ethereal shadows, diving down in a frenzied rush. Their crimson maws agape, revealing razor-like fangs, appeared intent on tearing flesh from this fallen deity. "Damnable beasts! How dare you defy me?" Rage ignited within Poseidon, his rugged visage marred by murderous intent. He plummeted ceaselessly, his body growing weaker from the inability to harness primal power. Yet the dignity of the sea god remained unassailable. "Were it not for my divinity being shackled, you mere insects would dare not inflict even a scratch upon me." With his left hand entwined in a tempestuous gale and his right hand summoning an all-consuming tsunami, he aimed to obliterate the approaching temporal hounds in a single strike. Just as the hounds bared their blood-soaked jaws, poised to seize Poseidon, the surrounding void erupted with spatial ripples, akin to stones cast into a tranquil lake. In an instant, countless fire butterflies, ablaze in golden flames, emerged, tracing brilliant red arcs through the air, coalescing before Poseidon into a graceful figure. Howl! Howl! Woof! Woof! The once ferocious temporal hounds, now confronted with a formidable foe, displayed expressions of fear and panic. They came to an abrupt halt in midair, while those behind, unable to react in time, collided with their startled companions, eliciting a chorus of anguished cries. "What is happening? Who has come to my rescue?" Seizing the opportunity, Poseidon steadied himself in the void, uncertainty flickering in his eyes as he beheld the mysterious and elegant figure before him. Hestia materialized, her radiant golden eyes sparkling, a playful smile gracing her lips. Raising her porcelain-like right hand, she playfully tapped her vermilion lips with her painted fingertip, teasingly uttering, "It seems I have arrived at quite the inopportune moment. You little pups appear to be having such fun. Would you mind if I joined?" With a shift in tone, her gaze danced with brilliance, covering her mouth as she chuckled softly. "Since you choose to remain silent, I shall assume your consent. After bullying my brother for so long, it is high time I join in your games. This is my newly crafted divine technique, named Dimber's Eruption. How fortuitous, for I shall test its might." As her words faded, Hestia's fingertip lightly brushed her lips, and a flicker of azure flame ignited at her fingertip. This flame, unlike the ordinary red and yellow of hearth fires, shimmered with a silver brilliance entwined with spatial rifts, flickering like stars falling into kindling. The temporal hounds sensed the impending peril, trembling as they whimpered, attempting to retreat. Yet the surrounding space seemed to be ensnared by an invisible force, leaving them with no avenue of escape. Hestia, her lashes lowered, let forth a gentle hum, reminiscent of a mother beckoning her child home. With a delicate breath, she unleashed the flame, which suddenly unfurled into a line, like fire fuzz stirred by the wind, only to explode upon touching the void. Poseidon was enveloped by a warmth and pressure emanating from the depths of his soul. It was a familial, hearth-like tranquility, yet it twisted under Hestia's immense divine power, becoming more ferocious than any storm or tsunami he had ever encountered. His prideful wrath and strength felt as fragile as an infant in swaddling clothes before this overwhelming essence, instilling in him an instinctive fear. The golden flames surged forth from her fingertips, sketching intricate family patterns upon the surface of the void, a mark of Hestia's dominion over hearth and home. These patterns ignited upon contact with fire, swiftly transforming into a seething sea of molten earth. This flame did not merely undulate, it surged like lava, each crest towering high, reflecting distorted light like a mirror. Wherever it flowed, the air crackled with sizzling explosions, and the very fabric of space began to warp and tremble. Centered upon her, the void within a 100-foot radius erupted with violent ripples. These ripples were not chaotic. They resembled silken cloth crumpled by an unseen hand, with each fold revealing dark, crimson tongues of fire. They were the embers from the interstitial spaces, forcibly redirected back into the world by her hearth's power. The molten sea and the tongues of fire from the spatial rifts intertwined, the former resembling a raging river of lava, the latter cascading like a fiery curtain, together weaving an all-encompassing net of flames. The trapped temporal hounds, gripped by terror, struggled and wailed in despair, attempting to tear apart Hestia's flames with their spatial powers. Yet each struggle was akin to moths drawn to a flame. They not only met with scorching heat, but were also ensnared by the eerie spatial ripples. Drawn into the hearth's dimension, a temporary prison woven of fire and space by Hestia. Within that dimension, space was infinitely compressed, and temperatures soared. The hounds, tormented by both fire and spatial pressure, could scarcely emit a cry before they were reduced to ash. Only the remnants, crystallized by the flames, scattered upon the cooling sea of fire, like dust utterly crushed by the notion of home, vanishing without a trace. Ah, this new divine technique is truly beautiful. Look, these little dogs have vanished like fireworks, dissipating into thin air. Hestia's golden eyes reflected this enchanting and poignant scene, her cheeks slightly flushed by the firelight as she cradled her face in her hands. With a hint of intoxicated delight, she posed a question to Poseidon, or perhaps spoke to herself. In response, Poseidon, overwhelmed with fear, could not help but retreat a few paces. Believing Hestia had not noticed him, he hastily darted towards the island. Am I truly that terrifying? Such rudeness from a brother, fleeing without a word. It appears I must train him properly. Hestia murmured nonchalantly before vanishing in a flash. Damn it! Who is she? She called me brother. Could it be Hestia? How can she unleash divine power at will? Is she not concerned about draining her primal force? Poseidon hastened forward, disbelief etched across his face as he muttered to himself. He forced himself to forget the earlier humiliation. Straightening his posture, I am the god of the sea. How could I be intimidated by a woman? He continually reaffirmed his strength in his mind, attempting to suppress the rising panic with pride. Ultimately, he could not fathom the circumstances, resigning to contemplate his thoughts once he reached the island. As the island drew ever closer, he gathered his resolve and bellowed with renewed vigor, to my kin, bound by blood. Your mighty and handsome brother, Poseidon, has arrived. His voice echoed far and wide, leaving Demeter, who had been eagerly awaiting their reunion, momentarily speechless. She turned to Hades, her brow furrowed in confusion. Did you hear what he just said? Truly, what a crone. She cannot even discern a voice clearly. Hades retorted with mock seriousness. Enough, with your cold demeanor. Now we have a narcissist? Are you both conspiring against me? Demeter's forehead pulsed with veins, suppressing her anger as she gritted her teeth. Hades stood with arms crossed, his expression impassive as he regarded the approaching Poseidon, the corners of his mouth curving upward slightly, without further comment. My dear goddess, you look magnificent when angry. As a gentlemanly god, allow me to introduce myself, Poseidon teased, his tone laced with sarcasm. Before Demeter could compose herself, Poseidon's playful voice reached her ears, deepening her displeasure and making her feel insulted. Her countenance turned frostily cold, and the vibrant atmosphere around her shifted to one of autumn's desolation. The once lush greenery withered instantly, flowers wilted abruptly, and the mighty pomegranate tree transitioned from vitality to shedding leaves. The ground was soon blanketed in yellowing leaves, seemingly animated, drifting purposefully towards Poseidon, each leaf exuding a scent of decay, intertwining with the wild winds around him, attempting to suppress his divine power. What is this abominable thing? Damn it, who is responsible? Poseidon, unable to suppress his nature, roared in frustration, searching for the culprit who tarnished his image. Why, it is I? What will you do about it? Demeter stood defiantly, hands on her hips, her expression one of disdain for Poseidon. My hot-headed brother, what are your plans? I am quite curious. Poseidon's mind momentarily cleared, his eyes widening in realization, then narrowing in fury as he glared at Demeter, demanding, You uncouth goddess. Do you think I fear you? As he spoke, he raised his right hand, clenching it tightly, the veins prominent, threateningly shaking his fist. Demeter snorted coldly, unflinching as she puffed out her chest, sneering, "Very well. Come on. Strike here, strike hard." Poseidon, taken aback by her unexpected behavior, stood momentarily stunned, speechless, merely gaping at her. Hades observed their childish quarrel, the corners of his lips curling ever so slightly, his shoulders quivering gently. Realizing his emotions were betraying him, he extended his pale right hand, pinching the bridge of his prominent nose, feigning distress, as if to say, "Here we go again." As Demeter and Poseidon continued to bicker, Hestia returned. Upon her arrival, the chill in the air, thickened by Demeter's divine power, was somewhat dispelled by a warm, hearth-like aura. Witnessing the argument, she couldn't help but press her forehead in exasperation, murmuring to herself, "Demeter is becoming increasingly coarse, drifting further from elegance." At this juncture, Hestia intentionally interjected between them. Maintaining her composure and smiling, Demeter let Poseidon introduce himself first. Upon hearing Hestia's words, Demeter took a deep breath, tempering her anger, casting a cool glance at Poseidon, and coldly remarked, "Isn't it he who has gone mad, deluding himself?" Poseidon, prepared to retort, noticed Hestia's subtly threatening smile, as if to say, "Enough already." The intensity of her gaze sent a chill down his spine, rendering him rigid. He closed his eyes, striving to control his fury, and once he regained his composure, he opened them again, declaring with forceful pride, "I am the master of storms, earthquakes, oceans, and the very mover of the universe. I embody chaos, destruction, and the civilization born from the confluence of sea and land. I am the personification of the tsunami, Poseidon." Chapter 19. Hera's Awakening and the Siblings' Daily Life. As Poseidon concluded his proclamation, he keenly sensed the gazes of Hestia and her sisters upon him. A sense of pride swelling within. The corners of his mouth curled into a smug arc, thinking, witnessed the physique of Poseidon. In this moment, illuminated by the sacred flames, Hestia finally beheld Poseidon in his entirety. The radiance of the holy fire was not only warm and bright, but served as a faithful mirror, capturing and magnifying every detail of the sea god. Poseidon deliberately assumed a boastful posture, his cobalt blue, damp hair swirling like seaweed around his neck. Each droplet flung off glimmering in the firelight, transforming into silver fish, vibrant and lifelike. Yet, before these silver fish could even touch his broad chest, akin to shattered reefs, they were instantly evaporated by the rising heat. His ice crystal-like eyes turned, and in the depths of his pupils, the whirlpool of the deep sea spun silently, trailing a starry azure afterimage. "What are you doing, Poseidon?" Demeter's voice carried a hint of confusion, as she sensed that Poseidon's narcissistic mode had seemingly been activated. However, Poseidon did not respond, his proud smile growing more pronounced. He extended his arms to summon the tides, and in that moment, his pectorals, like steel forged through fire, tightened and swelled, the deep vertical lines in the center sharply illuminated by the firelight. With his movements, the latissimus dorsi on his sides rose sharply, forming a rugged slope. As he thrust his arms forward, his entire torso erupted with the force of a breaking reef, glistening droplets cascading down his iron-like abdominal muscles, sliding along the deep lines of his physique. As the droplets touched his waist, they scattered into tiny coral-colored sparks, shimmering under the glow. His indifferent gaze caught sight of Hestia and Demeter, their hands tightly clasped together, eyes wide open in rapt admiration. Hades pressed his thin lips together, a flicker of imperceptible light passing through his eyes as he contemplated. Poseidon's indigo silk trousers billowed like a waterfall in reverse, the winds of time stirring the silver-gray fabric draped over his arm. This gossamer-like material wrapped around his right shoulder, only to be forcefully pushed aside by his bulging bicep, transforming the entangled motion into a billowing posture. As he wielded his divine power, crashing like waves beneath his knees, the dark golden seaweed chains around his waist clinked resonantly, while his pant legs filled with sea breeze, swelling into a dome. As he crushed the waves beneath his bare feet, the phosphorescent glow encircling his ankles splashed up with each step, as if shattering a sea of stars, a sight of exquisite beauty. How do you like that? Are you all mesmerized by me? I am so much stronger than that gloomy fellow Hades. Sensing the sisters' admiring gazes, Poseidon's confidence swelled, and he laughed heartily, striding forward with an air of superiority. "If you don't speak, perhaps," Demeter retorted, rolling her eyes at his narcissistic remarks. Your personality is truly hard to describe. Hestia shook her head in resignation. Demeter, shut your mouth, or I shall surely make you pay. Poseidon extended his robust right hand, jabbing a finger at Demeter. His expression one of indignation. Unfazed, Demeter raised her delicate hand, smoothing her golden braid, and smirked coldly. Much like your essence, your temperament is as unpredictable as the weather. If you do not learn to control your temper, you will inevitably face the consequences. Demeter's words struck a nerve with Poseidon. He was acutely aware of how his essence influenced him, often rendering him unable to restrain his emotions. Enough. Demeter, do not forget that while the essence is one thing, Poseidon is also intertwined with Rhea's darker divine anger. Demeter is quite right, Poseidon. If you cannot master your essence, you will ultimately lose yourself, Hestia admonished them. Her voice tinged with exasperation as she explained slowly. I understand, Demeter replied obediently, then huffed at Poseidon. Rarely silent, Poseidon merely nodded, lowering his head in agreement. He then crossed his arms, leaning against a prominent boulder, lost in thought. Hestia, it seems we will soon be leaving, yes? Demeter wrapped her arms around Hestia's slender waist. Resting her head on her shoulder, her tone imbued with a long-lost hope. Hestia tilted her head back, gazing into the void above, pondering for a long while. Her voice was soft yet resolute. Yes, we will leave this place. That is good. I long to see the beauty of the outside world, to fulfill my duties, to meet more beings, to feel the essence of the world, Demeter murmured, unable to contain her excitement, as if her long-anticipated vision had materialized before her. Hades lowered his head slightly, extending his pale yet strong right hand, opening his palm. A mysterious rune flashed across his palm, like a fleeting meteor in the night sky. Mother Night's message. The moment the destined child is born is also our day of escape. All will follow the predetermined fate. Hades spoke calmly, his expression unchanged, as if recounting a fact unrelated to him. Hearing this, Hestia's sisters displayed expressions of shock. Before Demeter could inquire about the identity of the destined child, Poseidon eagerly interjected, I am the destined child, right? Hades, Hestia, and Demeter simultaneously rolled their eyes, with Hades and Hestia maintaining impassive expressions, ignoring him. Only Demeter feigned a retching motion, expressing her disdain for Poseidon's narcissistic claims. What do you mean by that? Is it possible that Mother is to give birth to yet another child? Surely not. Poseidon's forehead was lined with veins, yet he obediently controlled his temper. His expression still fierce as he gritted his teeth and inquired. As his words faded, Hestia and the others nodded in unison, their eyes softening, as if to say, Child, you have finally shown some wisdom. Poseidon was left speechless, his anger simmering. He clenched his fists tightly, his lips pressed together, a mix of reluctance and fury intertwining within him. Just then, the luminous cocoon beneath the pomegranate tree unexpectedly burst forth with a dazzling golden light, illuminating the entire temporal prison. Hestia and the others immediately realized that Hera had awakened. Hera has finally awakened, Demeter exclaimed, her hands clasped tightly before her chest, eagerly watching the glowing cocoon. Hera? Hades and Poseidon suddenly realized they had another sister. Poseidon couldn't help but scratch the back of his head, sheepishly saying, I thought that glowing cocoon was just for illumination. In a dog's mouth, ivory cannot be produced. Even in silence, we shall not regard you as mute. After Demeter vehemently rebuked Poseidon, she turned her attention back to the luminous cocoon. Hestia shook her head in amusement, her heart brimming with joy. Yet, a flicker of concern surged within her. She pondered, is the innocent Hera destined to vanish? After all, the will of the world cannot permit such purity to endure. Under the watchful gaze of her siblings, cracks began to form at the center of the cocoon, gradually spreading outward. Ultimately, these fissures intertwined to create a network, from which the goddess emerged, radiant and poised. The pomegranate tree seemed to extol and welcome the goddess's awakening, each branch trembling in delight, showering down a cascade of pomegranate blossoms. Hera walked upon this floral rain, her golden hair reminiscent of melted twilight, with honeyed tips swaying gracefully to her steps, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. As she lifted her amethyst-like lashes, the starlit irises within her deep-set eyes blossomed, a delicate interplay of soft lavender and the rich purple of ripened grapes. Her lashes, dusted with gold, quivered gently with her breath, shedding glimmers akin to apricot blossoms. Hera mused. Has my innocence truly dissipated? Why does such foreign divinity surge within me? Is this the version of me that the world anticipates? Adorned in a voluminous skirt of pomegranate layers, her bodice resembling a split fruit, revealing deep valleys that undulated beneath the gossamer, with buds at the peak supporting satin. As she tread barefoot upon the earth, the myriad pomegranate seed-shaped crystals at the hem of her skirt swayed with her movements, reflecting a soft glow akin to the amniotic sac. The pomegranate stone anklet around her ankles clinked rhythmically, echoing like a heartbeat, while numerous new shoots pierced through the skirt's edge, blossoming into dewy lilies. Greetings to my sisters and brothers I have yet to meet. I am Hera. She paused, suppressing her unease, then offered a gentle smile, executing a perfect curtsy. Her hands folded over her abdomen, where golden vines embroidered themselves, spiraling upward from her thighs. The blooming flowers at the branches' tips bore bells that, with her gesture of greeting, shed golden dust that cascaded into the folds of her gown. Hera, you are exquisite, Demeter exclaimed first, eagerly opening her arms to embrace Hera tightly, overflowing with delight. Hestia, sensing Hera remained the tender sister she knew, exhaled softly in relief, whispering, Welcome to your new existence, Hera. Upon seeing Hera, Poseidon's eyes sparkled. He reached out his left arm to embrace Hades, squeezing into the space with a beaming smile. Hera, I am Poseidon. This gloomy fellow is Hades. Though he may be taciturn, he too welcomes you. Hades, feeling exasperated by Poseidon's antics, furrowed his brow slightly. Yet, when his gaze fell upon Hera, a hint of softness flickered in his icy eyes. He slightly curved his lips, nodding to Hera in his unique way of expressing welcome. I, Hera, nestled in Demeter's embrace, was about to speak when, suddenly, the entire temporal prison erupted with a cacophony more deafening than ever and a cataclysmic sensation. Hestia and the others struggled to maintain their footing, each collapsing to the ground in disarray, unable to rise. Ah, Hestia, is it Hades? He shouted in disbelief. Could there be a problem with Kronos? Hera attempted to maintain her graceful posture while lying on the ground, worry etched on her face. Oh dear. It must be due to Demeter's unpalatable offerings, inducing a physiological reaction. Poseidon lay sprawled without decorum, swaying and humorously mocking. Poseidon, are you in need of correction? The unpleasantness surely belongs to you, reeking of the sea. Demeter struggled to turn her body, glaring at Poseidon with biting sarcasm. Hestia steadied herself in silence, her brow knitted in concern. Deep within her, the crystallized essence of family pulsed and flickered, as if responding to some intense rhythm. Is this the destined child of fate that Hades spoke of, soon to be born? Chapter 20. The secrets of night and earth in a remote corner of the cosmos. There lies an unfathomable realm known as the Chaos Universe. It is the primordial membrane of obsidian, coalesced from the first tides of chaos, eternally unchanging and boundless. Silent yet enigmatic. Only the icy nebulae stretch forth in the void, as if the universe were an inkstone overturned by the hand of a deity, swirling with azure and dark silver stardust. Nearby, radiant bands of radiation entwine around a black hole, adorning the insatiable abyss with a dazzling crown. Afar, the nascent Rose Nebula releases the first cries of hydrogen atoms, enveloped in a soft, pink mist that tenderly embraces the collapsing star womb. At that moment, for majestic and mysterious staircases, embodying the highest laws, spiraled down from the universe's edge, their number elusive, appearing to have neither beginning nor end. Nyx, you have transgressed. Shouldn't the primordial assembly usher in the next epic? A symphony interwoven with tremors, roars, whispers, and silence resonated throughout the cosmos. This voice seemed to emanate from the oldest memories of the universe, bearing an undeniable authority that reverberated through every star, distorting the very gravity of black holes. On the northern staircase, the voice of Nyx, the goddess of night, rose as if from the depths of the soul, trembling with a hint of secrecy. Sister, you jest. I would not alter the rules lightly without grave reason. The staircase was composed of solidified night, suffused with ethereal coolness, each step feeling as though it plunged into a thick undercurrent. The bronze lamps on either side brimmed with flowing darkness, ghostly flames flickering within, struggling to lick at the nearby shadows, only to be swiftly devoured by deeper obscurity. At the staircase's deepest point hung a colossal lamp of night. Heavy droplets of night dew suspended like dark tears at its rim, reflecting the faint purple halo of an abyssal whirlpool. After a brief pause, she emerged from the depths of the staircase, descending with an unhurried grace, the dark waves of her gown cascading in layers as she continued. This is about whether you can rescue your 6 children trapped in the abyss. So, Gaia, what is your answer? Nyx's voice trembled with secrecy, her words winding like dark threads around Gaia's most tender vulnerabilities. Upon hearing this, Gaia froze, as if the very crust of the continent silently cracked beneath her. She pressed her lips tightly together, silent as a mountain, while the staircase beneath her seemed to resonate with her sorrow, producing faint echoes akin to subterranean pulses. Yet, in her ancient, profound eyes, pain and struggle flickered. She sensed the immense cost concealed within those words, each syllable probing her limits as a mother, yet for her children. She was willing to bear any burden. The entire universe paused for a moment, as if listening to a mother's unvoiced grief. In that moment of stillness, a staircase erupted from the slumbering stone. Each step was formed from the gnarled roots of ancient trees and smooth jade, layered thickly like the earth's primordial crust. Gaia lifted her head, determination replacing the anguish in her gaze. With each step she took, the sound echoed like thunder, as if she bore the weight of the entire continent upon her feet, vowing to rescue her children. She descended the staircase steadily, her robe adorned with stones, moss, and flowers shimmering with the movement, exuding the fragrance and resilience of the earth. With a solemn yet gentle expression, Gaia gazed at Nyx, her voice steady as a mountain. Very well, I thought you had forgotten about this matter. Speak then. As soon as the words left her mouth, the corners of Nyx's veiled lips curled slightly, and with a voice reminiscent of stars streaking across the sky, she replied with calm assurance. Gaia, you must first agree to one condition. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing this, Gaia could not help but raise an eyebrow, leisurely extending her fair right hand, as if languidly admiring the color of her fingertips, her tone laden with significance. You have indeed been thinking of her. Of course. Nyx's voice echoed with a hint of pride. I embody the mystery of fate, and later united with Eros and love. I came to comprehend the causality that symbolizes the destiny of fate, known as Hermamene. As her words trailed off, the goddess of fate, Hermamene, appeared beside Nyx. Dressed in a light veil woven from moon white and silver gray, her deep purple skirt cascaded like the fall of night. The golden threads of the web of causation embroidered upon her gown rose and fell with her breath, each strand pulling at the star's flicker. She slowly raised her left hand, her fingertips entwined with a golden chain of an Ouroboros, while her right hand delicately held a translucent crystal of causation. As she moved, crystalline fragments of light cascaded from her fingertips like mercury, casting spiral patterns upon the ground, as if she were silently weaving an enigmatic poem of fate. Hermamene turned to Gaia, her voice ethereal and elongated, as though it emanated from the intertwining nodes of the celestial orbits. Sister, how do you find it? Do you have further inquiries? She took gentle steps, each footfall seemingly treading upon invisible threads of causality. The outer layer of her silken gown billowed, cascading down like a waterfall of the Milky Way. The gold bells at the hem chimed in unison with the copper bells on her silver anklets, sending ripples of sound through the void, revealing countless interwoven fragments of cause and effect. Budding seeds danced with withering petals, shattered hourglasses hung alongside congealed amber. She required no words. The flowing principles of causality had already stamped golden marks upon the surface of all existence. And even the passing winds of the void carried whispers of destiny. A complex expression crossed Gaia's face as she inquired uncertainly, have you truly mastered and conceptualized causality? Does that apply to Ananke as well? We are of the same essence, manifestations of fate in its multifaceted form. Sister, I once advised you. Yet you became lost in Uranus's distorted affection. An emotionless voice resonated, seemingly arising from the cosmic void. You are Ananke, the embodiment of fate's inevitability. Gaia turned to follow the direction of the voice. Ananke maintained her unhurried demeanor, a light laugh escaping her lips. Gaia, as you can see. So, can you acquiesce to my request? Reflections of the goddess of inevitability danced in Gaia's eyes, as Ananke stood adjacent to Nyx. Ananke's brow arched like the curve of a starry path, her deep cosmic blue eyes shimmering with the faint light of the galaxy's spiral arms. Clad in a gown of indigo, speckled with starlit diamonds, Each step she took sent ripples through the air, as the falling stardust transformed into a pale purple mist. The translucent, starry fabric of her top revealed faint golden runes of fate, with the radiance at her collarbone flickering in harmony with the celestial trajectories, perfectly complementing her resolute expression that decreed the fate of all. Her hair flowed like a river of stars, the silver strands imbued with a delicate lavender haze, each strand woven with fine stardust that trembled gently with her breath. As she raised her hand, several wisps of hair, akin to galactic tributaries, entwined behind her ear and around her neck, forming delicate knots with the runes of her attire. Her gaze drifted afar, the tips of her hair lifting, the new stars at their ends swirling in accordance with the star charts beneath her gaze, each flick of her fingers determining the scales of destiny. Behind her, the purple nebula surged, dwarf stars spun within their rings, and comet tails streaked across the sky, all celestial paths converging and extending around her, as if she had already inscribed the inevitable chapters of fate. A fragrance of timeless clarity wafted in the air, embodying her sacred and compassionate act of restoring order to all things, woven into the fabric of her being. Gaia concealed the hesitation and reluctance in her eyes, donning a resolute expression as she solemnly declared, "Very well. I can pretend not to have seen it, and I may assist in concealing your actions. But how will you aid me? It is quite simple. Rhea's last child is the key. His birth will assist you in rescuing the child from the abyss." Ananke replied with a faint smile. Immediately, Hermamine stated, unflinchingly, "This child will be protected by my hidden attributes and will not be detected by Kronos. Moreover, I will ensure Rhea cooperates, allowing her handmaiden, Ida, to take him away and conceal him on the island of Terra." Finally, Nyx floated behind Gaia, her dark gown billowing. She extended her hands, and the night flowed forth like water, gently yet powerfully enveloping Gaia, as if proclaiming a silent covenant. In this shroud of darkness, Nyx's voice rose from the depths of Gaia's soul. "You will gather Ida's entire family together to care for the child, and of course, you must conceal their whereabouts." Heh! The bee, Morpheus, and the goat, Amalthea, are merely incidental, are they not? What you truly desire is the natural law, Hestia. Do you intend to devour her and seize control? Upon hearing the entire plan, a flicker of realization crossed Gaia's face, and she could not help but scoff before continuing. "It seems Rhea's patience has reached its limit. What connection does Hestia have with fate that makes her so coveted by you?" Despite her words, Gaia's suspicions had already begun to take root, and her initial reluctance dissipated, prompting her to take her leave. As she turned to dissipate her form, she was met with the synchronized voices of Nyx, Ananke, and Hermamine. Hestia is an indispensable fragment of fate, symbolizing the retributive nature of destiny, an embodiment that cannot be resisted. Gaia's body paused momentarily, her gaze lowered, and her doubts regarding Hestia vanished entirely, after which she faded from sight. Yet, her lingering question echoed. "Nyx, is your relentless pursuit of power truly worth it? With Erebos and Tartarus ensnared in slumber, what could instill such fear in you?" "It is worth it. Only in this way can I avoid the loathsome fate of stolen divinity and inescapable endings, as well as entanglements with those unknown realms," Nyx murmured, a shadow passing over her features. Ananke approached slowly, embracing Nyx in a gesture of comfort. "Themis is currently refining the natural order of the laws. If Themis were to steal the natural laws and give birth to a child destined to dominate all of nature, it would be a sacrilege against us. We cannot allow Themis to succeed. She currently controls Delphi and will undoubtedly wait for her opportunity as we do." Hermamine joined, wrapping her arms around Nyx, her tone calm. With this said, Ananke and Hermamine transformed into two crystallized embodiments of divinity, like twin shooting stars, merging into the depths of Nyx's eyes. In an instant, her irises became profoundly deep, one side swirling with the tapestry of causality, while the other shimmered with the light of inevitability. The laws possess another facet. What might that be? She closed her eyes, sinking into the boundless darkness, as if the entire universe had succumbed to slumber. Just then, she abruptly opened her eyes, a smile gracing her lips as if she had unraveled all secrets, her gaze casting into a hidden corner of the cosmos. Subsequently, her form dissolved into countless flecks of night, vanishing without a trace, leaving only the echoes of her dreamlike murmurs reverberating in the void. Ah! The river of fate begins to surge forth, The stagnant gears have already begun to turn, and the prelude to a new era shall inevitably commence. Chapter 21. The birth of Zeus and the deception. The oppressive dome of the temporal prison was finally torn asunder once more. A blinding ray of light pierced through like a sword, cleaving the eternal darkness. Accompanied by faint yet distinct external sounds, the silence was shattered. Kronos. Rhea's voice resonated. Tranquil as a still pool, yet harboring an undercurrent of resolve. This is my last child. Return Zeus to me. She gazed at Kronos, her heart betraying no tumult. She understood that this calm was merely the precursor to a tempest, her final stand as a mother for her children. I truly do not know when you became so obsessive and fearful, her tone laced with pity, as if addressing a pitiful king of the gods. The last one. Is it? At last? I can liberate myself from this curse of Uranus. Kronos' voice echoed in the vast prison, imbued with an almost frenzied joy. His laughter was sharp at times, low at others, even tinged with an odd tenderness, reminiscent of the beauty of their initial acquaintance. He whispered, Rhea, once this is over, we shall live happily together. He extended his hand, yearning to touch her, his eyes brimming with obsessive affection. On the island, Hestia and the others, lying on the ground, struggled to rise. With no time to tidy their disheveled garments or brush off the dirt and dust, they gazed intently at the rift, hope flickering in their eyes. Before them, a baby swaddled in fragments of time descended like a meteor from the heavens, plummeting directly into this prison. Time and space warped along the trajectory of the baby's fall, ripples forming as if to clear a path for this unexpected arrival. What is happening? Is he not the so-called child of destiny? Poseidon exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he pointed at the figure. He turned to Hestia and the others, his tone filled with confusion and perplexity. Hades watched the baby's cries echoing through the void, unable to suppress the frown that marred his brow, confusion etched upon his face. He murmured, It is impossible. Has something gone awry? Demeter and Hera clenched their hands anxiously, their faces paling with fear. It was a fear of the unknown, a profound unease regarding the capriciousness of fate. Soon after, a flicker of concern and compassion arose within Hera as she fixated on the falling infant, urgently exclaiming, Quickly, save him. Hestia, why has this child not grown? Why does he still resemble his newborn self? Demeter, amidst her panic, regained a semblance of composure and posed the question. Her sensitivity to life as the goddess of agriculture keenly attuned to the abnormality surrounding the infant. Perhaps he is indeed extraordinary, otherwise such significance would not be attached to him. Hestia shook her head, unable to fathom the enigma, yet her instincts urged her to rescue the child first. In a swift motion, she transformed into countless fiery butterflies, gracefully soaring into the void. Each butterfly radiated a warm and steadfast glow, illuminating her path. Surprisingly, the time-space hounds, which had previously instilled terror in all who encountered them, now seemed oblivious to the infant, gliding past him as if he did not exist. Their vacant and vigilant gazes ignored the very vicinity. Hestia felt a pang of astonishment, but had no time to dwell on it. She hastened her pace and finally reached the child. Carefully cradling him in her arms, she felt the warmth and softness of the swaddling cloth. Imbued with a faint essence of night, Hestia instantly transformed into a beam of light, soaring back to her sisters. Is everything all right with the child? Demeter and Hera rushed forward, speaking in unison, their eyes brimming with concern. Poseidon muttered nearby, a hint of jealousy in his tone, Hades, I certainly did not receive such treatment. Despite his biting remarks, curiosity drew him closer, peering through the gaps between Demeter and Hera, eager to discern what made this fateful child so unique. Hades smiled wryly, stepping forward with elegant strides. His deep-set eyes glimmered with an investigative light, as if attempting to penetrate the very essence of the infant. This child is rather peculiar, Hestia declared, presenting the infant to the assembly. His cries are resoundingly loud, yet fail to attract the attention of the time-space hounds, which is quite unusual. Demeter cautiously accepted the child, her face aglow with maternal radiance. She instinctively held him close, softly humming an ancient lullaby. Hera, upon hearing this, expressed surprise, her tone tinged with an unconscious pride. I recall that I too went unnoticed by the time-space hounds. That is because, Hades interjected, pinching the bridge of his nose with a stoic demeanor. You were favored by the will of the world, and they dared not approach you. His voice was deep and steady, imbued with undeniable authority. Hera's expression stiffened, caught in the embarrassment of having her thoughts laid bare. She uttered a sound of protest, her lips sealing shut, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Enough with the trivialities. Are we in a competition? Poseidon interrupted impatiently, detesting such convoluted discussions, his desire solely to uncover the truth. His complaint was abruptly silenced by a piercing scream from Demeter. Oh no, this child has no heartbeat. Her anguished cry froze everyone in place. What? Hestia and the others gasped, their faces paling as they closed in. Demeter's tears flowed freely, her voice choked with despair. I thought he was merely sleeping, but he has no heartbeat at all. She clutched the infant tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably. Do not weep. I sense no trace of death within him, only a faint essence of night, Hades remarked impassively, employing his divine perception but finding only an emptiness within the child, as though confronted by a void devoid of life or death. Indeed, this is a ruse. Hestia struggled to maintain her composure, recognizing the deeper implications of Hades' unspoken words. She attempted to channel her divine power into the child, but it was as though her efforts were absorbed by an endless abyss, yielding no response. Let me try. My divinity may awaken something within this child. Hera, influenced by her sorrow, reached out to touch the infant. There is no need to try. This child is a mere illusion, Hestia declared bluntly, unveiling the truth. He is a facade created by Nyx and Rhea to deceive Cronus. Saying this, she took the infant from Demeter's arms and, covering her right hand with divine energy, struck down upon him. Before the astonished gazes of Demeter, Hera, and Poseidon, the child's form began to contort, ultimately transforming into an ordinary stone. The stone was cold and hard, starkly contrasting with the warmth of the infant that had just been. This, Poseidon stammered, wide-eyed in disbelief. Demeter and Hera's faces twisted into expressions of acute embarrassment. They hastily wiped their tears, shamefacedly lowering their heads. Suddenly, they felt as if they had contracted Poseidon's foolishness, their earlier cries of worry now appearing ludicrous. Does this mean the real child is safely outside, waiting for the right moment to rescue us? Demeter gazed at Hestia with an air of hope. Hestia nodded calmly, her smile bright and reassuring. Indeed, although we cannot ascertain the exact timing. After all, here, we cannot perceive the passage of time. Her voice was gentle yet resolute, instilling a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Poseidon, growing increasingly restless, scratched his head and bellowed. I am so bored. Be quiet. You are insufferably loud, Poseidon. Hera, having regained her noble elegance, rebuked him. She sat upright, legs together, hands resting naturally on her thighs upon the soft green carpet. Unrelenting in her scolding, she seemed to exorcise the recent shame. Then, diverting her focus, she began to weave a garland with deliberate slowness, placing it atop her head with a feigned air of ease, her smile radiant. Let us wait patiently. We have waited so long. What is a little longer? Perhaps in the very moment we speak, years have already passed outside. Indeed, it feels as though we were just conversing, and suddenly you all appear one by one, Demeter remarked, joining Hera and sitting down to weave. She leaned slightly, her posture graceful and relaxed. Poseidon, witnessing this, fell into silence. Hestia spread her skirts beneath her, crossing her legs at a slight angle, her hands resting gently on the ground beside her as she smiled, admiring her sister's garlands. Hades, however, remained stoic, arms crossed, leaning against the pomegranate tree. His gaze lowered in contemplation. A faint aura of coldness surrounded him, as though he had melded into the very confines of the prison. You all seem to possess such leisure. Poseidon glanced around, ultimately abandoning thought. Without a care for appearances, he lay upon the ground, exhaling a weary sigh, and then peacefully closed his eyes. Hestia chuckled softly at his demeanor, shaking her head in amusement. Subsequently, she emulated her sisters, gathering the flowers birthed from Demeter's divinity and diligently weaving them. The time-space prison returned to silence, but this silence was no longer lifeless. It brimmed with hope and tranquility. It calmed the hearts of the gods, as if they had forgotten all turmoil. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon Hestia's three sisters had amassed an array of exquisite, fragrant garlands, vibrant and full of life. Hades shifted from standing to sitting cross-legged, his posture erect, hands resting naturally on his thighs. His gaze was serene and focused, observing their every movement as they wove the garlands. until he too could no longer resist the stillness and extended his hands, clumsily attempting to weave. Meanwhile, Poseidon remained deep in slumber, likely to continue until the end of time itself. "This is my 1000th garland. I have certainly grown proficient at this," Hestia mused, placing her completed garland aside. Yet, it had been a while since she had checked her status panel. Just as she was about to open it, boom, boom, boom. The entire time-space prison erupted with thunderous noise, as if the very world were being torn asunder. The immense tremors caught Poseidon off guard, causing him to tumble to the ground. Ugh. Poseidon jolted awake, pushing himself up, spitting out the grass from his mouth, bewildered. What is happening? Hera and Demeter, shaken, clung to one another. Once the tremors subsided, though their faces were pale with tension, they seemed to grasp something significant, simultaneously looking up toward the heavens. Hestia and Hades lifted their heads with solemn expressions, their hearts in sync, as if speaking softly to themselves. For their own sake and for the family present, the moment has arrived. We are finally on the brink of freedom. Though their voices were hushed, they resonated with an indescribable excitement and fervor. Suddenly, a beam of light shot forth from the fissure, piercing directly to their location. Simultaneously, the agonizing, thunderous retching of Kronos echoed clearly in the ears of all present. That sound was imbued with despair and resentment, as if proclaiming his inevitable inability to escape. Marking the end of his curse, an irresistible tempest propelled them away from the island, swiftly driving them toward the breach. They were no longer prisoners, but birds on the verge of liberation, soaring toward the long-awaited light and hope. Chapter 22. Hestia's Fear and Return. Hestia gazed at the ever-widening fissure, which resembled a colossal maw devouring the heavens and the earth, silently roaring within the confines of time and space. It was not merely sound but pure pressure, a grand force that could make souls tremble in its presence. This power bore the unique, nauseating aura of the void, like an invisible tide surging into her senses, tightening every nerve in her body. She recognized that this was the long-desired wish she had yearned for throughout her endless years. It was the culmination of all her waiting. Yet, inexplicably, a profound tremor surged within her. This tremor felt like a faint but irresistible current, slowly coursing through her, plucking at the softest strings of her heart. What is happening to me? For the first time, hesitation and fear flickered in her golden eyes. In the howling winds of the void, she could not control her form, being passively thrust toward that unknown world. This wind was no ordinary breeze. It carried the desolation of time and the remnants of ages, tousling her crimson hair as if countless invisible hands were tugging at her. She could even hear the muffled whispers of shattered time fragments by her ear, like distant and hazy memories, imbued with an eternal sense of solitude. Fear engulfed her like a tidal wave. She trembled, clutching her garments tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain, almost piercing the fabric. It was at that moment she realized she was afraid of the unknown world, afraid of the potential changes, afraid of encountering Kronos again, afraid of too many fears taking root in her heart, nearly suffocating her. She could not help but lower her head, her crimson hair dancing wildly in the tempest, conveniently concealing her pale, powerless visage. The depths of the time prison were vast and profound, suffused with a chilling and decaying aura, reminiscent of the dust that had slumbered for countless years in ancient tombs, exuding a ghastly stench that tightened her throat. She felt like a speck of dust drifting in the boundless darkness, utterly alone. Who will come to my aid? I cannot allow Demeter and the others to see me like this. I must not affect them. I am the eldest sister, their support. She cried out within, her voice laced with despair. Tears welled in her eyes, crystalline and clear, blurring her vision in an instant, cascading into the void, transforming into violets and periwinkles, torn apart by the raging wind. To stifle her sobs, she bit down hard on her lower lip, golden droplets of blood seeping forth, unnoticed by her. Those droplets shimmered faintly in the void before being shredded by the gale. Mr. 001, I thought I was fully prepared, but now I realize I had underestimated the situation. I have spent too long in this dark time prison, adapting to its silence and emptiness. Now, as I am suddenly thrust toward the light, I recognize how timid I truly am. What should I do? I truly detest this version of myself. Her voice echoed in the void, filled with helplessness and self-reproach. Just then, a faint light flickered in her mind, familiar panel information materializing before her eyes. An icon for a voice message appeared, incessantly blinking, as if urging her to click it. Her fear was momentarily overshadowed by an unexpected curiosity, and she instinctively touched the icon. A harsh crackling sound erupted, reminiscent of a poorly tuned vintage radio. Then, the gentle yet resolute voice of System 001 resonated, gradually overlapping with the electronic sound embedded in her memory. Congratulations. My friend Hestia, you have finally awaited your long-desired vision. I can guess you are feeling quite miserable, filled with fear, which I can understand. This is merely your psychological adjustment to a new environment, so do not be afraid. I am always with you. After a brief pause, System 001 continued. Furthermore, you do not need to always push through. Sometimes, it's okay to slow down a bit, wait a little longer, and look up to see that someone is indeed waiting for you. You are no longer struggling in loneliness. Lastly, I urge you to face challenges with positivity and optimism, believing that you can overcome all difficulties and adapt to your new surroundings. Do not forget, you have a goal, to reunite with me, do you not? As long as you hold on to this goal, you will be capable of anything. Keep going, my only friend, Hestia. After hearing this message, Hestia could no longer contain her emotions, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She instinctively curled into herself, pressing her hands tightly against her mouth, letting out a low whimper. Mr. 001, why do you always arrive unexpectedly to comfort, encourage, and support me when I face difficulties? I understand now. I will persevere. I will not allow challenges to defeat me, nor will I let you down. This will be my last tear. Her words grew firm and resolute. Mr. 001, I will shine like you, illuminating the lives ensnared in despair and suffering, becoming their salvation and guiding flame, directing them toward the path of light. Meanwhile, Demeter, struggling against the tempest, attempted to smooth her wind-tousled golden locks while scanning her surroundings. She noticed that Hestia had fallen behind, increasingly distanced from them. Her heart clenched with worry. Disregarding her own form, she fought to steady herself and began awkwardly paddling through the void, trying to swim against the wind. Her movements appeared somewhat comical, yet the urgency and concern in her eyes were unmistakable. No, I cannot let her face this alone, she thought anxiously, as the wind howled around her, mocking her helplessness. Nearby, Hera sensed Demeter's distress and turned to glance, noticing her comical struggle and anxious expression. Suddenly realizing that Hestia had unwittingly lagged behind and was unable to move, she clenched her teeth, temporarily casting aside her elegance and reserve, blushing as she mimicked Demeter's actions, paddling through the storm and calling out loudly, "Demeter, wait for me." The wind continued to roar fiercely, and although Demeter did not catch Hera's shout, the attentive Hades did. A quick glance revealed Hestia, isolated and helpless at the bottom. Hades seized Poseidon's leg, who was about to surpass him. This unexpected resistance caused Poseidon's speed to decrease abruptly, and he turned in anger, shouting, "Hades, what are you doing? Look below." Hades' forehead bulged with veins, his voice low, as if forced through clenched teeth. Poseidon followed his gaze downward, and in one glance, he spotted Hestia, the last to fall in the void, along with Hera and Demeter struggling to help her. The anger on his face froze, and he awkwardly scratched his head. "Oh, you should have said so earlier." He then couldn't help but complain. "Why is she so slow? Hades, is this wind too strong for Hestia?" Although he said this, Poseidon obediently slowed his pace, peering into the void of the time prison below. A flicker of concern, unrecognized even by himself, flashed in his blue eyes. "You are the embodiment of the storm, thus. You thrive in it." Hades replied coldly, yet his gaze remained fixed downward, an unacknowledged worry crossing his mind. He understood all too well that if it weren't for that damn gale, Hestia would not be in such a predicament. Poseidon shrugged, saying nothing further. He suppressed his playful demeanor, preparing to unleash his divine power, resolved to clear the path for them. At that moment, Demeter had exerted herself to reach Hestia, but the fierce wind continued to push her upward. Hestia took a deep breath, forcibly calming her tumultuous emotions, and reopened her eyes. As she prepared to exert herself in pursuit, Demeter's voice faintly resonated, akin to an arrow piercing the void, penetrating the solitude deep within her heart. "Hestia, extend your hand." Had she not departed? A jolt surged through Hestia's heart as she lifted her gaze, only to behold Demeter and Hera battling against the tempest, approaching her with an awkward yet determined grace. In that moment, The emotions she had suppressed surged forth once more, but this time it was not fear, rather a profound sense of warmth and gratitude. She could no longer contain herself. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her voice choked with sobs, yet filled with joy. Why are you doing this? I don't want to cry anymore. Hestia, what are you doing? Do you have any idea how worried and frightened I was when I couldn't see you? I thought you would abandon me. Demeter, too, with tear-filled eyes, scolded her. Yet her right hand remained steadfastly extended, awaiting Hestia's approach. I'm sorry, Demeter. I'm coming. I will not abandon you. I will not abandon any of you. Hestia, with tears streaming down her face, revealed a radiant smile, extending her right hand amidst the gale. Her hand brushed past Demeter's several times, each contact tightening Demeter's heart with anxiety. Hestia, hurry and grasp it. All right. Hestia inhaled deeply, calming herself, focusing intently. Just as she was about to miss once more, she summoned all her strength, swiftly reaching out to firmly grasp Demeter's hand. Demeter clutched back with unwavering resolve. Their hands intertwined, transforming the isolation in the void into a solid connection. Immediately afterward, Hera, positioned behind Demeter, stretched out her hand with fervor, calling out, Demeter, grasp my hand. Without hesitation, Demeter seized Hera's hand with precision and force. Looking upwards, Hera was taken aback to find Hades prepared and waiting for her. Hades, his expression impassive, firmly extended his hand, appearing resolute amidst the storm. Hera grasped it with all her might. Her hands were tightly bound, forming an indomitable chain. Just as Hades intended to command Poseidon to harness his divine power to control the winds and carry them forth, Poseidon had already understood, releasing his divine power entirely. The divine force of the tempest merged with the gale, creating a colossal whirlwind shimmering with blue luminescence, propelling them towards the rift of freedom. In the blinding light, Hestia found herself engulfed in pure white, no longer the darkness of the void, but rather a dazzling rebirth. She heard a cacophony of voices and calls from the world, a vitality she had never experienced before, brimming with life and energy. She held tightly to the hands of her loved ones, feeling the warmth and solid connection. Her face alight with a confident and radiant smile. I have finally returned to the embrace of the world. Chapter 23. Millennia of Scheming and Waiting Mount Otrinus. Under the resplendent rays of Helios, the sun god no longer stood merely as a silent giant, but rather resembled a meticulously sculpted work of art. Illuminated by light and shadow, the sunlight, akin to a gentle chisel, delineated the contours of the mountains with remarkable clarity. Nearby, the lush greens intertwined with deep browns painted an ancient masterpiece. In the distance, the peaks shrouded in mist appeared dreamlike and ethereal. A breeze from the nymphs carried the fragrance of earth and the crispness of foliage, brushing against their delicate skirts. They ascended along the winding path, each step upon the soft grass accompanied by the whispers of blooming wildflowers and the melodious songs of unknown birds. Every stone narrated its own tale. Some were sharply defined, resembling dice cast aside by the gods, exuding a sense of power. Others were smooth and rounded, akin to pebbles polished by the relentless passage of time, warm and ancient. How beautiful! One nymph exclaimed, her voice clear as a mountain spring. Indeed, another nymph replied with pride, this is the abode of the king and queen of the gods. It is said that to preserve this beauty, the queen even halted time. Her tone was imbued with reverence. Truly, I have heard that the king broke the curse 1,000 years ago, thus necessitating this grand banquet. 1,000 years? Why is it only taking place now? Is it because the queen has been brooding all this time? Their curiosity slowed their pace. The temple attendants say the queen is not fond of this banquet. It seems she is hosting it merely to placate the king. Then why does she not like it? Enough chatter, we are going to be late. They hastened their steps, temporarily setting aside their curiosity. Upon finally reaching the summit, the ancient and magnificent temple was enveloped in ethereal clouds. The mist was no longer still. It danced like living spirits among the bronze columns of the temple. As sunlight pierced through the clouds, golden rays illuminated everything, casting a divine glow upon every stone and column. The bronze doors stood wide open. Bustling nymphs moved in and out, their hands laden with platters of exquisite food and drink, their faces aglow with delight. Why are you so late? Hurry, we can hardly keep up. The banquet is about to begin, and we are not yet ready. One nymph exclaimed anxiously, her voice ringing like a series of urgent bells. Exactly, moving so slowly. If I had the time, I would certainly teach you a lesson. Fortunately, only 12 queens had arrived so far. Their offspring had yet to arrive. Or else you would be in for a rough time. Apologies, the way was too crowded. We will assist you shortly. The nymphs had no time for further words. As they crossed the threshold, a shrill scream and the sound of retching echoed from deep within the temple. A flicker of surprise crossed their faces, but as divine servants, they instinctively understood that the matters of the gods were not for them to pry into. The nymphs swiftly suppressed their curiosity, maintaining composure as they retreated. Alongside the other nymphs, they slowly closed the heavy bronze doors, shutting out the unsettling sounds. Within the depths of the temple that piqued the nymphs' curiosity, the titans gathered in the opulent banquet hall. An oppressive silence filled the air, punctuated only by the anguished groans of Cronus. He emerged from the gray pillar of time and space, retching uncontrollably, as if he were expelling something intolerable that ravaged within him. Rhea, encased in the silver, time, pillar, observed him with a cold expression, her silence and indifference more lethal than any words. Just then, in the verdant growth, pillar, Crius embodied the vitality and strength of the laws he represented. His gaze sparkled like tender sprouts breaking through the earth in spring, filled with an uncontrollable, malicious glee. A smirk curled at his lips as he taunted, "Cronus, what seems to be the matter? Have you consumed something unclean?" Beside him, Hyperion, bathed in the golden radiance, pillar, radiated blinding light, akin to the midday sun, making it difficult to look directly at him. His expression held a hypocritical superiority as he remarked, "Do not speak so harshly. He has always been arrogant. How could he be so pathetic?" His voice shone bright like sunlight, yet concealed an unmistakable cruelty. Nearby, Thea, enveloped in the pure white sight, pillar, furrowed her brow, her eyes revealing confusion. She was about to speak when Oceanus interjected. "Enough of this nonsense. The banquet is about to commence, and our children should be arriving soon. Cronus, can you hurry up and recover?" Oceanus questioned irritably from within the azure, current, pillar. Tethys, within the cerulean sea, pillar, Mnemosyne in the purple memory, pillar, and Themis within the golden justice, pillar, though silent, bore expressions of tension and fear, not stemming from Cronus, but from the eerie atmosphere. Ugh! Cronus could not halt his retching. His insides felt as though they were being churned. A chaos unlike any he had ever experienced engulfing his body, pushing him to the brink of collapse. In the silver-blue, oracle, pillar, Phoebe exchanged a glance with Ceus in the black, cosmic, pillar, both maintaining their silence. Their quietude concealed a foreboding sense of the storm that was about to arise. When Iapetus finally spoke, the atmosphere turned even more tense. Enshrouded in a pallid beam of soul light, he possessed eyes as profound as black holes, seemingly capable of unraveling all secrets. His gaze was imbued with a chilling aura of menace, fixated intently on the attendant behind Rhea. His voice, deep and laden with an oppressive weight, pierced through to the crux of the matter. "It appears, dear Rhea, that your attendant is somewhat problematic. Might you elucidate where you found him, and why he conceals his face?" In response to his inquiry, Rhea, enveloped in a silvery time light, maintained an icy demeanor, observing the unfolding drama with frigid detachment. Her eyes, resembling frozen moonlight, exuded no warmth, and she finally shattered the silence with a cold, mocking retort, "I owe you no answers, nor do you possess the right to demand them." Her voice, calm yet perilous, echoed like the surface of the sea before a tempest, more lethal than any words could convey. Beside her, faint ripples of time danced around her, as if ready to ensnare anyone in the currents of history. Iapetus, incensed by her words, felt the veins on his forehead throb but quickly regained his composure, sneering, "Rhea, you wouldn't harbor resentment and orchestrate this spectacle, would you?" Rhea glanced around and noted her siblings watching with morbid curiosity. The cold indifference of their gazes ignited the fury within her, yet she maintained her stoic facade. Turning her gaze back to Iapetus, she derided, "What is this? After siring your foolish son, do you seek to rub salt in my wounds, hoping to find equilibrium at my expense?" Iapetus, thoroughly provoked by Rhea's words, felt the sting of a wound too deep to confront. He leaped to his feet, fury surging within him as he bellowed, "Silence! Rhea, you cannot even protect your own child. What pride do you have left? You are unworthy of the title of mother." This remark pierced through Rhea's feigned indifference. Her eyes instantly bloodshot, as memories of her children's torment surged forth like a tidal wave. With wide eyes, she unleashed a furious scream. "Ah, bastard!" Her voice, laden with profound hatred and anguish, seemed to rend the very air, distorting the space around them. "Ha!" Iapetus observed Rhea's enraged humiliation, and in turn, regained his composure, mocking, "Rhea, you truly look dreadful. I would prefer you to maintain that haughty demeanor." At that moment, Kronos could no longer endure the spectacle. His divine power began to surge uncontrollably, causing the very fabric of space to tremble under the weight of his anguish. A more intense wave of nausea washed over him, as if some ancient and formidable force were struggling to break free from within. With a resounding crash, Kronos opened his mouth and expelled 5 resplendent orbs of light. These spheres were not mere luminescence, but crystallizations of divine power, each radiating a unique brilliance, symbolizing the birth of a new deity. As these 5 orbs emerged, Rhea's previously contorted expression froze in place. Her agonized cries caught in her throat, replaced by an overwhelming ecstasy. Her eyes widened, tears blurring her vision, her body trembling with uncontainable excitement. She could hardly contain herself as she rose from her seat, her eyes gleaming with fervor, her mind consumed by a singular thought. "They have emerged. My children have returned." The unaware Titans gazed on in astonishment, momentarily speechless, for they had never witnessed such a bizarre and powerful spectacle. The 5 orbs spun rapidly in the air, voraciously drawing in the primal energies of the world around them. Gradually, the orbs began to morph, ultimately transforming into 5 distinct deities. First to manifest was Poseidon, standing tall, his cerulean eyes glinting with untamed brilliance, as unpredictable as the ocean's waves. Next was Hades, shrouded in a profound black mist, his demeanor stern and regal, as though he devoured all light. Following him was Hera, who gracefully tended to herself, her eyes filled with pride and authority, embodying the essence of a divine queen. Then emerged Demeter, her expression tinged with impatience, as if ready to depart at any moment. And lastly, Hestia, her eyes radiating warmth akin to a comforting hearth, imbued with tranquility and wisdom. "Ha! We are finally free," Poseidon proclaimed, crossing his arms and laughing heartily, his voice resonating like a tsunami, shaking the entire hall. "Be quiet. Your recent whirlwind has disheveled my hair," Demeter retorted, her tone laden with the weight of the earth's fury. Hera adjusted her gown with a frigid smile. "Poseidon, should there be a next time, I shall ensure you feel the full brunt of my wrath." Her voice, like frost, caused Poseidon's laughter to falter. "Are you well now?" Hades' deep, authoritative voice inquired softly in Hestia's ear. His concern, though faint, resembled a distant glow from the depths of the underworld, genuinely present yet subtle. Hestia gazed at Hades, her eyes shimmering, and only after he appeared slightly discomforted did she smile warmly. "Thank you. I am fine now." Her smile was both comforting and serene, seemingly capable of melting away the chill surrounding Hades. As her words lingered in the air, Rhea's ecstatic voice rang out behind Hestia. "My children, you have finally returned." Rhea's eyes glistened with tears as she opened her arms, yearning to embrace her children. Yet, before she could draw close, the unyielding voice of Kronos, still recovering, resonated with cold authority. "Ha! Rhea, I underestimated you. You have deceived me. Where's Zeus?" After a moment's pause, he continued, "You secretly aided Hestia and her sisters, did you not? Otherwise, they could not have broken my seal, grown, and enhanced their powers." His words were as sharp as an icy blade, shattering the warmth within the banquet hall and causing Rhea's form to stiffen. Hestia cast a sidelong glance at Rhea, noting the way Rhea involuntarily glanced toward the attendant upon hearing Zeus's name, and her heart immediately understood. She then turned her gaze to Kronos, cautiously scrutinizing this father of hers, finally perceiving his true visage. Kronos stood upon his throne, akin to a rift torn in the very fabric of time. His hair, a shattered night sky, each strand adorned with stardust, glimmering with a haunting azure light. As the wind brushed past, his hair danced as though drawn by invisible threads, etching silver trails, an embodiment of time's distortion. It was impossible to discern whether the strand brushing against his brow had departed 3 seconds ago or 3 centuries prior. His eyes were the most captivating, dark pools swirling with cerulean vortexes, drawing one in as if to ensnare them in a dimensional rift. At the vortex's center lay the nascent starlight, above it the radiant youth cleaving through chaos. Further still, the sigh of the elder in slumber. Countless fragments of time overlapped, resembling the rapid movement of star trails, occasionally releasing silvery glimmers that fell to the ground with a soft sound, like the muted chime of an ancient clock's pendulum. Kronos' robes were woven from flowing mists, shifting between deep indigo and silvery gray, with flecks of light gleaming as if torn from the very fabric of the cosmos. At his waist hung a bronze hourglass, within which flowed not grains of sand, but liquid light, gold, silver, crimson, and azure ebbing and flowing in rhythm. Each droplet that fell sent ripples through the air, as if space itself inhaled alongside time. His breath was crisp, mingling the scents of cold cedar and aged parchment, an echo of time's sediment. To Hestia, Kronos appeared scarcely in his 20s, his features sharp as though carved by blades. Yet faint traces of time's kiss lingered at the corners of his eyes. In the blink of an eye, a strand of silver escaped his hair, only to dissolve back into the obsidian locks. Youthful sharpness, mature steadiness, and elder wisdom coalesced within him, as if time had stitched dawn, dusk, and every season into a singular tapestry. Standing there, he personified time itself, stardust within his raven hair, epics within his azure gaze, and the celestial river within his garments all spoke of one truth. Time and space were mere manifestations of his breath. He was Kronos. Hestia sighed softly within, sensing his divine power was so formidable it could instill despair in the gods, a divine might perilously close to the primal force. Haha, my children. Welcome to your new reality. Kronos' face bore no emotion as he extended his hand, chillingly uttering, "Thus, you may return once more." To ensure Hestia and her sisters surrendered entirely to fear and ceased their resistance, he unleashed the divine might of a great deity. In an instant, Demeter gasped, her form destabilizing under an unseen weight, as if crushed beneath some immense force, rendering her immobile. Hera gritted her teeth, striving to endure. Yet the vast disparity in power soon mirrored Demeter's fate. Hades offered no futile resistance. With deftness, he assumed a proper posture and lay down resolutely. Only the hot-tempered Poseidon, his forehead veins bulging, glared with fury, gritting his teeth in defiance. However, after a few fleeting seconds, he too succumbed to the weight of an unseen force. Pressed to the ground. At this moment, only Hestia remained, her back elegantly straightened, abdomen drawn in, chest held high, and hands delicately clasped below her abdomen. Gazing at him with an air of serene composure. A shadow flickered in Kronos' eyes as he attempted to assert his divine might over her. He sensed, almost instinctively, that Hestia's strength surpassed that of Demeter and the others, even bearing a unique connection to his own essence. "So it is, Hestia, my eldest daughter," a glimmer of surprise, understanding, and admiration crossed Kronos' face. He clapped his hands and laughed, declaring her fate. "You have comprehended the laws of space, while nestled within me. Splendid. No wonder your power has reached such divine heights. Alas, it is of no use. My father Kronos, your daughter Hestia, sends her regards." Hestia gently lifted one end of her gown, slowly lowering herself. Simultaneously, her hands gracefully swayed at her sides, her head slightly inclined as she spoke in hushed tones. Her movements resembled the most ancient of sacrificial dances, solemn and rich in ritualistic significance. Then, she rose, and before Kronos could utter a mocking retort, she proclaimed to the world with a dignified and unhurried demeanor, "O world will, hearken to the call from family." Chapter 24. The World Will and Hestia's Judgment. I, Hestia, hereby declare and pose my inquiry to you. Her voice transformed from a gentle murmur by the hearth to a chilling wind sweeping across the frozen expanse of the heavens. Each syllable struck like a tempered sword, piercing the omnipresent world will, shaking the very souls of every Titan deity. The warmth and humility that once characterized her voice were replaced by a resolute determination capable of incinerating all, leaving no stone unturned. The temple, this majestic hall forged from the very foundations of the universe, let out a mournful wail in response to her inquiry. Each stone seemed to be scorched by an invisible inferno, trembling in acknowledgement of her pent-up fury that had simmered for millennia. Does the world require my existence? Does it acknowledge my significance? If not, why have I been devoured and denied by the king of the world? To judge my birth is to defile order with chaos, to provoke eternity with disorder. Her words resonated like thunderclaps in the ears of the gods. Hestia, the seemingly delicate goddess of hearth and home, now resembled an imminent volcanic eruption. With each utterance, the very ground of the temple quaked, divine power surging like a tempest. Her fiery red hair and gown billowed wildly, resembling a blazing battle standard, her figure towering magnificently before the eyes of all. Silence enveloped the temple, as though time itself had been paused by some grand will, erasing every sound of breath, heartbeat, and even the subtle flow of divine energy. In the minds of the gods echoed a singular thought. Has she lost her sanity? This once gentle and unassuming daughter, who had shown no trace of martial spirit, dares to question the world will in blasphemy and provocation? Cronus, the supreme king of the gods, perched upon his throne, initially wore an expression of incredulous astonishment. Yet, that astonishment soon morphed into a deeper, almost bone-deep derision. He curled his lips into a smirk, his laughter bubbling like boiling magma, carrying an air of contempt that crushed all beneath it. My foolish, ignorant daughter. How could your minuscule and ineffectual essence possibly? However, his laughter and words were abruptly silenced, as if grasped by an invisible hand around his throat, choking him into silence. The sound seemed to spiral into a black hole, collapsing instantaneously, leaving only a distorted grimace of pain. Simultaneously, the hearts of the gods felt as if constricted by an unseen force, an incomprehensible presence rendering them nearly breathless. This essence was formless and intangible, yet omnipresent, akin to the reverberation of the universe's birth. Guided by divine instinct, they collectively raised their gazes to the leaden gray sky. The wind ceased, as if someone had pressed the pause button on a silvery thread. The sun's radiance, the clamor of life, the light of day all collapsed into a viscous silence, creating a fissure at the horizon. This was no mere crack. It resembled something so unimaginably vast that it slowly unveiled its eyelid. First emerged its iris, denser than the Milky Way, more vibrant than the aurora. Within a dark golden base, flowing star maps flickered, some bright as newly exploded supernovae, others dim as white dwarfs on the verge of extinction. Those were verses inscribed by an ancient civilization upon the celestial tapestry, now swirling in harmony with the patterns of the iris. Deeper still, coral-like veins unfurled, each branch glowing with an ethereal blue light. It was the luminescence of bioluminescent organisms from the depths of the Ponto Deep, the dappling of ancient oak canopies piercing through morning mist, the embers of shooting stars streaking through the night, all memories of light interwoven into a net. Then came the pupil. It bore no distinct boundary, resembling a drop of ink suspended in the air, yet it expanded, consuming the entire sky. The gods stared into that profound darkness, suddenly catching sight of their reflections, not the present, but the past and the future. Those fragmented selves, sliced by time, now lived vividly within that pupil. Like insects encased in amber, each wing's pattern discernible. Above was the eyelid, yet it resembled flowing twilight. The upper edge hung with translucent gauze woven from morning mist. The lower edge was adorned with chains of molten gold, remnants of clouds crushed by the winds of dusk. When it fully lifted, the gods heard a sound, not in the physical sense of sound waves, but a fundamental tremor. It was the roar of nuclear fusion at the birth of stars, a convergence of the first cry of existence and the last sigh of life. This sound enveloped fragments of all languages, coalescing in their minds into a singular phrase. I have heard the echo of family, and I have come for this purpose. Subsequently, the eye of the world will seem to playfully blink. Just as the gods were on the brink of losing themselves in the boundless reflection of the world will, Cronus let out a heart-wrenching wail of despair. This sound snapped the gods back to reality, redirecting their attention to him. Cronus's body was ensnared by countless chains of law, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. These sacred chains woven from all existing laws. They sliced through Cronus's divine power like the sharpest of blades, causing his strength to plummet drastically. His golden divine blood gushed forth like a waterfall, instantly staining the throne in gold. In the blink of an eye, he fell from the pinnacle of divine power to its mid-tier, and in another instant, he dropped to the early stage, merely a step away from formidable might. He knelt in agony, his divine form creaking under the unbearable burden. No, this is impossible. How could the world will hear your voice? Cronus struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. He knelt weakly, hands clasped over his head, shaking it furiously, incessantly questioning the fairness of the world. Hestia pursed her crimson lips, gazing at the once mighty, now pitiful king of the gods. She felt no anticipated joy, only an emptiness and indescribable sorrow. It was as if the act of patricide itself signified a betrayal of the authority of family. Soon after, she sensed a fierce backlash from family. It was an irresistible, soul-wrenching agony, akin to countless dull blades carving through her being. Her divine form began to crack, golden blood flowing incessantly from the corner of her mouth. Yet she forcefully suppressed the retaliatory power, unwilling to reveal this suffering before the divine. Hestia trembled slightly, lowering her eyelids to mask her tumultuous emotions, wiping the bloodstains from her lips, and swallowing the surging golden divine blood with all her might. She closed her eyes, fervently urging herself, "It is not yet time. Hold on. This is not over. I need to provide my siblings with the time they require to grow." Moments later, Hestia suddenly opened her gilded peach blossom eyes, her expression one of resolute determination, as if she were prepared to stake everything, seizing the moment while the world will remain, preventing the Titan gods from moving and aiding Cronus. Hestia approached him with an air of composure. She maintained her elegant posture, passing by the prostrate Demeter and others, her demeanor unflinching as she began to speak. O world will. As Cronus, a father, found himself stripped of his dignity, he betrayed his family, defying their will with unwavering resolve. Before he could finish his thought, Hestia stood before the kneeling and disheveled Cronus. For him, this was an unprecedented irony and humiliation. With a glimmer of pity in her eyes, Hestia spoke softly. "Then, allow me to pass judgment upon him in the name of family." "Hestia, how dare you? How dare you belittle me?" Cronus roared as he lifted his head, his expression twisted in rage, eyes wide, teeth gritted. "How dare you judge me, the king of gods, the one who embodies glory?" He yearned to rise and personally torment this rebellious and arrogant eldest daughter, but the constraints of the world will held him captive, rendering him immobile like the other titans. The eye of the world will focused all attention upon Hestia. In its profound depths, her essence was reflected, and with a blink, it conveyed its response to the gods, aloud. "This cannot be. The world will, you favor her?" Cronus' voice transformed from mere fury into a collapse of his once unshakable faith. He gazed upward at the vast eye in the sky, his shock gradually replaced by deeper pain and resentment. "Was it not to end Uranus' chaotic tyranny that I committed patricide? I adhered to the flow of time, obeyed the rules of power, and established a new order. Why then did you ignore our pleas back then? Why today, for something as trivial as the authority representing family, do you intervene so easily, negating all I have built?" He broke free from the bonds of the world's will and let out a roar that transcended mere rage. A fundamental accusation against the cosmic order, unfair. What is the order you recognize? Why are the rules you adhere to so hypocritical? Unfortunately, the world will paid no heed to Cronus' words. Its profound gaze remained unmoved, as if dismissing him as a relic of a bygone era, mindlessly shouting, "I, Hestia, hereby declare this place to be home, and this home is me." As her declaration resonated, an invisible force surged from her being. This force was neither a searing flame nor a sharp blade, but an intricate web of formless threads. They emanated from Hestia's authority rooted in the core of family, embodying the warmth of the hearth, the bonds of blood, and the faith that each family member has in one another during adversity. These threads swiftly ensnared Cronus, forming an impenetrable net. Initially, they exuded a near-gentle judgment, a disappointment emanating from family. However, upon touching the divine essence within Cronus that had once betrayed and devoured his own children, that disappointment suddenly ignited into the wrath of family. A fierce golden flame blazed upon Cronus, its essence not born of physical combustion, but rather the fundamental punishment of family's authority, deprivation, and incineration. It greedily consumed the divine power within him, each strand of divine essence resembling a disloyal member severed from family, mercilessly burned by this sacred fire. Moreover, it also scorched his immortal soul, for his spirit had long since betrayed the essence of family, becoming a symbol of treachery. "No. Damn you, Hestia. I will kill you. I will torment you." No matter his efforts, Cronus could not extinguish this holy flame, for it was not a fire that could be quelled by strength, but a judgment stemming from the deepest laws. He could only howl in hysteria, writhing in agony amidst the searing pain. Meanwhile, as this force enveloped Demeter and the others, it felt like the warm embers of a hearth. The delicate threads gently lifted them, raising them from the ground, for they were members of the family and deserved the protection of this authority. Demeter steadied herself first, brushing her hand across her body as if to confirm her existence. What shall we do next? Her voice carried a hint of relief from survival, but more so an instinctual inquiry as an elder sister, seeking guidance from Hestia about the path ahead. Hera, still shaken, patted her chest, her eyes filled with terror, soon replaced by confusion. Is that the embodiment of the world's will? But why did it respond only to Hestia? Her question pierced the unspoken confusion within the hearts of the gods, revealing her keen insight into power and law. Hades remained silent, merely rising to his feet, gazing at the dissipating rift in the sky, his eyes shimmering with complex emotions. He sensed the essence of that vast power, a depth and ruthlessness beyond the underworld, and began to ponder whether the future could coexist with this force. Poseidon, on the other hand, excitedly pumped his fist, devoid of complex emotions, only pure exhilaration. I feel it. That power. Let us unite to overthrow Kronos. We shall no longer be devoured by him. His voice brimmed with childish impulsiveness and a desire for power, as if everything before him were merely an exhilarating game. Demeter and the others surrounded Hestia, chattering animatedly. We must leave now. Otherwise, once the world's will vanishes, the Titans will attack us immediately. Hestia's tone was resolute and urgent. Her gaze swept across her siblings, revealing a barely perceptible weariness and a buried question. Will Rhea assist us? Just then, Rhea approached with her attendants, her countenance complex, her eyes filled with unspeakable sorrow. The attendant, calm and composed, spoke clearly amidst the chaos. The Titans remain bound by the world's will. We must leave quickly, or it will be too late. Poseidon furrowed his brow, questioning in dissatisfaction. How can you move? Hestia did not turn back. Her right hand tore open a rift in space, the depths of the unknown swirling within. She replied in a calm tone, I have swept my power over them, thus they can act. As for who this attendant is, you will know once we have departed. The passage is open, let us go. After she spoke, she stepped forward, but stumbled after a few paces. Her pale face appeared striking against the flickering flames. Hestia felt the long-repressed backlash surging violently within her, golden divine blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She struggled to swallow the bitterness, her mind fixated on a singular thought. I must hold on. I must hurry. I cannot let them worry for me. Hestia forced herself to appear composed, lifting her delicate hand to swiftly wipe away the bloodstains, and hurriedly moved forward again. Demeter and Hera exchanged glances, concern etching their features, and they closely followed. Hades spoke little, extending his hand to push the still chattering Poseidon into the rift before following him in. Only after the attendant entered did Rhea take a few steps forward, halted by Kronos' agonized groans. Grasping her garment tightly with both hands, her eyes revealed pain and hesitation. The attendant, noticing Rhea lagging behind, turned to see her retreating a few steps, stopping before the rift. Mother, come quickly. The rift is closing. The attendant's voice was urgent and filled with concern. Rhea, as if resolute, wept, her gaze filled with reluctance. With unwavering focus, she stared at the attendant and the increasingly distant figures of her children, sobbing, Zeus, go. I cannot abandon Kronos. Without me, he will have nothing. Mother, he hates you. You betrayed him. To save us, you nearly turned against him. The attendant, who was indeed Zeus, exclaimed in disbelief at Rhea's words. I understand your concern, but I cannot fathom a life without him by my side. As long as you all are well, I will be at peace. Rhea turned away, closing her eyes, silently weeping, unwilling to let her heart waver further. She raised her right hand to cover her mouth, which was about to cry out, choking back her emotions. Zeus. No more words. Go. Upon hearing Rhea's words, Zeus suddenly felt an overwhelming hatred and revulsion toward the notion of love. He pressed his lips together, silently vowing never to succumb to the folly of love, his eyes reddening as he endeavored to etch his mother's resolute figure deeply into his memory. He turned around, standing back to back with Rhea. The mother and son each carried a heavy heart as they took their respective steps towards their choices. Rhea did not glance back even after the rift in space had completely closed. She hurried to Kronos, crouched down, and embraced him. gently caressing his face with her delicate hand while whispering softly, "Now it is just you and me. You were the only light in that dark world. I remember our vow made when we overthrew Uranus. You promised to create a better world. Though you have changed, that shared memory, the you who once fought for freedom, remains an unbreakable bond for me." In that moment, the will of the world vanished, restoring everything to its original state. The Titans rose from their seats, encircling Kronos. Their expressions varied and laden with unspoken thoughts. Kronos felt his power diminish to a mere shadow of its former self, filling him with an indescribable hatred. Yet, the remnants of his reason warned him against confronting Hestia, lest he face judgment once more. With that thought, he abruptly opened his eyes, suppressing his frustration, and roared in fury, "I will make you pay, especially you, Zeus." Chapter 25. Zeus. The tunnel lay in a silence as profound as a grave. Save for the phosphorescent material seeping from the rift, drifting like phosphorescent fires scattered by the wind. Indigo, magenta, and tea-brown vortices twisted along the tunnel walls, ultimately coalescing into translucent light spots that floated like gossamer, reminiscent of the beautiful yet chilling blooms of the other shore. Suddenly, the tremor of gravitational waves from a black hole pierced the silence, echoing like a sigh from the depths of the cosmos. Soon after, distant sobs surged forth, akin to whale songs wrapped in moist stardust, gently calming the restless hearts of the gods. At that moment, voices and footsteps approached, shattering the tranquility of the tunnel. "Poseidon, slow down," Demeter exclaimed impatiently, her emerald eyes blazing with irritation as she shouted at the towering figure ahead. Hera carefully cradled Hestia, allowing her to lean against her while gently healing her with divine power. Worry etched on her face, she urgently inquired, "Hestia, how do you feel? Are you better? Is there anywhere that still hurts?" "I'm perfectly fine after you and Demeter treated me. You just refuse to believe it." Hestia smiled reassuringly, her warm eyes glowing with gentleness. To prove her recovery, she playfully pushed Hera aside and spun gracefully in front of her, the hem of her dress blooming like a flower, stirring a refreshing breeze. "Oh my, Hestia, why don't you take better care of yourself?" Demeter's concern swiftly morphed into anger upon witnessing the scene, her hands on her hips as her shriek nearly pierced the eardrums. Hestia chuckled helplessly, changing the subject without missing a beat. "Look at Poseidon. He's gone so far ahead. We should hurry after him. If he gets lost, it will be even more troublesome." She added seriously, "We need that attendant to lead the way, otherwise we won't know where to go." Realizing Hestia was indeed unharmed, Demeter finally relaxed. She followed Hestia's lead, once more shouting at Poseidon, "Poseidon, can you slow down? Or do you want to fight me?" Her voice echoed through the tunnel like a crashing wave. Poseidon stiffened, a hint of impatience flashing in his deep blue eyes. Yet he halted his stride to wait for them. Raising his sturdy right hand to shield his chiseled face, he struggled to quell his anger while muttering to himself, Calm down. I'm giving you this courtesy." Has Poseidon changed? Why isn't he retorting?" Demeter wondered, puzzled by his unusual behavior, and turned to Hera, who was lost in thought. "I don't know. Perhaps he has finally taken heed?" Hera replied nonchalantly, then countered Demeter's inquiry. "Demeter, there's something about that attendant that feels strangely familiar, and I find myself drawn to him. Who is he?" Hera raised an eyebrow, her delicate hand brushing through a few strands of golden hair, her gaze curious as it fell upon the attendant passing by. Upon hearing Hera's words, Demeter became aware that she shared the same sentiment. She stole a glance at the attendant, her expression akin to a bashful girl indulging in forbidden fruit. Unable to resist whispering with Hera, as the attendant walked past Poseidon, he abruptly seized him with a grip as powerful as a tsunami. Poseidon snorted, crossing his arms and casting a sidelong glance filled with derision. "Kid, who exactly are you? And why didn't Rhea come along? She chose to be with Kronos and thus forsook us." A sultry, magnetic voice resonated, reminiscent of a deep cello melody that captivated all who heard it. "Who am I? Hestia and Hades must have their suspicions by now, right?" Just as the words left his lips, Poseidon looked bewildered at the approaching Hades and Hestia. His face was marked by confusion as he queried, You all knew? Why didn't you tell me? You made me look like a fool." Demeter and Hera, hand in hand, passed by Poseidon, instinctively rolling their eyes in unison and retorting, "You're just a fool. You all." Poseidon's patience reached its limit, and his fury erupted like a volcano. He retaliated against them. "Shut up. You don't even know yourselves. How dare you say that to me? Demeter and Hera voiced their dissatisfaction, countering his retorts in unison. Just as the three were on the verge of another endless argument, Hestia, exasperated and rubbing her forehead, intervened to halt the farce. Enough. Stop arguing. Hades observed their reactions, a playful smile dancing on his lips. Truly, you are siblings. Your movements and reactions are nearly identical. Poseidon and the two goddesses shot each other a glare, simultaneously huffing and declaring, "Don't copy the way I speak." Hades and Hestia exchanged knowing glances, sharing a resigned smile as if they had long since grown accustomed to this unending cycle. Just then, a sunlit laugh broke the monotony, drawing their attention to its source. Zeus was doubled over in laughter, his cheeks aching from mirth, until the entire tunnel echoed with his jovial sound. Realizing his lapse in decorum, he cleared his throat, a hint of embarrassment curling at the corners of his mouth. Haha, I didn't mean to. Now, allow me to formally introduce myself. As Zeus removed his mask, even breathing felt like a luxury. His white hair, like snow melded with honey, cascaded down to his shoulders, the tips glimmering with golden light, as if kissed by sunlight for a millennium. Most captivating were his eyes, a blue so deep they could shatter the clear skies of the Aegean Sea. The shallows sparkled like glass in morning fog, while the depths swirled with the dark gleam of thunder. Even Hestia felt her heart skip a beat at his gaze. He wore a light golden battle robe woven from laurel fibers, embroidered with silver lightning patterns that shimmered with fleeting sparks. A deep blue sash hung loosely at his waist, exposing a glimpse of his abdomen, muscles rising and falling with each breath, resembling a hidden sea that breathes. Suddenly, he lowered his gaze, a complex expression crossing his face as he regarded the bronze hourglass at his wrist. His fingers, long and powerful, bore faint golden divine patterns, the mark of one who controls thunder. This is a gift from my mother, which I have cherished all along, even though she ultimately chose Kronos. The moment the words escaped his lips, Hestia and the others felt an overwhelming sense of Rhea's maternal love for Zeus, deeper than their own, stirring a ripple of envy within their hearts. Realizing his faux pas, he lifted his gaze, the golden light at the ends of his hair illuminating the tunnel. And with an apologetic smile, he said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. Please forgive me." His voice resonated like the tolling of a bell, yet wrapped in a warm, honeyed tone that left Demeter momentarily speechless, her throat tightening. Hera fidgeted with her dress, her ears flushed crimson. Even the usually composed Hestia bit her lip, her gaze inadvertently following his movements until he bent down. As the hem of his robe lifted, it revealed well-defined calves, adorned at the ankles with a delicate golden chain bearing a lightning emblem. With a flick of his fingers, a soft purple electric glow emanated from his palm, conjuring 3 flowers in the light, a periwinkle, a daisy, and a lily. He smiled as he offered them, his eyes brimming with warmth, to the most beautiful sisters. A breeze swept from the tunnel's end, lifting a few strands of his white hair. A faint scar graces the nape of her neck, reminiscent of an old wound smoothed by the passage of time. Yet within the pale mark, restored by divine power, lies an unspoken tale. It dawned upon them that they were nearing the end, as Zeus communicated with his companions and opened the tunnel's entrance. As the view at the tunnel's end grew clearer, they heard the long cry of the divine eagle. Zeus felt a surge of joy, straightened his posture, and cast his gaze into the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then strode confidently out of the tunnel and into a sunlit shore. Helios rays filtered through his fingers, casting mottled golden spots on the ground, while the white sand beneath his feet shimmered with a warm, golden hue. Following closely were Hestia and her companions, their eyes tracing Zeus with every step. Lastly came the taciturn Hades and the visibly displeased Poseidon. In their eyes, Zeus appeared as a nobleman recently descended from a banquet, radiating the warmth of sunlight, with every thread of gold on his divine robe aglow. Upon spotting a graceful goddess, he eagerly approached her, the hem of his war robe stirring the skirts of the goddesses nearby. Hestia and Hera noticed the way Zeus gazed at the goddess. That smile, imbued with the sun's warmth, made them feel that every beauty in the world had taken tangible form in that moment. In contrast, Demeter felt a twinge of reluctance and confusion, exclaiming, "Who is she? How can she fill Zeus's eyes with such affection, making him smile so radiantly and beautifully?" Immediately, Zeus extended his right hand, embracing the goddess, and approached them with a beaming smile, declaring, I command thunder, weather, and the order of the world. I embody the majesty of patriarchy in the heavens, a fusion of divinity and humanity. I am the embodiment of thunder, Zeus." He laughed heartily and added, "And I am also your brother. Moreover, this is my beloved Métis." Chapter 26. Each going their own way for a brighter future. Zeus, I can introduce myself. At that moment, Métis interjected, halting Zeus's attempt at further introductions. "I am the daughter of the god Oceanus and the sea goddess Tethys, a symbol of keen wisdom and strategy, as well as the embodiment of hydrology." Her voice, upon first hearing, resembled the sound of melting snow cascading over blue stones. Crisp yet enveloped in a warm mist, neither shrill nor impatient, but bearing a force that penetrated the morning haze and reached the soul. This voice soothed Poseidon's impatience and irritation, and like an invisible hand, gently dispersed the emotional fog that had just surged within Demeter. In that moment, the gods truly regarded her standing beside Zeus, not merely as a companion, but as a goddess of wisdom capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the king of the gods. She stood gracefully beside Zeus, the sea breeze swirling silver mist around her ankles. Her indigo hair cascaded from her shoulders, the roots a deep purple resembling night-blooming cornflowers, while the tips gradually transitioned to lake blue. A few damp strands clung to her snow-white neck, trembling gently with her movements. A droplet slid from the tip of her hair, plopping soundly into a puddle at her feet, the sound crisp as if heralding the onset of a prophecy. The ripples that spread outward were swiftly calmed by the gentle breeze brushed by her long sleeves, returning everything to tranquility, as if the moment of disturbance had never occurred. Her moon-white skirt was embroidered with flowing silver water patterns, shimmering like the surface of the sea under moonlight. Indigo ribbons cascaded from her waist, with shells adorning them that clinked gently, producing a sound akin to a babbling brook. She turned her face, the wind lifting a portion of her fringe, revealing a light blue tear mole at the corner of her eye. As her gaze shifted, the deep blue of her eyes came alive, as if the autumn sky had shattered and seeped into the mountain stream, holding within it the secrets of millennia of tides. The depths of her eyes did not merely reflect water, but a network of rushing rivers, the ebb and flow of tides, schools of fish, and even the most subtle currents, all flickering within the depths of her pupils, as if she had translated the waters of the world into living verses. She raised her hand to twirl a playful strand of hair, the silver bells on her wrist chiming softly, and a faint blue mist rose from her sleeves. In the mist floated specks of light, the hydrological divine radiance coalescing into contours that darted like fish, with river maps climbing like vines, and tidal tables transforming into starlight in the night sky. The moon-white hem of her skirt swept across the blue stones, leaving a trail of watermarks, as if the earth quietly recorded every waterway she measured. How beautiful! Zeus is truly fortunate. Poseidon could not help but reveal a look of infatuation in his eyes, murmuring to himself. This also snapped the other gods, who had been immersed in Métis's beauty, back to reality, exchanging knowing glances. Demeter's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile, while Hera disdainfully scoffed. Both Hestia and Hades shook their heads in exasperation. Poseidon, realizing his lapse, awkwardly raised a hand to scratch his head, forcing a chuckle. I didn't mean anything by it." His expression seemed to convey, "I didn't mean to praise your wife in front of you." Zeus, however, remained unperturbed, maintaining a smile of pride for possessing Métis, a pride that overshadowed any concern over his brother's indiscretion. Métis shook her head in resignation, covering her mouth with a smile, her laughter flowing like a clear spring, instantly dispelling the awkwardness. "Thank you for your compliment. You are tall and imposing, a sight to behold among the gods." Her words were gentle and gracious, giving Poseidon his due respect. "And your sisters, each one is more beautiful than I," stirring the heart. Upon hearing Métis's praise, Poseidon could hardly contain his glee, his face glowing with self-satisfaction and vanity. He feigned modesty, touching his nose. "Who is more beautiful than you? They are all quite ugly, one a shrew, another a harpy, and the last a vixen." Métis gazed at Poseidon, her eyes glimmering with curiosity, as if probing why this reckless deity would utter such cutting words. Yet, her gaze soon drifted past Poseidon to his sisters, Hestia, Demeter, and Hera wore expressions as dark as ink. In Hades' eyes, the flicker of pity grew clearer, and he took a slight step back, seemingly wishing to distance himself from the impending storm. Immersed in Métis's praise, Poseidon remained oblivious to the fury of his sisters looming ahead. He candidly explained, Hestia is far too powerful, Demeter's temperament is too volatile, and Hera's tongue is too venomous. Before he could finish, a chilling aura enveloped him, like ice shards piercing his spine. Instantly, he snapped out of his self-absorption, stiffening as he turned his head, mustering a strained smile. Haha, I was just joking. Don't take it to heart. Silence. Feeling cheeky, do you wish to be put to the flames for some exercise? Hestia smiled sweetly. Yet her hands blazed with fierce flames, the glow casting a harsh light on her delicate face, revealing her cold demeanor. Demeter wielded a thorny vine whip, cracking it in the air with sharp sounds, her forehead veins bulging. Gritting her teeth, she declared, It seems you truly need a lesson. Today is perfect for a whipping. Hera, meanwhile, stroked her hands, speaking softly, and not just that. Your face deserves a good slap for daring to insult noble women. Poseidon's pupils shrank in fear, stuttering. This isn't right. Métis is here too. But he soon realized the three sisters were no longer inclined to hear his excuses. They demonstrated their resolve through action. Poseidon's cries echoed along the shore. It hurts. It's hot. It's fierce. Ease up. He lamented, yet dared not resist, fearing even harsher punishment. Métis watched intently as Poseidon was reprimanded, a flicker of complex emotions in her eyes, sympathy intertwined with envy. Zeus, it seems your life will also be filled with trials. It truly feels like home, she murmured softly, as if speaking of something unrelated, yet tinged with longing. Zeus lowered his gaze, his eyes deep with affection. My home is only complete with you. It is the best. Métis, I shall not let you down. His sweet words made Métis's heart race. Yet she understood that this was not the time for romantic sentiments. She steadied her emotions and turned her gaze back to Hestia and the others, calmly stating, I am here to convey the arrangements that Her Majesty, the Queen of the Gods, has for your future. Mother's arrangements? Hestia and the others, perched on Poseidon, echoed in disbelief. Métis casually recounted Rhea's arrangements. Demeter was entrusted to the nurturing of the Earth Mother, Hera to my mother, Thetis, Poseidon to my father, Oceanus, and Hades to the Night Mother. Zeus had long ascended to a realm of formidable power, necessitating alliances to confront Cronus and his supporters. Upon hearing this, Hestia experienced a moment of clarity, recalling Rhea's earlier revelations regarding the fateful transactions among the gods and the designs laid out for their futures. As she was not mentioned, the attention of Demeter and Hera instantly shifted to Hestia. Did their mother not have provisions for Hestia? Their expressions of concern and disbelief stirred tumultuous emotions within her. Hestia's mind raced, as if a voice within her cried out, Perhaps I have never been acknowledged, perhaps I have never been loved. I have always been the overlooked child. After all, being the eldest. Métis's voice interrupted her reverie. There were no arrangements, but the goddess left behind a few words. Her tone grew complex as she gazed at Hestia, seemingly conveying a maternal love that transcended time and space. My eldest daughter Hestia, you are the one I feel most remorseful towards, and thus I ardently wish for your happiness. I do not know how to atone for my shortcomings, so I can only offer you my blessings. From this moment forth, you may liberate yourself from the burdens of being the eldest sister. It is time to consider your own future. My daughter, I sincerely hope you understand that family encompasses not only your younger siblings, but you as well. A subtle pain gripped her heart, a manifestation of the responsibilities and grievances she had silently borne for years as the eldest. At this moment, within her mother's gentle words that transcended time, she finally discovered an avenue for release. The corners of her tightly pressed lips quivered slightly, revealing the signs of her inner struggle, as though she were weathering a silent storm that gradually stripped away her hardened exterior. Ultimately, her gaze became clear and resolute, all confusion and sorrow settling into a serene acceptance. Finally, she asked with an unwavering demeanor, Am I still myself? A flicker of surprise crossed Métis's eyes, followed by a gentle smile. The goddess affirms that she remains herself, not a fragment of the past or the future. I understand. Thank you. Hestia rose, speaking with calm assurance. Then it is time for us siblings to part ways. Demeter and Hera, upon hearing this, welled with tears. They interrupted Hestia, rushing forward to embrace her, weeping. Oh, we cannot bear to part with you. Hestia shook her head in amused resignation, reaching out to gently pat their heads. offering soft reassurances. You know that Mother-S arrangements are for the best. Cronus will not spare us, especially you, who are too vulnerable. You must grow and be protected. Thus, we must part. This separation is not eternal, but a step toward a brighter future, is it not? Demeter and Hera ceased their weeping, but remained nestled in Hestia's embrace, silent. Hestia sighed, signaling to Métis to hasten the arrangements. She knew that time could not be squandered. It was time to look ahead. Hera and Poseidon would journey together. Her sister would guide them onward, the embodiment of beauty and lush pastures, Eurynomy. Métis directed her gaze toward the eastern sea, where the goddess awaited to introduce Poseidon and the others. I see. Then Poseidon, you know what must be done. Hestia looked at Poseidon with a composed smile. With reddened eyes, Poseidon nodded, hoisting Hera onto his shoulder and striding purposefully eastward. Let me go? Put me down. Poseidon. I detest you. Hera struggled, flailing helplessly, unable to escape, and fell into tears. Hades, without waiting for Hestia's words, scooped up Demeter, who attempted to resist but was rendered unconscious by Hades's divine essence. Hades and Demeter were also bound for the west, where the Earth Mother-S temple lay along their route. The Night Mother resided far to the extreme west. My dear friend Prometheus awaited you not far ahead. Métis spoke plainly, revealing, he is the soul, Iapetus, son of my sister, Renown, Clymene, and embodies foresight. Hestia, Hades's voice was low and resolute. I will not allow you to endure this loneliness in vain. With that, he turned, carrying the unconscious Demeter swiftly away. The unspoken promise he left behind was heavier than any words. Even Hades's retreating figure was a silent vow, a profound tribute to this eldest sister. Hestia's resignation towards Hades revealed her tolerance and understanding as the eldest sibling. Only they remained in this place. Métis bit her lip tentatively, asking, I sense that you possess what I desire. Can you share it with me? What you desire? Surely it is knowledge. No, I cannot relinquish that part of myself. I am sorry, Métis. Hestia realized suddenly, but then gracefully shook her head, firmly yet politely declining. Though Métis felt a pang of disappointment and anger, she self-deprecatingly remarked, we are merely pursuing our respective interests. There is no need for apologies. With a huff, she took Zeus's hand, heading toward the northern coastline. Her skirt billowed in the sea breeze, tracing a silver arc, leaving deep imprints on the soft sand beneath her feet, silently expressing her discontent. For the first time, Zeus noticed Hestia's resolute demeanor, curious yet ultimately bidding her silent farewell. She stood still, watching as her younger siblings departed one by one, her heart a tumult of emotions. The sea breeze caressed her, lifting the hem of her long gown, which shimmered with golden patterns as it fluttered. Lowering her gaze, her eyes no longer held the familiar tolerance and resignation of the eldest sister, but were filled with tranquility and understanding. Hestia whispered softly, as if confiding in the sea breeze, the earth, or perhaps herself. In the end, family must inevitably pursue their own paths. It is neither a shackle nor a burden, but a responsibility and a home. She paused for a moment, a serene smile gracing her lips, devoid of bitterness. Only clarity that emerged from understanding life's intricacies. Yet it seemed something was still missing, perhaps to be discovered on a new journey. As her words faded, Hestia composed herself and turned to gaze southward. Instantly, her heart felt liberated, as if she had found her own path. Hestia was no longer the eldest sister who habitually bore all burdens. She now stepped forth with a tranquil acceptance of her destiny, resolutely moving forward. Her figure gradually blurred in the sea breeze, ultimately vanishing from sight. All that remained was a long-lasting flower born from a single tear, gracefully blooming in the wind. It silently narrated an ancient tale of family, parting, and self-redemption. The golden patterns symbolized her transformation of past burdens into a radiant future. Chapter 27. Hestia adopts Aphrodite in the dense morning mist, which had yet to fully dissipate. The life-filled forest toward the south awakened, transforming into a flowing emerald sea. The god of the south wind, Notus, carried the bittersweet scent of pine resin and the earthy sweetness of moss, blending ancient trees, cascading vines, and newly sprouted ferns into an inseparable, rich emerald tapestry. The air shimmered with scattered shafts of light, as if some divine being had sprinkled crumpled emeralds throughout the woods. Hestia, the resplendent goddess, donned a gown flowing like sacred fire, her crimson hair dancing in the southern breeze like a blazing flame. She approached gracefully from afar, the vivid red contrasting beautifully with the tranquil green, crafting a captivating tableau. Is this the essence of nature? More vibrant and enchanting than the knowledge imparted by Mr. 001. Her golden-hued eyes sparkled with appreciation. Indeed, one must walk among it to truly experience such feelings. Hestia ventured deeper into the forest along a path softened by fallen leaves and pine needles, the trail resembling a winding ribbon of green silk. She brushed her crimson locks, her gaze wandering until it landed on a red birch tree, its bark peeling to reveal honey-colored textures beneath. Twisted branches adorned with half-decayed vines, resembling an elderly man's silver beard, swayed gently in the breeze, their tips adorned with clusters of wild berries, red as the dawn and purple like twilight. What delightful creatures! This is a bamboo chicken. Hestia's eyes sparkled, recalling its name, and a gentle smile blossomed on her lips. A surge of joy welled up within her, prompting her to cast her gaze to the right, where the cliffside was nearly cloaked in a verdant tapestry of ferns. The kidney fern unfurled its feathery fronds, shimmering with an emerald glow, while the maidenhair fern was even more delicate, its slender stems supporting tender leaves the size of fingernails, seemingly capable of yielding drops of water. Even the tips of the leaves were adorned with a precariously balanced dewdrop, suspended mid-fall, gently held aloft by the breeze weaving through the trees, swaying like a breathing crystal. Hestia felt a childlike purity surge within her, irresistibly compelled to trot over, extending her delicate hand to gently tap the dewdrop with her fingertip, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. A fleeting glance revealed clusters of wild vines emerging from the crevices of the rocks, their tendrils entwining around a half-fallen oak tree. Surprisingly, lavender-hued flower clusters bloomed at the branches, resembling a cascade of lost tassels, gently swaying in the wind. Hestia's eyes sparkled with delight as she approached the wild vine, tenderly caressing the lavender blossoms, exclaiming, "Oh, every blade of grass and every tree here is so beautiful. Is it all naturally grown?" Continuing her journey, she was drawn to the lively thicket by the roadside, irresistibly captivated by a sea of blossoming flowers. Wild roses clung to pine branches, forming a pink cloud. Wild daisies peeked out from beneath the decaying leaves, their yellow and white petals clustered like twinkling stars. Most enchanting of all was a cluster of kiwi fruit, its vines climbing up the withered wood, with fan-like leaves concealing unripe fruits, fuzzy like miniature hedgehogs. Her presence startled a squirrel, which dashed through the leaves, cracking open a wild chestnut with a sharp sound, causing a stick insect to freeze in place. Mimicking a dried twig, Hestia felt a thrill at the emergence of this new life, unable to resist inching closer, raising her right hand with an open palm, her beautiful eyes gleaming with anticipation, eager to interact with the little creature. The squirrel, perhaps sensing her benign intent, clutched the wild chestnut, nimbly leaping into her palm and tilting its head to gaze at her. "Oh, how adorable! Little one, you must be a squirrel," Hestia exclaimed, delightfully squealing in excitement. She momentarily forgot her elegance, gently stroking the squirrel. "Little one, your family is waiting for you. Go back now. Remember to take good care of them." After a while, Hestia noticed a few other squirrels anxiously peeking out, and she gently tapped the squirrel's head with her fingertip, softly admonishing it. The squirrel seemed to understand, cleverly holding on to Hestia's finger and affectionately nuzzling it. Then it swiftly returned to its family, even waving its tiny paw as if bidding farewell. A wave of warmth enveloped Hestia, her heart softening profoundly, and she waved goodbye to the squirrel before continuing on her path. Meanwhile, the mountain mist began to dissipate, and Helios's sunlight finally pierced through the layered canopy, casting moving patches of light upon the path. The moss, ferns, and pine needles, soaked in emerald hues, shifted colors in the dappled light, while the pale green leaves of the catalpa seemed translucent as paper. Even the caps of the ground-dwelling porcini mushrooms glistened with golden dust, resembling a sprinkle of tiny stars. The warm southern breeze of notice swept through, blending the sounds of pine rustling, birds chirping, the babble of the brook, and a faint, almost imperceptible cry, creating an impression that the forest was humming an ancient melody. Wait, a cry? How could there be a cry? Hestia, still immersed in the symphony of nature, caught a trace of a faintly despairing wail. A look of uncertainty crossed her face, her heart tightening. As she cautiously followed the direction of the sound, The cries emanated from the shallows at the edge of the coast, where a riot of flowers flourished. At the shoreline, still shrouded in morning mist, 3 nymphs stood, their garments damp with briny mist, anxiously gazing towards the center of the shallows. Chloris, wrapped in a gossamer veil woven with morning dew, had her golden and pale petals tossed about by the wind. The tulip basket she held clattered against the rocks, its vibrant hues of molten gold and rosy dawn now wilted and drooping. Gripping the edge of the basket with white-knuckled fingers, her voice quivered as she called out to Peonia, "Sister Peonia, what shall we do?" She began to cry again. Peonia, adorned with a high bun and gold hairpin intricately carved with layered peonies, had amber eyes reflecting the golden waves of grain. Her gown a gradient of crimson and moonlight silk, embroidered with grapevines and peony branches. A jeweled belt around her waist shimmered with the luster of seasonal harvests, and even the butterflies resting on her hairpin remained undisturbed. "Calm down, Chloris. We have grown accustomed to this, have we not?" she said, placing a steadying hand on Chloris's trembling shoulder, though her fingertips glistened with a sheen of sweat. "Every century, we can only silently watch as she is born from the depths of the ocean, emerging with bubbles and waves. Ultimately, in the rise and fall of day and night, she withers amidst despairing cries, returning once more to the divine womb, plunging into the cold depths." A voice as low and soft as the wind rustling through leaves, carrying the remnants of shattered beauty, whispered in their ears. They shared a knowing glance with Eurytia, who squatted nearby, her skin translucent like moonlight, deep emerald locks curling like orchid leaves, interspersed with silvery scars. Her violet eyes, reflecting the coolness of night, were adorned with a gown embroidered with silver threads, and her ankles were adorned with a chain woven from orchid leaves and spider silk, cradling a half-bloomed edge-burnt orchid in her hands. This is the truth we must confront. We were born from her arrival, yet we can never repay her. Eurytia sighed mournfully, discarding the orchid, revealing herself as a forgotten and forsaken deity. Chloris, in tears, lamented. How will she find redemption? She will wither again amidst despair and cries. Unless the gods grant forgiveness, she can only eternally be born and wither, Peonia replied helplessly. Just then, a voice, deep and soothing yet piercing, like sacred fire, resonated behind them. I sensed a mournful cry of despair. "Pray, what has transpired here?" The 3 nymphs were startled by the sudden voice, turning to face the newcomer, quickly recognizing her identity. Unable to contain themselves, they bowed respectfully. Speaking in unison, "We greet the goddess who symbolizes the hearth and home. We apologize for our rudeness and hope for your understanding." As they spoke, Hestia gracefully approached the shallows surrounded by flowers, gazing at the infant. Her eyes filled with compassion as she softly inquired, "What is the matter with this child? I cannot fully grasp from your words. Could you explain?" The 3 nymphs exchanged glances, and then steady Eurytia stepped forward, maintaining a respectful distance, calmly stating, "O goddess, this child was born when the ancient Father Sky fell into the deep sea." As soon as she finished, Peonia took a few steps forward, adding, "Thus, she is without father or mother, a being despised and resented by the gods. Henceforth, the 12 Titans proclaim to the world that she must not be touched, accepted, or acknowledged. She is to be left to her own devices." Chloris wept. She embodies love and beauty, yet is loathed by the gods. In this vast world, there is no place for her, no home to call her own. Eurytia added. Finally, they summoned their courage and spoke in unison. "Due to the Earth Mother's rejection and disdain, she has yet to receive a fitting divine name." Hestia remained silent, listening intently. With her back turned to the nymphs, her thoughts remained a mystery. Just then, a playful southern breeze lifted her skirt and tousled her hair. Under Helios's radiant sunlight, the surroundings fell into an extraordinary stillness, with only the increasingly feeble cries of the infant piercing the silence. As the 3 nymphs found themselves at a loss in this hush, Hestia moved. She glided gracefully to the infant, bending elegantly to gently cradle the child in her embrace, extending her delicate hand to caress the infant's porcelain skin. From the depths of ugliness and sin often blooms a sacred flower. Her birth is the finest testament to this truth. Hestia paused, her golden gaze reflecting a myriad of emotions as she spoke softly. Her growth must be nurtured and infused with love to compensate for what she lacks. Otherwise, she too shall wither as before. "I see, but what kind of love?" Peonia could not help but question. "Is it love in the romantic sense? After all, she is the embodiment of love. Chloris asserted. Does friendship count? Eurytia hesitated to ask. Hearing their spirited discussions, Hestia turned to them, her expression composed and serene as she replied, You are both right and wrong. What she truly requires is a love that is pure, selfless, and unblemished, motherly love. Yet, she has no mother. Can we say that the Earth Mother suffices? Peonia bluntly stated. But did you not say? The Earth Mother also despises her, so that cannot be true. Before they could respond, Hestia's heart was already resolute in her decision to move forward. With a charming smile and beautiful eyes, she expressed, since it is the flame of desire, the source of life, the allure of beauty, and a symbol of fate's unpredictability, let me be your mother, your family, and provide you with a place of solace and belonging. In turn, the family shall blossom with love and attain perfection. The nymphs suddenly realized that the figure of Hestia before them was becoming increasingly indistinct. In the blink of an eye, she vanished, leaving them with an indescribable sense of loss. However, at that moment, the goddess's voice, imbued with the warmth closest to humanity, resonated, conveying a lingering sense of comfort and belonging. I bestow upon you the name Aphrodite. Chapter 28. Forms of family and family resemblance twinkling, sparkling. The sky was adorned with countless stars, shining brightly as if they were myriad little eyes. A gentle, warm, and tranquil melody, akin to the most reassuring whispers by a family hearth, softly echoed in the depths of the forest of life. The song, imbued with the warmth of the hearth, flowed leisurely, as if it could disperse all the chill and solitude of the world. Even the nearby nature nymphs were drawn to the melody. They peered out from the grass and behind the great trees, smiling as they listened, their innocent curiosity compelling them to gaze towards the source of the enchanting sound. Before them stood an ancient oak tree, its massive trunk reaching into the clouds, so stout that it would take 5 or 6 nymphs holding hands to encircle it. The bark was cracked, revealing a deep brown and gray net, with each fissure adorned with thick moss, resembling tea steeped over the years, so slippery that even Helios's sunlight struggled to cling to it. The roots at the base burst through the surface, coiling into serpentine shapes of dark green. On one severed root lay a rusty copper arrowhead, a remnant left behind by the golden humans during their hunts a century past. When notice, the southern wind blew. The branches groaned with a low rumble reminiscent of distant thunder. A flock of white-headed eagles, drawn by the song, suddenly took flight from the foliage, shaking loose drops of pine resin that fell precisely onto the beehive nestled within the tree hollow. The hive was adorned with a faded eagle feather, its tip bearing a droplet of amber, encasing an ancient life, its wings etched with the marks of time. Then, the nymphs beheld a swing crafted from iridescent vines and fragrant, wood gently swaying between the branches. Seated upon it was a goddess whose beauty made them feel inadequate. Her long, fiery red curls cascaded down like molten gold, the ends shimmering with an amber glow in the sunlight. Her hair was loosely styled, adorned with a few delicate chains, fluttering gently in the southern breeze, with strands brushing against her cheeks, adding to her ethereal allure. The golden crown and veil atop her head were the crowning touch. Made from the finest silk, the veil's edges were embroidered with silver flames, cascading into a fan-shaped curtain at the back. The rippling folds seemed to weave the stars and flames into the delicate fabric. The crown, composed of gilded leaves and gemstones, featured 12 flame-shaped leaves encircling a diamond crystal at its center. The sharply cut facets refracted a spectrum of colors, akin to the essence of frozen divine fire. A slender chain extended from the crown to her forehead, connecting to a teardrop-shaped sapphire, surrounded by tiny diamonds, resembling morning dew crystallized upon sacred flames. This striking contrast between cool tones and warm gold accentuated the heat of her amber-like eyes. Dangling from her ears were asymmetrical gilded earrings, with a single flame-shaped ruby on the left and layered golden leaves cradling diamonds on the right. As she turned, the metallic chains jingled softly, reminiscent of the delicate sound of falling sparks. Around her swan-like neck was a necklace of golden vines, adorned with miniature flame engravings, with a teardrop-shaped pearl suspended at its center, resonating with the ruby of her earrings. Upon noticing the gazes of the nearby nymphs, she turned her head, a hint of shyness gracing her features, her voice laced with sincere apology. "Are you the nature nymphs? Did my song disturb you?" The nymphs were momentarily taken aback by the goddess's gentle demeanor. Throughout their existence, they had encountered deities who were often arrogant and filled with disdain. Never had they met such a tender and graceful being. "No, no, it is we who intrude upon you," one nymph hurriedly replied, her voice tinged with reverence. "Indeed, we were drawn here by your song. You need not apologize." Another nymph quickly echoed, "Thank you for your understanding." The goddess chuckled lightly. She then extended her delicate hand to gently caress the infant in her embrace, her voice brimming with tenderness. "Do you see? My daughter is adorable, is she not?" The nymphs, upon hearing this, eagerly approached, peering in with wide-eyed wonder, exclaiming in unison, "So beautiful, truly lovely. Goddess, have you come to the forest of life to meet the supreme deity?" One nymph curiously inquired. "Supreme deity? Forest of life?" The goddess raised an eyebrow, a flicker of intrigue crossing her features. However, she quickly regained her poise and smiled gracefully. "Could you elaborate?" Upon realizing that the goddess was unfamiliar with this place, the nymphs exchanged glances, silently contemplating. Such a splendid goddess must have just come into being. One nymph, composed, began to explain. "The supreme deity is His Majesty, Clerios, the embodiment of growth in the south. Thus, the entire southern region is His domain, known as the Forest of Life." The goddess listened intently, lowering her gaze in contemplation. "No wonder this place is so lush. It must have utilized Demeter's golden staff." Just as she was about to speak, the nymph's sudden shrieks interrupted her. "Look out behind you, goddess. It is a beast." They retreated in panic, their voices filled with fear. "Do not be alarmed. That is the divine beast symbolizing family, named Domitix." The goddess turned and smiled reassuringly at the nymphs, explaining to them. Upon hearing the explanation, the nymphs' anxiety slightly eased. Yet they remained tense as they fixed their gaze on the creature that had approached the goddess's feet. It was a being that resembled neither a pig nor a boar. Its rotund body covered in short, light brown fur, with a fluffy underside that resembled a moving bundle of wheat. Its front paws bore blunt claws, and its drooping ears made it appear pig-like. "What a peculiar pig!" One nymph gasped in astonishment. "I've never seen one before, but it exudes a divine aura." "It must be the divine beast the goddess spoke of," another nymph whispered. "How could a goddess of such beauty choose a pig as her divine beast?" The nymphs murmured among themselves, their faces reflecting disbelief, brimming with skepticism towards Domitix. The creature's small eyes displayed a human-like displeasure, glaring at the ignorant nymphs. And as it opened its beak, it emitted a gruff, short squawk. "I won't harm them." The goddess was momentarily amused by Domitix's words, then chuckled softly. "Come now. Take care of Aphrodite, and refrain from threats." Hestia gently placed her daughter Aphrodite onto Domitix's broad back. Then, she leaned down and pressed a kiss upon her daughter's forehead. A kiss that was not merely ordinary, but a divine mark of love intertwining divinity and humanity. Domitix instinctively released its divine power, securely cradling Aphrodite, emitting low grunts as if responding to its mistress's command. "Goddess, we apologize. After all, it is our first encounter with such a creature." One nymph offered another apology. "Goddess, why is its name so peculiar, Domitix?" Another nymph inquired with curiosity. In an instant, the nymphs resumed their animated chatter, unabashedly asking questions. "Because it is a unique existence. Its name must be special," the goddess replied patiently. Then, she shifted the conversation. "Is this place far from where the golden humans reside?" "Not far ahead. Passing through that grove, one shall behold the sight. However, there is little to admire. They continually gather before the stone altar, reciting the names of the Titans, even whispering prayers while collecting honey, their days unfolding with mechanical monotony. I appreciate your insights. Nonetheless, I must venture forth to witness it with mine own eyes." Hestia gazed into the distance, her voice imbued with an imperceptible solemnity. She chose not to elaborate further, delicately gathering her long hair. As if caressing an invisible force, she yearned to witness how the families of the golden mortals transformed the most primal flames into the very bedrock of existence. The nymphs, perceiving the contemplative demeanor of the goddess, understood it was time to depart. They respectfully bowed to her and quietly retreated deeper into the forest, their forms soon vanishing amidst the verdant sea of foliage. Domitix, satisfied with the nymphs' actions, forgave their earlier slight, nonchalantly interrupting Hestia's reverie. "My lady, are you contemplating witnessing the families of the golden mortals?" Domitix swayed, a glimmer of realization sparkling in its small eyes, boldly inquiring. Hestia extended her alabaster hand. gently tapping Domitic's nose, bemusedly replying, "Indeed, but that alone is insufficient. I sense that to truly comprehend and perfect the essence of family, I must personally witness those most elemental and pure forms of kinship." "Ah, I understand," Domitix nodded solemnly, expressing its comprehension to Hestia. "I never anticipated that my sojourn amidst nature would consume a century. It feels as vivid as the day I embraced Aphrodite and brought you into existence." Hestia's mind conjured the scenes of yore. Throughout this century, a singular question lingered, slowly crystallizing into clarity. The will of the world has grown discontent with the Titans. The order defined by the Titans is often cold and grandiose. Their so-called order remains disorderly. They have yet to grasp what the world truly desires, nor have they recognized their divergence from the will of existence. The goddess rose gracefully, taking a few steps, unable to suppress her exclamations. As her words lingered, Hestia comprehended why the will of the world had responded to her. True order emanates from the minutest details, from a hearth that radiates warmth and a dwelling bound by blood. Domitix, oblivious to the goddess's musings, understood only to care for Aphrodite and to loyally accompany Hestia. Hestia did not truly seek an answer from Domitix. After a moment, as she regained her composure and elegantly approached the abode of the golden mortals, a fierce southern wind swept through, causing the leaves of the great oak to cascade to the ground. A single oak leaf landed gracefully upon her gown, and in the sunlight of Helios, golden patterns resembling sacred flames emerged upon her hem. This was not merely a manifestation of divine power, but a projection of her unwavering resolve. As the wind stilled, the fallen leaves gently settled to the earth, and the goddess's form faded away, leaving behind a lingering warmth and tranquility in the air, along with an indelible essence of family and hope. Chapter 29. The Golden Realm and Society. Guided by the nymphs, Hestia traversed through dense, verdant woods, past vibrant meadows, over a sea of blossoms in myriad hues, and across flowing rivers, until she finally arrived at her destination. "Is this the abode of the golden mortals, created by the 12 Titans?" Hestia whispered softly, her golden eyes reflecting the astonishing sight before her. The golden fields beneath her feet were not barren soil, but rather a substance akin to solidified amber, rejecting all notions of desolation and exhaustion. The air here was like a gossamer veil steeped in golden nectar, eternally maintaining a pearlescent glow, devoid of the blinding midday sun or the quiet encroachment of shadows. Every breeze carried the sweet aroma of ripened fruit, an essence of utmost abundance. In the distance, the fields rolled with golden waves, yet the tips of the ears splashed not with the hue of grain, but with a violet radiance, dreamlike in its beauty. As Hestia's delicate feet brushed against the entwined vines, she noticed their leaves exuding a turquoise hue akin to malachite, while the hanging fruits gleamed like molten amber, their juices flowing like liquid gold. A flicker of shadow and realization passed through Hestia's golden gaze as she pressed onward, seeking clarity on how the 12 Titans had defiled the world's order. Upon reaching the midpoint, she noticed the oak branches instinctively dripping with honeydew. Those branches, pliant as willow, bent gracefully, depositing glistening droplets precisely into the mouths of the golden mortals slumbering beneath the trees. Some golden mortals, merely brushing their fingertips against the branches, found figs bursting open, revealing rose-hued flesh, as if inviting a lover's kiss. Domitix was rendered speechless, for the scene before it was not a product of nature, but rather a grotesque distortion and flattery of it. Hestia approached a stream, where the water rose into a fragrant mist, and from the crevices of the rocks seeped a blend of milk and honey. A golden mortal, barefoot upon the hard earth, immediately summoned a cascade of velvety moss beneath their feet. Each detail unveiled to Hestia a bounty that defied the laws of nature. In an effort to consume Demeter, Cronus had permitted the plants to grow autonomously, a flagrant violation of order. Hestia's voice was as cold as frost, her golden eyes gleaming with understanding. Was this the reason he had not faced retribution? No, it was far more than that. She approached the stream and discovered not only her reflection, but a mirrored world imprinted upon the rippling surface. When the golden mortals bent to drink, their reflections simultaneously plucked blossoms from the shore. Hestia sensed the ethereal resonance of this space, astonished. Cronus dared to so blatantly alter the laws for his aims, a madness beyond her comprehension. Suddenly recalling that her mother would undoubtedly assist Cronus, Domitix's face contorted in terror as it cried out, "My lady, Look at the forest we departed. Hestia turned, her eyes reflecting the forest they had traversed, where the tender greens of early spring and the golden hues of late autumn coexisted. Budding sprouts and ripe berries shared the same branches. Time had collapsed into an eternal moment of harvest, exposing Cronus' most flagrant transgressions against the laws of nature. As expected, the 12 Titans had chosen to support Cronus. The disorder here was palpable, and her assistance would likely be indispensable. In that moment, Hestia's initial pangs of unease and guilt dissolved entirely, replaced by unwavering resolve. Her gaze transforming into one of crystalline clarity and determination. Domitix feigned calmness, glancing at Hestia, inquiring with humility, "My lady, shall we commence? Or shall we wait a moment longer as we proceed to the abode of the golden mortals?" Without turning back, Hestia replied. She appeared to walk leisurely. Yet in the blink of an eye, she had vanished from sight. "My lady, wait for me," Domitix exclaimed. "Do not be hasty in your tears. Our lady has left us." Upon witnessing Hestia's disappearance, Domitix understood her fury had reached its zenith, for this was her unique way of moving forward. Just as it prepared to pursue her, it sensed the awakening of Aphrodite on its back, the urge to cry welling up within her, prompting immediate divine comfort. Aphrodite surveyed her surroundings with wide, innocent eyes, her youthful face expressing confusion. She sensed something amiss, a discordance with beauty, the intertwining of various laws creating chaos. Suddenly comprehending the situation, her small hand clenched tightly. She nodded at Domitix's words, then reclined once more, her eyes fluttering shut as she drifted back to sleep. Seeing Aphrodite so obedient, Domitix felt a wave of relief and hastened after Hestia. After a while, Domitix finally caught up to Hestia's figure, panting as it asked, "My lady, I have finally caught up. Why have you halted here?" "Indeed, Cronus has devised corresponding strategies to consume me. Look here." Hestia's voice was as frigid as ice, her inner fury reaching its peak. Cronus dared to desecrate her, distorting the very essence of family and order that she represented. It was the first time Domitix witnessed Hestia so enraged, its heart tightening as it peered closer. The sight before it was even more bewildering. Ivy weaving itself into hammocks at night, only to dissolve into dew in the morning light. Water lilies coalescing into floating isles in the heart of the lake, carrying slumbering golden mortals adrift upon the star map. The nearby cliffs extend into a quartz platform cradling the golden humans in slumber. Through their serene faces, one can discern that the stone's surface warms with their individual body temperatures. The rock layers exude a fragrant mist reminiscent of lavender, as if the mountains are embracing these fragile forms. "My lord, please calm down," Domitix began to express, but was interrupted by Hestia. At that moment, her face bore no trace of a smile, cold as ice, an ethereal abode, where humanity is gently enveloped by the earth, rather than residing. Her voice resonated with an uncontrollable fury. Quite commendable. In an effort to consume Hera, you have rendered the golden humans entirely male, devoid of any reproductive capability." As the words left her lips, Hestia's fingertips instinctively tightened. The warmth of the sacred flame ebbed from her palm, her nails nearly piercing her skin. The fire within her surged in anger, as if yearning to escape her control. In her eyes, the golden humans were a sight most distressing. This was an affront and desecration to her very essence. She felt no warmth from the sacred flame, nor could she perceive the bonds and connections born of family among them. They had bypassed familial ties, establishing a new form, one she had long comprehended and intended to refine. With these thoughts, Hestia departed from the place, accompanied by the anxious Domitix. She vowed never to return, nor to lay eyes upon those distorted golden beings again. Upon her next appearance, Hestia found herself in a vibrant corner of a forest sea. She endeavored to suppress the fire within her until tranquility returned, and only then did she exhale in relief. "Domitix, I shall begin to declare my will and the principles of my understanding to the world spirit. You and Aphrodite should keep your distance, just in case," Hestia instructed, her expression unwavering. "Understood. My lord, rest assured. I will take good care of Aphrodite. Those blasphemers are not worth your concern. After all, you do not require these distorted creations." Domitix comforted her sagely, promptly hiding away. Hestia felt warmth from Domitix's reassurance, a faint smile gracing her lips. Thereafter, she adjusted her demeanor, standing tall and elegant, gazing at the sky, and calmly proclaimed, "World spirit, heed the call of family." At the moment her words resonated. The surroundings did not undergo any earth-shattering transformation. Yet, Hestia sensed that the world spirit had cast its gaze upon her, listening to her voice. I have discerned that family lacks a certain principle, which is order, justice, and peace. Before she could finish, the voice of the world spirit echoed in Hestia's mind. Reason? Hestia recognized this as a pivotal moment. If she could gain the world spirit's acknowledgement, she could successfully retrieve the other facet of law from Themis, namely social law, and further secure another principle. My experiences and observations of the golden humans have led me to understand, because family lacks order, it cannot restrain my father Cronus, allowing him to devour his children, and even leading to the sight of filicide. This is the despair of family. Because family lacks justice, children are treated unfairly, and there arises inequity between spouses. This is the suffering of family. As these words unfolded, vivid memories of tragic encounters surfaced in Hestia's mind. The corners of her eyes tinged with red, tears welling within. Her voice trembled as she continued. Because family lacks peace, incessant quarrels and conflicts arise between father and wife. Father and child, wife and child. This is the anger of family. After articulating these sentiments, she wiped her tears and resolutely admonished, Themis, as the embodiment of justice and law, solely pursues natural law and order. This alone demonstrates her unwillingness to embrace the other aspect of law, for she has scarcely executed what should have been her duty. If she were willing to accept, why did she stand by idly as Cronus devoured his children? Moreover, she showed little concern or guidance regarding the moral and ethical upbringing of the golden beings she created, intentionally allowing the natural order to descend into chaos. Hestia did not await a response from the world spirit. She pressed forward, determined to convey all she wished to say in one breath, and then, composed and unperturbed, she resumed, through the living environment formed by the golden humans, I have indirectly understood that family embodies warmth, unity, and stability. However, the order it provides is confined solely to those of shared blood. When a family's power grows, they begin to exclude or even attack other families. Just as Cronus devoured his children, akin to the struggles between the celestial father and his offspring, this chaos is beyond the constraints of family. I once thought that Themis' pursuit of natural law could rectify this, but in truth, she focuses solely on the grand order of celestial movements and the growth of all things. She can observe the sun rising and setting, yet remains blind to the injustices between lives. She can ensure the changing of seasons, yet cannot prevent a father from consuming his children. The law she chooses is cold and distant, incapable of touching the moral and emotional intricacies of individual lives. Yet, in these golden beings, I perceive the extension of familial order to a broader community and the cohesion of the public. Though they lack blood relations, they form a connection through shared ways of life. I have come to realize that this is the bridge between family and natural law. It is the amalgamation of countless families, requiring order, justice, and peace to sustain it. Its order is no longer merely the responsibility of fathers and sons, husbands and wives, but rules that strangers can also adhere to. Its justice is no longer the favoritism of kin, but fair treatment for all individuals. Its peace is no longer the tranquility within families, but harmonious coexistence between groups. It binds individuals into a community, preventing isolation and allowing the strength of individuals to coalesce, collectively resisting disorder and chaos. Therefore, I declare its existence to you. It is society. Family is the starting point of order, while society serves as the bridge of order, an extension of order. As Hestia's final words echoed, a resounding roar erupted from the world, a joyous cacophony of earth-shattering magnitude. The world spirit recognized this as a critical juncture toward order, brimming with excitement. Its words formed within Hestia's mind, a single word, can. This word resonated like a decree echoing through the heavens, etching itself deep into Hestia's very soul. Chapter 30. Themis and the Three Furies in the far southern land of Crete. Themis's figure was shrouded in thick, ink-like night mist. The night fog was cold and damp, as if alive, whispering softly, ensnaring her, rendering her struggles futile. The mist not only confined her body, but also eroded her consciousness, dulling her thoughts. Her once keen insight became lost, and she was unable to locate her intended target, Hestia. After a century of contemplation, Themis finally grasped the nature of this night mist. As the thought flickered in her mind, A surge of fear from the depths of her spirit seized her. She trembled uncontrollably, her body quaking with sheer terror. This night mist was no mere natural phenomenon. It was the power of a deity, a barrier set by the supreme Night Mother, Nyx. She could not fathom why the Night Mother sought to ensnare her. Was it also for the sake of natural law? The deep blue of Themis's eyes reflected profound hesitation. Yet ultimately, her fear of the Night Mother overcame all pride and desire within her. She surveyed her surroundings, feigning calmness, her voice quivering slightly. Esteemed Night Mother, I have come to understand your intent. I shall no longer contest you for natural law. Might you grant me release for the sake of my mother, Gaia? As her words fell, Themis bore an expression of hope, awaiting Nyx's response amid the silent night mist. It took you this long to comprehend. It seems you have become dull and foolish under Uranus's torment. A hollow and enigmatic voice surged from all directions, as if the night mist itself whispered, the stars murmuring in her ears, echoing directly in Themis's spirit. I can allow you to depart for Gaia's sake. After all, I merely seek Hestia. You hold no interest for me. However, you are about to meet your fate. Nyx's tone carried a hint of mockery. She had glimpsed the scene of Hestia's declaration from the torrent of fate and had indirectly understood another facet of Themis's essence, social law. With this thought, she could not help but stifle a chuckle. It seems that Hestia, who piques my interest, may ascend to the second position, while for the third, let it be Métis. A calm and composed voice resounded. Ananke's figure emerged beside Nyx, her serene smile imbued with wisdom and insight. Ananke, what brings you here? Are you also here to witness Themis's disgrace? Nyx inquired, her starry black eyes sparkling with mischief. Ananke raised her right hand, gently caressing her cheek, and replied with a tranquil smile, one could say that. However, the primary matter at hand is that Hermamine seeks to know when you intend to merge with Hestia. Soon, Nyx replied, a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes. Once I convey the concept of the triad to Hestia, it shall be done. She extended her right hand, pure divine power of the night coalescing at her fingertips into a nocturnal butterfly. I eagerly anticipate who, besides me, shall master this triad. With a gentle breath, the night butterfly soared into the sky, transformed into a wisp of ethereal light, heading toward Hestia. Subsequently, Nyx and Ananke exchanged knowing glances, their teasing smiles briefly flickering toward Themis before they vanished like mist in the night. Upon hearing Nyx's proclamation that she was soon to confront her destiny, Themis felt a twinge of unease. Instinctively, she clutched her hands tightly against her chest, wrinkling her garment, torn between hesitation and dread. Though she yearned to inquire further, she feared the answer. Just as she resolved to speak, she suddenly realized that Nyx had already departed. The surrounding night mist dissipated, replaced by the cool moonlight and sea breeze. If only I had acted more decisively. It seems I must return to Delphi and consult the oracle. Perhaps it will provide the answers I seek, Themis mused, feeling a sense of relief. However, her newfound ease was short-lived. In the next moment, she felt her very essence being forcibly stripped from her being. The sensation was painfully vivid, shattering her composure. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she let out a terrified scream. The world's will is usurping my laws. With a violent heave, Themis expelled a torrent of golden divine blood. Cracks marred her divine form as the golden ichor gushed forth, pooling upon the ground, creating a glaring crimson lake. Themis's complexion turned as pale as parchment. Her body swayed precariously before collapsing to the earth. With sorrowful eyes, she choked out, why must my laws be taken from me? Who dares treat me thus? Damn it! Has the worlds will sense my ongoing understanding and refinement of natural law? Is this the reason for this? Themis struggled to sit up, supporting herself with trembling hands, her expression grim as she murmured. She recognized that she could never contend against the supreme will of the world. After a moment of silence, her disheveled golden hair obscured her face, concealing her expression. Ultimately, she resigned herself to the inevitable, watching helplessly as half of her law's essence was stripped away, transforming into a golden divine crystal that ascended into the sky, disappearing beyond the horizon. Do not let me discover who you are. Otherwise, I shall ensure you pay dearly. Themis glared at the retreating divine crystal, her heart ablaze with fury, vowing through gritted teeth. Subsequently, with half of her essence stripped away, her divine power plummeted from formidable to moderate. A wave of helplessness engulfed her, and in a fit of rage, Her vision faded to black as she succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, in a distant ocean, the three Furies sensed an opportunity that could alter their precarious predicament. Born from the blood of the castrated Uranus, they epitomized primal natural justice, resonating with Themis, their nominal sister. They once aspired to become Themis's subordinates, only to be met with her swift and vehement rejection. The other Titans similarly denied their identity and proximity, for their symbol was the punishment of patricides, unsettling the Titans and leading to their eternal exile from the earth. The ocean, being the domain of Tethys and Oceanus, also spurned their presence. The three sisters felt lost, unable to comprehend the purpose of their existence, aimlessly soaring through the skies, tears unshed, until Gaia, unable to bear their plight, took pity upon them, recognizing them as her children, and granted them refuge on a humble island, thus ending their wandering. Yet their situation remained awkward. They yearned for Themis to change her mind, believing it would persist indefinitely, until now, when a turning point emerged. Megara, the most perceptive of the sisters, was the first to speak. Should we choose her? Alecto and Tisiphone exchanged glances, understanding the unspoken sentiment conveyed in their eyes. My essence calls to her. An ineffable, primal connection informs me that only she can be my divine patron. Alecto placed her right hand upon her chest, attuning to the stirring within, and stated expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Megara eagerly chimed in. So do I. What of Tisiphone? Worry flickered across her face, fearing abandonment of her sister. Alecto, realizing this, nervously glanced at Tisiphone and asked, You must feel this connection as well, yes? Tisiphone closed her eyes, her hands folded over her chest, calmly sensing her essence's bond with that power. Time slipped away, and the impatience of Alecto and Megara grew increasingly palpable. They wondered if Tisiphone felt nothing, whether they would part ways. What is your conclusion, Tisiphone? Megara finally could no longer wait, her impatience spilling over. Alecto's patience reached its limit as she recklessly used her divine power to ravage the nearby trees in frustration, urging, What is the verdict? I sense a tenuous connection, yet it eludes clarity. Tisiphone opened her eyes, a hint of hesitation in her gaze. I only perceive a warm flame. Flame? I recall only Helios possessing the emblem of flame, Megara remarked, a bittersweet smile gracing her face. Wait, I've remembered. Alecto pondered deeply, a spark of realization illuminating her features as she exclaimed, 200 years ago, Cronus's children emerged, one of whom also bears the symbol of flame. Megara and Tisiphone's expressions transformed to understanding, and the three sisters exclaimed in unison, the embodiment of home and sacred fire, Hestia. Now everything fell into place. Their essence indeed resonated with Hestia. Yet a new question arose. Megara, finally realizing, asked, Is this flame the sacred fire or the hearth fire? What do they symbolize? And how do they relate to me? No more pondering. Our intellect is insufficient. We shall learn upon finding her. Tisiphone, exasperated, raised her hands, frantically raking her hair, voicing her impatience. Sigh, how long must we wait? Megara lamented, feeling dejected. It won't be long. I've heard that Zeus, son of Cronus, is seeking allies. Shall we go and see if we can collaborate? Alecto suggested hesitantly, glancing at her sisters. Let us go. We cannot tread upon the earth. But by seeking collaboration with him, we may have the chance to encounter Hestia. Moreover, if Cronus is no longer the king of gods, his decree shall hold no sway over us. Tisiphone's eyes sparkled with excitement as she grew increasingly animated. Megara found the reasoning sound. Using Zeus as a bridge could lead them to Hestia, thus forming a perfect plan. The three sisters soared eagerly toward the direction of Zeus, moving with the swiftness of a flash. Chapter 31. The fusion of divine essence and Chiron. Beneath the vast and boundless starry sky, the clouds drifted slowly like cotton, each one seemingly edged with a silver lining by the moonlight. Hestia stood in profound tranquility, a serenity that transcended language, as if the entire world held its breath for her, leaving only the rhythm of her heartbeat and breath. As the pure white of the sky was steeped in the deep blue of the starry night, a resplendent divine crystal, the most luminous gem in the universe, hovered before her. This crystal exhibited an exquisitely intricate polyhedral geometric structure, each facet appearing as a masterpiece meticulously crafted by the hands of the cosmos, refracting the brilliance of stars and moonlight. Within it flowed three formidable divine lights, intertwining to evoke an awe-inspiring majesty. each radiance representing the highest of laws. The golden light of order resembles countless golden threads, intricately woven and flowing within the crystal. Each ray of light adheres to a strict pattern, as if it were a manifestation of universal laws. They radiate outward with an irresistible grace, restoring chaos to a state of harmonious order wherever they reach. This is not merely a physical order. It embodies the internal laws governing thoughts, emotions, and the very essence of existence. The pure black light of justice shines brightly and coldly, akin to a sword that pierces through all illusions. This radiance bursts forth from the crystal, forming sharp arcs of light in the surrounding space, each flicker accompanied by a silent decree. Beneath this glow, no injustice or malevolence can evade detection. It is the sword of judgment, safeguarding the boundaries of fairness, an invisible hand maintaining the balance of the world. The sky-blue light of peace is gentle and warm, reminiscent of a morning sky, infused with the clarity of dew and the earth's fragrance. It slowly emanates from the crystal, drifting like soft feathers in the air, its tranquil aura instantly soothing all surrounding turmoil, enveloping everything in serenity and harmony. This tranquility is not mere stillness. It arises from an inner peace rooted in harmony and understanding. Hestia extends her warm, jade-like hand, palm upward, as the divine crystal symbolizing social law gracefully descends into her grasp. A powerful divine force envelopes her, and the crystal transforms into a flowing light, merging seamlessly with her flesh and blood, her soul. Almost simultaneously, another divine crystal, representing society, hovers above in the heavens. It radiates a halo of primordial laws, like a tangible embodiment of the rules sculpted by the cosmos, bearing the weight of worldly order while emanating a sacred aura that transcends the mundane. This crystal, approximately 3 feet in diameter, is formed by 26 facets converging in a golden spiral. The facets refract cold starlight, while at the edges, soft silk-like illumination flows, harmonizing the essential truth that society requires balance between rigidity and flexibility. The entire crystal is semi-transparent, its base a profound indigo, as if capturing the purest essence of the night sky. As the 3 divine lights saturate it, flowing veins of light emerge within, exuding a clear and sacred essence. Finally, the divine essence of society has arrived. Hestia whispers to herself, sensing the crystal representing family within her flickering, resonating with a profound joy, as if welcoming a long-lost relative. When the society essence unhesitatingly merges into Hestia's being, the overwhelming will enveloping the world dissipates. Hestia feels an unprecedented power surging within her, the forces of the 2 essences intertwining, colliding, and merging to form a new divinity. However, she requires a tranquil space to assimilate this sudden influx of knowledge and fully grasp the transformations brought by these 2 divine essences. My lady, are you ready? Domitix appears from nowhere, cautiously approaching. On his back is the already awakened Aphrodite, her small figure nestled on his shoulder, curiously surveying her surroundings. Yes, the fusion is complete. However, I need to rest for a while to fully master it, so we must first find a safe place. Hestia beams with a joyful smile as she gently cradles Aphrodite in her arms. My darling, did you miss me? She whispers tenderly, her gaze filled with love, as if all the world's warmth converged in that moment. Aphrodite blinks her large eyes, her long lashes fluttering slightly, a satisfied curve forming at the corners of her mouth as she softly replies, hum. She extends her small hands to grasp Hestia's cascading red hair, gently waving it, as if responding to her mother's affection. I missed you too, moi. Hestia lowers her head, placing a delicate kiss like a dragonfly's touch on Aphrodite's smooth forehead, tender and cherished. Then, her eyes sparkle as she looks at Domitix with a gentle smile. Where were you hiding just now? Show me the place. If it suits, we shall go there. All right. My lady, the place is in a cave. I wonder if you will find it acceptable. Domitix's face reveals a hint of hesitation and conflict. Nevertheless, he swiftly turns and guides Hestia through the towering oak grove, winding their way until they finally arrive at a secluded cave. It seems like someone lives here. Have you seen it before? Hestia elegantly steps inside, a warm and familiar aura enveloping her, reminiscent of home. Though simple, it bears the marks of careful maintenance. I only thought it was clean and complete, so I hid here. There wasn't anyone around when I came, Domitix explains awkwardly after hearing Hestia's words. Just then, a voice emerges from behind them, deep and resonant. Akin to an old violin string soaked in resin, rich with the unique timbre of a horse's throat. You come to my home. What brings you here? Hestia's graceful form stiffens, a hint of tension and embarrassment crossing her face. After all, entering without the owner's permission is a breach, and now caught in the act. Even if justified, words fail her. I sincerely apologize for entering without your consent. It was truly inappropriate. The sense of shame within her ultimately prevails, and Hestia turns, expressing her regret earnestly. She lowers her head slightly, avoiding his gaze, yet discreetly observing his reaction. I intend to stay for a while, may I? Upon speaking, she finally registers the cave's owner and is momentarily taken aback by his appearance. He is of a centaur-like form, his upper body resembling that of a handsome mortal, bronze skin radiating warmth, muscles sculpted yet not overly aggressive, high cheekbones, and gray-blue eyes that harbor the wisdom of countless stars. His lower body exudes equine grace, deep chestnut, mane flowing like liquid amber. A neck as elegant as a harp string, and hooves that tread the leaves silently. The star-patterned quiver on his back is embroidered with the Milky Way, containing 12 arrows for healing and lethality, while a deerskin pouch at his waist holds herbs and runes, blending the wild's rawness with the gentility of humanity into a unique essence. His gray-blue eyes flicker slightly at the sight of Hestia, for this is the first time he has encountered a true goddess. Her beauty and demeanor leave him momentarily spellbound. Chiron's gaze shifts from initial astonishment to incredulous reverence, only to dim slightly in self-doubt. He instinctively takes a step back, his long equine neck tensing, as if his body seeks to convey both awe and distance. The cave falls into an immediate silence until a soft whimper from Aphrodite in Hestia's arms pulls him back to reality. Ahem, my apologies, I momentarily lost myself, he says, a hint of shyness coloring his cheeks as he awkwardly scratches his head in explanation. Chiron's hooves shift nervously in place. It's all right, Hestia responds, momentarily at a loss for words, lowering her head to gently comfort her daughter. When she lifts her gaze once more, it is filled with warmth and understanding. She does not feel offended by Chiron's retreat. Instead, she takes a step forward, facing him with an equal and unbiased demeanor. I am Chiron, the offspring of the God King and the nymph. As he speaks, a note of tension laces his tone. He discreetly studies Hestia's expression, anxious that any trace of disdain or contempt might surface in her eyes. Hestia, taken aback, locks her gaze on Chiron, channeling her divine power to sense his lineage. And in an instant, clarity washes over her. Her expression shifts from shock to a complex understanding, quickly returning to tranquility. Hestia perceives within his bloodline the ancient majesty of the Titan God King and the natural grace of the nymph. These two distinct heritages merge uniquely within him, forming his individuality. I am Hestia. You should be aware of my identity. This is my daughter Aphrodite, and my family's divine beast, Domedix. She introduces herself and inquires, by the way, what time is it now? She speaks with poise, revealing no hint of discomfort regarding his lineage. In her introduction, she gently raises her hand, gesturing toward Domedix and Aphrodite, as if presenting a complete family. Chiron's heart skips a beat, his face paling instantly, eyes reflecting a mix of trepidation and unease. He becomes exceedingly cautious, even nervously stepping back. I understand. You may stay here temporarily. I will ensure your safety. 100 years have passed. He utters little more, yet his demeanor conveys deep respect and distance. Chiron lowers his head, avoiding Hestia's gaze, as if awaiting judgment. Hestia silently nodded, placing Aphrodite upon the back of Domedix, gently caressing her cheek as she whispered softly, Aphrodite, when I awaken, I hope you will grant me a delightful surprise. In response, Aphrodite clenched her fists and waved them in the air, as if echoing her mother's hopeful anticipation. Domedix, take good care of each other, and Chiron, I trust you will also watch over them. With a calm smile, Hestia's expression radiated warmth akin to sacred fire, instantly dissolving Chiron's lingering reservations. His previously tense shoulders relaxed slightly, gratitude and relief flickering in his gray-blue eyes. You are remarkably astute. Surely you grasp the essence of my words, and for that, I extend my heartfelt thanks. With that, Hestia turned and waved her hand. Domedix and Aphrodite were gently swept out of the cave by an invisible breeze, landing beside Chiron, who had been lost in contemplation. The entrance of the cave was sealed by Hestia's divine power, obscuring the view from the outside. Mother, are you aware that Cronus has illegitimate offspring? Or have you chosen to forgive him despite knowing? It was surprising that a century had passed since leaving the Golden Fields. Time indeed flowed swiftly there. Hestia lowered her gaze, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes as she murmured to herself. Her voice echoed in the vast cave. It seemed to be devoured by the air, fading away. The sacred fire born from her presence flickered in response to her inner turmoil, casting shadows upon her face that danced with light and dark. She felt an unprecedented sense of vexation, starkly contrasting the serenity she had just experienced. Soon, she instinctively sought to free herself from such ponderings, reminding herself of the more pressing matters at hand. She cleared her mind, achieving a tranquil state. Instantly, an abundance of primal energy coalesced around her, enveloping Hestia in a magnificent cocoon of light, warm and gentle. She curled her body, hugging her legs, and slowly closed her beautiful eyes, succumbing to slumber. Unbeknownst to her, a nocturnal butterfly flitted gracefully, landing upon a stone. Meanwhile, Chiron stood at the cave's entrance, gazing at the divinely sealed threshold, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had never anticipated that the benevolent goddess of the hearth would appear before him, much less that she would so calmly accept her identity. This elicited within him an unprecedented respect, alongside a newfound complexity regarding the divine realm. Chapter 32. Hestia's secret conversation with Nyx. Name: Hestia. Age: unknown. Form: between youthful innocence and mature elegance. Divinity: hearth, family, guardian, sacred fire, purification, knowledge, space, hope, despair, order, justice, peace, society, realm, potent divine power, divine artifact, torch of domains, spindle of coordinates, divine beast, tanuki. Faith: locked, please select a place of faith to unlock, divine arts. Folded, click for details. Hestia awoke from her prolonged slumber, languidly stretching her curvaceous figure. Each movement flowed with a unique charm that straddled the line between youthful purity and mature grace. With a mere thought, a translucent panel of information materialized before her, her golden eyes fixated intently on the familiar yet foreign aspects of her divinity, a thoughtful smile gracing her lips. It appears there have been significant changes, she mused softly, her voice as clear as a mountain stream. Next, I must contemplate how to acquire that divine essence. But how long has it been in the outside world? She raised her delicate hand, causing the panel to dissipate, her gaze deepening as she fell into contemplation. Just then, a tremor arose from the depths of her soul, as if an ancient and eternal secret whispered in her ear. The voice was ethereal, laced with a hint of amusement, akin to the essence of night itself. Ah, Hestia, I did not expect you to excel to such a degree, even discerning new laws. Truly, you are a variable of great interest. Hestia's golden eyes narrowed, her heart racing with alarm. She discreetly surveyed her surroundings, finally locking her gaze upon a nocturnal butterfly gracefully dancing in the corner. It stood out against the backdrop, radiating a mysterious and profound aura. Greetings, Mother of Night. I beg your pardon for my rudeness in not greeting you sooner. She lowered her head slightly, maintaining her erect posture, her eyes humbly cast downward in respect for Nyx, the ancient deity. The butterfly danced dreamily through the air, vanishing into a shadow within the cave. When it re-emerged, it had transformed into a mysterious figure draped in flowing garments of night, adorned with stars that twinkled faintly. Nyx, the embodiment of darkness, glided gracefully to a chair, elegantly seated with her legs crossed and cleverly concealed beneath her gown. Her hands rested naturally on her lap, fingers delicate as jade, her head held high, her gaze as deep as the night sky, regarding Hestia with serene composure. As Nyx's gaze fell upon her, Hestia's heartbeat quickened involuntarily, a wave of nervousness washing over her. Nyx seemed to revel in her discomfort, a slow smile gracing her lips. No need to be anxious. If I recall correctly, this is our second encounter. I grow increasingly curious about the fortuity, or perhaps the variable, that has transformed you during your time within Cronus. After all, a mere action on your part can ripple through predetermined fate. For instance, you seized half of Themis' essence, indirectly rendering her unable to support Cronus any longer. Hestia pressed her lips together, listening calmly until the final words sparked a glimmer of realization in her golden eyes. With an unperturbed expression, she replied, "It was merely a beautiful accident." Nyx smiled faintly, lifting her slender hand to idly admire the night-hued polish on her fingertips, her tone casual. The first accident granted you space and knowledge. The second bestowed upon you society and social law. What, I wonder, will the third accident bring? Hestia was momentarily rendered speechless. She lowered her gaze, concealing the tumult of emotions within her from Nyx's sight, though her trembling lashes betrayed the turmoil within. Hestia felt a sudden heaviness in her heart, as though an unseen force had gripped it tightly. Nyx's words cut through her deepest secrets with the precision of a sharp blade. She had believed her unique awakenings of divine essence to be well concealed, distinguishing her from others. Yet now, before the Mother of Night, all her secrets felt transparent. How much did she truly know? This thought flashed through her mind like a lightning bolt, instilling a profound sense of vulnerability. She had thought herself the master of fate, only to realize she was but a variable in the eyes of a higher existence, an entity for observation and amusement. This recognition stirred within her a sense of powerlessness. Yet simultaneously, a stubborn resilience began to take root. Rest assured, I merely speak casually. I do not intend to press the issue. As long as it does not jeopardize the realm of chaos, I shall remain accommodating. Every deity is permitted their own secrets, myself and Gaia included. Nyx seemed to have admired her nails enough, lowering her hands to rest upon her lap, smiling nonchalantly. Hestia understood that Nyx would not compel her, and a weight lifted from her heart, her tense body relaxing. She could not resist softly asking, without Themis, will Zeus and the others find success? Indeed, it will also expedite the course of the war. Nyx's lips curled slightly beneath her veil, her tone light. The absence of Themis' essence has left her in a deep slumber, causing Cronus to lose the banner of justice. Without the moral high ground of this war, the gods need not disguise their true intentions and can align themselves according to their ambitions. Zeus need only display his leadership charm and promise ample rewards, and Titans will naturally choose to support him or remain neutral. The trajectory of this war is merely a redistribution of interests. As her words settled, Hestia finally comprehended the profound implications behind Metis' earlier self-deprecating remark. She whispered softly to herself, it's all about interests, isn't it? Indeed. I too am, as are you. As is everyone. Nyx raised an eyebrow, her tone imbued with a hint of self-mockery. Immediately, under the astonished gaze of Hestia, the Night Mother rose from her chair, a flowing shadow that abruptly hovered before Hestia. Her hair, as dark as the night itself, moved gracefully in the air, unfurling like silk. Nyx's gown spread out in a magnificent display reminiscent of the starry river beneath the night sky, both awe-inspiring and heart-stirring. Child, I bestow upon you a gift. Should you succeed, you will be entitled to collaborate with me on a matter of great significance. Of course, that will be after the 500th year, by which time Zeus will have nearly secured his victory. Upon finishing her words, a hint of mirth danced in Nyx's eyes as she extended her pale right index finger, coalescing the essence of pure night, and gently touched the center of Hestia's forehead, just as Hestia was about to inquire. An overwhelming and fervent torrent of knowledge surged into her mind. It felt as if countless burning stars had exploded simultaneously, revealing the myriad secrets of the triadic path, which constructed an infinite galaxy of wisdom within the depths of her consciousness. In an instant, she found herself lost within this knowledge, feeling her very soul being torn and reshaped by this force, ultimately attaining a transcendent state after enduring intense pain. As tranquility settled, the knowledge, divine crystal within her flickered at an unprecedented speed, radiating a brilliant light, a manifestation of the joy and power that came from acquiring new wisdom. The Night Mother had vanished, yet her lilting whispers reverberated in Hestia's ears. Child, I know what you desire. The memory divinity of Mnemosyne, is it not? She resides not far from the Temple of Delphi, on Mount Parnassus. Hestia couldn't help but shake her head with a wry smile. Fate is indeed formidable, perceiving every move with such clarity. However, I cannot refuse the gifts of destiny. I only hope it does not lead to regret. With matters thus, she offered no resistance and once more immersed herself in the knowledge of the triadic path, the knowledge, divine crystal within her shimmering incessantly, emanating resplendent light. Time passed, and Hestia finally grasped and comprehended the essence of the triadic path, a bold thought blossoming within her heart, yet she knew it was not the time to act. Once again, time slipped by, and it was time to venture forth. As her words trailed off, She unraveled the barrier cloaking the cave entrance and stepped out gracefully. Her movements fluid and elegant. A beam of Helios's warm sunlight cascaded down, enveloping her figure in a hazy glow. Before she could fully perceive her surroundings, a voice, soft and fluid like the ocean, reached her ears. Mother, you have finally awakened. It has been 200 years. Momentarily bewildered by the identity of the voice's owner, Hestia turned to follow it. Not far away, a garden of blooming flowers danced with butterflies, at the center of which sat a graceful young maiden. As Helios's sunlight softened, the maiden's visage became clear. Her unparalleled beauty captivated even Hestia, leaving her astonished and moved. In Hestia's eyes, the maiden did not appear as if she had materialized from thin air, but rather as if she had emerged from the folds of Helios's sunlight. Her golden hair flowed like liquid sunlight, cascading down, adorned with a crown woven from freshly blossomed roses and eternal laurel. The roses symbolized the awakening of desire, while the laurel represented divine coronation. Together, they intertwined at her hair's ends, forming a radiant spectrum of light. Her brows arched like a crescent moon, imbued with a honeyed sheen, and her peach blossom eyes sparkled like amber kissed by morning dew. The shadows cast by her eyelashes quivered upon her cheeks, concealing countless unspoken love confessions. She wore a sheer white gown, delicately embellished with golden patterns and ornaments, the fabric caressed by an invisible breeze that molded it into billowy folds. The flowing gown accentuated her exquisite figure, while golden vine motifs coiled around her waist as if alive, punctuated by scattered enamel petals, culminating in a lustrous pearl at her midsection. This pearl was the first droplet of dew formed from the ocean's foam at her birth, pure and mysterious. Her bare arms were adorned with delicate golden armlets, the chain ending in miniature heart-shaped pendants. The cold sheen of the metal was warmed by her skin's radiance, exuding an alluring glow. Upon seeing Hestia, a natural blush graced her cheeks, enhancing her beauty. Her hands folded gracefully over her chest, and as her fingertips brushed together, it seemed as if invisible petals were falling, the delicate chains around her wrists chiming softly, as if she whispered sweet nothings. The gown cascaded from her chest, creating a graceful curve at her ankles, revealing her elegantly shaped calves. An anklet of golden hearts adorned her feet, already covered by rose petals. As her delicate feet lightly touched the ground, one could almost hear the sound of blossoming love flowers beneath her, crisp and enchanting. Meanwhile, the trees surrounding her were entwined with everlasting rose vines, the light filtering through their canopies casting a translucent golden hue upon her form. The scattered flower crowns at her feet contrasted beautifully with the blooming pink roses. The air around her shimmered with flecks of light, stirred by the wings of butterflies entranced by her beauty, embodying the love that stirred within all who beheld her. The maiden's gown swayed gently in the sudden breeze, resonating with the floral aromas that surrounded her. Her gaze was filled with the paradox of love and tenderness, and even the rose petals that fell from her hair carried an elegance as if destined. In that moment, Hestia stood entranced, a realization dawning upon her. She understood that the most exquisite divinity was not some distant altar, but rather the gentle tremor that allowed the myriad desires of the earth to find reflection in her gaze. You are Aphrodite? Hestia, being a formidable goddess, quickly regained her composure and hesitantly inquired. The maiden's lips curled into a playful smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief, as she sang in a voice akin to a nightingale's most melodious love song. Mother, who else could be more beautiful than I? Before she could finish her sentence, Aphrodite rose on her toes and began to dance before Hestia. Her movements were breathtaking, the sheer fabric swirling gracefully around her like flowing clouds. Hestia shook her head with a chuckle, raising her delicate hand to caress her cascading hair, feigning sorrow as she retorted, Am I growing old? Or have I lost my beauty? Mother, how could you insult yourself like that? You are undoubtedly beautiful, even more so than I. Aphrodite, fully aware of Hestia's playful intent, couldn't help but counter. Then, she gracefully approached Hestia, enveloping her in a warm embrace, burying her head against Hestia's chest and murmuring, Mother, thank you for allowing me to grow. Thank you for making me feel that the world has not abandoned me. Upon hearing Aphrodite's words, a flicker of tenderness crossed Hestia's golden eyes. She lifted her right hand to gently stroke her head in comfort. Child, you must believe in your essence. You are a symbol of beauty in the world, and that is the world's blessing upon you. Yes, Mother. You do not know how much I have longed for you during these 200 years. I feared you would come to despise me like those titans, distancing yourself and abandoning me." Aphrodite's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice trembling as she released her 200 years of fear. "Do not cry, all right? You are the goddess of love and beauty. While you look beautiful even when you weep, it is better not to cry. Maintaining a radiant smile is the image I wish to see." Hestia continued to soothe her gently, a smile gracing her lips. Aphrodite soon recognized the need to move on, for she had important matters to discuss. She released Hestia, raised her delicate hand to wipe away her tears, and took Hestia's hand, her radiant smile blossoming as she recounted her experiences over the past 200 years. Hestia gazed at her softly, a smile adorning her face as she listened intently, gracefully settling beside Aphrodite on the flower-strewn carpet of grass. Helios and Selene had alternated in the sky countless times. Aphrodite seemed to lose track of time as she narrated how she had endured the days feeling like years, and how she had sensed the swift passage of time. Ahem. I apologize for interrupting your mother-daughter reunion. I merely hope the goddess remembers my presence. Chiron coughed lightly, breaking into Aphrodite's flow of words and signaling her with a glance. Initially, Aphrodite felt a flicker of anger at being interrupted, but upon hearing his reminder, she recalled her earlier promise and plans. A blush of shyness enveloped her face, rendering her even more enchanting. "Thank goodness you arrived. Otherwise, I would have been subjected to Aphrodite's trivial tales endlessly." Hestia felt a wave of relief wash over her. Casting a grateful glance at Chiron and smiling sweetly, she deftly shifted the topic, revealing a hint of perplexity as she inquired, "Aphrodite, what exactly is your connection with Chiron?" Aphrodite did not respond immediately. Instead, she composed her smile, her expression turning grave. "Mother, do you believe that Zeus and his allies can successfully vanquish the Titans?" Hestia paused, taken aback by the question, and after a moment of silence, she replied softly, "In this war, no one can predict the outcome. The Titans' power is rooted in ancient times, while our strength is still in the process of maturing." A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed Aphrodite's eyes as she gently caressed her cascading golden locks, her voice becoming both tender and resolute. "Throughout these 2 centuries, though I have grown in solitude, I have also felt the shadow of the Titans. The chaos they bring has distorted the world's desires, even tainting the fragrance of roses with a hint of blood." She raised her delicate hand, smoothing her golden hair, and explained in a soft whisper, "Thus, upon hearing that Chiron would enter the battlefield, I impulsively promised to assist him." At this moment, Hestia understood immediately. A faint smile danced in her eyes as she calmly retorted, "Oh, and how do you intend to assist him?" "Of course, by seeking your help, dear mother. This is my first commitment as a goddess, after all," Aphrodite exclaimed, feigning tears of embarrassment. All right, I never said I wouldn't help you." Hestia replied with a resigned smile, gathering flowers to weave a garland, her words carrying an implied meaning. "Chiron, I can assist you. However, when I first met you, you longed for warmth and tranquility." Chiron instantly grasped Hestia's implication. A complex light flickered in his eyes as he clenched his fists, seemingly battling an internal struggle. Having witnessed the majesty and indifference of countless deities, he had also borne the solitude of being half god, half man. Yet, Hestia before him, with her calmness and warmth, resembled a sacred flame that illuminated the deepest longings within him. Lowering his gaze, he spoke hoarsely, "Respected goddess of the hearth, you noted that I yearn for warmth and peace, and you are correct. However, what I desire even more is redemption, not solely for myself." He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes filled with both anguish and determination. In that moment, he was no longer the son of the demigod Cronus, but rather a being who had lost his most precious essence. Hestia did not turn to look at Chiron, continuing to weave the garland as she casually remarked, "I sense your words come from the heart. Yet, why have you changed your mind?" "My mother, the nymph Philyra, has been troubled by this matter, feeling she betrayed the goddess and thus transformed into a linden tree." Chiron's voice trembled with unrestrained sorrow. "I wish to redeem her soul, not allow her to remain forever trapped within that tree, unable to escape." As he spoke, he could no longer contain his emotions, kneeling heavily on the ground, offering Hestia his loyalty and soul. "I, Chiron, dedicate my heart and soul to you, hoping to follow you." He spoke with solemnity. "Thus, only your sacred fire can grant her soul peace, correct?" Aphrodite was taken aback by Chiron's sudden kneeling, as it was unexpected. Yet, upon hearing his subsequent words, she realized the truth. Chiron's silence affirmed Aphrodite's accuracy. Hestia listened quietly, her heart stirred with understanding and resolve. She then rose formally, directing her gaze towards Chiron. I am touched and understand your desire to save your mother. However, can you promise never to regret this decision? You must know that the gods cannot tolerate betrayal. I will never regret it. I hope the goddess of the hearth will grant my wish, Chiron declared with unwavering conviction. Very well. I accept you as my follower. Thus, you need not go to battle, correct? Hestia's gaze pierced through Chiron, speaking candidly. Chiron opened his mouth, glancing at Aphrodite, yet he remained silent. It is I. I wish for Chiron to take me. I wish to fight for love and beauty. Mother, I desire to grow stronger, even seek vengeance against the Titans, while simultaneously declaring my existence and my mother's glory to the gods. Aphrodite bit her lip, anxiously raising her small hand, boldly confessing her intentions. Hestia finally grasped the entirety of the situation. She understood that Chiron had no intention of going to battle. It was Aphrodite who was using his words to probe her resolve. You are already a demigod. You may proceed step by step. Aphrodite, you must understand that the battlefield is no mere child's play, she began, but was interrupted by Aphrodite. Her expression grew solemn as she stated earnestly, Mother, if you are unwilling to fight alongside the gods, let me do so. The world knows you as a symbol of warmth and tranquility. Yet they are unaware that behind this warmth lies a divine fire. I am the embodiment of love and beauty, but love may also lead to madness. And beauty can become the deadliest weapon. I will not underestimate the Titans. Please do not underestimate me. Hestia displayed a look of helplessness, calmly replying, I do not underestimate you. After all, beauty and love can indeed serve as reasons for war. However, since you are so resolute, I will not hinder you further. I only hope you understand that there is no pure beauty on the battlefield, only blood-stained glory. Take care of yourself, my only daughter. With that, she cast her gaze back at Chiron, her voice growing cold as she commanded, Chiron, use your wisdom and abilities to assist Aphrodite. This is my charge and command as her mother. Yes, I will protect her with my life and ensure she suffers no harm or injustice, unless my body lies beneath. Chiron vowed with righteous fervor. Aphrodite's beautiful eyes sparkled with joy. She excitedly embraced Hestia before eagerly instructing Chiron to carry the prepared burden. Then, she habitually cradled the sleeping Demetrix in her arms, appearing on Chiron's back with elegance. Chiron, let us depart, Aphrodite commanded, turning back to see Hestia's astonished expression. Feeling a surge of delight, a mischievous glint crossed her eyes as she laughed. Mother, I must take Demetrix with me. I cannot be without it. I am in a hurry, so scold me when I return. Hestia blinked, watching Aphrodite vanish at Chiron's incredible speed, as their figures dwindled in the distance. She couldn't help but shake her head and chuckle. This child was prepared all along. Yet, I still have some reservations about her character. With this thought, she understood that her child had grown and must depart from the family, venturing into the wider world. Therefore, she could only hope that Demeter and the others would not reveal her other side, as in Aphrodite's perception, she had always been the epitome of grace and propriety. Hestia, lost in these thoughts, could not resist a silent prayer. A breeze swept by, lifting Hestia's long hair into the air. She extended her right hand, gathering a few strands and tucking them behind her ear, whispering softly, It is time for me to depart. I hope that when I see Aphrodite again in the future, she will surprise me. As her words faded, Hestia disappeared into the depths of the forest under Helios sunlight, weaving through the mighty oaks. Chapter 34. The sun god before the morning mist had completely dissipated. The primordial forest breathed with the scent of pine needles and wild mint, meandering between the moss-covered rocks. Hestia strolled leisurely along the narrow path trodden by deer, delving deeper into the woods. Suddenly, the sound of water struck her ears, not a gentle trickle or a soft gurgle, but a roaring cacophony, reminiscent of countless silks being torn asunder, mingled with the reverberations of lingering thunder, piercing into her very lungs. The sound was so immense that even the ground beneath her seemed to tremble slightly. There was still some distance to the mountain of Parnassus, where the muse resided. Should she pause to investigate the source of that sound? Hestia pondered, her steps unconsciously leading her towards a three-person embrace of an olive tree. The waterfall cascaded down upon her, momentarily catching her off guard. It plummeted from a sheer cliff 300 paces high, originating as a stream of misty water, only to transform into countless silver chains upon reaching this point, crashing against the dark granite, shattering into frothy spray and mist. At that moment, Helios rays filtered through the clouds, casting a colorful veil as they passed through the water curtain, weaving flowing patterns of light upon the ferns by the pool's edge. Those rocks, drenched in moisture for millennia, were covered with emerald moss, while vibrant stone ferns and sedums sprang forth from the crevices. A few clusters of pale purple cyclamen dipped their petals into the mist, resembling half-wet rouge left behind by someone. The pool lay beneath the waterfall, taking on an irregular oval shape. The water's surface, deep and inscrutable, shimmered with a haunting azure hue, akin to a crumpled piece of sky-blue stone or the scattered stars resting on the ocean floor. The thunderous roar of the waterfall was broken here, transforming into delicate ripples. Each droplet that splashed down created a circle of silvery patterns in the heart of the pool, only to be swallowed by the deeper shades of blue. Occasionally, a maple leaf or a pine needle would drift onto the water, becoming a vessel of light that navigated around the jagged rocks in the pool's center, drifting towards the darker recesses of the forest. As Hestia approached the edge of the pool, she sensed the air here was refreshingly sweet, the mingling scents of moisture and loamy earth, along with a hint of an elusive sweetness. Perhaps the underwater vegetation quietly breathing, filled the atmosphere. Beneath the surface, the elongated leaves of water plants entwined with a few bluish-gray shells swayed gently with the current. Now and then, a small fish would dart by, its scales glimmering like fragments of gold, leaving one to wonder whether it was an ordinary minnow or the remnants of scales shed by nymphs. This pool was undeniably beautiful, imbued with a sense of divinity. Was it formed by nature alone? Hestia, attuned to the realm of the divine, sensed the pool's extraordinary nature and could not help but murmur softly to herself. To validate her thoughts, Hestia shed her garments, allowing her delicate feet to gradually dip into the water, whereupon a chilling sensation enveloped her, soon followed by an influx of mysterious divinity. She felt her weary body, burdened from her travels, rejuvenate with newfound lightness and vigor. Her curiosity ignited. Hestia eagerly rummaged through her mind, correlating knowledge with sensation. A realization dawned upon her, and a radiant smile graced her lips. This sacred pool, symbolizing youth, was now hers to claim. Yet first, she mused, let me indulge in a refreshing bath. With a joyful monologue, Hestia gracefully stepped deeper into the pool, where the mist created by the waterfall swiftly enveloped and obscured her figure. Meanwhile, far above in the sky, Helios guided his sun chariot through the clouds, yet his heart was heavy with restlessness and indecision. He was weary of the ceaseless conflicts, whether among titans or the machinations of the gods. He had listened to Eos whispering in his ear day after day about Zeus's might and beauty, his unparalleled wisdom and leadership, but Helios felt only a growing irritation. As the embodiment of the sun, he was accustomed to solitude, to the unending cycle of bringing light and warmth to the world, rather than discerning justice from malice. He did not doubt Zeus's power, rather, he was fatigued by being embroiled in a war he wished to avoid. Yet the responsibilities he bore did not permit him to remain detached. Gazing down, his eyes like blazing torches, he endeavored to calm his tumultuous thoughts, striving to dissipate the tangled anxiety as one would vaporize mist in sunlight. Eventually, he arrived at a vantage point, commanding his divine steeds to halt. He endeavored to maintain a serene demeanor and spoke. Pylus, Ethon, Egli, and Phyleus, remain here for a moment. I shall visit that sacred pool for a rejuvenating bath. The four sun steeds responded in unison, their voices hissing softly, then quietly watched as Helios departed. Helios retracted his radiant aura, appearing soundlessly at the pool's edge, a look of comfort gracing his features as he exhaled deeply. He then slowly and elegantly unfastened his wine-red robe, revealing his robust, muscular form. Each contour of his physique exuded strength, as though imbued with the essence of the sun itself. Just as he prepared to immerse himself in the water, a fleeting glance caught his eye, and he found himself wide-eyed and speechless. Emerging through the mist was a graceful figure, joyfully humming while bathing, unaware of his presence. As the mist began to dissipate, she sensed an intense gaze upon her, unwavering and fiery. I recall there being no life here. Could it be a beast? Hestia pondered, perplexed, and resolved to turn and see. In that instant, Hestia stood fully exposed before Helios, who likewise beheld her in all her glory. Stunned by the unexpected encounter, Hestia's shock rendered her momentarily speechless, for this was her first sight of a male deity in his entirety, and in such an unseemly manner. Helios blinked awkwardly, his embarrassment palpable as he stammered, "Beautiful goddess, this is a misunderstanding. I had no knowledge of your bathing here." Before Helios could finish, Hestia felt a wave of shame wash over her. Her cheeks flushed, unsure whether it was from witnessing Helios's chiseled physique or her own despair. She clasped her hands over her chest and quickly submerged herself in the pool, her voice rising in a furious shriek. "How dare you? You pervert! Why don't you hurry away? Do you plan to leave me exposed?" Helios, caught off guard, quickly shed his regal demeanor, his handsome face turning crimson as he awkwardly retreated, taking his clothing with him to hide behind a nearby rock. Observing his courtesy, Hestia hesitated no longer, swiftly appearing at the pool's edge and donning her garments without a word. "I must teach him a lesson, but he seems a powerful deity. What if I cannot prevail?" Once dressed, Hestia's taut nerves began to ease, and she contemplated the man who had incited both her ire and embarrassment. She had assumed him merely a wild beast, only to discover he was a fully nude god, and that physique. She forced herself to dismiss the memory, yet the image of his strong, flowing muscles, each inch of skin radiating light, lingered like an indelible mark. Suddenly, she noticed a fine layer of gold shimmering atop the water's surface, as if someone had kneaded fragments of gilded foil into the glassy depths. A gust of wind rustled through the branches of an ancient pine, causing glimmers of light to cascade down into the pool, creating ripples of gilded radiance. The very figure who had startled her now stood amidst this luminous display, his shadow appearing as if forged from molten gold. Unable to resist, she glanced in his direction, eager to discern his identity and decide whether to confront or flee. However, the moment her gaze met his, Hestia's eyes were filled with the essence of sunlight. She was astonished to discover that his golden hair was unlike any ordinary hue. It seemed refined by the midday sun, each strand flowing with liquid light. His crimson eyes sent a jolt through her heart, more fervent than molten lava, more searing than the embers of a setting sun. Within them danced living flames, and upon closer inspection, she could see tiny stars swirling within the fire, as if he had crushed the heavens and infused them into his gaze. Goodness! Hestia's heart raced uncontrollably. Suddenly, she realized she knew his identity. A mixture of shame, anger, embarrassment, and an indescribable awe and curiosity left her momentarily paralyzed. When he noticed Hestia's gaze, he feigned indifference, lowering his eyes to the water, his lashes casting butterfly-like shadows beneath them. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to steady the tumult within her, finally speaking, her voice trembling slightly. "What brings you here? Should you not heed the edicts of the God King?" Helios looked momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for her assertiveness. He raised his head, those fiery eyes meeting hers, the flames flickering but lacking a scorching heat. Instead, they scrutinized her as if she were an intriguing spark. As their gazes collided, the sunlight glinted off his flowing golden robe, the hem embroidered with sun motifs, rubies twinkling with his breath, as though the fabric itself were alive. A dark golden belt cinched his waist, from which hung 7 bronze bells, instruments for timing his solar chariot, now silent, perhaps to preserve the tranquility of the poolside. "Beautiful goddess, this world is fraught with power and strife. I merely sought a place to wash them away." His voice was like honey kissed by sunlight, warm yet slightly gravelly. He gestured toward the sacred pool beneath him. "This water possesses divine qualities. I believed it could cleanse my weary spirit, unaware I would encounter a sight far more captivating." Hestia felt her face flush as she realized the implications of his words, indignantly retorting, "There is no need to elaborate. You clearly intended this." Helios, amused by her fierce demeanor, displayed a rare, somewhat awkward smile. He shook his head, earnestly explaining, "I swear, I truly did not know. Had I been aware of such a beautiful goddess bathing here, I would have rung my 7 bronze bells to announce my arrival." He lifted the bells at his waist, which shimmered in the sunlight, yet remained silent. "As a token of my apology, I offer you this, the heart of the sacred pool, the source of its divinity." His voice was soft and sincere. Before his words faded, the pond's surface suddenly rippled violently, and a palm-sized pearl emerged from the water. He bent down to retrieve it, his crimson eyes reflecting the patterns of the pearl and the shimmering waves of the pond, as if he had captured the entire depth of the water within his gaze. Shortly after, Helios stood tall and proud before Hestia. He suddenly lowered his head, his red eyes drawing near to Hestia's lashes, his voice resonating with warmth and magnetism. "Beautiful goddess, I am Helios, the embodiment of the sun. May I inquire your name?" At that moment, the wind lifted his garments, and the golden patterns on his sunlit fabric rustled, causing even the pond's surface to tremble. He stood there like a walking sun, yet gentler than the sun itself. For while the sun merely burns, he radiated warmth imbued with the passage of time. Chapter 35. The Clash of Sun and Sacred Fire. A flicker of complex emotion flashed in Hestia's eyes, her lips pressed tightly together in silence. She had hoped this silence would provoke him to leave in anger, but to her surprise, Helios merely raised an eyebrow. The flames burning in his red pupils revealed an even deeper interest. "Do I not have the privilege of knowing your name?" Helios's voice carried a lazy superiority, igniting her nerves like a flickering flame. Hestia quickly calculated in her mind. She could not determine whether he supported Cronus or remained neutral. At worst, they would merely exchange blows. Her expression swiftly regained its composure, a faint smile gracing her lips as she met Helios's gaze. "I am Hestia. Surely you have heard of me." At her declaration, Helios's pupils constricted abruptly, astonishment flickering in his crimson eyes. He reassessed this seemingly fragile goddess, his tone laced with uncertainty. The goddess of the hearth? The personification of home and sacred fire? The eldest daughter of the king and queen of the gods? Zeus's elder sister? Hestia cast a barely perceptible glance, seizing the moment when Helios's focus wavered to snatch the pearl from his palm. She then elegantly spun before him, her crimson hair flowing like a stream of fire, tracing a brilliant arc in the air as her long skirt billowed. Helios was momentarily entranced. He attempted to reach out with his right hand to touch her fiery tresses, but his fingers grasped only emptiness. In the next moment, Hestia's figure transformed into thousands of fire butterflies, each wing vein aglow with warm, radiant light. They spread their wings, dancing gracefully in all directions, like shattered glass stars scattered throughout the lush forest. "Do not leave," Helios began to call out, but he realized he must act. The light surrounding him suddenly constricted, and his figure morphed into a blinding golden thread, vanishing in an instant. He reappeared atop the tallest red pine, molten gold shimmering in his red eyes. Each strand of his golden hair resembled elongated sunlight, cascading over his shoulders, scorching the earth beneath him into charred cracks. Helios opened his palm upward, and a sound like shattering glass filled the air. The previously clear sky fractured with spiderweb-like lines. Light seeped through the cracks, coalescing in his palm into a sphere of light the size of a fist. This was no ordinary light. The surface of the sphere writhed with liquid tongues of fire, red and white flames tearing at each other, distorting the very fabric of space as if it would shatter into stardust at any moment. The swarm of fire butterflies swept past the treetops, and the chirping of cicadas in the forest transformed into piercing shrieks, not from fear, but from a frenzy ignited by the overwhelming heat. Yet, Helios' thumb pressed against the light sphere. A buzzing sound pierced the air like a bee, and the sphere shrank to the size of a thumbnail in the blink of an eye. The fiery tongues compressed into blinding white, pulling in the surrounding light to form a dark vortex. At the moment this miniature sun solidified, Helios swung his palm. 7 beams of light tore through the air like searing blades. They did not travel in straight lines, but curved with a consuming force, cleaving ancient trees in half. The black smoke that erupted from the severed trunks was incinerated into white ash. The ferns at ground level instantaneously carbonized, and even the soil glistened as if glass-coated. The foremost fire butterflies, caught in the path of the light beams, exploded into a myriad of sparks as their flames detonated, resembling shattered glass lanterns. Yet, more fire butterflies continued to surge forward. Hestia's voice mingled with the wind, carrying a weighty tone. Such terrifying destructive power. She reached a resolution. One fire butterfly broke away from the swarm and flew behind an oak tree, allowing Hestia's figure to re-emerge. She then unleashed her divine power, igniting an even fiercer flame around her, before transforming once more into countless fire butterflies. This time, each butterfly glowed brighter than before, as if they had distilled their very essence into this luminous form. Every vein on their wings radiated an indomitable brilliance. Amidst the scorched earth, several tender green sprouts defiantly emerged, awakened by the extreme heat, yet were swiftly crushed by the subsequent light beams. At the center of this swarm, the fire butterfly that represented Hestia's true form resolutely aimed to collide with Helios's miniature sun, its wings pulsating with her most potent divine energy, each scale shimmering with a warm golden glow. When she collided with the white-hot beam, the entire forest lit up as if it were midday, causing even Helios to squint slightly. The clash of light and fire produced a deafening sound. The edges of the butterfly began to melt, akin to a candle submerged in boiling water. Yet its core continued to pulse, reforming the molten flames into a smaller butterfly shape, pressing on without retreat. Hestia, have you lost your mind? Do you truly believe you can escape? Helios's voice dripped with cold mockery. He flicked his fingers, and a second wave of light beams followed, this time targeting not the other fire butterflies, but directly aimed at Hestia's true form. She could no longer maintain the butterfly shape. Her figure instantly reverted, hovering in midair. The flames surrounding her thinned as she sustained the butterfly swarm, revealing her pale skin beneath. Just as the light beam was about to reach her heart, Hestia's gaze flickered toward Helios, a radiant smile blossoming on her face. In that smile, there was no fear, only a resolute determination to place everything at stake for rebirth. This smile caused Helios's red pupils to constrict sharply, his hand poised to unleash the light beam, hesitating momentarily. This moment of doubt stemmed not from pity, but from an unexpected admiration. He was accustomed to seeing goddesses bowing before his power, accustomed to their deceitful machinations to win his affection. Yet he had never encountered such a seemingly fragile goddess, capable of unleashing such fierce and pure courage to protect what she held dear. That unwavering resolve to fight for her home and sacred fire resonated strangely with the brilliance of the sunlight he commanded. She opened her arms, and all the remaining fire butterflies converged toward her. In the name of the sacred fire, the explosive shockwave upended the entire forest. In the blaze of fervent flames, Hestia's figure melded with the swarm of butterflies, transforming into a resplendent golden sun that collided with Helios's miniature sun in the sky. The streams of white and gold light tore at one another. The air heated into a boiling vortex, and even time seemed to freeze in that moment. Uncertain how much time had passed, the light streams suddenly burst outward, and Helios's miniature sun's surface cracked with spiderweb-like lines. Meanwhile, the golden sun formed from Hestia shattered into countless star-like embers, the brightest cluster trailing a long tail as it sped toward the forest's edge. It seems I underestimated you, Helios mused, watching the distant glow with increasing fervor in his crimson eyes. Your determination has sparked my interest in your brother, the one gathering strength, Zeus. Perhaps I should have ignited with you from the very beginning. The wind carried the scent of charred wood as singed pine needles fell to the ground. Amidst the devastation, a fire butterfly, with a damaged wing, fluttered clumsily toward Mount Parnassus. After an unknown span of time, Hestia finally reached the foot of Mount Parnassus. She nearly collapsed into her human form, her pale face resembling a wilting perennial flower, her body unable to support itself any longer. Surely, he hasn't caught up with me? She breathed a sigh of relief internally, her eyes tightly shut, the slight tremors of her delicate lashes betraying her inner turmoil. I do not wish to embrace the earth. It is too painful. As she wished, she did not fall upon the hard earth. Instead, she landed in a warm and fervent embrace, akin to colliding with the very sun itself. Hestia, still in a state of daze, felt her lips grazed by a warm and passionate kiss. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, brief, yet impactful. A sudden shock coursed through Hestia's heart as she steadied herself, her beautiful eyes wide with urgency. Yet, all she beheld was a figure retreating in a chariot of sunlight, leaving behind a resonant and rich voice, like the morning sun cascading into her ears. Hestia, you cannot escape the light cast by the sun. Since you dared to confront me for your brother, I shall see if your brother Zeus is worthy of my investment. This kiss is a reward from the sun god, bestowing you with courage and wisdom, as well as proof of my wager. Upon hearing this, Hestia's once pale cheeks flushed with a deep crimson, a flicker of indignation igniting in her eyes. She murmured to herself, is this what it means to enter the fray, to find a new ally for Zeus? Given the circumstances, she felt helpless, only able to gaze at the sun now vanished beyond the horizon. Lowering her gaze, her long lashes cast a small shadow upon her cheek. She slowly lifted her right hand, delicately brushing her fingers across her lips, where the lingering warmth remained. unlike an ordinary kiss, more akin to a brand. Her heart was a tempest of confusion, encompassing resentment at being manipulated, anxiety about the future, and deep within, a subtle wavering of which she herself was unaware. That kiss, and the words spoken thereafter, ignited a spark within her tranquil heart's surface, sending forth the first ripples of disturbance. She remained silent for a long time, until the heat gradually dissipated, leaving behind a complex and ineffable emotion long forgotten. Chapter 36. The goddess of memory. Within the intricate textures of Mount Parnassus lie countless folds. Some conceal the prophetic stones of Delphi, while others bury remnants of memories. At the deepest fold, in a veil polished repeatedly by black pines and silver moss, stands the temple of Mnemosyne. It resembles an amber gem cradled between the lips of the mountain deity, belonging to the very skeleton of Parnassus, yet infused with the breath of time itself. Surely, it is the direction indicated by the Night Mother. Hestia steadied her mind, gazing at the towering mountains, faintly sensing the divine power emanating from the goddess of memory, like an invisible tide spreading deep within the mountain. A flicker of vigilance crossed her heart, mingled with a glimmer of hope that the goddess of memory was not of an adversarial nature. She then ascended along the main path of Mount Parnassus, the stones beneath her feet dampened by the night dew, producing a crisp sound with each step. After walking a while, she paused and surveyed her surroundings. Before her lay the remnants of the Castalian spring, where fractured marble columns were overrun with moss, resembling forgotten sighs. The fragrant air of pine needles suddenly waned, replaced by a more complex aroma. Damp earth, the scent of aged paper, and an indescribable sorrow intertwined. What had transpired here? Why did I feel such despair and anguish? Hestia lifted her fair right hand to her chest, gripping the fabric tightly, murmuring softly. The remnants of divine power pulsed, like shattered notes, creating ripples in her heart. Just then, a voice filled with wisdom, solemnity, and inspiration echoed deep within Hestia's memory. "Child, come forth." Hestia's heart tightened, her body stiffening instantly. This was not an external voice, but a resonance deep within her very soul. She thought warily, "I must guard my memories closely, for the consequences could be dire." In that moment, she comprehended why the rock formations here softened, as if polished by a gentle yet persistent force. For this was the memory path leading to the temple of Mnemosyne. She stepped onto this path, her feet meeting bluish-gray pebbles. Each stone bore tiny symbols, like miniature inscriptions carved by the passage of time. Some bore twisted marks of despair, the final cries of nameless deities before their banishment. Others contained faded remnants of pain, the last words of unrequited love, and some bore scratches made by nails, the remnants of forgotten promises. They were fragments of memory sifted by the goddess, carried by the mountain winds and the paws of squirrels, ultimately embedded in this path to the temple. The sound of her delicate footsteps startled blue butterflies hidden within the moss. Their wings were as thin as gossamer, adorned with starlit specks, akin to diamonds scattered after the night sky was torn asunder, formed from the water droplets of the fountain of memory. They flitted silently, like flowing recollections, guiding her onward. At the path's end, the entrance to the temple was shrouded in the shadows of two entwined laurel trees. These were no ordinary trees, their branches intertwined closely, resembling a pair of loyal guardians. Passing through them, a semi-cave-like temple emerged from the mountainside. The walls, unhewn limestone, naturally displayed wave-like textures, reminiscent of a book of memories wrinkled by the wind. There were no inscriptions upon the lintel, only a winding crack embedded with a fragment of a broken shell, quietly narrating a forgotten tale. Hestia steeled herself, pushing open the heavy stone door. Stalactites hung from the ceiling in cascading formations, each tip suspended with a droplet of still water. These droplets were the amber of memory, slowly falling from the ceiling, yet at the brink of touching the ground. An invisible wind caught them, lifting them back to the tips of the stalactites, a perpetual cycle. This was a sealed loop of memory, a guardian at the temple's deepest recess, warning all visitors attempting to intrude. The air here exuded an even more potent essence of memory, demanding a tranquil mind and clear awareness, lest one be ensnared in her trap. Hestia pressed her lips together, silently reminding herself once more. She sensed the air around her thickening, as if with each breath she took, she would be submerged in the tide of memories. Composed, she walked to the center of the temple, where two springs coexisted like silent twins. The spring on the eastern side was set within a block of black basalt inscribed with cuneiform characters. The water shimmered with a warm golden hue. Its surface scattered with tiny, scale-like sparkles, fragments of the past that had been remembered. Beside the spring grew a cluster of jasmine. The white buds bloomed just before dawn. And when the dew from their petals fell into the spring, it would create ripples, each circle revealing a segment of awakened memory. On the western side, the spring was a concave white stone, the water crystal clear as ice, yet radiating a ghostly blue light. No debris floated within, only fine mists of water rising slowly. Particles of forgetfulness suspended within. The rock beside the spring was etched with scratches, traces of forgotten moments, a shattered bowl from a quarrel, edges of a torn letter, notes of a discordant song. The eastern spring was the fountain of memory, Mnemosyne's spring, my companion divine. As for the western spring, it was the fountain of forgetfulness, Lethe's spring. Ironically, it represented my opposing aspect, embodying both nurturing and oblivion, the companion divine of Lethe. As Hestia followed the melodious voice akin to poetic rhythm, she beheld between the two springs, the light and shadow in the air undulating like ripples on water, manifesting a goddess from the void. She sat quietly, gazing towards the Lethe spring, her eyes betraying a hint of icy mockery. Her hair resembled unformed violet haze upon the strings of a muse's lyre, deep purple and ever-changing. The strands near the roots glimmered like lavender soaked in morning dew, a soft lilac hue. As they flowed toward the tips, they grew darker, blending into shades of Roland and grape, some sections shimmering with a glass-like luminescence, reminiscent of starlit fragments tempered by divine fire. The ends of her hair cascaded down to her waist, each tip entwined with a fine silver thread, the weft of memory. Upon closer inspection, one could discern tiny cuneiform characters floating above, the initial words she spoke at the dawn of creation, naming all things. Most captivating were her eyes. Those violet orbs bore a hue unattainable by mortal beings, resembling deep purple twilight blended into a glass vessel, infused with a pool of solidified night. The outer corners of her eyes gently arched, and as her gaze shifted, it seemed as though tiny stars danced within. Upon closer inspection, those stars were fragments of memories, a fragrant autumn leaf drifting on the breeze, an unfinished melody of a harp, or the warmth of the earth mother remembered during a tempestuous night. Her pupils were an intense violet, with iridescent pearlescent hues near the edges of her irises. When Hestia locked eyes with her, memories from many years past surged forth, a fleeting touch of the goddess of memory upon her soul. She often donned a robe interwoven with moonlight blue and deep violet, the fabric seemingly crafted from clouds, smooth to the touch, yet imbued with the coolness of ages. The collar and cuffs were embroidered with entwined ivy, tiny laurel leaves and figs adorning the tendrils, each leaf's veins shimmering with a faint golden light, the glow of memories meticulously preserved. A deep indigo silk sash encircled her waist, strung with 7 lustrous pearls. Each pearl encapsulated a drop of morning dew, reflecting a significant moment she had carefully safeguarded. Her hands were gracefully folded before her abdomen, fingers elongated like sculpted ivory, with tips glistening in a pearlescent hue. As she raised her hand to caress her cascading locks, a soft lavender glow emanated from her fingertips. Wherever she touched, even the osmanthus petals swirling in the wind paused their dance, crystallizing in the air as amber memories. The essence that enveloped her was elusive, neither floral nor herbaceous, but rather a blend of old book pages, pine smoke ink, and the scent of time's passage. Shall we consider this our formal introduction? My niece, Hestia. The goddess raised an eyebrow, a serene smile gracing her lips. Allow me to introduce myself, the embodiment of memory, text, and language, Mnemosyne. Welcome to my temple. Through fragments of past memories, I have discerned your intentions. You seek my divine essence of memory to enhance your own divinity. Am I correct? Hestia did not respond immediately. She simply stood silently, her gaze unwavering upon the goddess of memory. She neither nodded nor shook her head, but lowered her hands from their crossed position, palms upward, slightly ajar. This gesture bore no affirmation nor denial, yet held more power than any words could convey. It was a silent invitation, an expression of equality between deities, signifying, "Behold, I am unreserved. What I seek, you already comprehend." A flicker of unnoticeable appreciation crossed Mnemosyne's eyes, as if she understood this wordless reply. She refrained from probing further and, with a leisurely cadence, spoke, her voice resonating like ancient bells echoing in the vast temple. I merely require you to tell me. Why must we conclude the era of the Titans? What have we done wrong? Her tone held no ire, only a detached clarity that pierced through all, laced with a deep-seated melancholy. Hestia's gaze swept the temple, landing upon the droplets sealed within the amber of memory on the dome above, before shifting to the ground, where two springs gazed at each other. She did not directly counter the logic of we are right, and you are wrong. Instead, with a gentle conviction, she spoke, my existence is the answer. Her words were succinct and potent, devoid of unnecessary elaboration, yet encapsulated the entirety of her belief as a newly ascendant deity. She made no claims of righteousness nor accusations of evil. She simply presented her very being as the irrefutable testament to the end of the old era. Is it merely that? Mnemosyne's eyes flickered with doubt, her voice laced with mockery. Hestia raised her gaze, meeting the memory goddess's violet eyes, attempting to unearth answers but only discovering countless shattered stars. She inhaled deeply, reigniting the flame of her belief in rebirth, which transformed her words into resolute declarations. I am the genesis of order and the sacred flame of hope for the world. This time, her conviction bore the weight of contemplation and struggle, no longer blind confidence. She understood that only in this manner could her belief truly become an indelible sacred fire, one that would not be extinguished. As her words lingered in the air, Mnemosyne lowered her gaze, concealing the complexity and dissatisfaction in her eyes, remaining silent. Her fingertips gently tapped against her knee, producing a rhythmic sound akin to the ticking of time. After a pause, she turned her attention back to Hestia, expressing her disappointment. It is still insufficient. You have not lived through our shared experiences, which is why you resist and deny all that we have sacrificed and endeavored. If you were to witness the bygone era of the Titans and still assert so boldly that we were in the wrong, then I could accept granting you my divine essence of memory while maintaining neutrality. Very well, but how shall this be accomplished? Hestia inquired, nodding to indicate her uncertainty. Go to the spring of Mnemosyne, and you will comprehend what must be done. Mnemosyne gestured toward the eastern spring of memory, her voice soft and serene as she explained. Her gaze was profound, reminiscent of an unfathomable abyss. Hestia recognized that for her own sake and to aid Zeus and the others, there was no alternative. She inhaled deeply, assuring herself that all would be well, for she sensed no malice from Mnemosyne. Then, with poised grace, she approached the edge of the memory spring, bending to gaze into its waters. A ripple disturbed the surface, and just as she was about to inquire further, a voice devoid of emotion rang from behind, descend into the memory spring like an ant. Hestia felt an irresistible force propel her forward, the ground beneath her vanishing. With a resounding splash, she plunged into the depths of the spring. An overwhelming sensation of suffocation enveloped her, her mouth instinctively opened, only to be inundated by the frigid waters of memory. She sensed herself drifting farther from the surface, the figure of Mnemosyne at the spring's edge growing increasingly indistinct, her voice echoing in the distance. Child, venture into the depths of my memories, witness our tragic fate, and experience the harrowing scenes. Look closely, and see if the disarray you disdain has not also nurtured the seeds of the order you seek. With that, Hestia uncontrollably closed her eyes, swept away by the torrent of memories into the far reaches of the past. Beneath the water, she beheld countless beams of light flitting past her, a tapestry of the Titan era, fragments of memories from the dawn of chaos. Mnemosyne observed with a hint of chill in her demeanor, her expression impassive as she regarded the unfolding scene. A slight smirk graced her lips, forming a cold arc. She remained silent, patiently awaiting this new deity's true comprehension of the weight of memory and the tragic fate they had endured. Chapter 37. The 12 Titans, a gentle radiance. Not of sunlight, yet purer than any illumination, filtered through the dappled shadows of trees, softly cascading upon the lush green carpet. Within this halo, a goddess clad in a simple white gown lay in serene repose, resembling a statue caught in slumber. Perhaps the light was too tender, or perhaps the long-lost tranquility stirred memories deep within. Hestia's delicate lashes fluttered slightly, as if awakening from a prolonged divine slumber. Her eyes, clear as morning dew, shifted beneath her lids, seeking to capture this fleeting stillness. At last, she opened her enchanting eyes. Where am I? She murmured softly, her voice laced with the bewilderment of awakening. She elegantly rose, surveying her surroundings. This was not a familiar place. It was enveloped by a verdant primordial forest. The air was thick with the fragrance of earth and the sweetness of wildflowers, as blossoms danced in the breeze. Each leaf shimmered with the luster of vitality, creating an atmosphere of the most primal and purest peace. You have arrived in the age of the primordial gods, a time of carefree existence with Mother Goddess Gaia. When we Titans were first born, a nostalgic voice resonated in her ear, imbued with the tranquility born of time's passage. It was the goddess of memory, Mnemosyne. Upon hearing this, Hestia unconsciously maintained the goddess's grace, rising lightly to her feet, brushing off non-existent dust from her skirt, and casting her gaze into the distance. That is Cronus. A jolt of recognition surged through her. He, who once sat upon the throne, cold and unfeeling, now sat amidst a bed of flowers. His face adorned with a smile so pure and innocent, untouched by the frost of the future. He nestled a daisy behind Mother Rhea's ear, and Rhea, ever the worry-prone mother, gazed at him with infinite love and tranquility. It seemed Rhea sensed something amiss. Her gentle eyes inadvertently turned toward Hestia's position. A fleeting flicker of confusion crossing her gaze, as though she had caught a whiff of an unusual presence in the air. She cannot see you. This is merely a projection of my memories, Mnemosyne's voice interjected, soothing Hestia's anxiety like a clear spring. She exhaled, continuing to gaze forward, only to discover two more Titan goddesses alongside Rhea. One was Mnemosyne, and the other somewhat unfamiliar. Seemingly aware of her curiosity, Mnemosyne smiled lightly. That is I. And the one beside me is Themis, the embodiment of justice and law. The authority you now possess, symbolizing social law, has been stripped from her. Themis sat quietly beside Mnemosyne, her honey-hued hair radiating the morning light, the delicate curve of her eyes reflecting the clear, azure sky. A flowing moon-white robe spread across the verdant grass, adorned with golden threaded olive branches and sword and shield motifs, both solemn and gentle. In her left hand, she lightly held a bronze scale, suspended in perfect balance, while her right hand grasped a short blade named Dike, resting gently against the blades of grass. At her knee lay a parchment of sheepskin, its corner lifted by a gentle breeze, revealing beneath it the dew-kissed, blue-violet flowers of forget-me-nots, their tiny petals symbolizing the untainted purity within her heart. In the distance, the ancient columns of the Delphi temple emerged from the mist, the nascent form of her future oracle. Nearby, two figures, Clythios of growth and Iapetus of the soul, were perplexingly unchosen as spouses for Themis and herself. Mnemosyne's voice tinged with subtle reproach. Hestia followed her gaze, observing the oak's lush canopy cascading like a green carpet, with Clythios and Iapetus seated on either side of the gnarled roots. Clythios's green hair resembled a mossy glade kissed by morning dew, the tips adorned with tender buds that trembled with the movement of his hand, cradling a beech sapling unfurling new leaves. His eyes mirrored the depths of a spring lake, so transparent that even the reflected sunlight bore the bittersweet essence of pine needles. Clythios spoke, laughter dancing at the corners of his eyes like a mountain stream flowing over pebbles, the air fragrant with the sweetness of ripening grain. His moon-white linen robe embraced his sturdy form, embroidered with twisting grapevines and blooming lilies of the valley, the stitches imbued with the faint scent of plant ash. A belt woven from ivy circled his waist, bearing a round amber pendant encapsulating a chrysalis, quietly awaiting transformation. Beside him, Iapetus' dark hair flowed like the midnight sea, sleek strands cascading to his shoulders, yet a silver laurel branch adorned his ear, glimmering with the ethereal light of fragmented souls. His eyes, tempered by moonlight, shimmered with a cool softness, appearing as if a star had sunk into a deep pool, casting memories in ripples of light. Iapetus donned a dark robe patterned with silver thread, its fabric resembling gossamer, shimmering with a ghostly blue luminescence. The cuffs and collar were embroidered with intertwining ouroboros and roses, their scales and petals shimmering with the opalescent luster of mother of pearl. At his waist hung a bronze medallion etched with the ancient script of Polonus, its edges worn smooth by time, a token of his dominion over the future of golden mankind. Are those the parents of Métis? Hestia mused, catching sight of two Titans conversing by the riverbank. Indeed, they are Oceanus of the currents and Tethys of the deep sea, replied Mnemosyne calmly, without a ripple of emotion. Oceanus's azure hair resembled fragments of stars drawn from the depths of a whirlpool, the ends curling with phosphorescent blue, each strand enveloped in the breath of the tides. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a faded ship anchor shell entwined in his hair, a relic washed ashore from a century-old tsunami. His eyes were like the frigid depths beneath glacial crevices, a piercing blue, yet flecks of gold danced in the water's flow, reminiscent of sunlight cascading into the sea as ice melts in the polar regions. Oceanus wore a flowing robe patterned with rippling waves. The fabric akin to silk formed from seawater, fluttering in the river breeze to create layers of undulating waves. A belt woven from coral branches cinched his waist, vibrant as a sunset stained with blood, contrasting sharply with his azure locks. Around his wrist coiled 9 translucent jellyfish tendrils, each tip adorned with a pearl the size of a pea, formed from the deep-sea tears he had summoned with the currents. At this moment, he leaned against an ancient willow, his other hand gliding lightly over the water's surface, sending rippling silver circles radiating outward, a silent testament to his power. Tethys, beside him, bore hair like waves crystallized under moonlight, each curl enveloped in the salty mist of the sea. The ends cascaded to her waist, transforming into wisps of vapor that drifted before condensing into tiny bubbles, which plopped onto the cobblestones at her feet. Her eyes mirrored the horizon of the sea at dusk, a gentle blue yet unfathomably deep. Upon closer inspection, one could see the life of the ocean swaying beneath the surface, like crumpled old parchment. Tethys donned a gown interwoven with shimmering water, the fabric so sheer it revealed the ferns at her feet, yet imbued with the ocean's power, radiating the iridescence of mother-of-pearl. As her skirt billowed, it blended into a misty blue haze, merging with the glimmers upon the river's surface. Around her neck hung a necklace of conch shells, each inscribed with ancient wave patterns, crafted from the sands of the sea over millennia. A deep indigo ribbon adorned her wrist, strung with 7 moonstones collected from the intertidal zones of 7 different seas. Leaning against the rocky riverbank, she cradled a pearl dish filled with half a pool of deep blue seawater, not river water, but the essence of the ocean that had slipped from her hair. Floating within it translucent strands of seaweed, gently swaying with her breath like an ancient, tranquil song. Behold, approaching Arceus of the celestial and Phoebe of the oracle. Engaged in discourse that eludes my understanding, Mnemosyne directed Hestia's gaze towards the advancing titans. Arceus and Phoebe walked along a path strewn with pine needles, their steps light yet assured. Arceus' black hair resembled satin steeped in ink, yet it was not wholly dark, as strands of stardust intertwined within it. Remnants of their passage through the galaxy, delicate as gold dust scattered beside an inkstone, sparkling like diamonds in the sunset. His eyes were the depths of a nocturnal pool, so inky that they seemed bottomless, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the trails of stars floating within, some bright as fireflies, others dim like threads of silk. Moving slowly along an ancient trajectory, Arceus wore a robe of deep ebony, its fabric akin to silk formed from the night sky. The cuffs and collar embroidered with the patterns of the 28 lunar mansions. The stitches were nearly invisible, yet they shimmered with a ghostly blue light. The radiance of the stars infused within the folds of the garment, embodying the warmth of the cosmos. At his waist hung a bronze astrolabe, its surface inscribed with the symbols of constellations, its needle quivering gently in time with his steps, emitting a soft hum reminiscent of echoes from the depths of the universe. Phoebe trailed half a step behind, her silver hair reminiscent of gossamer freshly brushed from the moon, the tips tinged with the green of pine needles as they danced in the wind, transforming into a flowing cascade of moonlight. Her eyes were molten amber, luminous and rich, yet not monotonous. Within the depths lay runes as fine as a mosquito's leg, unspoken prophecies flickering with each blink, akin to a candle's flame swaying in the breeze. Phoebe wore a moon-white gown, so sheer that one could glimpse the ferns at her feet, yet it was embroidered with a silver web of fate, each thread adorned with tiny pearls, formed from the morning dew Arceus had gathered for her as they passed the riverbank. A bracelet woven from laurel leaves adorned her wrist, the leaves still carrying traces of dried laurel fragrance, gathered during her morning visit to the Delphi temple. Their footsteps melded with the rustling of pines, the whispers of stars, and the murmurs of prophecy, weaving an incomprehensible melody. Descending from the heavens last were Hyperion of radiance and Thea of sight and gems. From the fragments of your memory, I perceive that you encountered their eldest son, Helios. As Mnemosyne's words fell, Hestia felt a stirring within her heart, silently lifting her gaze to the sky. A golden fissure split the clouds, and a torrent of blazing light cascaded down, enveloping Hyperion and Thea as they descended like a divine miracle. Hyperion's golden hair resembled molten sunlight, the tips trailing into translucent golden strands, remnants of his divine power, rustling in the wind and scorching the edges of the grass. His eyes were liquid gold, a searing brilliance that emitted sparks of light with each movement, even his lashes glistening with molten hues. Hyperion wore a robe woven from pure gold, adorned with 12 solar disk totems embroidered in sunlight, each radiating vibrant life. As he moved, the robe shimmered with golden waves, as if he wore the very flames of an alchemical furnace. At his waist hung a fiery chalcedony staff, the gemstone at its tip crackling with sparks, resonating with the stardust in his hair, creating a dynamic tableau of flames. Beside him, Thea's white hair shone like crystal drenched in moonlight. Each strand was distinct yet glimmered with the radiance of cold jade, the essence of her vision distilled from eons of stardust, each strand enveloped in unspoken languages. Her eyes were greenish-yellow, rich and luminous, yet as bright as molten lava. When she gazed, her sight pierced through the clouds to the depths of the earth, weaving golden threads upon the veins of grass. Thea donned a gown of moonlit silver gauze, adorned with an array of sparkling diamonds and rubies. The delicate stitching, woven with the essence of the aurora, scattered a stardust-like shimmer as she moved. Around her neck, she wore a necklace of starry tears, each gem encasing a fragment of memories she had witnessed, budding flowers, falling meteors, and the first cries of life, testaments to her role as the goddess of sight. Beneath their feet, the wind swirled into a vortex, causing Hyperion's golden hair to dance, yet it could not disrupt the ethereal language flowing through Thea's silvery locks. In that moment of descent, the withered grass beneath them suddenly burst forth with fresh green. Even the frozen earth exhaled a damp breath. A vitality woven from brilliance and vision, unfurling along their path from the heavens to the earth's edge. Did you see? We were once so simple and joyous. We fervently pondered how to transform the world, to render it more beautiful and vibrant. Mnemosyne's voice softened, akin to a drifting feather. Hestia felt it, a pure beauty, an untouched tranquility, untainted by power and desire. The Titans were not as they are now. They once roamed free and filled with hope. Yet suddenly, Mnemosyne's voice trembled with an imperceptible fear. Uranus, the celestial father of the Titans, was approaching. He would alter us, shatter our innocence, and drape us in a darkness that was not ours. Upon hearing Father for the second time, Hestia instinctively looked up, perhaps due to an innate response or a bloodline connection. What had once been a clear sky darkened in an instant, clouds gathering ominously. A fierce wind arose, sweeping the fallen leaves from the ground, and the tranquil forest began to tremble. Torrential rain fell, accompanied by thunder and lightning, fracturing the primordial peace. A colossal rift tore through the clouds, and the thunder roared as though a vast, invisible presence was descending. Father has come. Mnemosyne's voice resonated through the heavens, laden with profound despair and sorrow. Chapter 38. The Conspiracy of Memory and Confrontation. With time, Hestia's golden eyes reflected the figure of Uranus, the father of the sky. His legs vanished into the heights, merging with the celestial orbits, while his torso unfurled magnificently, resembling a vast dome enveloping the entire firmament. His skin glimmered with a deep, ethereal blue, refracting the silver light of the Milky Way, a magnificent spectacle of countless stars flickering within him. His brow was as pronounced as an icy peak, with eye sockets resembling swirling nebulae, and his pitch-black pupils sparkled with fragmented lights as if galaxies were born and perished within. His nose rose with the arc of the aurora, and his tightly pressed lips seemed to harbor a tempest within. When he spoke, his voice rolled like thunder across the sky, shaking the clouds into disarray. Uranus's hair was woven from flowing clouds, sometimes coalescing into cotton-like rain clouds, at other times dispersing like gossamer torn by the wind. As the tips of his hair fell, they shed stardust, transforming into fleeting meteors. His beard, an ancient presence, shimmered with pale violet amidst its gray, flowing like the long tail of the aurora, each strand entwined with the trails of stars, capable of stirring planetary ripples with a gentle sweep. Uranus required no mundane garments. His robe was the sky itself. At dawn, he draped himself in a brocade of golden-red dawn. At noon, he was enveloped in a radiant azure halo, akin to the purest crystal. At twilight, dark purple and crimson clouds surged behind him, with firefly-like stars occasionally slipping from his hem to become sparks upon the earth. Most striking was the belt at his waist, forged from the shards of the North Star and the mercury of the Milky Way, radiating a cold brilliance that illuminated his silhouette in the darkness, as if delineating the boundary between heaven and night. Incomprehensible and blinding. Even within the reflection of memory, I could feel the unparalleled terror and might of the Father. Hestia averted her gaze instinctively after a mere glance, yet that primal force surged into her consciousness like a tidal wave, rendering her dizzy. She clung tightly to her inner essence of family and the divine flame, striving to anchor herself, fearful of being assimilated by that primordial power. When she opened her eyes again, the scene shifted to the 12 Titans. Their faces no longer bore the pride and majesty of yore. Instead, they were marred by unmistakable fear and despair. The Titans, in a pitiful display, implored for mercy, disregarding their dignity as deities, kneeling before their Father. That humble and helpless posture pierced Hestia's heart deeply. Yet, Uranus remained expressionless, cold, and unyielding. With a mere gesture, he forcibly tore the 12 Titans from the embrace of Mother Gaia, dragging them back into the depths of the sky. In an instant, the earth mirrored apocalyptic chaos. Mountains crumbled, waves surged, and floods raged. It was the anguished cry of the Earth Mother, her fury erupting as a mother's wrath. Hestia knew she was ensconced within a memory, yet witnessing such a scene profoundly moved her. The divinity of family and the sacred fire within her flickered, as if resonating with the pain. Her beautiful eyes gradually tinged with sorrowful red, tears dampening her cheeks, and she could not suppress the sounds of grief that escaped her lips. Was this the influence of Mnemosyne's memories on my emotions? Or were my feelings being stained by these recollections? Hestia struggled to contain her sorrow, clinging to the last vestiges of reason, pondering the source of her emotions. But the memories offered her no opportunity for reflection. Hestia witnessed the twisted and chaotic order becoming increasingly unbearable under the will of the Father. Uranus laughed maniacally, each of his actions accompanied by the world's disintegration. In front of Mother Gaia, he cruelly gouged out Thea's eyes, transforming the eyes that symbolized light and hope into the eternal sun and moon above. Next, he wielded the authority of Crius, allowing all things on earth to grow wildly, turning the natural progression of life into a frenzied race of barbarism. Then, he crushed Hyperion's brilliance in his hands, blurring the boundary between day and night, intertwining light and darkness in chaos. Subsequently, he summoned a cataclysmic flood using the authority of Oceanus, while Rhea's time disrupted the flow rate, hastening the decay of the world amidst turmoil. Afterward, he grasped Mnemosyne's hair, twisting and distorting the memories of all existence. He carelessly pierced the sword of justice through Themys's body, causing order to collapse in an instant. He casually smashed the scales of justice against Thetis, instantly flooding the earth with the sea. He then tore apart Ceus' body, causing celestial bodies to plummet from the heavens, crashing to earth as meteors. Following that, he shredded Phoebe's gown, allowing the fragments symbolizing oracles to merge with the world, further entangling fate in chaos. With a mocking demeanor, he struck Iapetus with a fist, creating terrifying fissures in his divine essence, scattering the souls of all beings. Finally, he seized his youngest son, Cronus, like a fragile doll, ruthlessly ravaging and breaking his limbs. The world thus bore numerous rifts in time and space, devouring lives steeped in despair. All that the Father wrought inflicted unimaginable backlash upon Gaia, one of the world's primordial sources, as well as upon Nyx, the Night Mother. Did you see? Can you still boldly assert that we were wrong? Mnemosyne's voice regained its calm, resonating once more in Hestia's ears. I would rather ask you, what wrong did we commit to deserve such treatment? Why did this happen? She suddenly countered Hestia, her voice laced with endless resentment. Hestia was left speechless, only able to maintain her silence. Mnemosyne did not expect her response. This question had troubled her for far too long. She wished to gaze no longer, thus hastening the passage of memory. When the recollections halted at a particular moment, Hestia beheld the 6 grotesque offspring born from the despair, hatred, and fury of Mother Earth, as well as the distortion of the Father. They were the 3 Cyclopes, Brontes of thunder, Sterapes of lightning, and Argesh of bright light, symbolizing the primal forgers. The other three were the Syndamanes, namely the mighty Briareus, the earth-shaking Cottus, and the turbulent Gyges, representing the guardians of the earth. Mnemosyne introduced these figures to Hestia in an emotionless voice, and then continued. The father, fearing their power, imprisoned them in the abyss, Tartarus, one of the roots of the world. Are they still there even now? Hestia's eyes held no disdain or revulsion, only compassion and pity. Yes, look, it is our turn now. Mnemosyne urged Hestia to continue watching. The father, disdaining the existence of the Titans for its detrimental effect on his relationship with the Mother Earth, committed an act that contravened the sacred laws of procreation. Ignoring the anguished wails of the mother and the desperate cries of the children, he forcibly returned them one by one to the mother's womb. Hestia, struck with horror, could not bear to witness such a scene. She turned her gaze away, unable to look further. Eventually, we endured an unimaginable and protracted passage of time until the will of the world abandoned the father. The mother of night shifted the tides of fate, and the Mother Earth resolved to slay the gods. At that moment, Mnemosyne bore a semblance of relief, as if freed, her roots severed and cast into the abyss. She surrendered to eternal slumber, while your father, Cronus, ascended as the king of gods, heralding the era of Titans. As the words faded, the images of memory gradually dissipated, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. Concurrently, the brilliant golden light in Hestia's eyes dimmed, losing its luster. Indeed, that repugnant and loathsome essence had, in the relentless passage of time, transformed into the goddess of love and beauty, a most ironic twist of fate. Even more absurd was that she was adopted by you and bestowed with the enchanting name Aphrodite. Mnemosyne hovered silently behind the motionless Hestia, her hands resting upon the latter's shoulders, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Child, I thank you for granting me time. Now, let us continue to descend into the depths of memory. Hestia fell into a state of oblivion. Despite her countless defenses, she remained unaware that the moment her mind wavered, Mnemosyne's memories and words would gradually infiltrate her consciousness, ultimately leading to her success. Just as Mnemosyne outstretched her arms to embrace Hestia, another hand emerged from the darkness, seizing hers with a force that seemed capable of shattering the very fabric of time and space. Who dares? Mnemosyne's violet eyes brimmed with astonishment and disbelief, for a god had silently infiltrated her realm of memory, disrupting her meticulously laid plans. From the depths of darkness, a figure slowly stepped forward. It was Rhea. Her arrival was not abrupt. It bore the weight of eons. Her silver eyes no longer reflected the image of a helpless, wailing mother from memory, but instead resembled a glacier, crystallized from the starlight of countless millennia, cold and profound. An incandescent fury surged within her gaze, yet it was tempered by an extreme calmness. My sister, Mnemosyne, Rhea's voice echoed as if from a distant past, each word sharpened by the passage of time. You dare to lay a hand upon my pitiful daughter. Hestia, the corners of her mouth curled into a sardonic smile, devoid of warmth, causing the very void around her to freeze. She, so gentle and kind, compassionate toward all beings, and you have the audacity to taint her with those vile memories. Your boldness is astonishing. Do you not remember my terror? It seems that when you gazed upon Hestia in your memories, you stirred fragments of maternal love within time. Did you not? Mnemosyne retorted, though clarity had already dawned in her eyes. Enough of your prattle. Release my daughter. You have obscured her memories and perceptions. Did you truly believe I was unaware of your intentions? Rhea's voice cut through the air like the bitter chill of winter. Mnemosyne chuckled softly, retorting, she approached me willingly, seeking the embrace of memory. I did not force her. Moreover, what she yearns for aligns perfectly with my desires. If only you had granted me your divine essence of time back then, it would have sufficed. But your heartlessness left me with no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Huh, do you think I would believe you? Rhea interjected coldly, her silver eyes glimmering with insight. You peer into the future through memories, while I discern your motives through time. Your desires extend beyond those for your child. They are also for yourself. Haha, Rhea, it is precisely this trait of yours that I detest. Disgusting. With memories, why still require time? Mnemosyne's schemes were laid bare, and she no longer concealed her malice, a twisted grin spreading across her face. Within Hestia, a hazy fragment of divinity began to crystallize, a transcendence of her essence. And I must seize this moment to claim what rightfully belongs to my daughters. Rhea's lips curled into a sardonic arc, her voice as piercing as ice and snow. Hestia will be the singular embodiment of civilization. Only she can ignite the flame of culture. What you term essence is merely the spiritual core and wellspring of creativity within civilization. As for you, you seek only to justify your insatiable greed, allowing you to consume her and take her place. Is that not so? With that, Rhea resolved to cease her dialogue with Mnemosyne, for she recognized the futility of words against her adversary's eloquence. Without waiting for Mnemosyne's response, she paused time in this realm, including for Mnemosyne herself. Then she swiftly liberated Hestia from her clutches, seamlessly merging her with the untainted Hestia from the flow of time. Mother, how? Hestia's golden eyes regained their brilliance upon seeing Rhea, astonished. Mnemosyne is attempting to take everything from you. Do not linger here. You must feel and awaken to your truths. Rhea offered no further explanations. Time was of the essence. She guided Hestia's consciousness to flow away from this place. As for you, I shall not spare any god who harms my child, regardless of who they are. Once Hestia's consciousness had departed, Rhea cast a cold glance at the immobile Mnemosyne, a mocking smile gracing her lips. With a mere wave of her hand, the fragments of Mnemosyne's memories were instantly swept away by the torrent of time, transformed into pure divinity, which Rhea consumed. Hestia, you shall prevail against Mnemosyne. I have always believed in you, Rhea murmured, concern etched in her eyes, as her own fragments of time began to vanish. Chapter 39. Hestia's awakening and counterattack within the Temple of Memory. Mnemosyne's violet eyes sparkled with the glow of a victor. A satisfied smile graced her lips, her laughter reverberating like whispers from the depths of memory, soft yet laden with undeniable pride. Soon, Hestia's divine crystallization will be mine. At this moment, Hestia floated at the center of the memory temple, her crimson tresses billowing as if set ablaze by the dawn, each strand shimmering like flames ignited by the first light of day. The ivory satin of her gown, resembling shattered moonlight, cascaded from her waist to her toes, transforming into a translucent veil woven from the breath of stars and the tail feathers of dawn. Each fold shimmered with a soft golden hue, gently swaying with her subtle breaths, as if lamenting the fate that awaited her. Her eyes were softly closed, long lashes casting shadows beneath them like butterfly wings. The innate silver markings upon her brow flickered with her breath, akin to a star on the verge of awakening in the endless darkness. Soon after, a radiant orb of divine light swelled within her chest with increasing intensity. 13 divine crystals unfurled outward from her core, each layer pulsating with its unique color and essence. Resembling a breathing universe, the closest to her heart was the hearth, a warm orange-red akin to freshly added pine branches in a fireplace, enveloping her in the comforting aroma of baked bread. The air itself carried the scent of roasted chestnuts, embodying warmth and fundamental sustenance. Next was family, a soft gold reminiscent of honey draped over a trellis, infused with the cries of birth and the murmurs of an elder weaving a tapestry. The ribbons were sticky with honey's residue, embodying a tender warmth of protection and connection. Beyond that lay guardianship, a deep purple akin to amethyst soaked in the dew of night, each glimmer reflecting the hardness of shields and blades while cradling the warmth of an infant in swaddling. This contradictory yet reassuring power surged within the aura, a blend of fearless resilience and selfless devotion. At its center, the sacred flame radiated a golden brilliance akin to the sun, yet its light was gentle, resembling the sparks that danced during moments of reunion, turning all chaotic shadows into delicate flakes of gold. It was the source and core of all divinity. Purifying azure spread from the edges of the sacred flame, clear as the first melting snow melt from mountain streams. Wherever it flowed, even the dust upon the ribbons crystallized into tiny ice shards, cascading softly to the ground. A pure power that cleansed all impurities. Knowledge appeared as indigo, reminiscent of the aroma of ink rising as ancient scrolls unfurl. Fragments of cuneiform and oracle bones floating within the aura, as if one could hear the wise whispering their proverbs, a testament to the accumulation of wisdom and truth. The silvery light of space was the most dynamic, weaving through the halo of knowledge like silk threads. At times, it formed luminous chains connecting the heavens to the earth, and at others, it scattered like stars descending into the divine realms. Even the folds of the ribbons stretched into slender silver lines, weaving an almost imperceptible net in the air. It was a force that was omnipresent and all-encompassing. Hope is a pristine white, akin to the flawless brightness of day, infused with the nascent light of dawn and the call of illumination, coloring all shadows in warm hues. It represents a glimmer of life in the depths of despair. An indelible essence. Order is pure gold, reminiscent of the ink solidified on ancient parchment, each stroke inscribed with the laws of creation. Even the flowing entanglements embodying a precise geometric beauty. This is the foundation of all existence. Justice is a deep black, yet not devoid of life. Rather akin to the obsidian resting at the bottom of a timeless abyss, where the surface shimmers with starlit glimmers, quietly restoring the balance of all tilted scales. It embodies absolute equilibrium and judgment. Peace is sky blue, like the heavens clearing after rain, carrying the scent of damp grass and moist winds, making the very air soft and palpable. It is the collective wish of all living beings. The outer society is amber, reminiscent of aged honey wine. Enveloped in the bustle of marketplaces, the ringing of craftsmen's hammers, and the laughter of children. The warmth of human existence simmers within this luminous aura. It is the root of her power and a microcosm of all she protects. Despair is a sinister black, akin to the ever-present mist of the abyss. It consumes all light and color, leaving only void and decay swirling within the aura. The runes upon the flowing ribbons become indistinct, as if silently erased. This is the inescapable end after all hope has shattered. These 13 divine crystalline essences meld and rise, spilling forth from Hestia's heart in a myriad of flowing runes. The mysterious symbols of the world's inception. Some are as sharply defined as cuneiform, others as ancient and rounded as oracle bones, and yet others entwined with vines and stars in complex patterns, each radiating a ghostly blue or gilded luminescence. They ascend along the rise and fall of her chest, first circling her delicate collarbone, weaving a starry necklace around her neck, then trailing down her spine, forming a translucent waist sash, ultimately cascading to her toes, where they imprint faint golden patterns upon the temple floor, as if marking the final seal of this grand ceremony. Mnemosyne floats in the air, her gown billowing with emotion, her face alight with uncontrollable ecstasy. She extends her fair right hand, her fingertips trembling, poised to touch Hestia's resplendent crystalline essence. Just at that critical moment, her movement abruptly halts. A tearing pain emanates from afar, a sensation of divinity being instantaneously obliterated, as she feels the fragments of her memories being extinguished. Damn it! Is it Rhea? No. A flicker of terror flashes in her violet eyes, not fear, but rage at her plans being disrupted. Hestia's consciousness has returned to her corporeal form. Mnemosyne's countenance instantly darkens as her gaze sweeps over Hestia, noting the emergence of a slight ripple of awakening within her, which ignites her ire. Hestia's suspended posture stirs with the faintest ripple. The hands that were crossed over her abdomen slowly rise, the fingertips twitching, their nails glinting with a flame-like aura in the divine light. Her knuckles unfurl like spring buds breaking from their shells, each movement suffused with an ineffable vitality. Then her thick, raven lashes flutter, first one, then two, like butterflies shaking dew from their wings. Finally, they unite to form a quivering veil, gently shattering the slumber in her eyes, revealing the pair that is on the verge of awakening. It seems she has sensed something. The 13 divine essences upon her chest suddenly blaze with brilliance, causing the runes around her to surge like a tide. Minute particles of light spill from her fingertips, coalescing in the air into tiny flaming totems, shapes of houses, olive branches, and scales, before slowly dissipating. The golden crown in her hair flickers in response, resonating with the divine essences, as if the entire temple holds its breath for her awakening. Divine light sweeps over her brow, adorning her with a sacred outline. Hestia, with a demeanor both gentle and resolute, appears to awaken from an eternal slumber. Slowly opening her eyes, initially clouded with brief confusion, they gradually blossom into a radiant brilliance, her consciousness fully ignited, like a sacred flame illuminating the entire temple. Mnemosyne, it turns out you have been deceiving me all along. Hestia's voice is like crystal-clear spring water, cold and devoid of emotion, revealing how I willingly stepped into your trap, letting down my guard with each passing moment. Her gaze, laced with a chilling intensity, rests upon the goddess of memory before her, her lips curling into a mocking smile. Child, you have forced my hand. Mnemosyne no longer conceals her emotions. Her tone sharpens, tinged with irritation and urgency. From fragments of future memories, I have glimpsed the essence of my children intertwined with yours. Even you will alter their fates. She attempts to justify her actions, her voice soft yet laden with rebuke. Hestia remains unfazed, her expression neutral as she listens intently. She smirks, a smile akin to a razor's edge. I see words cutting deep. The knowledge within my mind reveals that your greed drives you. You covet the divine essence I am destined to comprehend. After a brief pause, she revels in the discomfort etched upon Mnemosyne's face. An expression of embarrassment at being seen through. Once satisfied, she casually continues. In truth, your future daughter's essence is intrinsically connected to your memories. The reason you perceive me is that my future divinity has intertwined with some aspect of your daughter's essence, leading you to mistakenly believe I would usurp her very being. Thus, you set your sights upon me, did you not? Mnemosyne's expression fluctuates between shadow and light, the veins on her forehead bulging. Her gaze darkens like an abyss, a clear indication that Hestia's words have thoroughly unseated her. Very well. Can you now grant me the divine essence of memory? You have wasted far too much of my time. Hestia's tone grows monotonous, tinged with impatience. I never said I would actually give it to you. Mnemosyne buries her emotions deep within her memories. A smirk reappears on her face. For you would seize the essence of one of my daughters, and thus I would have to spend eons grasping new laws. Her words brim with disdain and reluctance. In response, Hestia also laughs, a mirth laced with contempt for Mnemosyne. She refrains from further dialogue, retracting all divine essences back into her being, then gracefully descends from the air. Upon landing, Hestia calmly adjusts her satin gown, her movements elegant and composed, as if preparing for an extravagant banquet rather than an impending battle. Following this, she leisurely tends to her cascading curls, each gesture brimming with confidence and control. Her gaze deepens and warms, akin to the flickering flames of a hearth, though an elusive sharpness lurks beneath the surface. Hestia tilts her head slightly, raising her right hand, and delicately touches her red lips with her fingertip, smiling faintly. It seems your perception of me is somewhat skewed, is it not? Her voice, now devoid of chill, resonates with a hauntingly gentle warmth. You know, family is the warmest harbor in this world, but perhaps you have forgotten. It is also the sturdiest fortress and the most terrifying battlefield. Mnemosyne descends to stand before Hestia, her eyes wild like an enraged beast, raising an eyebrow and curling her lips into a cold smile. Let me show you the might of a Titan goddess. The temple envelopes in a thick silence, save for the clash of two powerful divine lights intertwining in the air. Hestia's divine fire radiates warmth like the blazing sun, while Mnemosyne's memory light is as profound as the starry night. The two goddesses gradually exude their respective divine lights, which twist and expand in midair, shrouding the entire memory temple in an atmosphere of tension and oppression. The battle is on the brink of eruption. Chapter 40. The beginning of the battle between family and memory. Hestia's divine power surges forth like an awakening ancient volcano, immense and fervent. She strikes first, her divine energy flowing through the vast expanse of the memory temple like molten lava. Wherever it travels, the air warps under the heat, creating visible ripples of intensity. Sacred and majestic flames erupt from these ripples, each tongue of fire seemingly endowed with the power to obliterate stars. These flames do not scatter but swiftly condense in the air, transforming into countless burning chains. Each one appears as if imbued with life, shrieking through the heavens like a cataclysmic meteor shower, raining down upon Mnemosyne. However, in the face of this inferno capable of incinerating all, a hint of disdain and mockery crosses Mnemosyne's face. Her gaze is as deep as the night sky, reflecting countless memories of the past. As the fiery chains were about to strike her, her figure dissipated like mist under the sun, leaving behind a series of illusory afterimages. These were not her true form, but merely a doppelganger forged from fragments of a minute's worth of memories, fragile yet perfectly fulfilling its mission of delay. Akin to a page of an old book scattered by the wind, the flames could only consume the past, never touching the present. An ethereal and cold voice emanated from the corner of the temple, an echo of memories akin to an ancient dirge. The figure of Mnemosyne materialized there, her deep purple eyes twinkling with the starlight of memories, as if containing the entirety of the universe's past. In her right hand, she tightly grasped her divine artifact, the pen of Mnemosyne, sculpted from memory and forgetfulness. She gently raised the pen, its tip gracefully inscribing a few ancient characters in the void. These characters were no ordinary symbols, but sacred runes imbued with the power of the past, instantly transforming into razor-sharp blades of wind. These wind blades seemed to be infused with the wrath of a storm, shrieking like the claws of a predator as they roared toward Hestia. Hestia's response was as swift as lightning. In the moment before the wind blade struck, she carved a spatial rift before her with astonishing speed. Her form plunged into the rift like a stone cast into a lake, reappearing on the other side of the temple in the blink of an eye. Yet, before she could catch her breath, that space she believed to be safe surged with a multitude of wind blades, as if they had anticipated her every move. The blades sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, resembling a melody whispered by death itself. Hestia was momentarily caught off guard, and a wind blade slashed across her waist like a venomous serpent. Brilliant golden divine blood gushed forth, transforming into tiny sparks in the void, each drop brimming with potent divinity. She stumbled a few steps, retreating into the spatial rift once more, materializing not far from Mnemosyne, her expression tinged with gravity. Hestia understood that confronting the goddess of memory head-on was not a prudent strategy. Mnemosyne could teleport using shards of memory, her attacks always preempting Hestia's position, as if she were the arbiter of fate. Taking a deep breath, Hestia resolved to refrain from a direct confrontation. She swiftly summoned 12 fire elementals. These elementals took on various forms. Some resembled innocent children, while others appeared as wise elders, yet all wielded small torches lit with the sacred flames of peace. The elementals stood upon elegantly shaped spatial lanterns, which emitted a radiant aura, forming an impenetrable shield around Hestia, akin to a formidable fortress. Indeed, hundreds and thousands of wind blades surged forth, colliding with the protective barrier and erupting in a deafening cacophony. Sparks flew, as if the temple were undergoing a minor stellar explosion. Hestia chose not to command the elementals to attack directly, for she understood that the fire elementals excelled in purification and protection rather than in destructive force. Reckless aggression would merely squander divine power, granting Mnemosyne further opportunities. In that critical moment, Hestia gently caressed the void with her hand, a sacred radiance coalescing at her fingertips into a crystalline wind chime. The wind chime shimmered softly in midair, not as an instrument of assault, but as a means of disruption. The clear ringing resonated throughout the temple, akin to a babbling brook or morning dew dripping into a lake's heart. This sound was imbued with the power of peace and tranquility, instantly washing away the fervent killing intent and accumulated rage in Mnemosyne's eyes. Her countenance became as serene as water, even hinting at a trace of confusion. It was a pure tranquility, devoid of any distractions. Her fleeting memories and emotions were momentarily erased, like a clean slate. Seizing this ephemeral opportunity, Hestia once again entered the spatial rift. In the instant that Mnemosyne struggled to shake off the influence of peace, Hestia appeared behind her like a wraith. Hestia raised her finger, suffused with sacred fire, gently placing it before her crimson lips and exhaling softly. The faint sacred flame instantly transformed into a raging sea of fire in the wind. This inferno was no ordinary flame, but one filled with purifying power, wholly engulfing Mnemosyne's form. Too weak, Hestia. Yet, at that moment, Mnemosyne's weary yet mocking voice emerged from the sea of flames, as if it were a whisper from the distant past. This battle was far from over. Chapter 41. The end of the battle between family and memory. Hestia's smile froze at her lips, not in shock, but ignited, embodying the goddess's majesty. The derision of Mnemosyne. The goddess of memory struck like a blade, not piercing her body, but targeting her deepest fears. In her ears, the solitude of the temporal prison and doubts of inadequacy surged like a tide, each word attempting to dismantle her resolve. Yet Hestia's gaze remained tranquil, akin to an unfathomable ancient well. She had once been the guardian of family, and so she remained. Those memories were her past, the scars of her growth. But they were by no means her present. Her will was as unshakable as the foundation of the world. You seek to bind me with my past. Hestia's icy gaze pierced through Mnemosyne, her voice imbued with undeniable authority. You underestimate me. Without hesitation, powerful divine energy coalesced in her palm. With a casual wave of her right hand, the space surrounding Mnemosyne was ensnared as if trapped under a glass dome, instantly transforming into an inescapable spatial prison. This prison was no ordinary confinement, but one constructed from her divine essence, each inch imbued with her will, radiating a sacred and inviolable aura. Simultaneously, unbeknownst to Mnemosyne, Hestia's left hand descended, her fingers weaving swiftly in graceful motions, like a butterfly flitting through flowers, crafting an invisible net in the air. This net, woven from countless barely discernible fire threads, silently spread to every corner of the temple. Upon witnessing the spatial prison, Mnemosyne immediately grasped Hestia's intent, aiming to prevent her from retreating into memory, yet she remained unperturbed, even amused by Hestia's naivety. Once more, she raised the pen of Mnemosyne, inscribing ancient, twisted characters in the void before her, then furiously slashing at the spatial prison. Those characters instantly morphed into black smoke, seeping into the fabric of space. Hestia felt a sharp pain in her chest, instinctively clutching it as golden divine blood trickled from her lips, her beautiful eyes narrowing. This was a powerful backlash. For Mnemosyne's assault targeted not the prison itself, but its very source, Hestia. Divine blood pooled on the ground, forming flowing golden puddles that reflected her pale, waning countenance. In that moment, Mnemosyne finally noticed the barely visible fire threads in the surrounding space, now revealed by Hestia's presence. They resembled a red spiderweb, weaving throughout the memory temple, transforming it into a colossal furnace of sacred fire. The terrifying might of this furnace made her heart tremble. It was not merely to imprison her, but to incinerate the entire space along with her. Mnemosyne could no longer maintain her composure, her beautiful visage contorted with anxiety. Impatiently, she began frantically inscribing a multitude of characters in the void, desperately attempting to dismantle the spatial prison. As the prison began to show numerous cracks, as if shattering glass, Hestia's eyes hardened. She bit her lip, seemingly intent on competing with Mnemosyne in speed, unleashing potent divine energy, and no longer concealing her weaving. She raised her right hand, her index finger infused with the divine power of order, casually slicing through the void. Countless chains of order emerged within the prison, coiling around Mnemosyne's limbs with irresistible force, buying time for the formation of the sacred fire furnace. Pause. Mnemosyne finally invoked her power of command, her voice reverberating like thunder within the temple. Time seemed forcibly halted by her words. The chains indeed came to a standstill, but they trembled violently, the sound of their collision echoing as if shattering souls. Yet, the memory sigil on her forehead cracked, and tiny black droplets of blood seeped from her pores, a price paid for forcibly freezing Hestia's order in place. This indicated that using this divine technique drained a significant amount of her divine energy, rendering her incapable of sustaining it for long. Your power of language can pause everything. But can it pause my sacred fire? A flicker of astonishment crossed Hestia's eyes, yet her lips curled into a confident smile. Bound by the constraints of her own power, Mnemosyne found herself unable to respond to Hestia. All her divine energy was devoted to maintaining the state of suspension, rendering her incapable of even the slightest sarcasm. Observing Mnemosyne's desperate struggle to uphold the pause, Hestia could not help but feel a sense of relief. She understood that the scales of victory had begun to tilt in her favor, allowing the sacred fire forge to finally take shape. In an instant, the entire temple space transformed into a sea of gilded flames. This was no ordinary fire. It was the supreme holy fire, forged from Hestia's unwavering will and the spatial prison. Countless sacred flames coalesced into massive fireballs, no longer mere meteors but energy projectiles imbued with absolute order, each containing the power to scorch the heavens and boil the seas, cascading toward Mnemosyne with the precision of a relentless barrage. The purpose of this forge was to utterly refine Mnemosyne's memory divinity from the fabric of space. A glimmer of despair flickered in Mnemosyne's eyes. She realized she could not wield her power while simultaneously resisting Hestia's full-force strike. Her violet gaze hardened with resolve as she gritted her teeth and inscribed the character reverse in the void with her memory inscription pen. With a hoarse and desperate shout, she proclaimed, "I am the mother of memory, the Titan's obsession. The past never fades, for it carries all joys and sorrows. The order you protect is but a lie of forgetfulness. This is my counterattack, memory recurrence, reversion to the void." A powerful surge of memory erupted from Mnemosyne like a tsunami, meeting the fireballs and the force of the sacred fire forge. Upon contact with this surge, the incoming projectiles began to reverse course in a nonlinear, quantum manner. They no longer advanced. Instead, they retreated toward an absence, as if time itself was forcibly drawn back to the moment before Hestia unleashed her divine power. Hestia felt her assault being pulled by a terrifying force, attempting to erase her very existence as the backlash of the reversed laws struck her. A metallic taste filled her throat, and she expelled a great quantity of golden divine blood, which pooled beneath her like a resplendent golden flower. You have lost your mind. By invoking memory reversal, you will pay a tremendous price, Hestia exclaimed, incredulous and enraged. This was not merely a depletion of divine power. It was a severe injury to her own divinity. Price? I would gladly sacrifice everything to ensure you remember the failure of this day, Mnemosyne screamed, her expression twisted with madness, as all her pride and dignity devolved into a frenzy. Yet, at that moment, a smile flickered at the corners of Hestia's mouth. She had anticipated Mnemosyne's desperate act when the sacred fire forge took shape. The forge was not solely intended for assault. It also served this very purpose. The sacred fire was not meant to incinerate foes, but to purify all. With her hands clasped, she declared, I am the Lord of the sacred fire, the foundation of the family. Order is the eternal law. Protection is my vow. The past is not a shackle, but the fire that reshapes the future. This is my true path. Hearth's baptism, purge of the purest core. Just as Mnemosyne's memory reversal reached its zenith, an even more potent rose-gold sacred flame erupted from Hestia. This force did not attack. It surged forth with absolute compassion and a will to purify, flowing into the torrent of Mnemosyne's memories. When this purest of sacred flames encountered her reversing memories, a remarkable scene unfolded. The cataclysmic power of the reversal did not combust. Instead, it began to be dismantled and cleansed, as if immersed in a warm spring. The fervor of battle and the ferocity etched upon Mnemosyne's visage transformed into swirling tendrils of black, distorted smoke, rising from her body and surrounding space. These fumes embodied all the malice, fury, resentment, and frenzied will to fight that had festered within her, born from Uranus. The baptism of the sacred fire did not incinerate it outright. Rather, it gently and steadfastly washed away the negativity like a stream eroding a stubborn stone, purifying these energies into pure white motes of light that ultimately vanished into the void of the temple. Once the last remnants of black smoke were purified, Mnemosyne's divine powers seemed to be drained, her memory inscription pen dimming, and the ability to wield her power dissipating entirely. Without a moment's pause, she collapsed to the ground. Hestia, too, found herself weakened from the exertion of the sacred fire baptism and the subsequent backlash, kneeling weakly on one knee. She clutched her tattered garment tightly, gasping for breath, golden divine blood still trickling from her lips, while a wound at her waist seeped anew. Despite this, she gritted her teeth, trembling as she stood, unsteadily approaching the equally disheveled Mnemosyne. I have won, Hestia declared, her eyes reflecting a complex emotion. Her voice, though frail, was resolute. Remember, words and memories can shape the world, but only pure belief can conquer all. Mnemosyne weakly lifted her gaze. Her eyes, devoid of the pride befitting a titan, now filled only with an endless void and an ineffable sense of defeat. You have won. Perhaps I should contemplate the path ahead. She smiled blankly, her right hand plunging into her chest, biting her lip as she retrieved a glowing orb of memory divinity. Casting it toward Hestia. This is what you seek. Hestia accepted the memory divinity, gently stowing it away, then cast a silent glance at the dejected Mnemosyne. Choosing not to speak further, she turned to depart, her weary form making its way toward the temple's exit. Just as she was about to reach the doorway, Mnemosyne suddenly called out to her, her voice hoarse and laden with complexity. Was it worth it? I know you do not truly need my divinity. After all, Rhea must possess it. Hestia halted, her back to Mnemosyne, silence enveloping them, the air thick with unspoken memories and emotions. After a lengthy pause, Hestia finally spoke, her voice weary yet unwavering. My family is striving, and so must I. Upon hearing this, Mnemosyne fell silent, remaining on the ground. Her eyes filled only with an uncomprehending sensation. Hestia's final words resonated like a brand, leaving an indelible mark upon the tumultuous sea of Mnemosyne's memories. Simultaneously, those words ignited a yearning within Hestia to reunite with her long-absent siblings, to see how they had changed, though she recognized the need to find a place to heal first. With this thought, Hestia ceased lingering and resolved to depart with the same grace as when she arrived. Thus, she bore her pain with fortitude, lifting her chest high, and elegantly made her exit. Chapter 42. Hecate and Perseus in conflict, and Hestia's recovery time flowed imperceptibly. And the war against the Titans was on the verge of commencing, the air heavy with an impending storm. A goddess shrouded in mystery ascended the winding mountain path, her flowing gown fluttering in the breeze as if the very night was in motion. She traversed a slope saturated with pine and rosemary, the air rich with clarity and fragrance, the ground beneath her soft and damp. At last, she halted before a steep limestone cliff. With an icy glare, she caught sight of a few strands of ethereal blue light, the entrance to a cave, partially concealed by moss and vines, as if the earth itself were hiding a secret, luring seekers into its depths. Hecate, a clear yet irate voice rang out. It was the radiant sea nymph Amphitrite, rushing toward her with hurried steps, enveloped in mist and a faint briny scent. Her expression was displeased, her demeanor haughty, and her questioning tone betrayed her unabashed dissatisfaction. You just emerged from the underworld. Why do you not return? Your father, the Titan Perseus, who embodies the destruction of matter, is seeking you everywhere. The goddess paused, her delicate foot suspended in midair, her face maintaining an icy calm. Slowly, she turned to face the brash Amphitrite, her gaze appraising and disdainful as it traveled from head to toe. The nymph's hair shimmered like the sea's depths, glimmering with a cerulean luminescence, each strand seemingly steeped in the ocean's secrets. Interwoven among her tresses were scorching golden rays, heat borrowed from Helios, dancing in the wind, entwined with seaweed like the tangled threads of fate, chaotic yet radiant. Her visage inherited the exquisite delicacy and grace of Hainingsview, with brows resembling distant mountains, eyes akin to the deep sea, and pupils that shimmered in a gradient of indigo, where the faint glimmers of stars settled, resplendent and proud. To stand apart, she eschewed the typical ethereal garments of Hainingsview, instead donning a long gown interwoven with deep teal and silver gray, adorned with embroidered motifs of turbulent waves and sunflowers symbolizing the sun, a captivating contradiction of water and fire. At her waist, a belt woven from seaweed and sunflower flowers was embellished with scattered pearls, treasures she had collected from oysters during her life in the ocean. Before Hecate, she stood untroubled, exuding a quiet majesty that seemed to compensate for her divine deficiency, rendering her indistinguishable from the gods. Fiery Hainingsview Perseus, who grants you the audacity to be so brazen before me? A glint of icy disdain flickered in Hecate's eyes, her voice crisp as ice, laced with unabashed mockery. Perseus arched an eyebrow, a confident smile gracing her lips as she raised her chin defiantly. It is my father Oceanus, my mother Tethys, and my sisters who empower me. With a shift in tone, she infused her words with an air of superiority. My lineage and heritage are the finest testament. Do you not grasp this? I am not an ordinary water nymph. Hecate's gaze grew colder, her lips curling into a sardonic smile, as if relishing a farcical spectacle. You forget one crucial point. You are merely one of the Oceanids, unlike your sisters. You lack divinity. Do you comprehend? Her words struck with the precision of a poisoned dagger, piercing deeply into Perseus's heart. Stepping closer, Hecate emanated a chilling pressure that instinctively compelled Perseus to retreat a half-step. In a voice steeped in derision, as if addressing an ignorant child, she continued, all your splendor is but a reflection in the water. When the sun rises, it vanishes into nothingness. Your proud bloodline is ultimately naught but dust beneath the feet of deities. Silence. Hecate. Perseus erupted with fury, her proud countenance contorted with rage and indignation. The moisture around her surged, thickening the air with heat. Her magnificent gown trembled with the violent fluctuations of her emotions, the embroidered sunflowers appearing as if scorched by fierce flames, their edges curling. She screamed, her voice sharp and jarring, akin to a wildcat stepped upon. I shall become a goddess. Her roar was laden with resentment and yearning, unwittingly revealing her intentions. Your father has consented, provided that you grant me one fragment of your divinity. I must ascend to godhood. I want Helios to acknowledge me, for I am not an ordinary water nymph. I deserve him. Her voice faltered, realization dawning upon her, draining the color from her face. A flicker of dark intent and murderous energy crossed Hecate's eyes, her icy gaze capable of freezing souls. With deliberate scorn, she regarded the unruly Perseus, articulating each word with chilling clarity. His agreement is his concern, not mine. Seek him out, and tell him, I shall never support Kronos like a fool courting self-destruction. Ah, by the way, I hear Helios has pledged his allegiance to Zeus. Hecate continued, her voice laced with cruel amusement. Observing the incredulous expression on Perseus's face, she added, I also heard he has a favored goddess, one he cannot forget. Did you know? Impossible. You lied to me. This cannot be true. You deceive me. Perseus's face paled, her pupils widening like copper bells, shaking her head vehemently. Her voice fractured with despair. Whether it is true, you may inquire with your so-called good sister, the embodiment of fame, Clymene. As Hecate uttered Clymene's name, her eyes sparkled with disdain, as if dismissing any debate. She feigned nonchalance. Yet each word pierced deeply. Do not tell me you are unaware that she still harbors feelings for Helios. Impossible. Clymene chose to marry Iapetus and bore 4 sons precisely because Helios did not favor her. How could this be? Perseus was utterly shattered by Hecate's words. Her screams piercing and haunting, every shred of pride and pretense dissolving away. I will not believe you. I shall go inquire. She forgot her original purpose. Turning in a flurry to depart, Hecate observed her disheveled retreat with a slight sense of relief. Yet, to exacerbate her distress, she cast a malicious gaze at Perseus's departing figure, her lips curling into a subtle smirk as she casually remarked, Oh, by the way, I heard from Mother that Helios bestowed his first kiss upon that beloved goddess, often absent-mindedly caressing his lips, relishing the unforgettable sensation. Before she could finish, Perseus, unwilling to hear more, dashed out frantically, her splendid robes swirling chaotically in the wind. She was determined to confront Clymene and demand clarity, even planning to directly question Helios. Huh, and you still wish to seize divinity from me? Truly, you are lost in a daydream. Hecate watched Perseus vanish into the distance, lazily leaning against the cliffside, muttering to herself, As for your father, he lacks the authority to command me. Then, closing her eyes, Hecate calmed the tumultuous emotions within her. When she opened her eyes once more, they returned to their initial indifference and tranquility, and she proceeded with her own agenda. With lightfoot grace, Hecate advanced towards the shadowy cave. Before nearing, she sensed a moist breeze carrying the scent of pine needles and damp earth, the essence of slumbering depths. She halted at the cave's entrance, where a few withered vines bore delicate white blossoms, swaying gently in the wind, casting mottled shadows. From within, a faint sound of water trickled, not the roar of a waterfall, but the gentle patter of streams seeping through rock layers. Like someone delicately playing a stone flute deep within, ethereal and distant. She ventured deeper into the cave, pausing before a shallow pool that shimmered with a ghostly blue luminescence. In its center floated a brilliant cocoon of primal energy, resembling a vast amber, silently narrating its lengthy slumber. As Hecate came to a standstill, the long eyelashes of the slumbering goddess fluttered gently, akin to the wings of a butterfly. Gradually, she opened her eyes. You have finally awakened. Hecate's voice, soft and serene, shattered the cave's stillness. Her words reverberated within, yet stirred not a ripple, save for the mysterious glow emanating from a copper-rich mineral at the pool's base. Twinkling faintly around her silhouette, maintaining her poised demeanor, Hecate wore a confident smile, her gaze steady upon the goddess in the pool. Goddess of the hearth, I am Hecate, the embodiment of the new moon and magic. Might we engage in a transaction? At that moment, the intricate patterns on the cave's walls and the drought-resistant agave sprouting through the crevices appeared as witnesses to an ancient covenant, silently attesting to the significance and longevity of this exchange. Chapter 43. Goddess of the new moon Hestia had originally retreated to this forgotten corner to recuperate from her injuries, concealing her presence within what seemed an ordinary cave, enveloped in a cocoon of primal energy, isolating herself from the world. Upon her recovery, she hazily opened her eyes to behold a goddess before her, enveloped in an air of mystery. The goddess's hair cascaded to her waist, an intertwining of ebony and silver, each strand entwined with translucent phosphorescence, as if whispering the secrets of countless souls. When the external wind brushed past, glimmers of ethereal light fell away, transforming upon contact with the ground into delicate blue fireflies that danced around her ankles, silently revealing ancient and profound secrets. Most peculiar was the bone ornament pinned in her hair, a forked piece as white as ivory, yet marred by a web of cracks. Each fissure embedded with fragments of starlight and withered black rose petals. The three sharp points directed toward the heavens, earth, and underworld, signifying her status as the goddess of opportunity. Hestia's heart skipped a beat. She understood that each subtle shift of this bone ornament heralded yet another divergence in fate. Hecate's eyelashes fell like clusters of toxic mushrooms adorned with morning dew. Yet her eyes shone with remarkable brilliance. The left eye, molten gold amber swirling with tumultuous star trails, seemingly revealing the origins and conclusions of the cosmos. The right eye, a ghostly green phosphorescence reflecting the phantoms of wandering spirits, their shadows contorted and wailing in the flickering light. As she lifted her gaze, Hestia felt her soul touch the depths of Hecate's eyes before their glances intertwined. It was a magical warmth, as frigid as the frost of a winter's night, yet searing like a poisoned dagger, capable of slicing through all facades and reaching the very folds of destiny. Her gown was woven from 12 layers of nocturnal hues, the outermost being a deep midnight ink, the second a pallid gray reminiscent of a waning moon, the third a profound indigo, evoking the moment before the morning star graces the sky, leading to the innermost layer, which shimmered with a blood-rust hue, the final warmth of a sacrificial offering, a mark of her pact with the underworld. Countless delicate chains adorned the hem of her gown, each bearing miniature coffins, rusted keys, faded oracle cards, and 9 intricately carved bats of ebony. Each bat's wings were inscribed with ancient incantations, whispering softly with her every step, like lost souls in hushed conversation. A serpent skin belt encircled her ankle, its scales a translucent slate gray. Hestia could faintly discern the silver veins flowing beneath the scales, water from the river of the dead, the essence of magic, and the path of opportunity. The belt buckle was a double-sided coin. One side bore the mark of affirmation, the other of negation, its edges polished smooth from countless hands caressing it. Hestia's heart stirred. At the crossroads of fate, all things clutched such a coin, unaware that the true answer lay hidden within Hecate's unfathomable smile. In her hand, she held a trident, forged from solidified moonlight of the underworld and congealed blood. The 3 prongs pointed in different directions. One lifted a crescent moon, another entwined with 9 strands of black hair, and the last bore a shattered mirror reflecting countless distorted phantoms. Meanwhile, Hestia heard the goddess's voice, reminiscent of a breath of night, now imbued with language, introducing herself in a tremulous whisper that bridged the realms of the living and the dead. Hecate. Hestia silently repeated the name in her mind, feeling no trepidation. She tore through the cocoon of primal energy, and the warm, gentle blaze of sacred fire illuminated the dim cavern, allowing her to step forth gracefully, her form ethereal as she exchanged glances with Hecate from a distance. Then, Hestia gently lifted one side of her gown, her body slowly and solemnly dipping into a half-curtsy, her hands elegantly sweeping at her sides, her head tilting slightly in respect towards Hecate. A soft smile graced her lips. "Pardon my intrusion. I am Hestia, the goddess of home and hearth." Her voice radiated warmth and stability like a comforting fire, standing in stark contrast to Hecate's chill. After straightening up, Hestia concealed her smile, her curiosity revealing itself at the right moment. "Hecate, could you enlighten me on how you found this place? I thought I had chosen such a secluded corner, one where even the power of the Titans would struggle to penetrate, yet you have discovered it." "Indeed, it is the guidance of fate," Hecate replied, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of her lips, as if she had anticipated Hestia's inquiry. Unhurriedly, she explained, her tone exuding an air of omniscience. "Perhaps you will inquire about my origins. Allow me to address it all at once. Are you familiar with the ancient deities of the previous generation?" Hestia's face flushed crimson, a pang of shame for her ignorance. "I have only learned about the 12 Titans. As for the primordial gods, I have yet to find the time to explore." "No matter. The pursuit of knowledge, much like the mastery of magic, requires patience," Hecate remarked calmly, though a fleeting satisfaction glimmered in her eyes. "I shall gradually unveil everything to you, allowing you to gain deeper understanding and insight into my essence." Hecate guided Hestia to a flat stone outcropping, carefully arranging her gown to avoid soiling it. She elegantly crossed her legs, leaning against the cave wall, her head slightly raised, her gaze imbued with tranquility and leisure, as if they were merely engaged in casual conversation rather than discussing a matter of cosmic significance. Hestia, too, sat poised on a nearby rock, legs together, back straight, her hands resting naturally on her thighs, fully attentive. You should be acquainted with our father, Uranus. His two brothers symbolize the concave and convex aspects of the earth, the primordial sea god, Pontus, and the mountain god, Uranus. Hecate's voice resonated with an ancient echo, meticulously recounting the lineage to Hestia. Pontus once united with the Earth Mother, Gaia, giving birth to 5 divine offspring, each representing a facet of the sea. As Hecate elaborated, the once nebulous figures of the deities began to crystallize in Hestia's mind. Hecate did not grant Hestia ample time for contemplation, continuing with unwavering precision. They are Neptunus, the gentle of the sea; Eurybia, the might of the sea; Ceto, the danger of the sea; Thalassa, the wonder of the sea; and Phorcys, the wrath of the sea. Among them, Neptunus wed Doris, one of the daughters of Oceanus and Tethys, while Thalassa married Electra, another of their daughters. Ceto and Phorcys are husband and wife, and Eurybia married Crius. At this juncture, Hecate paused, allowing Hestia time to digest this vast information. Hestia earnestly expressed her gratitude, sincerity in her tone. I understand now. Thank you for enlightening me about the sea gods. They may yet serve as allies to Zeus. Hecate shook her head with a soft laugh, her divine light shimmering in her eyes. Rest assured, the children of Pontus will not partake in this divine conflict. However, I have not yet finished. Regarding my mother, she is Asteria, the second daughter of Ceus and Phoebe, and my father is Perses, the son of Crius and Eurybia. I see. Hestia's gaze flickered with understanding as she processed Hecate's words. Her thoughts raced back, swiftly categorizing the lengthy genealogy Hecate had just recounted. Hecate's lineage intertwined with their new pantheon, as well as the titans of Kronos' generation and the even more ancient sea deities. This was not merely a sharing of knowledge. It was a silent declaration. Her power and status were far more intricate and profound than Hestia had imagined. Hestia came to comprehend why Hecate had chosen to recount these ancient bloodlines first. They were the roots of her lineage, the source of her strength, and the foundation upon which she could sway the tides of the impending conflict. Hestia murmured softly, a glimmer of realization in her eyes, the earlier shame having dissipated, replaced by a clarity of balanced negotiation. She then fixed her gaze upon Hecate's fathomless eyes, her tone calm and resolute. I find it hard to believe that your kindness stems solely from a desire for knowledge sharing. You spoke of a transaction, which necessitates my prior awareness to ensure its flawless execution, correct? Hecate raised an eyebrow, satisfaction glimmering in her gaze, her demeanor earnest. You are absolutely correct. For our collaboration to flourish, I require sincerity to win your trust. I have seen your brother, the future lord of Olympus, gathering strength, and you, as one of his most significant kin and principal ally. I can support you in defeating Kronos and his ilk. With this condition, will you agree to my proposal? Hecate's voice bore an alluring tone, yet it was imbued with an undeniable confidence. Hestia's expression revealed no sign of exuberance. She maintained her composure, retorting, "What do you require of me in this transaction?" She understood that the terms set forth by a deity like Hecate would not be trivial. "What I desire is connected to your future." Hecate's gaze bore into Hestia, as if seeking to pierce her very soul. "Of course, upon your agreement, you will relinquish certain laws. As compensation, I can grant you my domains of doorways and paths. I sense they align closely with your essence and will broaden the path of your sacred fire." Hecate articulated her intentions with unwavering conviction, presenting a compelling compensation. Hestia lowered her gaze, ensnared in prolonged contemplation. Her inner thoughts raced. Connected to my future? The deities of fate are indeed formidable, capable of glimpsing such distant possibilities. Yet, should I attain Hecate's support, perhaps we could more assuredly vanquish Kronos and emerge victorious. With this in mind, her gaze intensified, fixating on Hecate's eyes. She measured her words carefully. "If I agree, will you indeed bestow these two divine essences upon me? Is what you seek truly of such paramount importance that you would go to any lengths?" "Indeed, it is of utmost importance." Hecate's response was unwavering, devoid of hesitation. Without a moment's hesitation, she reached into her own being, and Hestia seemed to hear a piercing sound that sent shivers through her teeth. Hecate, with unwavering resolve, forcibly extracted 2 divine cores radiating with sacred luminescence, unhesitatingly casting them into Hestia's embrace. Gazing at the divine cores, the last vestige of hesitation within Hestia dissipated entirely. These 2 crystals exuded a frigid yet orderly power, as if countless invisible paths were unfurling before her. She sensed that this was not merely a transfer of energy, but a profound fusion. Hecate's decisiveness and the strength she displayed filled Hestia with an unprecedented sincerity. Hecate looked at her, a mysterious smile gracing her lips, and whispered softly, her voice reminiscent of the night breeze caressing ancient tombstones. "This is my sincerity, and a test of fate. Doors and paths have always favored those souls who dare to choose and embark on a journey." Hestia's heart trembled at her words. Without uttering another word, she resolutely agreed to the transaction, absorbing the 2 crystallized divine cores that symbolized the door and the path into her being. Countless cycles of day and night passed, and Hestia finally mastered and comprehended these 2 new principles. She felt the perfect fusion of the laws of the door and space, creating a more stable and controllable passage, while the law of the path intertwined with the laws of the sacred fire and family, enabling her to establish solid pathways between homes and even across different dimensions. Her power underwent a qualitative leap, and a new divine art was birthed within her soul. Hestia opened her eyes in delight, her gaze alight with joy and strength. As she turned to express her gratitude to Hecate, who had silently stood by her side, a low, ominous rumble emanated from the distant horizon. Initially faint, the sound pulsed with an ancient, oppressive weight, akin to the depths of the ocean. Soon, the rumbling grew louder and closer, as if the very bones of the world were resonating. Dust began to fall from the cave's rocky ceiling, hairline fractures appeared on the walls, and the air filled with a heart-stirring scent of sulfur and thunder. This was not a natural storm, but a pure outpouring of divine power. Hestia's heart tightened. Without hesitation, she stood and, in a flash, appeared outside the cave. Hecate followed closely, a playful smile gracing her lips. Just then, a blinding bolt of lightning split the sky, followed by a deafening roar that was not merely thunder, but a divine proclamation imbued with language. "My siblings, it is time to raise the banner of rebellion against the Titans. No matter where you are, come to Mount Olympus and confer with me." Zeus's voice resonated throughout the world, filled with sacred power and unwavering determination. "It seems your brother is ready," Hecate remarked, turning to Hestia with a question. "Are you prepared?" Hestia felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as her hands clenched and released at her sides. Yet, in the end, she nodded firmly, demonstrating her resolve through action. She lifted her right hand, aligning her index and middle fingers, and concentrated a new divine power that fused space, the door, and the path, gently slicing through the air before her. No longer was it a simple and crude rift in space. It transformed into an ancient door adorned with mysterious runes. Hestia grasped the door handle and turned it gently, causing the door to swing open. Beyond it lay not the perilous and unstable void, but a stable and straight path stretching forth, leading to their destination. Impressive. Hecate's eyes sparkled with admiration as she genuinely praised Hestia, then followed her through the sacred door. As they stepped inside, the door began to twist and warp, ultimately dissolving into the air, leaving only the sudden sea breeze to sweep across the once silent shore. The 2 goddesses had embarked on a new path of destiny. Chapter 44. Mount Olympus. In a hidden corner at the foot of Mount Olympus, a mysterious door quietly emerged. Ancient and weathered, the handle seemed to be manipulated by an invisible force, slowly turning with a crisp clang. As the door opened inward, a melange of fragrant aromas mingled with divine pressure enveloped them. The 2 goddesses stepped forth like flowers swaying in the breeze, their figures shimmering in the mist. Once they departed, the door closed once more, twisting and rotating until its edges gradually vanished. Ultimately, it dissolved into the air like ink dropped into clear water, leaving no trace behind. Is this indeed the Mount Olympus spoken of by Zeus? Hestia stood at the mountain's base, gazing up at the towering giant. A slight frown creased her brow as she sensed an indescribable solemnity and divinity in the air. "I feel that this divine mountain is exceptionally unique." As if it embodies a deity, she spoke with a hint of hesitation and reverence. Hecate's eyes sparkled with understanding as she too gazed up at the peak. Her voice resonated not in the ears, but like a gentle stream, penetrating deep into Hestia's consciousness. You are correct. It is the manifestation of Aurea. To prevent the fall of the Father of Heaven, he sacrificed himself, transforming his body into this eternal mountain. A ripple of awe surged within Hestia's heart. Though she had never encountered the primordial deity, she now felt a profound admiration. As she looked once more at Mount Olympus, her gaze transformed from mere appreciation to one imbued with an ineffable devotion and respect. This was the terminus of the mortal realm, the very beginning of the divine domain and destiny. Dense clouds churned like solidified waves at the mountain's base, spilling forth silver edges. Occasionally, strong winds tore through the mist, revealing portions of the gray-blue mountain. The rocks sparkled like stars, remnants of the thunderbolts cast by the Father of Heaven, still shimmering with fervent brilliance despite the passage of time. Before them, a mountain path emerged from the gaps in the clouds, resembling a silver chain adorned with dewdrops. Winding upward, Hestia, filled with reverence, gracefully stepped onto the dew-kissed stones. With each step, she stirred tiny flickers of light, manifestations of all beings' gratitude towards Aurea, transforming into radiant stars of virtue. They flowed down the slope, coalescing into a luminous river that guided the two goddesses onward. Along the path, shrubs bloomed with Hestia's sacred flowers, the everlasting blossoms. They were a translucent blue, their petals edged with fine golden dust. As a gentle breeze passed, the golden pollen danced onto Hestia's fair hands, carrying a sweet yet iron-like scent, reminiscent of fresh blood and the divine fragrance that emanated during Aurea's sacrifice. This aroma seemed to silently narrate an ancient and noble tale. Turning over a ridge, the thick fog suddenly lifted significantly. Before the two goddesses lay a floating sea of flowers, iris purple, rose red, and lily white intertwined, cascading to the edge of the cloud sea. A beauty so surreal it felt dreamlike. "How beautiful!" Hestia exclaimed, her voice echoing in the vast valley. "Indeed, it is exquisite," Hecate replied with a mysterious smile. "According to what I have gathered, Cronus and even the Titans once aspired to settle here, but alas, the will of the world rejected them." Her gaze seemed to pierce through the secrets of history, realizing that this divine mountain had always awaited its true master, Zeus. Hestia smiled in understanding. With hands clasped before her chest, she gracefully approached a silver laurel tree at the center of the flower sea. Beside it flowed a crystal-clear spring, glimmering with a faint golden light, pulsating like a breath. "This spring seems to possess divine qualities, filled with radiance," Hestia murmured. Hecate sauntered over, observing intently for a moment, and with a hint of revelation in her eyes, softly remarked, "Do you feel that warmth? This is no ordinary glow. This spring represents Hyperion's sincerity towards Zeus, a gift born of sacrifice." Her voice carried a somber rhythm, as if unraveling an ancient riddle. "You know, sunlight is the force that perceives all, and thus, every tear it sheds is immensely heavy. It witnessed the Father's fall, foresaw the Titans' defeat, and knew that this land would welcome a new master. It condenses its most radiant brilliance into a spring, serving both as a tribute to Zeus and a silent lament for days gone by." Hestia, captivated, gazes once more at the spring, her eyes now reflecting not only astonishment but also profound reverence. It is then that she notices the stone tablet by the spring, inscribed with the ancient script, "Tears of Hyperion." This spring appears to be the essence of the morning dew, crushed beneath the wheels of the sun god's golden chariot as he traverses the heavens daily, flowing with a warm and sacred light. Hecate scoops a handful, gently sipping from it. The icy water penetrates deeply, leaving a lingering sweetness akin to honey in her throat, a taste born of sunlight. She closes her eyes slightly, as if savoring the past preserved within the waters. "Let us continue our ascent. Look at those nameless deities. They are far swifter than we are. We must not fall too far behind," Hestia remarks, observing Hecate still lost in contemplation. With a gentle tug, she encourages Hecate to climb higher. The two goddesses follow in the footsteps of the others, continuing upward. The mountain path steepens, ancient reliefs appearing upon the rocks flanking them. The oldest of these is now indistinct, only faintly revealing the contours of the Earth Mother birthing the sky, seas, and mountains. Next, a grand scene unfolds depicting the Titan's struggle against the Sky Father, Uranus. Finally, they reach the last relief, where Cronus hurls the progenitor of the heavens into the Aegean Sea, the splashes of water still flowing vivaciously through the crevices. The mountain wind grows fierce, Hestia's crimson locks dancing in the breeze, mingling with the sound of the pines whispering in her ears. She cannot help but look up, spotting the incomplete temple perched halfway up the mountain. As they reach the plateau, a familiar and clear sound of an ancient zither fills the air. Following the sound, they find a goddess with cascading golden hair leaning against an olive tree, a zither resting on her lap. With her fingertips, she plucks the strings, and golden butterflies emerge, fluttering around them. In an instant, they descend, transforming into blooming lilies, pure and beautiful. "It is Hera," Hestia exclaims, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her golden peach blossom eyes, unable to restrain herself from calling out. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Hera looks up, her violet eyes shimmering like a radiant galaxy. "Hestia." Her voice carries excitement and joy. The music quickens, startling a divine eagle, Zeus's favored creature. Its feathers, tainted with the scent of thunder, swoops over Hestia's head, soaring toward the mountain's peak. The two sisters embrace, weeping as they share their experiences and longings through the years. Tears blur their makeup, like morning dew moistening sacred lilies. In a moment, they exchange glances, then break into laughter. Hestia, who is she? Hera, regaining her composure and wiping her tears, finally notices the goddess standing behind Hestia, unable to suppress her curiosity. "This is Hecate." Hestia begins to introduce her, but Hecate interrupts with a glance. Hecate gestures to the two goddesses, indicating they must continue their ascent, lest they arrive late and face embarrassment before the assembly of deities. After all, they are Zeus's sisters. Hestia and Hera understand this well. Without further ado, they ascend while Hestia introduces Hecate to Hera. The final stretch is nearly a climb up a staircase of clouds. The mist here thickens, akin to cotton soaked in honey, causing tiny droplets to form on their lashes. When Hera brushes aside the haze, the temple at the summit comes into view. As her gaze meets the temple suspended above the sea of clouds, it resembles a radiant gem embedded in the rift of the heavens crafted by the gods themselves. It is not rooted in the earthly rocks, but is supported by 12 spiraling pure white pillars, lifting the entire structure above the intertwining mists. The surface of these pillars shimmers like mercury, each passing cloud igniting a scattering of starlight, as if the very stars had shattered upon their descent to earth. The temple's main body consists of 3 overlapping domes. The outermost layer is a Byzantine spire clad in golden dawn foil, piercing the clouds. With 12 diamond-shaped windows aimed at the celestial sphere, sunlight cascades down along the edges, flowing like a river across walls adorned with gilded reliefs. These reliefs are not mere static decorations. The wings of the divine eagle occasionally lift in the shifting light, the tips of its talons crystallizing with sparkling dust. And even droplets of rain falling from the sky are strung with everlasting crystal beads. The middle dome resembles an inverted moonlit porcelain bowl, its surface inlaid with irregular shards of glass refracting rainbows as the clouds shift. When a shard aligns perfectly with the sun, the entire central hall is enveloped in a rose-hued mist, as if the temple itself exhales divine sighs as it breathes. The innermost sanctum is encircled by 12 crystal arches, the columns between them not of ordinary stone but of the Hyperion tree, its bark embedded with eternal glowstones, while its crown supports a chandelier of suspended crystals, its wicks burning not with flame but with delicate radiance. Hestia and her companions are awestruck by this magnificent spectacle, eager to tread upon the spiraling golden staircase. As their jade feet touch the marble steps, a clear chime resonates, echoing their footsteps in harmony with the celestial resonance stones embedded in the bricks. Each step declares their arrival to the world. The corridor surrounding the main hall is built upon the sea of clouds, its railings forged from solidified moonlight and morning dew. Hestia extends her fair right hand, and as her fingertips make contact, ripples of light emerge. The exterior of the corridor hangs with rows of memory bells, their pendulums made of translucent fragments of time. Whenever a nymph or a deity passes by, blurred silhouettes, or perhaps the star maps from the temple's inception appear on the bell faces. Most captivating and breathtaking is the Eye of Heaven at the pinnacle of the temple, a colossal crystal sphere forged by Thea and Ceus, suspended 300 feet above. Within this sphere flows a shimmering galaxy, while luminous fish of light swim across its surface. When they collectively turn toward one direction, the temple resonates with a harmonious whisper like the murmurs of stars. Clouds gather and disperse at the base of the temple, sometimes transforming into translucent whales gliding past the spires, other times coalescing into glowing jellyfish hovering before the arches. As the light flickers, the temple's golden exterior fades from its garishness, revealing its true essence of moonlight white. Those reliefs once ignited by sunlight now radiate a gentle glow under the starlight, as if the entire structure is an eternal divine lamp, softly gathering all gazes in reverence toward its sacred brilliance. At last, they arrive leisurely at the resplendent pantheon. Countless deities congregate here, the interior resembling a vast open-air theater. The deities play their respective roles, some boast loudly about their glory and achievements, their voices akin to grand trumpets. Others whisper of power and secrets in the corners, like intertwining vines in a dense forest. Laughter and derision ripple through the crowd of gods, painting a vivid tapestry of life's myriad forms beyond divinity. Beautiful nymphs, fragrant as blossoms, weave among them, attending to the needs of the gods. Zeus is surrounded by numerous powerful male deities, boasting of their feats and strength, while Metis is encircled by a throng of goddesses, basking in their flattery. Hestia surveys her surroundings, suddenly feeling overwhelmed. This is her first encounter with such grandeur, and she senses a twinge of anxiety. At that moment, Hera catches sight of her nurturing mother, Thalassa, and her sisters, turning to Hestia to advise her to compose herself before gracefully approaching them like a butterfly. My mother sees me. I shall go and reminisce for a while. Hestia, are you all right? Hecate, hearing her mother Asteria's call, turns to Hestia, then joyfully makes her way toward Asteria. Hestia cannot respond in time, watching as Hecate disappears among the throngs of deities, a flicker of loneliness rising within her. Oh, I suddenly realize I'm not adept at socializing. I wonder where Aphrodite is. Hestia sighs self-deprecatingly, scanning the crowd, but failing to spot Aphrodite's presence. Ultimately, with a complex mix of emotions, she ambles toward a corner unnoticed by the gods. Hestia straightens her back, gently sitting at the edge of a golden chair, her legs neatly together, tilted to one side, hiding her delicate feet beneath her long gown. Then, she places her hands naturally upon her thighs, fingers interlaced. She maintained an upright posture, her gaze tranquil as she observed the magnificent and bustling world of the gods. Chapter 45. The Arrival of Aphrodite and the Furies. As Hestia sat quietly in a corner, not far away, behind a Doric column, two sky nymphs were whispering to each other. They possessed exquisite features, their hair flowing like undulating clouds or shimmering twilight, adorned with tiny specks of stardust. Their lashes fell like a hazy mist, and their pupils mirrored the deepest sky before a storm, a profound blue shimmering with silvery light. Their garments were layered like clouds, the outer layer kissed by the coolness of morning dew, while the fabric close to their hearts radiated the warmth of midday. As their emotions heightened, the hems of their skirts released iridescent sparkles. Nephele, do you think the Lord of Thunder will win? One nymph, Nephele, eagerly turned to her sister. I do not know, Nephele replied, her cheeks flushed, cradling her face with her hands, revealing a look of infatuation. I just feel that the Lord of Thunder is more gentle and considerate than the King of Gods. He even called me adorable. Nephele's expression was filled with disbelief and jealousy. She pouted and said with a sharp tone, You must have misheard. I've heard that the insufferable and arrogant goddess is coming. What? How can she come here? Nephele's face twisted with rage, her previous infatuation replaced by intense fury. The Lord of Thunder's gaze, along with all the male gods' gazes, will be fixed upon her. It infuriates me. The sisters' faces contorted with anger as they cursed. Why is Aphrodite so alluring? May she never find love. I hope she becomes ugly. Their voices rang out, and Hestia's keen ears instantly caught the name Aphrodite. Her heart leaped with a mix of joy and curiosity, pondering, is she truly exceptional to incite such hatred in these nymphs? However, as she overheard the malicious curses, her smile gradually faded, turning as cold as ice. Her gaze pierced through the throng of gods, precisely identifying the two nymphs behind the Doric column. It seems you harbor no caution or respect for the divine. Hestia's voice resonated behind the sky nymphs, gentle yet imbued with an unassailable authority, like sacred fire. The two nymphs suddenly stiffened, their previous vibrancy extinguished, and they turned, trembling. Upon seeing Hestia's impassive countenance, they were rendered speechless. Hestia's gaze was devoid of warmth as she regarded them, raising her alabaster right hand, a small flame gathering on her index finger. With a disdainful laugh, she remarked, "So you are merely timid mice hiding in the shadows. If you could stand with conviction, I might regard you with some esteem." As her words fell, she casually blew upon the flame, which floated delicately before the nymphs like dandelion seeds. In their fearful eyes, the flames silently consumed them. There were no screams, no struggles. The two sky nymphs dissolved into nothingness, leaving behind only two small piles of dust. She withdrew her hand, gazing at the remnants as if contemplating the futile, dark thoughts that sought to tarnish her home. Hestia's expression remained icy, yet deep within. The fire that burned for protection shone brighter than ever. Just then, a commotion erupted at the temple entrance, capturing the attention of all the gods, including the scowling Hestia. The gods turned to one another, a tide of whispers rising. "Heavens, who has arrived? Could it be that goddess? I heard she was coming, but I didn't expect such a grand entrance." Hestia's gaze followed the sound, her eyes cutting through the throng, locking onto the temple entrance. She beheld countless petals and golden motes coalescing from the void, creating a resplendent path leading to the temple's heart. Under the watchful eyes of all, the radiant Aphrodite made her grand entrance. As she approached, her gown billowed like a symphony of sea breeze and floral fragrance, wafting through the air. She strode confidently to the center of the temple, lifting her chin and surveying her surroundings. Then, placing her left hand on her hip, she casually swept her golden hair, which cascaded over her chest, behind her shoulder, her lips curving upward to reveal a dazzling smile. "Ah, so beautiful. Aphrodite, you are my eternal love." "Oh, is she looking at me? Did you all see that?" The male gods exhibited their infatuation, showering her with praises. In contrast, the goddesses scowled, their expressions darkened, eyes filled with disdain, envy, and hatred towards Aphrodite. Even the usually composed Hera could not help but subtly shake her head in amusement. It's hard to believe she was raised by the demure and virtuous Hestia. Aphrodite relished the attention and admiration from the male gods. Casting a glance at the displeased goddesses, her smile growing more satisfied, and she could not help but snicker. "The more displeased you are, the happier I am. Don't think I am unaware of your little schemes behind my back." Suddenly, her gaze swept through the crowd, passing over Hestia, with a fleeting flicker of surprise and excitement in her eyes. However, it was quickly masked by her arrogance. It was not yet time to reveal her prowess to her mother. Clearing her throat, her voice rang clear and loud. "Chiron, why aren't you coming in? What are you afraid of? You are a follower of my mother." Realizing Chiron had yet to enter, Aphrodite turned and called out toward the entrance. Chiron wore a wry smile, apprehensive of what Aphrodite might do. He maintained a stern expression as he entered the temple, with Demodocus sprawled across his back, feigning sleep. Following Chiron were three graceful goddesses, alluring yet perilous, entering at a leisurely pace. Their arrival plunged the temple into a profound silence. The male and female gods halted abruptly, their faces reflecting sheer terror as they instinctively retreated. Who invited them? Curse it, Aphrodite has transformed them. The Furies, embodiments of the earth's hatred and the weeping souls. Hestia feigned indifference as she turned to a nearby silver-haired god, inquiring, "Who are they?" On the left is jealousy and resentment, Megara. In the center is punishment and vengeance, Tisiphone, and on the right is unquenchable fury, Alecto. His voice was deep and rich, reminiscent of aged oak barrels, imbued with a lingering sweetness. Upon hearing his response, Hestia felt a curiosity rather than the fear exhibited by others. Yet she chose to cast her gaze back to the unexpected visitors. To the far left, Megara concealed her madness within a cunning shadow. Her dark horns twisted like gnarled branches, adorned with three eternally blooming crimson flowers, their petals edged with dried blood, as if they had recently drunk the warm blood of an enemy. A pentagram of shattered diamonds was embedded in her forehead, with silver tears tracing her cheekbones, coalescing into two clusters of everlasting ghostly blue flames beneath her eyes. Her upper armor resembled a gilded butterfly's skeletal wings, but was deliberately broken at the right tip, revealing pale skin entwined with cursed sigils, a mark of shame denied by the Titans. Her black gauze gown trailed behind her, dragging broken chains, each link inscribed with the names of the deceased. As she turned, her skirt billowed like a sea of blood, and the serpentine shadows lurking within suddenly opened golden eyes. The central figure was Tisiphone, the most perfect war machine of the abyss. Her golden horns spiraled, piercing the heavens, with 7 blood-red gems embedded at the base, flickering in rhythm with her breath, as if sealing 7 burning cities. Tisiphone's visage was as cold as poisoned ice, her brows arched in a razor-like curve, her lips a straight line of uncompromising resolve. Only the dark red flames swirling in her eyes betrayed the murderous desire simmering beneath her power. Her skin-tight armor flowed like living liquid metal, buzzing as it followed the contours of her muscles. The central crest of her breastplate bore an intertwining totem of an inverted scepter and a broken sword, a tombstone dedicated to the Godslayer. Her black silk boots reached her thighs, their surfaces entwined with genuine hellfire patterns. With each step upon the temple floor, she left behind burning imprints. The design of the backward hooks on her heels appearing ornate, but in truth capable of severing souls with a poisoned edge. The most chilling aspect was the judgment collar that hung around her neck, with 12 sharp spikes embedded in her throat, yet intertwined with golden threads. Fragments of shattered sacred images transformed into the most intimate instruments of torture. On the far right, Alecto concealed her malevolence within the shifting shadows of light. Her gilded horns grew wildly like creeping vines, adorned with desiccated raven feathers and rusted keys, while a red cord, dangling from the tip of her horn, bound a fragment of butterfly wing, hinting at a once innocent past that had been crushed. Alecto's makeup was the epitome of exquisite blasphemy, the corners of her eyes elongated into the fangs of a serpent, and her blush was a crimson gold concocted from demon blood. Her lips, however, bore the pallor of death, with only a tear mole at the corner, resembling a droplet of never-drying poison. Her upper attire was a semi-transparent garment woven from raven feathers, with bare shoulders covered in black runes. 3 bronze bells hung just below her collarbone, engraved with runes of deceit, betrayal, and forgetfulness. Whenever she chuckled lightly, the sound of the bells transformed into black mist, creeping into the ears of the gods, gnawing at the roots of reason. Her lower garment was an asymmetrical black chiffon skirt, with the left side adorned with metallic spikes, while the right side billowed in flames. As she walked, the flames and iron spikes tore at each other, mirroring the unceasing struggle for power within her. Most lethal was the shadow blade concealed within her sleeve, appearing as slender fingertips but hiding a poisoned curved dagger. A golden chain at her wrist connected 12 mini daggers, each engraved with the birth date of a victim. The hair of the 3 sisters moved as if stirred by an unseen wind, their black locks intertwined with fragments of gold leaf, resembling crushed stars. In the depths of their pupils swirled the same dark golden vortex, reflecting the gaze of the Father of Heaven and the resentment of the Mother of Earth toward the world. When they stood side by side, the magical fires spilling from the gaps in their armor converged into a blazing triangular formation, the poison to the left, strength to the center, and deceit to the right. 3 powers achieving a bizarre equilibrium through collision. The ground beneath their feet cracked visibly, with countless desiccated hands reaching out from the fissures, trying to grasp at the hems of their skirts, yet only touching a void. They had long since sacrificed themselves to the world, becoming walking calamities, using the bones and blood of their enemies to construct an everlasting throne. Enough! Are you intent on destroying the Olympus I have painstakingly built? Zeus's voice thundered like a rolling storm, causing the entire temple to tremble slightly. No longer merely sullen, he abruptly rose from his seat. An invisible, pure thunderous divine power erupted from him, instantly suppressing the rampant magical fires of the Furies. The triangular formation of magical flames surrounding the 3 sisters shrank violently under Zeus's pressure, emitting sizzling sounds akin to iron placed in ice. Silver lightning flickered in the depths of Zeus's profound gaze, his voice lowered, more menacing, each word striking like a hammer upon the hearts of the gods. Control your divine powers, or I shall not hesitate to cast you out, preventing your return to the earth. Remember, you are here to collaborate, not to demonstrate your might before me. This admonition was not only a warning to the 3 goddesses, but also a silent intimidation directed at all present deities. The Furies suddenly stiffened, realizing that Zeus before them was far more formidable and unprovocable than they had imagined, and that they would need his assistance to locate Hestia. Makala awkwardly lowered her head, the crimson flame gathering at the tip of her horn immediately dimming. Apologies, we shall temper ourselves. Tisiphone and Alecto quickly reigned in their divine powers, the burning imprints of their boots and the cracked ground swiftly healing. The 3 sisters stood shoulder to shoulder, though still appearing dangerously alluring. The overwhelming sense of arrogance had vanished, replaced by a cautious respect. They understood that before Zeus, their power was merely sparks that could be instantaneously suppressed. Aphrodite, on the other hand, looked at Zeus with a radiant smile, her charm blossoming. "Uncle, must you be so enraged? They are merely acting in my defense, after all. Some gods have been far too presumptuous." Her eyes sparkled with implication, referring to a few collaborators among the 12 Titans, who had consistently regarded them as thorns in their sides, rejecting their proximity as if their existence were intolerable. Upon hearing this, Zeus could not help but press his forehead in frustration. Indeed, this was the crux of the matter. When Aphrodite and the Furies had sought refuge, Métis had vehemently opposed, reasoning that the 12 Titans would never wish for their presence, as they were the root of the Father of Heaven's sins. Yet now, Aphrodite was the adopted daughter of Hestia, and the Furies were vying to become her servants. Such formidable combatants could not be easily dismissed. Just then, a male deity strode forward, standing arrogantly before Aphrodite, declaring, "Ha, Aphrodite, you rejected my advances, claiming to fight for the glory of your mother. I suggest you abandon that worthless family and the symbol of the hearth. What is there to cling to in such a feeble goddess?" The previously easing atmosphere stiffened once more at his outrageous words. Instantly, Zeus glared at him with a darkened expression, while Hera among the goddesses coldly smirked. Demeter, Poseidon, and Hades, just arriving, glared furiously at the male deity. "Excellent. To so brazenly insult my mother, I shall challenge you, the embodiment of arrogance, Menoetius." When Aphrodite gazed into Menoetius's eyes, her golden peach blossom eyes sparkled with divine light, and with a face of frost, she declared war in defense of Hestia's glory. Chapter 46, Arrogance and Prophecy, the Battle with Aphrodite. The dome of the temple, adorned with 12 bronze lamps, hung high, their ethereal blue flames flowing like water over the 100-foot-high stone halls. In the center stood a figure with crossed arms, resembling a black hole that devoured light, Menoetius, the son of the Titan and Zeus's most dangerous ally. He towered twice the height of ordinary gods, his broad shoulders capable of bearing mountains, his chest muscles bulging like iron shields, and his arms rippling with rock-like muscle, veins protruding like green serpents, entwined with dark golden Titan inscriptions. His bronze skin bore scars from thunder strikes, with a deep wound visible from the collarbone to the waist, marked with dark red scabs, a medal from his confrontation with Zeus. The most striking feature was his chestnut hair, disheveled and cascading to his waist, the tips stained with dried blood, whether from crushed challengers' skulls or shredded nymphs unknown. Interwoven with bloodied leather ropes, remnants of bronze battle flags hung from his hair. His serpent skin skirt shimmered a ghostly green, the hem thick with black blood. His iron chainmail bore ancient Titan inscriptions, with a shard of a broken wing caught in its seams, evidence of personally slaying Zeus's eagle. He stood with arms crossed, his knuckles thick enough to crush olive branches, his left hand resting on his right shoulder, securing the arm armor's clasp. Faint pink scars dotted the back of his hand, which the gods discreetly averted their eyes from, none daring to ponder why these hands, capable of breaking gods, bore the marks of a childesque grip. When he lowered his gaze to Aphrodite, the corners of his eyes lifted slightly, his lips curling into a mocking smile. "Ha! You have guts." Chiron, standing beside Aphrodite, watched him warily, attempting to ease the tension. He feigned calmness, his voice gentle. "Menoetius, please do not take issue with Aphrodite. She is merely acting to protect her mother. You are unworthy to speak to me, even if you are Cronus's bastard." Menoetius interrupted him directly, his tone dismissive and scornful. Chiron's words faltered, veins bulging on his forehead. But he strove to restrain his fury to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. However, Aphrodite lacked Chiron's patience. Her previously ignited anger flared even more, her beautiful face contorting in rage. "Shut your foul mouth. Arrogant Menoetius, you dare not spare my mentor. I will never forgive you." At that moment, Hestia caught a glimpse of the helplessness and disappointment reflected on the face of the male deity beside her. His gaze drifted past Menoetius, lingering on the back of his hand, capable of crushing olive branches, yet marked with childlike scratches. Without uttering a word, he gently shook his head, a silent gesture brimming with unspoken meaning, as if a wise observer lamenting the folly and impulsiveness of others. He looked to Hestia, a wry smile gracing his face. His voice clear. "Beautiful goddess, I must take my leave. My brother is likely using his prideful strength in the most inappropriate manner. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked expressionlessly through the assembly of gods, directly approaching Menoetius, frowning as he rebuked him angrily. Hestia had been curious about him from the start, only realizing who he was when she heard a nymph call his name. It turned out he was the deity, the embodiment of foresight and awareness, whom Métis had instructed Demeter and Hades to follow, Prometheus. Hestia gazed intently at the figure standing beside Menoetius, as if time itself had slowed its pace, fearing to shatter the tranquility surrounding him. Prometheus's silver hair cascaded like a lunar waterfall, with tips glimmering in the faintest hue of gold, reminiscent of snow kissed by fire. Interwoven among his locks were several dark red strands, crafted from the ashes of incense burnt during human sacrifices, each thread imbued with the warmth of earthly existence. Atop his head, he wore no crown, but rather a bronze insignia etched with the sacred mark of Prometheus. His eyes, deep as ancient wells, shimmered with the iridescence of mother of pearl, while his pupils were as rich as aged wine, speckled with tiny starlights, as if millennia of prophecy were encapsulated within their depths. Prometheus's physique, enriched by the passage of time, bore a weighty presence. Broad-shouldered like a mountain ridge, his chest, though no longer as pronounced as in his youthful divinity, displayed clear, defined lines, exuding a sense of strength forged through experience. His arms, though largely concealed by his robe, revealed the sinewy bulges of a titan through the raised veins. His skin, a deep bronze, bore the roughness of weathered elements, and a dark red scar on his left shoulder marked the moment he was struck by Zeus's thunderbolt to earn his recognition. Clad in a deep, gray linen robe, the coarse fabric was embroidered with celestial maps and flame motifs in golden thread, each stitch meticulously sewn, as if fearing the loss of any cosmic secrets. A faded red cloth belt, woven from the first flax, encircled his waist, its corners flecked with soot, perhaps from a previous observation of humankind. His feet were adorned with grass-woven sandals, the straps entwined with olive branches, their tips dusted with fresh earth, suggesting a recent return from the fields rather than a descent from the heavens. Aphrodite, do not overthink it. He is simply of that ill temper. Prometheus began with an apology to Aphrodite, his voice laced with both regret and resignation. He then turned to Zeus, weariness evident in his tone. Zeus, I hope you can once more forgive the actions of Menoetius. He does not understand. Prometheus, be silent. This does not concern you. Menoetius interjected, his voice dripping with disdain. Aphrodite, you would not have a change of heart, would you? Never. Let us begin. Aphrodite replied suddenly, her smile radiant yet tinged with an enigmatic undertone. Menoetius, incited by her countenance, forcefully shoved Prometheus aside, his strength akin to a collapsing mountain, causing Prometheus to stagger, his robe billowing in the tempest. Within the temple, the once serene azure sacred fire became agitated, flickering violently on the bronze lamp tree, its ethereal glow twisting and shattering midair, as if an unseen force were compressing the very fabric of space. Menoetius's figure transformed from mere silhouette into a swirling vortex of darkness. Each step he took caused the solid ground, sculpted from colossal stone, to groan in agony. Debris and dust lifted into the air by the tremors of his approach. His muscles, knotted like iron castings, bulged with pulsing veins, the dark golden titan markings emitting a blinding radiance, a manifestation of his wrath. I am of titan blood, a proud embodiment. Anger is my strength, shame my offering. Hypocritical illusions shall shatter beneath my thunder. This is my true path, the fury of destruction, he bellowed, his voice rumbling like thunder, causing the temple's frescoes to tremble. He leapt forth, imbued with the might to raise mountains to the ground. The air shrieked sharply, torn apart by the force of his compressed fists, ripping invisible rifts through reality. This was no mere strength. It was a black hole of obliteration, intent on devouring all that lay before it. His fist, imbued with the divine authority of annihilation, drove straight toward Aphrodite's heart. Yet, as the gods recoiled in fear, Aphrodite stood her ground, a playful smile dancing across her lips. Around her, there was no tempest nor thunder, only a suffocating tranquility. I am the mother of desire, the queen of allure. What you perceive is but a reflection of my will. What you chase is merely sand slipping through your fingers. Illusion confounds reality, and this heart shall imprison you in endless folly. This is my true path, the mirage of love. Her voice, delicate yet resonant, echoed in a realm only she and Menoetius could perceive. As her slender fingers gracefully moved before her, her eyes, rich like aged wine, sparkled with countless tiny stars. The temple's light seemed to respond to her gestures. The azure flames calmed, transforming into a gentle glow, as if woven into threads that formed an invisible web between them. A sweet fragrance enveloped the air, reminiscent of a blooming garden, and time appeared to freeze in that moment. In Menoetius's gaze, Aphrodite's terror was frozen on her face. In the next instant, his fist penetrated her form without hindrance, golden divine blood erupting like a fountain, splattering the ground. Ha! Just as you deserve. Aphrodite. How fragile you are, yet you dare to reject me, truly short-sighted. Menoetius laughed boisterously, his voice reverberating through the temple, filled with triumphant glee and scorn. The overwhelming satisfaction nearly intoxicated him, as he beheld Aphrodite writhing in agony upon the ground, reveling in the gods' horrified gazes and the moment's unparalleled glory. However, to the gods, Aphrodite stood unyielding, while Menoetius's actions appeared increasingly ridiculous. Suddenly, the gods grasped the truth, their expressions morphing into a complex tapestry of emotions, some stifled laughter. Others caught between laughter and tears, while many simply shook their heads in resignation. Prometheus raised his right hand to shield his eyes, unwilling to witness the unfolding farce. He had foreseen this foolish impulse. The moment Aphrodite and Menoetius locked eyes, the illusion had already begun. Her enchanting gaze had unknowingly ensnared all of Menoetius's perceptions and thoughts. What he beheld was merely a victory woven from her divine power, a mirage of his innermost desires. His supposed strike had long been ensnared within her crafted illusion. He was utterly dull-witted. After so many encounters, he still failed to learn. Zeus, must you allow him to continue pestering me? Aphrodite remarked nonchalantly, brushing past Menoetius, her gown sweeping the air and leaving a trail of sweet, intoxicating fragrance. As the wind swept by, the golden divine blood in Menoetius's eyes transformed into countless shimmering points. Dissipating like fireflies, she approached Zeus, her fingers curling around her hair's ends, a smile curving her lips like honey resting on a crescent moon. Ahem, it is futile. He is stubborn, and his convictions remain unyielding, Zeus remarked, exasperation evident as he spread his hands in resignation. Please, Aphrodite, Prometheus's voice trembled, akin to a lake's surface ruffled by the wind. Help him break free from the illusion. Turning to Zeus, his silver hair cascading to obscure half his face, he added, this mirage will consume his sanity. Aphrodite, holding a deep respect for Prometheus due to his friendship with Chiron, pursed her lips and nodded slightly. She then raised her right hand, extending her index finger. From the tip, a golden butterfly formed, fluttering gracefully through the air, tracing a beautiful arc toward Menoetius. The golden butterfly alighted delicately upon his brow, and in that instant, the heart-shaped mark in the depths of his pupils vanished. The visions he had witnessed began to twist and shatter like a broken mirror, his perceived victory and satisfaction dissolving into nothingness. His eyes widened in disbelief. Trembling fingers pointing at Aphrodite, flames of rage igniting within his chest. Damn you. Aphrodite, how dare you toy with the noble Titan? I never claimed we would fight openly. She replied coyly, tilting her head, allowing her hair to brush against his taut jaw, her voice trailing off playfully. What a pity it would be to stain my delicate form with blood. Look, she spread her hands, revealing a shard of a broken feather resting in her palm. You didn't even notice when I laid my hands upon you. You. His throat constricted, words failing him as he clenched his fists tightly, knuckles whitening. Zeus's patience finally wore thin. Thunder erupted around him, causing the bronze lamp tree in the temple to sway violently. Enough. Your farce must come to an end. His voice resonated like a thunderclap. Menoetius, leave at once. Menoetius attempted to retort, but as he surveyed the surrounding gods, their expressions were rife with mockery and derision. Words caught in his throat, ultimately yielding to silence. He fixated intently on Aphrodite, emitting a growl akin to that of a beast. Tugging at the leather cord entwined in his hair, fragments of bronze battle standards clashed against his chainmail, producing a rustling sound. Eventually, with a sullen expression, he turned away and strode out of the temple, a shadow of gloom passing through his eyes as he silently vowed, Zeus, you shall regret this. The gods were indifferent to the departure of Menoetius, but Prometheus's gaze flickered with a glimmer of fate. That light was fleeting, yet it seemed to tear open a fissure, revealing the obscure shadow that lingered behind Menoetius. A bitter expression crossed his face as he lamented, ultimately, he could not escape the shadow that would follow him until the very end. Just as the farce within the temple was about to reach its conclusion, a bright, sunlit laughter suddenly shattered the oppressive atmosphere. Ha ha, Selene, we have arrived at just the right moment. Helios strode into the temple, crossing his arms and holding his head high. His footsteps carried an intense, fiery force, as though he had brought the blazing sun indoors. His form shimmered like solid gold, his crimson eyes sharp enough to pierce through clouds, with every inch of his skin radiating brilliance. Beside Helios was the serene moon goddess Selene, gracefully following him, emanating a cool luminescence that created a wondrous balance with Helios's fervent heat. Helios surveyed the temple with his crimson gaze until it settled on a particular corner, where astonishment lit up his eyes. Like a bolt of golden lightning, he disregarded the other deities and darted forward, unceremoniously pushing aside the gods and goddesses who stood in his way. Hestia felt an overwhelming, fiery energy approaching, a sensation both unfamiliar and familiar, as if a warm memory from the distant past had resurfaced. Her heart stirred, and the sacred flame in her chest pulsed more swiftly than usual. Before she could react, she was abruptly enveloped in the warm, fervent embrace of someone akin to the sun. The force was powerful and steady, and she caught a whiff of a scent reminiscent of sunshine and gold. A voice as radiant as molten gold flowed into her ears, imbued with a metallic clarity, as if sunlight were filtering through clouds, heavy with substance yet infused with searing warmth. My sacred flame, it has been far too long. His voice was laden with an unrestrained joy, akin to that of a traveler who had searched for eons and finally returned home. Chapter 47. The Olympian deity's Helios's words sliced through the tranquil mist of the temple like a beam of scorching light, instantly igniting the curiosity of all the deities present. The previously restored atmosphere was punctured by a cacophony of whispers, the noise swirling like an unrestrained storm throughout the hall. Who is she? Do you know her? Did you not hear? The sacred flame. The sacred flame? What of it? Oh my. She is Cronus's eldest daughter, the firstborn of time, Zeus's sister, the goddess of home and hearth, Hestia. A tumult of chaotic voices clashed and tore at one another, akin to a boiling pot of porridge reverberating through the temple. Yet, in a corner, two faces twisted with jealousy, nearly monstrous in their distortion. Clymene. So Helios favors her, cursed Perseus through gritted teeth, her once charming eyes now brimming with venom. Her resentment stemmed not merely from Helios, but also from the shattering of the carefully woven lies and self-deception she had clung to. She had repeatedly sought assurance from Clymene, believing that if Clymene no longer loved Helios, her own chances would increase, allowing her to overlook Helios's indifference and attribute it to his celestial duties. But the scene before her was akin to a resounding slap, obliterating all her fantasies and pride. Her resentment was directed not only at Helios, but also at her own pitiful self, who had to seek solace from Clymene, her rival and sister alike. Clymene, however, paid no heed to Perseus. Her jealousy and dissatisfaction ran deeper and hurt more. She had accompanied her son Prometheus with but a flicker of hope, yearning to prove her worthiness to Helios, to earn even the briefest glance from him. Yet he had never regarded her with anything but indifference. To him, she was merely an inconsequential passerby, an unremarkable companion. The humiliation of being completely forgotten coiled around her heart like a venomous serpent, leaving her feeling both aggrieved and resentful. Her resentment was split evenly between Helios's cruelty and the self she deemed unworthy of even disdain. Seeing Clymene's lack of response, Perseus could not suppress a cold laugh. She still covets my Helios. Once I deal with Hestia, I shall handle her. She took a deep breath, striving to maintain her proud demeanor as she sauntered toward Helios. Yet, before she could draw near, the keen-eyed Hera seized her arm. Perseus, I have faintly heard of your predicament. You must not persist in this delusion, Hera implored, her tone laced with the sympathy of a goddess of marriage, finally cautioning her not to bring such humiliation upon herself. Hestia, having rarely attracted the favor of a male deity, found Hera's eagerness to facilitate this bond amusing. Hera's words pierced through Perseus's feigned pride like a sharp thorn. The venomous resentment in her eyes solidified, and she desperately sought to break free from Hera's grip, but that hand remained steadfast as if carved from marble. Release me. What is this? Are you meddling simply because you are the goddess of marriage? Perseus hissed, her voice low and sweetened with a bitter chill. Hera's gaze was calm and icy. She neither loosened her grip nor retreated. She simply regarded Perseus with an undeniable air of authority. Do not further humiliate yourself. Do you truly believe that your momentary whim would compel your foster mother to forsake a powerful ally like Helios? This is not merely Hestia's union. It is the foundation of Olympus's future. While Perseus and Hera were embroiled in their tug-of-war, Hestia felt increasingly troubled. She disdained such public displays, which contradicted her graceful and composed nature. Release me, Helios. You surely would not wish for me to harbor ill feelings towards you, she stated, unpretentiously and with poise. Helios raised an eyebrow, a gleam of satisfaction illuminating his crimson eyes, his lips curving into a smile of delight. Of course, but you must agree to one condition. As for what it entails, we shall discuss it later. Hestia lowered her gaze, contemplating for a prolonged moment. She speculated whether this condition was related to the Titan's secrets or perhaps something of great significance, for Helios was a formidable solar deity. If he could indeed assist Zeus and the others, it would be most fortuitous. Ultimately, she nodded with unwavering composure. Very well. In that instant, Helios, like a child who had just stolen a sweet, quickly leaned down and pressed his sun-warmed lips against her cheek, leaving a searing kiss. The sudden intensity caused Hestia's skin to flush, and her heart skipped a beat. After the kiss, he stepped back, wearing a radiant smile of mischief, as if bracing for the impending storm of wrath. You. Hestia stood frozen, raising her delicate hand to gently caress her still warm cheek. A strange flicker crossed her golden eyes. A mix of embarrassment and something deeper, akin to a long-lost tranquility shattered. A peculiar and intricate emotion rippled through her heart. Helios, basking in his triumph, beamed. What is it? Do you desire more? How embarrassing. At that moment, a cool voice resonated from behind Helios, like a silver bell kissed by moonlight. It rang clear yet soft. Helios, your demeanor truly leaves me unable to look upon you. Are you still that exalted sun god? Hestia's momentary embarrassment was soothed by this ethereal voice, prompting her to turn toward the sound. As the temple doors creaked in the breeze, Selene approached, stepping gracefully upon a carpet of silver shards. Her silvery hair was softer than moonlight, not the chill of newly minted silver, but rather the essence of crushed moonlight. Each strand enveloped in a misty glow. The ends of her hair fell to her calves, rippling with each step, even tinting the laurel reliefs on the columns with a pale silver hue. This was no ordinary light. It was the radiant luminescence flowing from her hair. Wherever she passed, clusters of pale blue fireflies emerged from the crevices of the cobblestones, as if awakened by the moonlight. At this moment, her silver eyes were more tranquil than the depths of a well, more transparent than snow. The outer corners slightly drooped, imbued with a touch of maternal tenderness. Yet within her pupils flowed living moonlight, neither still nor stagnant, but flowing and ebbing like the silvery waves of the tides. When she raised her gaze towards Hestia, those silvery waves suddenly rippled, flickering like the phases of the moon, illuminating her gaze as if the moon itself had been infused into her eyes. Selene wore a gown of moonlit white, the fabric as light as clouds buoyed by the wind. The cuffs and hem were embroidered with silver thread depicting the waxing phases of the moon, the new crescent like a hook, the waxing crescent like a bow, the full moon like a disk, each stitch radiating the luster of mother of pearl. A pale blue satin ribbon was tied around her waist, cascading down to form a flow of starry flecks, woven from countless minuscule laurel leaves. These leaves had been handpicked by her from the laurel tree, their tips still glistening with the night dew, crystallizing into tiny silver beads under the moonlight. She stepped barefoot across the white jade steps of the temple, her toes catching a hint of dew but not soaking through. Suddenly, the silver patterns on the steps came alive, climbing up her ankles and weaving into translucent silver threads around her calves. This was the blessing of the moon goddess. Even the stone bricks of the temple bowed in homage to her. She raised her hand to adjust the tips of her hair, her fingers brushing against a crescent diadem woven from laurel branches, adorned with pearls the size of dove eggs. At this moment, it swayed gently with her movements, casting its luminous glow upon the silver bracelet encircling her wrist, which was inscribed with 12 forms of the moon's phases, each engravement shimmering with fragmented starlight. Hestia, please forgive my brother's impolite behavior. Her voice was like a silver bell bathed in moonlight, He merely expresses his affection for you with excessive enthusiasm. Following this, Selene gracefully bent her knee, elegantly curtsying, and with a serene smile, declared, "I am Selene, the embodiment of the moon." Hestia shook her head with a soft laugh, replying, "No offense taken." Then, she responded with a dignified and graceful bow, "I am Hestia. Behold, Selene is ethereal and otherworldly, while Hestia embodies elegance and sanctity. Truly, they are splendid." Aphrodite spoke, her voice brimming with admiration for beauty. "You are extraordinary. Perhaps we can become good sisters." Upon sensing Hestia's character, Selene's eyes sparkled with the joy of a long-awaited reunion. Although Hestia did not respond verbally, her gaze towards Selene spoke volumes. They shared the same feelings and sentiments. Ahem. While I am reluctant to interrupt, we have more pressing matters to attend to. Zeus feigned seriousness, raising his right hand in a fist before his mouth, interrupting their dialogue with a cough. He strode over with an air of grace, and then reiterated, "Let us warmly welcome my sisters and brothers." Hestia lifted a corner of her gown, her body gracefully inclined, her hands tracing a gentle arc at her sides. She slightly bowed her head, her expression solemn yet tranquil. "I am Hestia, the goddess of home and hearth." Demeter stood beside her, hands clasped before her. Her smile radiated warmth akin to a bountiful harvest, and as she slightly bent her knees and lowered her head, her eyes sparkled with compassion for all living beings. "I am Demeter, the goddess of agriculture and grain. I am Hera, the goddess of marriage and childbirth. May we encourage one another." While saying this, Hera appeared to calmly release Persephone's hand, the motion so swift that it went nearly unnoticed. Persephone stumbled, screaming as she fell to the ground, the sound shattering the temple's tranquility. Hera, however, seemed entirely oblivious, elegantly brushing her fingertips over her palm as if to rid herself of some impurity. Then, she composed herself, leaning slightly forward, her right hand pressing against her chest. Smiling with a blend of modesty and control, Hades stood erect, resembling a silent statue. His expression was devoid of emotion as he lowered his gaze, his right hand lightly touching his chest, his movements stiff and detached, his voice echoing like a cold stone in an expansive cavern. "I am Hades, the god of plague and minerals." Poseidon, clearly impatient with these formalities, raised his muscular right fist as if to strike the air before him, breaking into a confident, triumphant grin. His boisterous laughter resonated like the deep rumble preceding a tsunami, shaking every pillar of the temple. "I am Poseidon, the god of tsunamis and earthquakes." Ha ha. The three sisters, Hestia, Demeter, and Hera, felt joy at their reunion but were rendered speechless by Poseidon's boisterous demeanor, and they exchanged synchronized, disapproving eye rolls. Finally, Zeus cast a sharp gaze upon the assembled gods, brimming with confidence, chest out, and clapped his hands in laughter. "I am Zeus, the god of thunder and storm clouds. Thank you all for your support." Thus, the meeting officially commences. To counter Cronus, we must devise a covert plan. Zeus's vigor was palpable, his voice resonating like distant thunder, deep and rich with the tremors of clouds rubbing against one another. "The future shall belong to us. Therefore, we shall sever ties with the Titan race. We are the Olympian gods. We are the dawn of a new world order." Chapter 48. Conspiracy and Betrayal. Before the war, the gods erupted in applause, the thunderous clapping echoing throughout the temple, affirming Zeus's words and expressing a yearning for the new order. Amidst the accolades, Metis gazed at Zeus with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with determination. She understood that she had invested considerable time and energy in this gamble with the young son of Cronus, and now, the moment of reckoning was at hand. "Now, regarding the arrangement of our formations, I will yield the floor to my wife, my strategist Metis, to elaborate for everyone." In Zeus's sharp blue eyes, only a profound love remained. His lips curled slightly as he extended his right hand towards Metis, inviting her forth. Metis clasped her hands before her chest, a look of rightful ownership gracing her features, as if this glory was inherently hers. Then, she gently placed her right hand into Zeus's palm, their fingers entwining, the gesture both elegant and powerful, as if she grasped not only Zeus's hand but also the fate of Olympus itself. "Everyone, we must systematically eliminate Cronus's supporters from the periphery." Metis's voice rang clear and resolute, each word landing with authority. "We require swift and precise action. Otherwise, if we allow them to react, we shall face defeat." Her confidence seemed tangible, compelling the assembled gods to believe in her. Prometheus strode forward with grace, meeting Metis's gaze with understanding and trust. He calmly addressed the gods, smiling. The reason for our swift action is that Cronus and his allies are not to be underestimated. They too possess formidable intellect. Are you referring to your father Iapetus? An ocean goddess inquired, her voice as gentle as the sea breeze, yet laced with pointed scrutiny. How can we trust your allegiance? Your brother, Atlas, who symbolizes primordial strength, stands with your father, does he not? You embody foresight, do you not, Promethea? Prometheus furrowed his brow slightly, responding with a hint of confusion. You possess the gift of prophecy. Thus, you should be well aware of my resolve, should you not? The gods turned their attention to Pronoia, intrigued by this goddess also of the realm of fate. She was one of the sisters of Clio, yet her presence was distinct. Pronoia's figure was always shrouded in a veil of mist, her hair shifting from the deep dark of the ocean to the pale lavender before dawn, dotted with flecks of starlight. Ivy entwined in her hair bore crystal buds that captured threads of future light, occasionally bursting forth to create a delicate chime in her ears. Her visage was serene, her brows resembling distant mountains, her eyes like crescent moons. When she regarded Prometheus, her eyes became mirrors reflecting each other. The left was the deep glass of midnight, while the right mirrored the lake before dawn, capturing myriad star trails and the contours of the future. Dressed in a flowing white robe woven from solidified moonlight, her movements released a cascade of delicate silver patterns. Dark, golden vines intertwined with bronze gears embedded with mother of pearl, each shell inscribed with the embryonic forms of yet-to-be-born languages. As she approached, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, the essence of time's river as it brushed against the divine. This aroma concealed the folds of time, where all present moments flowed in her gaze, yet stood still beside her, becoming an eternal poem. She halted before Prometheus, her expression calm and composed. You are correct. I merely wish to assure the gods' hearts, for none desire betrayal, do they? In her eyes, Prometheus discerned all the unspoken hopes and fears. Yet he had no time to delve deeper, so he gravely reassured, fear not. This issue will not arise now, so there is no need for lingering doubts. Wait. A faint voice of a deity disrupted the tranquility, questioning, who will face whom? We are not all powerful gods, and many of us are not even of average strength. Please do not use us as pawns. Indeed, I nearly forgot. Do not hide behind us when the time comes. First, disclose your arrangements, great gods, and reveal whom you will confront. Otherwise, we shall not acquiesce. As soon as the words were uttered, the outcry from the weaker deities resonated the loudest, followed closely by the middle-tier gods, transforming the temple into a cacophony once more. Prometheus and Metis had already deliberated on various potential issues, and this was indeed one of them. After all, this was a high-stakes gamble concerning life and death. The deities could not be expected to selflessly sacrifice themselves. The appearance of Pronoia took Metis entirely by surprise. This sister had always enjoyed opposing her, and as intelligent siblings, their competition had never ceased. Pronoia, my sister, have you orchestrated this resonance? Metis gazed at Pronoia, a serene smile gracing her lips. Sister, Pronoia replied calmly, her voice echoing like a drop of water falling into a deep well. Perhaps I merely possess a broader perspective and contemplate more deeply. Her words bore no emotion, yet pricked Metis like a needle. What? Do you truly intend to treat us as mere pawns? Pawns. Metis chuckled lightly, her laughter akin to the friction of exquisite silk, luxurious yet frigid. She gracefully approached Pronoia, extending her delicate hand, ostensibly caressing her cheek. Her voice, as calm as a tranquil sea, carried an underlying implication. I have calculated everything, sister. Do not doubt my intellect, lest the consequences be dire. The warmth of her palm provided a gentle touch, yet it served as a silent warning. A tone laced with threat and admonition reverberated within Pronoia's heart. Do you comprehend, my sister? Pronoia found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Metis disregarded Pronoia further, elegantly circling around, her gown flowing like waves. Upon returning to Zeus's side, she spoke nonchalantly. Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades must conserve their strength for the battle against Kronos. Demeter, I presume you intend to confront Krios? After all, your companion artifact remains in his possession. Metis directed her gaze toward Demeter, her tone questioning yet laced with undeniable certainty. Demeter, already a powerful deity, felt a twinge of anxiety but resolutely declared, "Yes. Krios is my opponent." "Excellent. Iapetus shall be your charge." "Hestia, you should." Métis began to assign tasks while toying with her long hair, but was abruptly interrupted. Helios, arms crossed, stood proudly before Métis, inquiring, "Iapetus symbolizes souls and discourse. Shouldn't you be the one to engage him? Are you merely a strategist, unwilling to take action yourself?" At that moment, a glint of malice flashed in Pronoia's eyes as she coldly remarked, "Helios, she indeed harbors such thoughts. After all, she values her own life above all." A ripple of unease coursed through Métis, her bright eyes momentarily clouding, yet she quickly regained her composure. "I may also participate, but who will oversee the entire situation? You? Or you? Or perhaps you?" Her voice remained steady as a winter lake, devoid of ripples yet brimming with subtext, drawing all gazes toward her in an attempt to re-establish control. "There is no need for calculations. Iapetus will be dealt with by Thea and myself." A voice, akin to the slow rotation of celestial bodies, emerged. Phobos and Thea stepped forward, their composure unwavering as they regarded Métis with both admiration for her intellect and caution, aware of the unpredictability of her schemes. Métis's tranquil facade fractured in an instant. Her fingers, resting in Zeus's palm, tightened slightly, her nails nearly piercing his skin, as her habitual, composed smile froze at the corners of her mouth. She and Prometheus had envisioned countless scenarios, yet none had prepared them for this one. Initially, they had not intended to involve the Titans. Otherwise, even if victorious, their contributions would complicate matters for Zeus, necessitating a swift reconsideration of strategies. Métis's mind raced like an overloaded machine, a tempest of thoughts swirling within. She felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, forcing herself into silence as she contemplated her next move. Zeus, fully aware of Métis's plans, remained silent throughout, trusting in the wisdom of both Métis and Prometheus. Observing this, Prometheus stepped forward, eloquently asserting, "Ladies, I believe this is a war that belongs to Olympus. Though you support Zeus, you remain Titans, and my father is still your brother. What if you were to turn against us?" As soon as the words left his lips, a smile crept across Phobos's face, laden with implication. "I can foresee and assess Iapetus' actions. Thea can perceive all that is hidden from the naked eye, including souls. This indeed is the best strategy. Iapetus is thoroughly ensnared." Prometheus found himself rendered speechless, his scheme thwarted. Having no rebuttal, they resolved to adhere to this plan. Phobos took the lead, confidently sealing the agreement, stating, "Of course, Rhea will not intervene. As for the offspring of Krios or Iapetus, we shall adapt as the situation unfolds." Métis's countenance darkened, her eyes flashing with irritation. Her calm demeanor shattered. She clenched her teeth, her lower lip turning pale under the pressure, struggling to articulate a counterargument, but failing to find the words. This marked her first moment of losing absolute control in the presence of the gods. As the atmosphere fell silent due to Phobos, Zeus felt compelled to intervene. His voice resonated with the slow, steady rhythm of fate's wheel, at first low and melodic like the gentle chime of a morning bell. Since silence prevails, it indicates consensus. Thus, before he could finish, a piercing shriek echoed from outside the temple, the sound contorting into a sharp cry, akin to metal being forcibly twisted apart. "Zeus, I did not expect you to hide here." The countenance of all the gods shifted dramatically, tension palpable as they exclaimed in unison, "How could Kronos possibly know?" Prometheus's expression darkened further, and Clymene, witnessing her son's distress, began to sense the gravity of the situation, anxiously scanning for the absent Metanithos. "Metanithos has betrayed us. I saw him depart from Olympus, and I can sense his presence on the wind." Boreas, the north wind god, seized the opportunity to respond, his voice like the howling of a winter gale. "Metanithos, I shall personally slay you, traitor." Fury ignited in Zeus's eyes, flames of wrath blazing as he clutched his thunderbolt. In an instant, he tore a gaping chasm across the sky above the temple, blinding white lightning crackling within the rift, emitting a deafening roar as if the very heavens quaked under the weight of his fury.